Chapter 1, Newborn. Lookout Territory, Horn Town, Clifton Manor Master Bedroom. The luxurious furnishings in the room were covered with a thin layer of dust. The smell of blood and char mixed together, stinging Lin's nostrils and making him open his eyes suddenly. Hiss, where is this? Lin had a terrible headache. He sat up and found himself sleeping on an unfamiliar silk bed. Outside the window, deafening shouts, banging on doors, clanging metal and yells mixed into a cacophony. Although his body felt like it was falling apart, this damned situation instantly sobered Lin. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. An old man stumbled in, his formal suit torn, covered in blood, and his left arm hanging limply. Young master! Hurry! There's no time. His voice was hoarse and urgent. After locking the door, he rushed to the bed, trying to help Lin up. Wilson betrayed us. He's blocked all the exits with his men. Those foolish commoners have also been incited, they're mad. The manor can't hold on much longer. Barton is behind this, he wants you dead. He wants Clifton dead. Lin's muddled brain spun rapidly. Wilson? Barton? Hearing these two names seemed to trigger a mechanism, and some fragmented memories flooded into Lin's mind. The old man in front of him was the loyal butler Alfred, and he himself was Lin Clifton, the infamous scoundrel of Horn Town. He had transmigrated. A strong sense of dizziness and nausea washed over him. Lin pinched his thigh, forcing himself to stay awake and calm. Just then, under extreme crisis and mental shock, a translucent light screen appeared before Lin's eyes without any warning. What was this situation? The increasingly close sounds from outside forced him to suppress the immense shock and absurdity in his heart, and he immediately concentrated on looking at the light screen. The most prominent position on the light screen was the personal panel, expand, at the bottom. He tentatively moved his mind, like an invisible click, and clear textual information unfolded on the light screen. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, weak, mild blood loss, hungry, neurological poisoning. Supernatural, not awakened. Rank, not activated. Experience points, 0. Skills, none. Talent, experience growth, gain experience points by killing units. Experience points can be used to advance supernatural ranks and learn skills. As ranks increase, low-threat units will no longer yield experience. Gain experience by killing? It was just like leveling up by fighting monsters in an online game. Next, the map icon in the upper right corner caught Lin's attention. Open. Lin, without being taught, silently chanted in his mind. The light screen switched, and a clear structural diagram of the manor appeared. Stairs, corridors, master bedroom. His current position was marked by 2 green dots. And in the direction of the manor gate, dense red dots were frantically pouring in. The other exits also had sporadic red dots. Map? For him, with his incomplete memories at the moment, it was like a timely help. Secret passage. Alfred, holding Lin's shoulder, his eyes bursting with a final glimmer of hope, the emergency secret passage that the Lord showed you. Come with me quickly. Weapon. I need a weapon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin realized it wasn't Chinese, but presumably the language of this world. He used Alfred's support to roll off the bed. Boom. A loud noise came from downstairs, and the frantic shouts of killing amplified several times. Hasty, chaotic footsteps were rapidly approaching upstairs. On the map, a large cluster of red dots had already rushed into the main building and was spreading up the stairs. Quick. They're coming up. Alfred's face was ashen. The old butler abruptly pushed Lin towards the fireplace, pointing to a spot. Young master, the side. Press that brick. There are weapons inside too. Lin didn't hesitate. Following the direction of the finger, he fumbled along the side of the fireplace. He pressed down hard on a brick that felt different. Creak. A dull mechanical sound rang out, and a dark entrance, just wide enough for one person, opened behind the fireplace. You just need to survive. The old butler looked at Lin, his eyes full of pleading. He used his last bit of strength to push Lin into the secret passage entrance. Bang. The master bedroom door was kicked off its hinges. Alfred. Old man, hand over the deed willingly, so we don't have to search, and perhaps Lord Barton might give you a dignified end. A sinister laugh echoed from the doorway. The old butler suddenly turned, using his not-so-burly body to desperately block the secret passage, a hint of determination flashing in his cloudy eyes. His hand secretly reached back to the mechanism. The stone wall began to slowly close. Wilson. You ungrateful beast. The Clifton family will not let you go. He roared with his last breath, trying to attract everyone's attention. Clifton? That surname will become history starting tonight. Oh, I forgot, there's still a little brat behind there. But a good-for-nothing who does nothing but play with women and abuse commoners, do you expect him to seek revenge? Alfred, don't dream. Wilson laughed contemptuously and said to the person beside him, go catch him, the deed might be on him. Through the crack in the stone wall, Lin stared intently at Wilson's face, memorizing his appearance. Before the stone wall closed, he took one last look at the back blocking the entrance. Although he had known this old man for less than a few minutes, the old man's determination to exchange his life for Lin's survival still tightened his heart. He knew that any hesitation now would be a desecration of the old butler. The stone wall completely closed, cutting off sound and light, and darkness instantly swallowed him. There was no time for sorrow. Lin turned and left, bringing up the map before his eyes. The red dots representing the enemies had already rushed into the master bedroom, surrounding the green dot representing Alfred. The green dot, under the siege of several red dots, extinguished completely a few seconds later. Lin clenched his fists, shifted his gaze, and looked at the structure of the secret passage on the map. Several red dots were gathering at the entrance, clearly looking for the mechanism. The secret passage must have had a special design, as it hadn't been opened again. On the wall beside him, a candle automatically lit up, illuminating the path ahead. The secret passage was very dry, without any strange smell, clearly indicating regular maintenance. Behind him, a thump-thump-thump pounding sound grew louder and louder. The enemies were trying to break through the fireplace to get in. Fear and anger intertwined, but Lin's mind was clearer than ever. Run directly? No. If he ran straight, with his current body in a state of weakness and hunger, he would probably be caught sooner or later. He had to find a way. By the candlelight, he saw several full suits of armor standing side by side along the passage. A plan instantly formed in his mind. He quickly took an iron sword from one of the suits of armor, cut several strips of fabric from his noble attire, and tied them into sturdy knots. One end was tied to the leg of the armor closest to the entrance, and the other end was pulled taut, stretched across the ground not far inside the secret passage entrance, at just ankle height. A simple tripwire trap. Having done all this, he continued forward without looking back, counting silently in his mind. About a minute later. Boom. Behind him came the loud crash of breaking stones, along with chaotic footsteps and curses. This way. Hurry and chase. Catch that kid. Don't let him get away. The first pursuer's figure appeared at the entrance, firelight shining from behind him, making his expression even more ferocious. Intent on pursuit, he didn't notice the strips of cloth on the ground, almost merging with the shadows. Thud. He was suddenly yanked down by the inconspicuous tripwire, lost his balance, and crashed face first into the hanging armor. Clang crash. The heavy armor collapsed with a bang, some parts flying off, causing a domino effect and a series of loud noises. Ah! What the hell is that? What's going on? Who's up front? Damn it! Who's hitting my ass? The tripped pursuer and the armor crashed into the people following behind, and the narrow secret passage immediately descended into chaos, with curses and exclamations rising and falling. The chaos bought Lin precious time. He pushed forward in the dark secret passage without looking back, the sounds behind him gradually fading. The map became his most crucial guide in the darkness. Ahead, a fork appeared. One path was wide and straight, the other winding and narrow. The map remained open before his eyes. It showed that the straight, wide path led smoothly to the forest outside the manor, the winding, narrow path was not easy to navigate, and behind it were complex, spiderweb-like passages. Lin made an instant judgment, the most direct and widest escape route might reach the surface quickly, but he wasn't sure if the time he gained would be enough, and the more complex the terrain, the harder it would be to track, especially since he had a map to guide him. Lin unhesitatingly chose the latter. After several twists and turns, the smell of sewage in the secret passage gradually grew stronger, and the path underfoot became muddy and slippery. Lin nearly fell several times, sustained only by a strong will to survive. He didn't know how long he had been running when a vertical iron ladder finally appeared ahead. Above, a faint glimmer of the night sky shone through a small square iron door. The exit. Lin's heart stirred. Just as he was about to climb, his peripheral vision caught sight of the translucent light screen. On the map, just above the exit, a stationary white dot was clearly visible. It wasn't the red representing enemies, nor the green representing the butler Alfred. White, did it represent neutral? Lin stopped all movement, pressing his body tightly against the cold stone wall, even slowing his breathing. Was it a trap? Was someone outside waiting for the pursuers? Or was it an unrelated passerby? Lin paused and observed for a moment, but the white dot remained motionless. He couldn't wait any longer. If he stayed in the secret passage, the pursuers behind him would catch up in at most 10 minutes. And this was a dead end, with nowhere to hide. Lin no longer hesitated. He quickly climbed the ladder, pried open the door with his iron sword, then wedged it against the ladder, and flipped himself out. Creak. Clang. The iron door swung open. Cold, fresh air mixed with the scent of earth rushed in. Lin squinted, immediately entering a state of alert. This was a forest swamp. The night was deep, and in the distance, in the direction of the town, towering flames dyed half the sky red. A figure sat leaning against a dead tree not far away. Startled by the sound of Lin climbing out, he sprang to his feet, gripping a short axe tightly, looking over warily. He looked very young, in his early 20s, dressed in simple linen clothes, his face smudged with mud. Only his eyes were bright in the night, now wide with fright. He wasn't a guard, had no armor, and his grip on the axe looked more like self-defense. Who are you? Lin asked. The youth froze, took half a step back, then stammered in reply, I'm Adam, I live nearby. Something happened in town. There are soldiers everywhere arresting and killing people. I was scared, so I ran out to hide. From his description, he was an ordinary commoner affected by the conflict. Lin's gaze swept over his knuckles, white from tension, but he still didn't relax his guard. Then you should leave here quickly too, the farther the better. Wait. Adam saw Lin about to leave, a hint of struggle flashed across his face. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he took a step closer. Can Can I go with you? Lin stopped, looking at him indifferently. My family is already dead, I'm really too scared alone. Adam hastily explained, his voice tinged with a sob. Those soldiers are unreasonable, if they catch you, it's over. Your situation is the same as mine, right? If the two of us go together, at least we'll have each other. I'm familiar with this swamp, I know which path is safest. He looked at Lin, his eyes full of pleading and hope. Lin looked at the upper right corner. Since coming to the surface, he noticed that the map was inexplicably missing a large part, unlike before in the manor and the underground passage, which showed the complete surrounding terrain. At this moment, a local person familiar with the terrain could indeed save him a lot of trouble and help him avoid many dangers. Lin silently met his gaze for a few seconds, as if seriously weighing the pros and cons of traveling together. Finally. Okay. Lin slowly nodded. That's great. Adam instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately extended his hand warmly, smiling as he approached. Come with me, we'll go this way. Before he finished speaking, the wind whistled. Swish. A severed arm suddenly flew into the air. Chapter 2, Risky. It turned out that just as Adam slowly approached, Lin suddenly erupted, giving him no chance to get any closer. Earlier, as Lin nodded, his center of gravity had already begun to lower. By the time Adam was about to get close, he instantly squatted, his right hand lightning fast retrieved the iron sword stuck on the climbing ladder, and almost instinctively seized the moment of the opponent's daze to swing his sword. The opponent retreated in shock, the sword's edge whistling as it fiercely slashed towards Adam's outstretched arm. Ah! Adam's smile froze on his face, the intense pain making him let out half a scream. Blood instantly stained his sleeve. His entire left arm was severed at the shoulder. The short axe he held in his other hand, which was behind his back, clattered to the ground. Adam had completely not expected that this seemingly weak noble young master would suddenly be so decisive and his actions so ruthless. And it wasn't over yet. The moment Adam lost his balance due to the intense pain, Lin's right fist had already gathered strength. Without any fancy moves, he directly slammed it into Adam's jaw. Bang! With a muffled thud, Adam's head was violently thrown back by the immense force, and his body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. You. Adam lay on the ground, his mouth full of blood, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. Lin gave him no chance to catch his breath, stepping forward and picking up the short axe. Then, the cold sword edge pressed against Adam's throat. Why? Adam stared intently at Lin. You never trusted me from the beginning. Adam curled up on the ground, his right hand pressing the severed stump of his left shoulder, blood gushing wildly between his fingers. The muscles on his face contorted from the intense pain, but his eyes were fixed on Lin, filled with deep-seated malice. Lin glanced at the white dot on the system map, which had long since turned red. Because of the map. The map. Adam couldn't understand. What does that mean? Lin shook his head, saying nothing. There was no need to explain to a dead man. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised it high. Perhaps knowing he was about to die, Adam stopped thinking about the map and instead laughed uproariously. Ha ha, ha. Lin, so what if you didn't fall for it? Your family is finished. This is retribution, ha ha ha. Pfft. Warm blood splattered all over Lin's face. Adam's body twitched violently, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lin watched him in silence. Even the original owner probably didn't remember what he had done to this Adam, let alone Lin with his incomplete memories. Adam had many flaws, in fact. A terrified commoner, facing a person covered in blood, suddenly crawling out of an underground well, whose first reaction wasn't to scream and run, but instead to initiate conversation and try to get close. How could that not raise suspicion? Also, as someone from Horn Town, how could he not recognize Lin's face and his identity? Scattered memories in his mind told Lin that his clothes and his face were synonymous with viciousness and brutality in Horn Town. It could be said that not even one animal in the town had escaped Lin's bullying, let alone people. Lin didn't know if Adam had seen him and then temporarily decided to kill him, or if he was an enemy from the start. It no longer mattered. Lin looked at the upper right corner, where the system light screen displayed several messages. You killed an ordinary human who has not awakened the extraordinary. You gained 2 experience points. Before he could continue reading, Lin's stomach suddenly churned, and acid rose to his throat. He suppressed the urge to vomit. The nauseatingly rich scent of blood fiercely stimulated Lin's nerves. He had killed someone. Although he had been prepared for it as soon as he raised his sword. Yet the decapitated corpse before him and the warm, sticky feeling on his hands continued to assault his brain and his sanity. Before he transmigrated, he was just an ordinary, law-abiding person. You killed an ordinary human who has not awakened the extraordinary. You gained 2 experience points. Host has gained experience points for the first time. You can now activate the first system function for free. Activate now. Looking at the system messages again, Lin's chaotic thoughts temporarily cleared. Survive. He must survive. Thinking about useless things now would only lead to death. He didn't delay any longer, silently chanting in his mind, activate. You have unlocked a new system function appraisal. Appraisal, within a certain range, you can appraise items to display their quality and name. When in close proximity to an item, you can perform a detailed appraisal. Before Lin could try it, distant clamor faintly reached his ears. He immediately dared not linger, identified a direction, and, using the dense darkness of the night as cover, plunged into the thickets leading to the wilderness. Behind him, the town's lights were gradually swallowed by the darkness, along with the sins he left behind. Lin trudged through the wilderness, stumbling with each step, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. After escaping for a long time and confirming temporary safety, Lin finally slid down to sit with his back against a rough old tree to check his personal panel. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, weak, hungry. Extraordinary, unawakened. Rank, not activated. Experience points, 2. Skills, none. Talent, experience growth. He had just unlocked the appraisal function using experience points. So, if he gained more experience points, could he unlock more system functions? Lin focused his gaze on the iron sword in his hand, and a line of small text appeared before his eyes. Standard iron sword, a standard-issue weapon forged from ordinary iron, conventional equipment used by humans, well-balanced but lacking unique features. Detectable skill to learn, sword mastery. Spend 1 experience point to learn. Skill name, sword mastery. Skill type, passive. Skill description, integrates years of practical combat experience from guards, mastering efficient blocking techniques and precise attack patterns, forming instinctive combat reactions. He could even learn skills? This was good news for him. Alone in the wilderness, at least he had the confidence to protect himself. Learn, Lin silently chanted in his mind. You have learned sword mastery. A strange memory flooded his mind, knowledge of how to hold a sword, how to exert force, how to thrust and slash in the most efficient way instantly became second nature. Lin immediately felt that the iron sword was no longer awkward in his hand. Days passed, 7 days. A full 7 days. On the first day, Lin was exhausted from being teased by a rabbit, and in the end, he could only survive by gnawing on wild fruits and dirty stagnant water. The cold night wind made him shiver, and the constant rustling of grass meant he could barely sleep all night. On the third day, he was so hungry his eyes saw stars. He finally clumsily stabbed a fleeing marmot to death with his newly learned sword mastery. That gamey meat was the most delicious food he had eaten in 2 lifetimes. At night, Lin hid in dark tree hollows or rock crevices, avoiding unknown dangers in the Blackwood Forest wilderness. During the day, hunger was his best motivator. Each successful hunt brought a few experience points. After a week, his experience points had accumulated to 17, but this was far from enough. The extraordinary section on the system always showed unawakened. Lin had a vague premonition that he needed a real battle. A bloody battle that would allow him to undergo a transformation. Lin licked his chapped lips, his gaze falling upon an area where plants were largely withered and scorched, and a faint smell of sulfur permeated the air. This was a phenomenon of scorched seedlings. There would certainly be no wildmen in the wilderness to fertilize weeds, this must have been caused by the urine of some wild beast. Searching nearby, he clearly found several huge paw prints not far away, with traces of prey being dragged beside them. Lin squatted down, carefully examining the depth and direction of the paw prints. Very dangerous. This was a powerful unknown creature. Reason tells me that avoiding it immediately is the safest choice. But if I always avoid danger, always stay in the safe zone, what can I achieve? What can I change? Thinking of Wilson's face, thinking of the old butler's back, Lin's eyes narrowed. The desire for power overwhelmed his fear. He decided to take the risk and try. Without rashly pursuing, Lin first spent an hour setting up traps in a clearing. A tripwire carefully disguised with dead leaves and loose soil, connected to several wooden stakes he had sharpened with stones. A pit dug not deep, but enough to make a fast-running beast twist its ankle, or even fall into it. These crude arrangements were the best he could do at the moment. After doing all this, he suppressed his aura, and, using the cover of rocks and bushes, cautiously tracked the dragging marks and the faint, putrid smell. The wind, at this moment, was his friend, carrying his scent in the opposite direction. After tracking for a while, the foul smell grew stronger. Pushing aside a thick patch of bushes, Lin saw his target from afar. He stared, and a line of information gradually appeared before his eyes. Two-headed dog. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Description, two heads hunt cooperatively, with keen senses of smell. They usually roam the wilderness alone. It was a vicious dog, the size of a small calf, covered in dirty dark fur. Its most terrifying feature was the two ferocious dog heads growing side by side on its neck, which were currently tearing at the carcass of an unknown creature. One head tore, while the other rotated vigilantly, observing its surroundings. Their cooperation seemed imperfect, occasionally growling at each other over the spoils. Its attack methods seemed to be mainly biting and pouncing. When it dug the ground with its sharp claws, it could easily turn over large chunks of soil. Just as Lin was observing, suddenly, the wind changed. Feeling the breeze at his back, Lin's pupils constricted sharply. A faint current of air carried his scent towards the two-headed dog. Almost at the same moment, the two-headed dog's head responsible for vigilance suddenly lifted, its nostrils flaring wildly. Immediately, its bloodshot eyes locked onto the rocky bushes where Lin was hiding. Chapter 3 Awakening the Extraordinary. Roar. Amidst the deafening roar, the two-headed dog temporarily abandoned the food by its mouth, propelled itself with all four limbs, and lunged forward like a black shadow. Its speed far exceeded Lin Clifton's estimation. Damn it. Too fast. Lin's scalp tingled. Although they were still hundreds of meters apart, he didn't hesitate, turning and running. He ran for his life, his lungs burning. The roar behind him grew closer, and a fishy wind blew in his face. Now. Instead of retreating, Lin advanced. The moment the two-headed dog was about to collide with him, Lin not only didn't continue forward but suddenly stopped short, using his core strength to nimbly dodge sideways just before the massive heads of the vicious beast snapped shut. Whoosh! The two-headed dog's massive body rushed past, grazing his clothes. Lin had no thought of pursuing. Instead, he seized the opportunity to quickly retreat, moving back to the trap area he had set. He took deep breaths to steady his ragged breathing and assumed the most stable blocking stance from sword mastery. Failing to land a hit, the two-headed dog became even more enraged, both heads letting out furious roars simultaneously. It abruptly changed direction and charged again. This time, it accurately stepped on the tripwire Lin had laid. Snap! The vine tautened, and the connected sharp wooden stakes were instantly triggered, fiercely stabbing towards the two-headed dog's flank. Puff! The stakes successfully pierced the two-headed dog's tough hide, but only by an inch before getting stuck. The intense pain made the two-headed dog let out a short, mournful howl. It struggled wildly, lost its balance, and stumbled, its massive body successfully plummeting into the cleverly disguised pit behind the stakes, falling with a crash. Opportunity. Lin's body moved before his mind. He lunged forward like a fierce tiger, the iron sword in his hand transforming into a cold gleam. Sword mastery, thrust. The sword tip followed the wound made by the stake and stabbed in fiercely. Puff. This time, the cold blade sank in deeply, the sensation clearly telling Lin that he had churned the beast's internal organs. Ow! The two-headed dog let out an extremely shrill shriek, its two heads twisting and biting madly, its massive body thrashing violently in the pit, trying to dislodge Lin, who was impaled in its body. Lin gritted his teeth, clutched the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands, and with all his might, following the two-headed dog's twisting motion, he sharply slashed. Sword mastery, horizontal slash. Tear. A teeth-grinding sound of flesh tearing echoed. A huge wound was ripped open in the two-headed dog's abdomen, and hot blood mixed with shattered organs instantly gushed out. Its movements abruptly ceased. Its massive body swayed, then finally collapsed heavily to the ground, its limbs twitching a few times before falling silent. You killed a bronze tier 2 two-headed dog. You gained 3 experience points. Detected that the host's total experience points have reached 20, meeting the basic conditions for transcendent awakening. Your physical attributes have all reached the minimum standard. Your determination and will have been proven. Do you wish to consume 20 experience points for transcendent awakening? Lin leaned on his iron sword, gasping for breath, each inhale pulling at the burning pain in his chest. After the adrenaline receded, fatigue and weakness surged like a tide, making him almost unable to stand. He looked at the massive and hideous corpse of the two-headed dog in the pit, the relief of surviving intertwined with a sense of powerlessness at his own weakness. Finally, his gaze fell on the prompt on the system panel. On his blood-stained face, a faint smile slowly bloomed. Awaken. Awakening successful. You have successfully transcended the mundane, and a new world is revealing itself to you. The moment the words fell, an indescribable warm current appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping Lin's entire body. He could clearly feel the wounds on his body itching, healing at a visible speed, muscle fibers were rewoven and strengthened by a dominant force, his depleted stamina was like a surging river injected into him, becoming incredibly full within a few breaths. His previously weakened state was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of power, as if he could punch a two-headed dog to death. Strength, speed, endurance, every cell in his body was cheering. You have unlocked a new system function Otherworld Summon. Hearing the prompt, Lin impatiently opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, Healthy. Transcendent, Martial Arts Path. Rank, Bronze Tier 1, 0/10. Experience points, 0. Skill, Sword Mastery. Talent, Experience Growth. It's done. It's really done. He had successfully taken the most crucial step. From a fugitive living hand to mouth, he had leaped to become an existence with transcendent power. More importantly, that newly unlocked system function. Otherworld Summon. Lin stared at those 4 words, his heart pounding even louder than when he faced the vicious beast just now. He took a deep breath and clicked on it. Otherworld Summon. Function description: as the host, you can consume experience points to summon soul entities from an alternate world called Earth and create temporary bodies for them. Earth. Sure enough. Lin continued to read. Summoned unit characteristics: upon death, summoned units' bodies can be recovered, returning up to half of the experience points. They can be resurrected within the territory using experience points. Summoned units also possess the experience growth trait and grow rapidly, but cannot exceed the host's rank. Summoned units cannot fundamentally betray their lord. Current summonable quantity, 10. First summon is free. Do you wish to start summoning immediately? Fearless of death. Can be resurrected. Gains experience quickly. Absolute loyalty. Lin's breathing quickened. He stared at those lines of description. Otherworld summoned units with these characteristics? Isn't this the legendary 4th calamity, players? Innumerable thoughts flashed through Lin's mind instantly. What was his situation now? A lone commander being hunted, a fugitive who could die in the wilderness at any moment. To survive, to establish himself on this perilous continent, and even to seek revenge, relying on him alone, even with the system, would inevitably be incredibly arduous and fraught with danger at every step. But with this group of players from Earth, everything would be different. Players are an undying legion. They are the most efficient laborers, the most insane pioneers, the most effective war machines, they are born madmen. Their destructive power is of a catastrophic level, but their constructive ability is equally so. As long as he could guide them correctly, giving them enough benefits, that is, quests, rewards, and fun in the game, they could create unimaginable value for him. Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to think calmly. But how could this be achieved? He couldn't just summon players and tell them directly, "Hey guys, welcome to an alternate world, I brought you here, now start working 996 for free to help me with my revenge." They would twist his head off. There needed to be a reasonable explanation, a worldview they could accept, a foothold where they could play with peace of mind. Lin's gaze returned to the system panel. He noticed that after clicking on the Otherworld summon function, there was also an option called Game Editor below. His heart stirred, and he clicked on it. An extremely simple but fully functional editing interface popped up. It currently had many empty gray options, with only a network interface option lit up, and a blank preview box above it. Network interface? An absurd yet logical conjecture arose in Lin's mind. Almost instinctively, Lin typed a forum URL he was incredibly familiar with from his previous life into the preview box. The next second, a familiar web interface actually appeared on the virtual screen of the system panel. That familiar logo, that messy post layout, that chaotic discussion area, he really, connected to Earth's network. An unprecedented light erupted in Lin's pupils. Since he could connect to the network, he could completely forge an official website, release an immersive game claiming to be 100% virtual reality. In reality, it would be pulling players' souls into this real alternate world to work for him. He could write a grand background story, packaging world conquest as the main quest of an epic mission. He could set up a beginner village, issue daily quests, and use experience and equipment rewards as carrots to guide player behavior. He could even, like a true game designer, release version updates and control the entire world's game progression. Crazy and bold ideas constantly emerged from Lin's mind, forming the prototype of a plan. Chapter 4: A 100% real game? Earth, late night, early morning. Ding Bo was browsing a game forum when a post title caught his eye. The Chosen, Inside Scoop. The first game with 100% true realism is about to launch. 100% true realism? Ding Bo couldn't help but read on. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, everything is just like the real world. He hesitated whether to click to read more. Ever since virtual reality games emerged 3 years ago and instantly became a global sensation, Ding Bo had dived headfirst into them. But as time passed, he went from initial fanaticism to his current state of reflection. As a discerning individual who wouldn't tolerate pixelation even in adult films, he scoffed at games that claimed to be ultra-realistic. In his eyes, that level was merely a more aesthetically pleasing cage. Ding Bo had always hoped for technological breakthroughs so he could finally meet his hundreds of virtual wives, on whom he had poured countless effort and money, but who remained separated by a tragically thick barrier due to technical limitations. Yet, every time he joyfully clicked on a post with a title like the one he just saw, he was met with disappointment. As a hardcore gamer with an almost pathological pursuit of realism in virtual reality games, his heart was almost calloused from repeated letdowns. His mouse hovered over the post, he hesitated repeatedly, but Ding Bo finally couldn't resist clicking it. He glanced at the comments, and sure enough, the first few replies were full of mockery. Some fool always argues with me, 100% true realism? Anything is possible in dreams. If current technology can do it, I'll eat my hat. Fried noodles must add message, exactly, the game's on the market now, daring to claim 60% realism is already pushing it 100%? Laughable. Anyone who believes that is set for life. One punch kills Minotaur, is the source of the news the poster mentioned reliable? I just got scammed into spending a fortune by Wasteland Online's claimed realistic physics engine and graphics. I'm a bit traumatized now. Ding Bo shook his head, about to close the page, when he happened to see the poster, and Lin, reply to the previous comment. He glanced at it, it was a short video link titled Live Demo. Dare to show a live demo? Ding Bo muttered as he clicked it open. The video began with a person moving through a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting moving dappled light on the damp ground. Dust seemed to float in the air, a bird was startled, and the airflow from its flapping wings even made a leaf at the edge of the frame tremble slightly. No UI, no health bars, none of the elements a game should have. Ding Bo was a bit speechless. Was this just a real video to fool people? This was clearly shot in reality, not even bothering to Photoshop a game UI was too lazy. However, the video continued to play. The next second, the expression on his face froze. Because the protagonist in the video softly mumbled map, and a map truly appeared before his eyes, with a red dot behind a green dot in the center. The camera suddenly spun around, and a ferocious two-headed hellhound was madly chasing, drool dripping from its fangs. Everything was breathtakingly real. Ding Bo's hands trembled as he opened the comment section, which had, predictably, exploded. Did you grind today? This is definitely real footage, isn't it? The special effects in the back are too real. Fried noodles must add message, holy crap. Is this a CG? Which company made it? Did they blow their budget? Some fool always argues with me, too fake. I'll say it directly, 100% true realism is impossible with current technology. Can a scam that costs so much money break even? Legendary pilot, what if it's real? Even if it's fake, I'll accept it. Where's the pre-order link? Is it real or fake? Ding Bo was too lazy to think about it anymore, for his wives, he was willing to gamble. Staring at the pre-order link at the bottom of the screen, Dingbo, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, immediately clicked it. He didn't know that the moment he clicked confirm, a journey of realism far beyond his imagination had already chosen him. Otherworld, wilderness camp, it was noon. Looking at the post whose popularity was soaring, Lin exited the Earth's network from the system light screen before him. That's right, that sensational post was from his hand. On the light screen, information flowed, finally settling on 10 IDs. Although there weren't many pre-registered accounts yet, Lin had meticulously selected the first batch of the chosen by checking their backgrounds. Each one possessed dazzling tags such as Hardcore Gaming God, High-Tech Combat Enthusiast, Ultimate Immersive Experience Seeker, and Grinding Emperor with over 10 hours of daily online time. Confirm selection. A low-level extraordinary human body will be condensed for the selected soul entities. You guys are the ones. Lin's thoughts stirred. Body condensing, estimated time, 23:59:57. The bodies controlled by these players would start as Bronze Tier 1 extraordinary beings. This made Lin quite envious. He had to survive in the wilderness first, then walk through life and death to finally become an extraordinary being. Lin watched the countdown, reconnected to the network, and sent 10 identical winning notifications to the email addresses left by those 10 IDs. Having done all this, he stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked south, in the direction of Horn Town. The next day, Dingbo woke up with a violent pounding heart. He had just dreamed that he had accidentally slipped up and failed to fill out the pre-registration information last night. He opened his computer, and an email lay prominently in his inbox. Congratulations! You have obtained the first batch of internal test qualifications for the chosen. Activation code, XXXXXX. Please activate and download on your virtual pod within 24 hours. You can add the official communication group, XXXXXX. I really won. Dingbo felt like he'd been hit by a lottery jackpot. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He didn't immediately download the game, instead, he copied the group number first. The group name was simple and blunt, the chosen internal test personnel communication group. Dingbo scanned the member list, including the group owner, and Lin. There were only 11 members. The group owner is an insider, so, only 10 lucky people for the first test. A sense of superiority, as if he were one of the chosen, welled up in Dingbo's heart. At this moment, group chat messages flickered, clearly indicating a lively conversation. Legendary pilot, brothers. I won. I can already imagine flying a Gundam in the sky. One punch kills Minotaur, this game looks like Western fantasy. I'm going to learn sword and magic and be the first to chop down a dragon. Handsome enough to kill people, that level of realism in the demo video, if it's real, I even doubt if a virtual pod can handle it. After reading the chat history, it was clear that most people who pre-registered believed the game was real. Dingbo no longer hesitated, lay down in his virtual pod, and clicked the download link in the email. The progress bar moved eerily fast, and the game downloaded successfully in no time. The virtual pod's automatic security protocol scan completed, and the screen displayed safe. Confirmed to be virus-free, Dingbo glanced at the time, only 1 minute remained until the internal test server opened. Come on, is it a masterpiece or a scam? Dingbo launched the game. There was no opening CG, no manufacturer logo. In the center of the screen was an extremely simple login interface, with a deep starry sky as the background, and only a constantly ticking countdown at the bottom. 3, 2, 1. Server opening. Initiating neural connection, synchronizing soul data. Hello, the chosen from Earth. Welcome to the real otherworld. Chapter 6. Now that things have come to this, let's pull up the tree first. Crack, crack, the sound of chopping wood echoed continuously through the forest. Legendary pilot and Lincoln give me back my cotton gin were swinging the axes provided by Lin, diligently chopping down the surrounding trees. I say, cotton machine, isn't this game too realistic? I always feel like I'm not playing a game, but stealing trees in reality. Any second now, I'm going to be arrested for illegal logging. Legendary pilot paused, wiped the sweat from his forehead, propped his stone axe on the ground, and exaggeratedly looked around. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin was amused by him. You're overthinking it, just chop with peace of mind. But the game is indeed terrifyingly realistic, chopping wood is exactly like in reality, my arms are sore. You are talking. The only iron axe was taken by you, it's really hard for me to chop trees with this broken stone axe. Legendary pilot said, vigorously swinging his axe, when I get money, I absolutely have to get a chainsaw and a baldy chiang skin, that would be awesome. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin, can this game be topped up for money and change skins? Legendary pilot laughed and said, I don't know about that, but since it's 100% realistic, I can at least buy a chainsaw in the game and cosplay myself, right? Lincoln give me back my cotton gin, if that's really possible, then it's a masterpiece. Legendary pilot, enough talk, lend me your iron axe for a bit. On the other side, gentle mommy and handsome enough to kill people were responsible for searching for food. Wow, this fruit is so sweet. The system actually simulates taste so realistically. Gentle mommy exclaimed in surprise, biting into a freshly picked red berry, its juice overflowing. She squinted her eyes happily, it's so delicious. This taste simulation is just superb. Handsome enough to kill people pushed his non-existent glasses, calmly analyzing, from the perspective of energy conversion, this kind of taste simulation should consume a fair amount of computing resources. However, it can indeed greatly enhance immersion and increase user stickiness. He paused, then added, calories should also be simulated, so take it easy. Don't get fat in the game, it might affect your agility attribute. Gentle mommy rolled her eyes at him, mind your own business. In reality, I don't dare to eat anything for weight loss, so I can't indulge a little in the game. As she spoke, she popped another one into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, worst case, I'll just chop a few more trees to burn it off. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Lin's figure was hidden in the shadows of the leaves, observing the small green dots representing the players on the map. The two hunting parties had entered the activity area of the nearby two-headed dog. They were holding stone spears that Lin had made in his spare time over the past few days, provided to the players as starter weapons. As for the damage, it was better than nothing. They were all experienced players, they needed to learn to find their own weapons. The two teams were not far apart. Lin chose a central position, constantly monitoring their movements through the system's displayed physical status, ready to provide support. Every player was a precious asset, if one died, he would be heartbroken. At this moment, on the other side, one of the teams erupted in excited shouts. Found it! A two-headed dog. Youthful Pighead Youth's voice was full of excitement. They had clearly forgotten Lin's previous instruction to call for help first when encountering danger. Lin immediately noticed through the system, his brow slightly furrowed, players were still too much trouble. In the team, Youthful Pighead Youth took the lead, his stone spear directly striking one of the two-headed dog's heads. Crescent Moon Bridge, agile in movement, held a stone spear and flanked, attempting to attack the eye of the other head. Good Fortune for Good People was relatively steady, searching for the monster's weaknesses and promptly reminding his teammates. They were all experienced high-level players. Even with ordinary equipment, relying on their tacit cooperation, they initially managed to barely contain the two-headed dog's offensive with precise positioning and timing. However, the two-headed dog had thick skin and flesh, immense strength, and was extremely fast. The damage caused by the player's stone spears was very limited, often only enraging it and making its attacks even more frenzied. A woo! A shrill scream pierced through the forest. Youthful Pighead Youth clutched his arm, blood gushing from between his fingers. In order to create an attack opportunity for his teammates, he made a slight misstep in his positioning and was bitten hard by one of the two-headed dog's heads, which seized the opening. Are you okay? Crescent Moon Bridge stabbed the two-headed dog with a spear, attracting its attention, and at the same time, anxiously tried to pull him back, crying out in alarm. Damn it! It really hurts like hell. Youthful Pighead Youth's forehead veins bulged, the real intense pain made him almost unable to stand steadily. Good Fortune for Good People stepped forward to block while quickly reminding, didn't you see the system prompt? Pain sensation can be lowered. Unexpectedly, after Youthful Pighead Youth grimaced and recovered from the intense pain, he revealed a strange excitement, no. Why lower it? This is what's exhilarating. This is how a game should be. Awesome. So awesome. He let out a roar, not retreating but advancing, gripping the spear with his other hand, becoming even more ferocious. The other two exchanged an awkward glance. Seeing this, Crescent Moon Bridge gritted his teeth and rejoined the battle. The team's formation became somewhat scattered, fraught with danger. A sudden change occurred. The next moment, a figure flashed, appearing on the battlefield like a ghost. The three players didn't even notice his arrival, nor did they see when he drew the standard longsword from his waist. Only two condensed sword lights flashed, incredibly fast. Pft! Pft! Two dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The two-headed dog, which had been so ferocious and had overwhelmed the three players, seemed to have all its bones and strength instantly drained. Its two massive heads flew high into the air, blood gushing from its neck, and its huge body crashed to the ground. Without even a whimper, it completely fell silent. The entire process was clean, violent, and elegant. The two-headed dog, which had been so menacing just moments before, was as fragile as a chihuahua in front of Lin. Youthful Pighead Youth, Crescent Moon Bridge, and Good Fortune for Good People watched this scene dumbfounded, their weapons almost falling to the ground. Lord! Lord Lin! Youthful Pighead Youth was the first to react, his voice filled with awe. It's already dealt with. The other two also looked incredibly surprised. Too strong. Lord Lin's physical condition is simply beyond what humans can achieve. Crescent Moon Bridge muttered, looking at the two-headed dog's corpse, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Good Fortune for Good People also nodded heavily in agreement, yes, can we also become this powerful in this game in the future? In other games, even if characters have extraordinary abilities, it's just a stack of data. Limited by technology, there's only visuals, and players can't truly experience that powerful feeling of strength originating from within themselves. With such high realism in this game, can we really experience the feeling of flying and escaping in the future? Youthful Pighead Youth's eyes were even brighter. Lin calmly glanced at them, automatically ignoring some words that, as an NPC, he shouldn't have heard or understood, reckless. Careless. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have lost at least one person, or even been wiped out. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. The three immediately lowered their heads. Seeing that the players had listened, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they hadn't noticed that after fighting for so long, he had taken all the experience points. Youthful Pighead Youth's face flushed red then paled. He suddenly realized, aren't we players? How did an NPC end up lecturing us? He secretly glanced at the headless hound's corpse on the ground, silently telling himself that this game was different, too realistic. He had to immerse himself, he absolutely had to immerse himself. Lin was about to deal with the corpse. Just then, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to another direction. On the system map, several light dots representing another player squad were intensely clashing with a red dot representing an enemy. They've started fighting over there too, and the situation seems quite intense. Follow me. Lin called out, then, guided by the map, he darted towards that direction. Hey! Crescent Moon Bridge and youthful pighead youth, having just experienced a terrifying battle, didn't think much and immediately followed. Only good fortune for good people ran at the very end, feeling a bit confused in his heart. He had just discovered that the positions of enemies and teammates could be seen on the map within a certain distance. But how did Lord Lin know the specific situations of us and the other team? Could it be clairvoyance and clairaudience? It couldn't be that he also had a game map, could it? Chapter 7 Self-Cultivation of Leaks. When Lin arrived with 3 players, he caught the tail end of the battle of the team here. Su Yun's figure weaved between the two-headed dog's claws and fangs, his movements were elusive, each dodge perfectly timed, and the spear in his hand was as precise as a venomous snake, always striking the two-headed dog from the most difficult angles. Even more remarkably, he still had the presence of mind to clearly direct his 2 teammates in defensive maneuvers and harassment. That fierce two-headed dog was spun around in confusion by the trio's seamless coordination, its massive body turning in circles, howling repeatedly but to no avail. Faint left, force it to turn. Su Yun barked a low command, his figure ghosting to the two-headed dog's right side blind spot. His teammates, as instructed, drew the monster's attention. Pfft! Almost the instant the two-headed dog turned its head, Su Yun was already in position. Swish! Su Yun cleanly stabbed through the two-headed dog's throat. The monster let out a mournful cry, its attacks becoming even more chaotic, and he deftly dodged its dying counterattack, delivering another blow to finally end its life. Phew! Su Yun let out a soft breath. Youthful pighead youth, who had just experienced a fierce battle, stared in awe, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Too strong. Every step, every strike, carried an almost artistic beauty, precise and efficient. Damn it! Youthful pighead youth clutched his chest, looking utterly shocked. Su Shen's moves, no, he's just not on the same level as us, is he? How did he do that? Lin was not surprised by this outcome. Su Yun was indeed the top talent he had specifically chosen. The number 1 on multiple virtual game power rankings, the recognized king in the PvP field. If he wasn't at the top of a certain virtual competitive game, it could only mean he hadn't played that game yet. The stronger Su Yun was, the more benefits he himself would gain. Choosing him was truly the right decision. Process the bodies, we're returning to camp, Lin ordered, simultaneously signaling the other team of players in the distance to rendezvous. Before long, the group returned to camp with 2 dog carcasses. Not much later, the 4 players responsible for gathering food and felling trees were also recalled by a system notification, and the camp became lively all at once. Wow, boss, you guys hunted a big one. Legendary Pilot's eyes lit up as he looked at the two-headed dog's carcass. Lin directed everyone to prepare the ingredients, with meat, vegetables, and fruit. It was practically a luxury in the wilderness. A bonfire was lit in the center of the camp, the firewood crackling, and then the aroma of meat, or rather, a strange burnt smell began to permeate the air. Dinner's ready. Lin called out. Either exhausted from half a day of traveling or having just faced life and death struggles, most players, except for the 2 who had been snacking while gathering, were already starving. Youthful pighead youth was the first to grab a piece of golden brown roasted dog meat, not afraid of the heat, and took a big bite. The next second, his face twisted dramatically. Tui, tui, tui. Cough, cough. What is this stuff? He spat repeatedly, his features scrunched together. The others also took bites, then stopped chewing with various expressions, some even spitting it out directly. The meat was incredibly tough, with an indescribably strange gamey odor, and crucially, there were no seasonings at all, it was purely cooked over fire, so the taste was imaginable. Crescent Moon Bridge frowned deeply, muttering softly, so hard to eat. And, can this two-headed dog meat really be eaten? Isn't it poisonous? Lin tore off a piece of meat, chewed it without changing his expression, and slowly swallowed. Ordinary people naturally cannot. But we are transcendent beings, our physiques far exceed ordinary people. Consuming the flesh and blood of these demonic beasts is not only harmless but can also subtly enhance your physical qualities. Become stronger? At these words, everyone's gaze towards the meat in their hands immediately changed. Hard to eat? What's that? Compared to getting stronger, it's absolutely nothing. All at once, the camp was filled with a chorus of chewing sounds, and the players struggling, pain swallowing, making the scene quite tragic. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin, while laboriously gnawing on the meat, sharply noticed that Su Yun and good fortune for good people were quietly eating their meat, without the slightest hint of pain. Su Yun still had his unperturbed expression, while good fortune for good people even showed a few hints of enjoyment. Su Yun was one thing, that guy naturally didn't show his emotions, like an AI. But what was with good fortune for good people's look of enjoyment? Was his sense of taste different from ordinary people? I say, Su Shen, brother Hao Ren, what's going on with you two? Don't you think this meat, ahem, is very chewy? Lincoln give me back my cotton gin hinted, trying to pry information. Su Yun merely glanced at him, said nothing, and continued to eat slowly in small bites. Good fortune for good people, on the other hand, slowly swallowed a mouthful of meat before looking up at him, revealing a profound smile. As for the taste, you'll get used to it. No, you two are definitely hiding something. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior also noticed the anomaly, leaning over to press. Quick, tell me, what's the trick? I really can't swallow this meat anymore. Unable to resist their persistence, Good Fortune for Good People scratched his head. That's why I said, you need to read the beginner's tutorial carefully. That sensory adjustment, you can adjust pain, so taste can naturally be adjusted too. I just set my taste perception to the lowest, so everything tastes like nothing. Everyone. After a brief silence. Holy crap. There's such a feature. How did I not think of that? System. Quickly adjust my taste perception. Lowest. The players suddenly realized, and for a moment, the camp was filled with the sounds of players urgently calling the system to adjust their taste perception. A moment later, most of them showed expressions of relief, their meat-eating speed noticeably increasing, some even beginning to devour it ravenously. Lin watched them, amused. He himself had already gotten used to the taste. Su-Yun frowned, also looking into the void, and after a while, his meat-eating speed also noticeably increased. One Punch Kills Minotaur muttered softly, I knew it, Su Shen must have been enduring it just now, right? What a tough guy. Youthful Pighead Youth agreed wholeheartedly, that's a real man. Youth is about learning to endure pain, then finding a shortcut. Only Gentle Mommy pouted, nibbling on her meat in small bites, her brows tightly furrowed. She poked Crescent Moon Bridge beside her, who had also adjusted her taste perception and was enjoying her meal heartily. Sister Chiao, don't you think this is boring? Food is also part of the gaming experience. It's rare to have a game where you can enjoy delicious food. Crescent Moon Bridge rolled her eyes, mumbling indistinctly, as long as it fills my stomach and makes me stronger, what more do I need? Gentle Mommy grumbled reluctantly, but, it could clearly taste better. She eyed the wild vegetables and fruits, then looked at the mountain of two-headed dog meat, her eyes beginning to dart around. Lin saw that everyone had eaten enough and had something in their stomachs. He cleared his throat before speaking, all right, let's put the food aside for now. Now, let's talk about the merit points settlement for the previous mission. He paused, scanning the players who had clearly perked up at the words merit points, and continued, merit points can be understood as our territory's exclusive contribution points. Their use is very extensive. For now, you can learn some skills from me. For felled trees, every meter in length is 2 contribution points. For gathered food, every kilogram is 1 contribution point. And then there's the two-headed dog. He was only halfway through his sentence. The players, who had been sitting or squatting, all sprang to their feet with a whoosh. My lord. Youthful Pighead Youth spoke first, his face alight with impatient excitement, I feel like I've eaten my fill. I'm full of strength. I feel like I could one punch kills Minotaur. My lord, my hands are a bit itchy right now, and I really want to go do a few more missions to contribute to the territory. Yes. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, followed closely, tossing the half-eaten meat bone in his hand aside. Brother Ching Chun is right, how can eating compare to doing missions? I want to contribute to building a beautiful territory. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior also nodded repeatedly, waving his fists. Monster hunting. I want to hunt monsters. Get merit points. My lord, please assign missions. Legendary Pilot also chimed in. The other players responded one after another, and for a moment, emotions ran high, everyone eager to get started. Even the usually calm Su-Yun cast a questioning glance, and though he didn't speak, the clear desire for action in his eyes was visible. Lin's hand, raised mid-air, froze. He opened his mouth, looking at this group of players who seemed to be on a sugar rush and eagerly awaiting, and for a moment, he was speechless. I haven't even started to brag about the superiority of my merit point system yet, and you guys are already so impatient? Isn't this enthusiasm a bit too high? He had originally planned to introduce the various uses and future plans for merit points in detail, then gradually release some exploration and defense missions, but these players were even more proactive than him. These overly energetic guys are truly amazing. Self-aware and proactive, where else could anyone find such good leaks? But he still had a whole earth's worth waiting for him to excavate. Chapter 8 Nighttime Adventure. In the evening, the camp was still bustling with activity. The players, as if injected with stimulants, tirelessly moved, built, and patrolled, with a strange excitement radiating from each of their faces. After several hours of diligent labor, the players' merit points in their pockets ranged from dozens to over 100. After dinner, it was a little past 6 in game time, which translated to early morning on Earth. Players successively found places to lie down dead and log off. This hardcore way of logging off was truly a form of performance art, and Lin had no solution for it. The camp returned to quiet, but 4 grinding Emperor players remained. Lin was quite satisfied with this situation. If everyone had left, a pile of corpses in the camp without anyone guarding them would be quite troublesome. Now with laborers, he could free himself up to do other things. He immediately issued a guard the camp quest. Gentle Mommy directly accepted it, she hadn't planned to run around anyway, and getting merit points was an unexpected bonus. Her slender fingers gestured over the various plants she had gathered that afternoon, crushing and smelling several different leaves, muttering, this grass has a pungent smell, that fruit is a bit sour. Lin glanced at her. This woman, she really intended to be a gourmet in the game, but did she ever consider that there were actually seasonings for sale in town, which she could buy later. Another person who accepted the quest was handsome enough to kill people. He was squatting beside a freshly cut tree stump, tapping different parts of it with his hand, then picking up a stone to try carving on it, muttering, hardness feedback is normal, details are all perfect, absolutely no bugs to pick out. He stayed, naturally, to delve deeper into every nook and cranny of this game. He wanted to thoroughly test all sorts of physics engines, and it didn't matter where he was. Lin chuckled to himself after hearing a couple of his remarks, it's a real world to begin with. If you really found a bug, I'd be the one who should be scared. The remaining two were Soyun and Lin En. Give me back my cotton gin. Lin's gaze shifted to them, Soyun, Cotton Machine, you two bring the two-headed dog's materials and follow me. We'll explore the surroundings. Many beasts only move at night. All right, my lord. Lin En. Give me back my cotton gin immediately jumped up, his face full of anticipation. Finally, we can leave the novice village, oh no, leave the camp to explore. He had wanted to explore during the day, but at that time he had no merit points and was afraid of accidentally losing his life, not knowing if his friends could help him revive. If he really lost his account, he would have nowhere to cry. Furthermore, he was concerned about a more realistic issue, would this game be like some other half-finished products, where funds were only spent on a small area, and anything beyond the camp was simply unfinished? If he walked out and a message popped up saying, this area can be explored later, that would be quite a laugh. Now, however, it was different. Following the NPC big shot, these worries naturally vanished. Soyun, on the other hand, merely nodded calmly. He had no objection to Lin's arrangements, as long as there was an opportunity to improve his combat skills, anywhere was fine. The three of them traversed the forest under the moonlight. The forest at night was a bit more eerie than in the daytime, with the wind rustling through the leaves. They walked for a while. Oh my god. Lin En. Give me back my cotton gin gasped, this is too real, isn't it? Traveling relies entirely on your own two legs, step by step. Is the game designer a marathon enthusiast? Fortunately, the physical stamina of this in-game body was surprisingly good, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. He complained verbally, but his eyes constantly scanned the completely unfamiliar wilderness forest around them. Moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting dappled light, and the low growls of unknown beasts occasionally echoed from near and far. SHH. Lin suddenly raised his right hand, and the entire team instantly stopped. Cotton Machine immediately shut up, his eyes wide with tension, but he couldn't see anything except dark tree trunks and swaying shadows. What's wrong, Lord? Lin didn't answer him, but instead squatted down and picked up a pinch of dirt from the ground with his fingers. Mixed in the dirt were a few grayish-black animal hairs, accompanied by a faint, lingering stench. It's a corpse-rot rat, about shin-high, gregarious, with sharp claws and teeth. Lin's tone was calm. They are scavengers, but they never mind turning living things into carrion. Cotton Machine's scalp tingled, and his palms began to sweat. Gee, gregarious? How many would there be? I don't know, maybe a dozen, maybe dozens. Lin stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands. But we're lucky, they just left not long ago, foraging in another direction. Cotton Machine let out a long sigh of relief. However, Soyun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. No, that's not right. Lin's gaze sharpened, turning to him, what's not right? Soyun raised his stone spear, pointing it towards a low bush to their front side. Wind direction. He only said 2 words. Wind direction? Cotton Machine looked bewildered. Lin's pupils, however, suddenly constricted. He instantly understood Soyun's meaning. As they had walked, the wind had been blowing from their back left, but the stench just now had come from directly in front of them. If the corpse-rot rat pack had already left, the scent they left behind should have come from behind them, carried by the wind. This meant, something was in front of them, and it was nearby. Be on guard. Lin barked, gripping his iron sword in a reverse grip, his body slightly hunched, adopting a stance ready to exert force at any moment. Almost the instant his words fell, Soyun had already stepped sideways, shielding Cotton Machine behind him, the tip of his stone spear aimed at the bush, his entire demeanor suddenly becoming sharp and fierce. Cotton Machine only reacted then, his heart pounding. He also mimicked the two of them, raising his stone spear, clumsily getting into position, only to trip over a tree root and almost fall. The atmosphere, at this moment, froze to an icy point. The surrounding insect chirps seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand, all was silent. Only the slightly hurried breathing of the three of them. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Behind that bush, there was no movement. Sude, did you make a mistake? Cotton Machine asked somewhat uncertainly, maybe the wind direction is just messed up, it's normal for there to be strange smells everywhere in the mountains. Soyun ignored him, his eyes still fixed on the darkness. Lin also did not relax his vigilance. He trusted Soyun's judgment, and even more, his own intuition as a transcendent. A faint sense of danger, like a venomous snake, coiled around his heart, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly. Help, help me. A faint, childish girl's cry came from deep within the dense forest to their right. The voice was intermittent, filled with fear and helplessness. Cotton Machine shivered all over. Holy crap! Hidden quest triggered? A little girl NPC is calling for help. This was a classic game trope, hero saves the beauty, with generous rewards. Wait. Lin grabbed Cotton Machine's arm, his grip so strong it made Cotton Machine wince in pain. My lord. Cotton Machine turned back, confused. Lin's face was terrifyingly grim. He wasn't looking at Cotton Machine, but was staring intently in the direction of the sound's origin. Fake. So-yoon looked at Cotton Machine to remind him. Hey? Fake. Cotton Machine was completely bewildered. That voice is too realistic, isn't it? Are the voice actors in this game all monsters? Didn't you notice? Lin's voice was very low, carrying a hint of coldness. From the moment the sound started until now, these decaying leaves beneath our feet haven't made a single sound. Cotton Machine froze. Decaying leaves? What sound? So-yoon explained for him, this patch of forest is very quiet. Any creature, regardless of size, moving through it would step on dry branches and decaying leaves. That sound seems to be only dozens of meters away from us, but we can't hear its footsteps. A cry for help without footsteps? A chill ran from Cotton Machine's tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He understood instantly. That wasn't a person. That crying sound was a trap. It was bait. Just as he realized this, a dark shadow burst out from the bush they had initially been wary of, without any warning. Fast. Extremely fast. The dark shadow was like a black lightning bolt, silent and swift, its target directly aimed at Lincoln. Give me back my Cotton Jin, who seemed the weakest and most unprepared in the team. Faint. This thing actually possessed such high intelligence. Cotton Machine's mind went blank, watching helplessly as the dark shadow lunged at him, unable to even let out a scream. He only saw a pair of eyes glowing with a ghastly green light in the darkness. It's over, I'm going back to town to lie dead. This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. However, just as the dark shadow was about to touch him, a crude stone spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, struck later but arrived first, piercing the shadow's flank with incredible precision. It was So-yoon. From beginning to end, he hadn't been distracted by that eerie crying sound for even a second. His target had always been this bush. Pfft. The sound of the stone spear entering flesh was dull and clear. The dark shadow let out a sharp, piercing shriek, its attack stalling. Now. Lin moved. His body shot out like a leopard, the iron sword in his hand tracing a cold arc, like a clear autumn water under the dim moonlight. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Swish. The dark shadow's movement stopped abruptly, its ghastly green eyes instantly dimming. Its body paused in midair for a moment, then split from head to tail along a smooth line of blood. Thud. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, warm blood splashing onto Cotton Machine's face. Only then did Cotton Machine clearly see the monster's appearance. It looked like a skinned monkey, with long limbs and claws as sharp as knives. The most bizarre thing was a vocal cord-like growth on its throat, still faintly twitching. What in the world is this? Cotton Machine wiped the blood from his face, his voice trembling. Mimic monkey. Lin stood with his sword sheathed, blood slowly dripping from the tip. His expression remained solemn, his gaze sweeping over the corpse on the ground, finally resting on the strange growth. A cunning predator, skilled at mimicking various sounds to lure prey. It was mimicking a girl's cry just now, trying to draw us over, or distract us, then ambush us from the shadows. Cotton Machine breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was fake, I really thought someone was calling for help just now. No. Lin shook his head. Chapter 9 Rat Pack. No. Lin looked at the appraisal information on the panel and shook his head, saying, the crying was fake. But the source it imitated was real. He paused, lowering his voice even further. The mimic monkey's intelligence isn't low, but it's not enough to create something out of nothing. Lin's gaze moved from the monkey's corpse to Cotton Machine's dazed face. It can only perfectly replicate the most impressive sounds it has heard recently. This means that, not long before we arrived, somewhere in this forest. Lin didn't finish his sentence. But it was clear that not long ago, a helpless girl. In this eerie, pitch-black place. She let out the last, most desperate cries of her life. The only one who heard her plea for help was this monster. It learned that sound and turned it into a new hunting tool. Cotton Machine felt his throat go dry, he had just been relieved that it was fake. Should we go look? Cotton Machine asked, his voice hoarse. It was just a game, but he had unknowingly gotten immersed in it. Yes. Lin's answer was a single, decisive word. So-yoon, you're in charge of vigilance and tracking. Me and Hwa, you hold the torch and stick close to me. Understood. So-yoon nodded. Lin pulled out the torch stuck in the ground, lit a spare one, and put it into Cotton Machine's still slightly trembling hand. Let's go, we'll start by investigating the direction the mimic monkey came from. The three of them wasted no more time and quickly set off. The forest floor returned to a deathly silence, with only the dancing firelight casting eerie, clawing shadows of dry leaves. They hadn't gone far when So-yoon, who had been silent, suddenly stopped and crouched down. Here. Lin and Cotton Machine immediately gathered around. In the torchlight, a faint dragging mark was visible on the damp, decaying leaf litter. Next to the mark were a few drops of dried, dark red blood, appearing in ominous deep brown on the soil. Without a careful look, it would have been impossible to notice. The mark is fresh, the blood hasn't completely turned black yet. Lin poked the ground with the tip of his sword, deducing. The direction is that way. The three followed the trail. The further they went, the stronger the faint smell of blood in the air became, entering their nostrils, sticky and sickly sweet. After about 100 meters, the sight ahead almost made Cotton Machine drop the torch in his hand. It was a scene of utter devastation. A small merchant caravan's wooden cart lay overturned, like the carcass of a giant beast with a broken spine. One wheel was broken off, lying alone nearby. Goods were scattered everywhere. Several dismembered bodies lay haphazardly in pools of blood, their deaths gruesome, limbs torn apart, as if ripped to shreds by some wild beast. The heavy smell of blood mixed with the earthy stench, creating an almost suffocating foul odor. A torn rag doll lay forlornly by the cartwheel. One of its eyes had fallen out, leaving a hollow black socket. Its other glass eye reflected the light in the dancing torchlight, mirroring the tragedy before them. Cotton Machine's stomach churned, he abruptly turned away, covering his mouth, barely managing to hold back his vomit. Lin's expression was calm, his eyes meticulously examining the scene. There was more than one type of attacker. Look at these claw marks, there are traces of large feline monsters. He walked to a corpse, crouched down, and used his sword sheath to push aside the tattered clothing. But the gnaw marks on these bodies are more like the work of some kind of pack monster. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the deathly scene, his voice devoid of emotion. There are no survivors. Let's search around and take anything useful. Cotton Machine had also recovered somewhat, staggering over to join Lin in searching for valuable supplies. Su Yun, meanwhile, remained vigilant of their surroundings. My lord. Look. A bag of gold coins. Cotton Machine excitedly pulled a heavy money bag from a broken wooden crate, the crisp clinking of gold coins dispelled much of his fear. There are a few bags of dried meat here. This hand axe isn't bad, it's much better than the ones we made ourselves. The shadow of death was quickly diluted by the joy of their findings. Although this small caravan was not large, the supplies it carried were undoubtedly a windfall for them at this stage. Just as Cotton Machine strapped a relatively intact small round shield onto his back, happily dancing around. Rustle, rustle. A faint, almost imperceptible rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The sound was very soft, like wind blowing through dry leaves. Who? Cotton Machine jumped in fright, his hair standing on end, and he abruptly raised his torch to shine on it. Su Yun reacted quickly, the moment he heard the movement, without a word, the stone spear in his hand turned into a streak of black light, tearing through the air and shooting out. Thud. A muffled sound of flesh being pierced. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing shriek rang out, and a large, grey-furred, blood-red-eyed corpse rot rat was impaled to the ground by the stone spear. It wasn't quite dead yet, its limbs twitching frantically on the ground, making scratching sounds. Corpse rot rat. Cotton Machine recognized the creature. Oh no. He seemed to remember the Lord saying these things lived in groups, which meant rustle, 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 rustle. The rustling in the woods started again, and soon it was coming from all directions. Each sound was denser than the last. Each sound was clearer than the last. It was as if thousands of unseen insects were crawling out from underground, from behind trees, from every dark corner, surrounding them. At the edge of the torchlight, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs, dozens of pairs, dense red pinpricks of light, lit up one by one. Those were the eyes of the corpse rot rats. They were in the vicinity, completely drawn in by the smell of blood and their companion's dying shriek. Squeak, 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 squeak. A chorus of sharp squeals overlapped, forming a chilling wave of sound that made one's heart pound just by listening. Mian Hua. Put everything that could be gnawed by rats into that biggest bag. Weapons and other tools can be retrieved tomorrow. Lin's voice was terrifyingly calm, he quickly drew his iron sword, its blade flashing in the torchlight, and with one swing, he cleaved a corpse rot rat that lunged from the shadows in half. Su Yun. Clear the way. Go. Su Yun picked up an iron sword from beside a corpse, and without a word, turned and bravely charged into the rat swarm in one direction. His movements were broad and sweeping, each strike precise and deadly, his long sword swept across, instantly clearing a narrow path in the surging rat swarm. Cotton Machine frantically stuffed some scavenged supplies into a burlap sack, hoisted it with all his might, and stumbled along behind Lin. Quick! Keep up! Lin brought up the rear, his iron sword whirling like the wind, foul blood and shredded flesh splattering everywhere. But the corpse rot rats were utterly fearless, as soon as one fell, 2 more would clamber over their companion's warm corpse and pounce. Their numbers were too great. The 3 had just burst out of the pile of bodies when the few broken corpses behind them were instantly engulfed by the black tide of rats. All that could be heard was a sickening, dense gnawing sound. Cotton Machine looked back, and with just one glance, he was scared out of his wits. It was a black tide composed of claws, fangs, and madness. And the 3 of them were a tiny boat about to be swallowed by this tide. Chapter 10 Caravan. Su Yun's iron sword cut a precise arc, splitting the corpse rot rat that lunged at him. Warm internal organs mixed with a foul-smelling blood splattered all over Cotton Machine's pant legs. Ah! Cotton Machine let out a short shriek, tripped over a tree root, lost his balance, and fell forward awkwardly. The large sack he was carrying on his shoulder slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a heavy thud, causing the scavenged bottles and jars inside to clatter loudly. Hurry up! Lin's voice came from behind him. Each swing of his iron sword easily claimed the life of a corpse rot rat. However, more rats surged from the deep darkness, one after another, instantly filling the gaps left by their fallen comrades. Cotton Machine scrambled to his feet, his teeth chattering, and reached for the sack again. Just as he bent down, a grey shadow darted out from the side of the bushes like lightning. It was an unusually corpulent corpse rot rat. It bared its yellow-stained fangs and lunged directly at Cotton Machine's exposed neck. Watch out! Su-Yun sharply turned around, flicked his wrist, and his long sword swiftly thrust upwards from below. The sword tip accurately pierced the corpse rot rat's lower jaw, and the powerful force sent it flying into the air. Foul-smelling, sticky saliva splattered all over Cotton Machine's face. My lord, there are too many, we can't break through. His voice was tearful. Follow Su-Yun. Lin kicked Cotton Machine's backside, the force sending him several steps forward. Su-Yun didn't look back, trusting Lin to guard their rear. He simply wielded his long sword, using the simplest and most direct movements to chop, sweep, and thrust. Each strike brought a spray of blood, and a path paved with bodies was always maintained ahead of them. The three of them plunged into the nearby woods. The light in the forest suddenly dimmed, with only the violently swaying torch in Cotton Machine's hand illuminating distorted, flickering shadows in the darkness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats' squeals echoed through the forest, blocked and reflected by the trees, making them sound even more piercing and dense, as if enemies surrounded them on all sides. Their speed was astonishing, grey-black shadows darted rapidly through the grass and among the tree roots. They seemed to be outflanking us. Cotton Machine held up the torch, his voice trembling. My lord. Both sides. Both sides have them too. I see them. Su-Yun, speed up. We must break out before the encirclement closes. Lin's voice remained calm. Su-Yun responded with a grunt from his throat. He no longer pursued the precision of a one-hit kill but instead adopted broad, sweeping attacks, using his sword to force back the rat hordes attempting to approach from the flanks, forcefully carving out space for the three of them to advance. Fortunately, the three of them retreated in time, and there weren't too many rats surrounding them. After an unknown amount of time, the spine-chilling squealing behind them finally gradually faded away. The three figures ran through the dark forest for a long time until they saw the familiar campfire of the camp, finally stopping their steps. Bang! The sack was thrown heavily onto the ground, making a dull thud. Cotton Machine could no longer hold on, spreading his limbs and collapsing straight onto the ground in a big shape. Who? I'm alive. He greedily breathed in the safe air, while shouting in a tearful voice of one who had narrowly escaped death. That black tide of death composed of corpse rot rats was the most terrifying sight he had ever witnessed in his life. Recalling it now, under the warm, bright firelight, still made his limbs cold and his body tremble uncontrollably. All right, stop wailing. Lin lightly kicked Cotton Machine's leg with the tip of his boot. Check for injuries. The claws and teeth of corpse rot rats have long been in contact with decaying matter, wounds might get infected. Cotton Machine gave a start, scrambled to his feet, and began to frantically check himself. My lord, are you all right? Handsome enough to kill people, who had stayed behind at the camp, seeing the three return safely, quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin shook his head, his gaze turning to the bulging burlap sack on the ground. You've worked hard. Let's take the things out and have a look. I'll do it. I'll do it. At the mention of spoils, Cotton Machine instantly revived, no longer checking his wounds. The fear and fatigue from earlier seemed to vanish. He had taken a great risk to bring this big fellow back. He excitedly untied the knot at the mouth of the bag, grabbed the bottom of the bag, and gave it a sharp shake upwards. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Accompanied by a pleasant clatter, everything in the bag spilled out onto the open ground next to the campfire. Clink, clank. Amidst the crisp metallic collision sounds, the first thing to roll out was a heavy coin purse. The coarse opening of the bag had come loose from the fall, and golden coins cascaded onto the ground, sparkling with dazzling light under the flickering fire. We're rich. We're rich. Cotton Machine's eyes instantly went wide, his breathing suddenly heavy, and he practically pounced, reaching out to grab the lovely gold coins. Besides the gold coins, this harvest was quite bountiful. 3 tightly corked bags of liquid, their contents currently unknown. 5 large packets of dried meat wrapped in oil paper, emitting a salty, smoky aroma. A well-maintained fine steel hand axe, its body lines smooth, its blade reflecting a cold, chilling gleam. Compared to the tools they laboriously polished from stone, it was truly a leap across eras. And there was that small round shield, which Cotton Machine cherished like a treasure. The black iron shield surface had several scratches of varying depths, but the main structure was intact, exuding a reliable sense of security. Additionally, there were some miscellaneous items, a sufficiently strong hemp rope, half a bottle of unfinished inferior ale, and a rather exquisitely made leather pouch. Cotton Machine held the small round shield with adoration, wiping its surface repeatedly and vigorously with his sleeve, unable to hide his silly grin. Lin's gaze, however, did not linger on the gold coins and food. His eyes fell on the small pouch made of soft black leather. He bent down to pick up the pouch, it felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the leather had a delicate, soft texture. My lord, what good stuff is inside? Cotton Machine, still holding the shield, couldn't resist his curiosity and leaned his head over. Lin didn't answer. He pinched the leather cord at the mouth of the pouch and gently pulled. The pouch opened downwards. Several letters, tightly sealed with melted red wax, slipped out and fell into his palm. Letters? Let me see what they say. Cotton Machine grew even more curious, craning his head closer, but after just one glance, he was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Scribbles. On the yellowed letter paper was a script he had never seen before. Handsome enough to kill people, standing nearby, also saw it and replied with the air of an experienced person, "Hey, you don't understand this, do you? It's obvious the production team didn't create the text content for this part, so they just drew some random stuff to give it some meaning." Cotton Machine immediately deflated, losing interest, and walked away to continue counting his gold coins. But Lin, the moment he saw the characters on the letter paper, his eyes became serious. Those characters, which looked like scribbles to Cotton Machine and handsome enough to kill people, were all too familiar to him. Common language of the Aria continent. He quickly scanned the contents of the letters. These letters appeared to be personal letters from the unfortunate caravan leader to his family, as well as some business correspondence. Most of the content was irrelevant, merely reporting safety and lists of goods and prices. But the content of one letter forced him to take it seriously. It was a letter addressed to Baron Barton. In the letter, the caravan leader, in an extremely humble and fawning tone, reported his findings as the vanguard and mentioned a crucial piece of information. He would rendezvous with Baron Barton's main caravan at the agreed-upon location. The time would be around dusk 7 days later. The location was at the three-way intersection east of Blackwood Forest. The letter even described in detail the scale of the main caravan, over 15 fully loaded carriages and, at least 40 fully armed guards. They were transporting a batch of goods described as extremely valuable. Lin forcefully suppressed the surging emotions within him, controlled his expression, and calmly refolded the letter. He then unhurriedly placed it back into the black leather pouch along with the other letters. "My lord, what exactly was written on it?" Cotton Machine, unwilling to give up, asked again, his curiosity outweighing the joy of the gold coins. Su Yun also cast an inquiring glance. Lin looked up, meeting their probing gazes, his face betraying no emotion. He didn't directly answer the question but slowly began to speak. "Check all our weapons, sharpen them all again, and make sure they are in the best condition." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, finally resting in the direction of Blackwood Forest, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "There's cargo, and it's coming right to our doorstep." Chapter 11 Version Update. The hatch of the virtual pod slowly rose with a slight depressurization sound, and Dingbo, propping himself on the edge of the pod, climbed out. The game scenes from a few hours ago still lingered in his mind, everything felt too real. He staggered a few steps, then collapsed onto his bed, instinctively reaching for his phone. As soon as he unlocked it, he saw 99+ displayed above the internal test group he had joined earlier. Dingbo scrolled up, reviewing the chat history. At the very top was a forum link posted by Legendary Pilot. "Legendary Pilot, the post is up. Brothers, go like it. Let those bumpkins see what real virtual reality is. One punch kills Minotaur, go, go. I'm going to sleep first. I still have to move bricks tomorrow. Damn it, just thinking about facing reality tomorrow makes me want to stay in this game forever. One punch kills Minotaur, holy crap. Pilot, your post is going to blow up. Youthful pighead youth, it's already a mess. A lot of people are calling us shills, it's hilarious. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, why bother arguing with them? When the open beta starts, they'll be begging for activation codes. Legendary Pilot, indeed. Dingbo perked up and clicked on the link. Title, The Chosen Global First Test Day 1 Experience Report, overthrowing all your perceptions of games. Challenge if you dare. Poster, Legendary Pilot. Content, brothers, enough talk, let's get straight to the good stuff. Today, I was fortunate enough to participate in the first internal test of The Chosen. I can only describe it with 2 words, a masterpiece. Sensory experience, 100% realistic. Pain, taste, smell, touch all maxed out. If a mosquito bites you in the game, you'll get a bump on your arm. A buddy of mine was tackled by a wild dog, and according to him, the feeling of being bitten was exactly the same as in reality. Physics engine, there's no engine, this is the real world. Chopping wood requires axe stroke after axe stroke, moving stones can crush your foot, jumping from a height will break your leg. All the game common sense you thought you knew is completely useless here. NPC intelligence, don't call them NPCs, they're practically real people. Although we've only seen the camp's Lord Lin so far, none of us players could tell the difference between him and a real person. Summary, this isn't a game, this is another world. Those who didn't get access, you can be envious, jealous, and hateful all you want. Ha 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 ha. The post was exaggerated to the extreme, with every word exuding a sense of showing off. Dingbo scrolled down to the comments section. Did you grind today, holy crap. Sofa. Is this real or fake? Sounds so mystical. Man like wind, don't just drink, OP, take a few cephalosporins and calm down. A dog comes from afar, too lazy to even Photoshop a picture, just pure talk? How much did the OP get paid? DM me, let's make money together. Legendary Pilot, this game doesn't have a screenshot function yet. Believe it or not, I had a blast. You sour grapes can keep playing your texture-mapped games. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, support the OP. I'm also a first test player and can confirm that every word the OP said is true. That sensation, that pain, only those who play will know. I want to play The Chosen, begging for internal test access. Big shots. How much for one? Take me with you. Where is the power button? Support the OP. I'm also a first test player and can confirm that every word the OP said is true. Only those who play will know. 50 cents per line, remember to delete the parentheses at the end. The internal test players personally joined in, arguing with passers-by, trolls, and sour grapes who had rushed to the scene. All sorts of provocative remarks and emojis flew around, turning a game experience post into an annual flame war. The popularity soared, and it was quickly stickied and highlighted by the moderator, with the title changed to a more inflammatory one: Is the Chosen a groundbreaking masterpiece or a colossal lie? Ding Bo watched with relish, and much of his all-nighter fatigue dissipated. Just then, a new penguin message popped up at the top of his phone. En Lin, at all members, the official website has been updated. All the Chosen, please check the latest announcement in time. The official website updated? Ding Bo's heart stirred. He immediately exited the forum and clicked on the saved official website link. Sure enough, the page, which originally only had a reservation entrance, now had a new section, version preview. He clicked into it. The Chosen closed beta server 0.2 version, glimmer of hope, first version update announcement. To all the Chosen who have set foot on this land. Thank you for your courage and effort. You are the cornerstone of the camp's existence and continuation. The world is not static, every choice you make will create unknown ripples. To better prepare for future challenges, the first version update content preview is as follows. New feature preview. 1. Deepened merit system, the efforts of all the Chosen will be remembered. Merit points can be used to exchange for more exclusive items and permissions. Please explore the details within the game. 2. Skill learning system, knowledge is power. After all the Chosen have familiarized themselves with their bodies, Lord Lin Clifton will gradually open up the learning of some basic combat and survival skills based on your performance. 3. Territory construction, early stage every brick and tile is hope. The camp will issue more construction and defense quests. A strong sanctuary requires the collective effort of everyone. New content preview. 1. Area exploration, danger and opportunity coexist. Blackwood Forest and its surrounding areas hide more unknown secrets and treasures, waiting for brave explorers to uncover them. 2. Encounter events, the gears of fate have begun to turn. The world does not revolve around you. The occurrence of certain dynamic events may depend on your previous actions, or they may quietly arrive without your knowledge. Please be prepared to face all unknowns. Optimizations and fixes. 1. Fixed the initial sensory settings reported by some of the Chosen, lowering the initial value for pain sensitivity and adding a gore blur processing system, automatically activated in-game, with adjustable intensity and the option to disable. Other senses remain unchanged. We will continuously fine-tune the game's sensory experience while ensuring immersion. 2. Optimized server connection stability. 3. Added in-game screenshot function. Now you can share your journey with your friends. Game screens may contain bloody, violent, and other inappropriate elements. Please share with caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. 4. Optimized NPC intelligence. 5. Fixed a small number of bugs. The future has arrived, stay tuned. Ding Bo's eyes were fixed on the line about encounter events. The occurrence of certain dynamic events may depend on your previous actions. His mind instantly replayed his actions with Lord Lin last night, and he had some conjectures. He screenshot the entire announcement page, switched back to the penguin group, and sent the image. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, holy crap. Brothers. The official website. The official website has been updated. Look quickly. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, screenshot. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, did you see it? Dynamic events. Depends on your previous actions. I get it. I get it all. Ding Bo briefly recounted his actions with the Lord last night. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, it's that letter. The last thing the Lord said. He was so mysterious then. We must have triggered a hidden plot. A huge hidden quest. There weren't many people in the group at this time. Good fortune for good people, oh. Interesting. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, holy cow. Skill system. I want to learn skills. I want to get stronger. Good fortune for good people, the key is dynamic events. Cotton, do you mean that letter might be related to the follow-up plot? Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, absolutely. This isn't a fixed quest line, it's something that happened because of our choices last night. This is what a virtual reality game should be like. Not a monotonous quest board, but a world that dynamically evolves based on player choices. Ding Bo gripped his phone tightly, wishing he could rush into the game pod right now to see what the follow-up quest was. Chapter 12 Plan. Early morning, the other world camp. Lin opened his eyes. After transmigrating, he had developed the habit of waking up early. Last night, after editing the official website announcement, he had seen all the discussions on the forum and game groups. The number of pre-registered players in the backend had increased again, which was great. The players' enthusiasm was even higher than he had expected. With a slight thought, the system's light blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, healthy. Extraordinary, martial arts. Tier, bronze tier 3, experience, 42/50. Skills, sword mastery. Talent, experience growth. It needed 50 points to advance to bronze tier 4, only 8 points short. But he didn't plan to upgrade for now. From the information received last night, the caravan had many guards, and their strength was not to be underestimated. While upgrading could improve his personal combat power, it wouldn't be a qualitative change. However, if he spent 10 experience points to summon a player, having one more person would greatly enhance the team's strength. Moreover, regarding summoning players, he had an even better plan, the skill learning mentioned on the official website yesterday. Lin's gaze was profound. Players themselves, like him, could learn skills from items by consuming experience points, but he hadn't opened this function to players before. The reason, of course, was that he intended to use this as a means to harvest player experience points. He would appropriately increase the experience cost for learning skills to earn a profit. If players wanted to grow stronger quickly, they would have to continuously pour the experience they painstakingly gained from monster hunting into his experience pool through the skill learning funnel. He would harvest experience, improve himself, and then use the surplus experience to summon more players, forming a perfect closed loop. This way, his player army could continuously grow, like a snowball, by stepping on its own left foot with its right. Thinking of the future scene where thousands of players would work for him alone, Lin's mood was very pleasant. Lin's vision switched to the territory panel, examining the player's status. Summonable chosen count, 30. Current chosen count, 10/10. Overall status, healthy. Tier distribution. Bronze Tier 2, 1/expandable. Bronze Tier 1, 9/expandable. Almost everyone's experience bar showed a 0. Only Cotton Machine and Soyun had actually killed monsters yesterday and gained experience, now having 1 and 2 points respectively. Killing one two-headed dog was 5 experience points while corpse rot rats required killing 10 to gain 1 experience point. Soyun had obviously spent 10 experience points to advance his tier. Lin's gaze swept over the player list again, pausing slightly when he saw the uniform extraordinary, martial arts. He had thought before that since it showed extraordinary martial arts, there must be other extraordinary systems. He had initially thought that the 10 the chosen players he summoned might bring some surprises, such as the appearance of magic or superpowers. Now it seemed that either the method to activate other extraordinary systems was special and he hadn't mastered it yet, or the power system in this place was singular, and he might have to go to other places to see them. He didn't know the exact situation, there was too little information currently. He needed to become stronger, go further, and personally uncover the veil of this world. Just as Lin was planning his day in his mind, in the camp, a series of corpses began to stir. I, Han-san, am back again. Although I saw it yesterday, it's still too incredible. Youthful pighead youth sat up abruptly, hitting his body in surprise. Did you see the official website update? Skills are available. I want to learn sword techniques and become a sword saint. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior shouted, raising his fist as he got up. What's the rush? Good fortune for good people said leisurely, I read the announcement details. Learning skills requires experience points. Do you have any experience points? Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior's expression stiffened upon hearing that. Of course, he didn't. At this moment, Lincoln give me back my cotton gin also woke up. He immediately looked in the direction of the Lord. Lord, Lin Clifton. Lin walked over, the morning light outlining him with a golden edge. His gaze swept over the newly resurrected people. His voice was calm and powerful, echoing clearly through the camp. Soyun, Cotton Machine, you two stay behind to guard the camp and prepare breakfast. The rest of you, if willing, organize your equipment and depart with me. As soon as his words fell, it caused a fervent reaction. Holy crap, a quest. The Lord leading the team personally. Brothers, the chance to earn experience is here. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin guessed where the Lord was taking the others and had no objections. He had already ventured yesterday, and he was more looking forward to the developments that followed. Lin ignored the players' whispers, only speaking after everyone was ready. Depart. He was concise, turning and walking towards the depths of Blackwood Forest. 8 players immediately followed closely, like a flock of chicks following their mother hen, afraid of being left behind. The team moved through the damp forest. Lin walked at the front, his steps steady. He didn't seem fast, but he always maintained a perfect distance from the players behind him. Watch the thicket 30 meters ahead to the left. Lin suddenly warned. The players were stunned. Following his indicated direction, they saw something stirring behind a few tangled bushes. Ow! Accompanied by a low roar, 2 monsters charged out. They had 2 heads, and drool dripped from their intertwined fangs onto the fallen leaves, making a soft sound. It was an old friend. 2-headed dog. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior was not surprised but delighted, gripping the stone spear in his hand, his eyes gleaming. Don't panic, fight them the way we discussed in the group last night. Surround them directly and stealthily deal damage, good fortune for good people shouted. After going offline early yesterday, they not only spammed the forum but also spent half a day discussing tactics in the group. As the only ones who had seen the common 2-headed dog, they had also devised a strategy. The 8 players immediately spread out, and battle erupted. Good fortune for good people stood at the front, tapping the ground with his stone spear, attracting the attention of one 2-headed dog. The monster indeed fell for it, both heads biting at him simultaneously. Now, Crescent Moon Bridge behind him seized the opportunity, took a few strides to the side, and thrust his stone spear like lightning into the 2-headed dog's soft underbelly. Although 2-headed dogs were much fiercer than dogs on Earth, and could easily parry a player's stone spear with a flick of their head, they were, after all, just dogs with extra heads. Players, with their extraordinary bodies, were on the same level as the 2-headed dogs, and now they had a significant numerical and tactical advantage. Soon, the two two-headed dogs were surrounded by two four-person teams. With the players' effective coordination, they accumulated more and more wounds, wailing as they were killed one by one. You killed a bronze tier 1 two-headed dog. You gained 5 experience points. Crescent Moon Bridge smiled with joy as he looked at the game system notification. Good fortune for good people walked over, panting, with a dejected look. Don't steal my kill, I was about to land the final blow. Crescent Moon Bridge retorted self-righteously, the damage was similar, how can that be called stealing? First come, first served. I'll leave the next monster for you. 5 experience points. Holy crap, doesn't that mean I can reach bronze tier 2 by killing just one more? One punch kills. Minotaur looked at his panel, his breathing quickening. I just don't know how much experience is needed to learn skills. Please don't let it be too much. The battle ended. Although everyone was panting, no one was injured. The team continued to advance. Before reaching their destination, they encountered 3 more similar scattered beasts, but they were all easily dealt with. Such a team, as long as they didn't encounter a beast horde, was basically out of danger. Even scattered beasts avoided them. To gain experience, players would even chase after the beasts, shouting, to kill them. By the time the team arrived at the caravan wreckage, all players involved in the operation had killed at least one beast and gained experience. Under the warm morning sun, the ruins appeared even more desolate than last night. Scattered skeletal remains, not almost clean, lay on the ground, and tattered clothes and banners swayed gently in the wind. Don't just stand there, search for anything usable. Lin's voice broke the silence. Weapons, armor, metal, any valuable supplies, bring them all back. The players had already prepared somewhat after reading Lin En give me back my cotton gin's description in the group yesterday, and with the system's blurred handling of the bloody scenes, they quickly got to work, rummaging through the ruins. Soon, they made discoveries. Lord, there's a sword here. A player excitedly pulled a complete longsword from beside a guard's skeleton. I have a piece of leather armor here. Although it has a few holes, it's much better than our cloth clothes. There are also some arrows here. In the end, they scavenged 4 guard longswords, 6 damaged leather armors, some scattered arrows, a usable short bow, and an undamaged iron pot. One longsword was taken by So-Yoon last night, in addition to the axe and round shield taken by Lin En give me back my cotton gin. Lin, relying on some remnants, barely identified the identities of the skeletons on the ground, 6 guards, a total of 5 longswords plus 1 axe and 1 bow. The guard using the bow should also have carried a sword, which made the numbers match up. After another thorough search, finding nothing useful, Lin began to call to the others. Let's go, back to camp. Chapter 13, Teaching Skills. The team returned fully loaded, and as soon as they stepped into the camp, Cotton Machine and So-Yoon, who had been left behind, came to greet them. Holy cow! We're rich. Cotton Machine's eyes nearly popped out as he looked at the leather armor on their backs and the brand new iron swords in their hands. Youthful Pighead Youth proudly thrust a long sword into the ground, showing off, this sword. It's much stronger than our starter gear from yesterday. One punch kills. Minotaur raised a piece of leather armor and laughed, this leather armor is a bit damaged, but it's still usable. The players gathered around the spoils, their faces beaming with pure joy, discussing how to distribute these high-level equipment. After some debate, the final result was that 5 long swords and 6 pieces of leather armor were distributed to the main combatants, So-Yoon, Youthful Pighead Youth, Good Fortune for Good People, Crescent Moon Bridge, and Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior. As for the Minotaur brother, he went to discuss with Cotton Machine, and although the fine steel hand axe was brought back by Cotton Machine, it was a bit too wasteful to use for chopping wood, so it was given to the Minotaur brother. The round shields, bows, and iron pots were all left for the remaining 4. Lin watched them quietly, and after they had finished distributing, he gathered everyone in the center of the camp. Lord, is something wrong? So-Yoon looked at Lin. In 7 days, we will ambush a caravan. These words were like a huge boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. The entire camp instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uncontrollable uproar. Ambush a caravan. Holy crap! Is this real or fake? This exciting? It's only the 2nd day of the server. Is it the content of that letter from last night? I knew there would be a follow-up. Cotton Machine was flushed with excitement. Lin nodded at him, took out the black leather pouch from his in my arms and pulled out the letter sealed with wax. He held the letter high so that all the players could see it clearly. This letter comes from that ill-fated caravan. They were actually Baron Patton's caravan, and Baron Patton is our enemy. Lin held up the letter, facing the crowd, and all the players quieted down. This letter was given by Baron Patton to the leader of that caravan. Lin paused, then continued, the letter states that 6 days from now, at dusk, one of Baron Patton's main caravans will pass through the 3-way intersection east of Blackwood Forest, and they are to wait there to rendezvous. The supplies escorted by the caravan will fill more than 10 carriages, and there will be, at least 40 fully armed guards. 40 guards. This number did not scare the players present, on the contrary, it made them even more excited, because in the players' dictionary, there were no such words as failure. Lin looked at the eager players and nodded with satisfaction, this is an opportunity for us to develop rapidly. He put the letter back in his in my arms. Baron Patton's territory and my Clifton territory are separated by a Blackwood forest. However, this forest, including the land beneath our feet, was recently seized by him through despicable means. We are not bandits, this is a war of revenge, and a war of survival. Let's fight back against Barren Pattern and reclaim what is ours. Just then, a light blue system interface popped up in front of all the players. Large team quest, Blackwood Forest ambush. Quest description: the greedy Barren Pattern has already regarded Blackwood Forest and Clifton territory as his private domain. Anyone who sets foot here will become a ghost under his claws. 6 days from now, one of his main caravans, laden with wealth and supplies, will pass through here on its way to Clifton territory. Take up your weapons, for the innocent who have died, and for our own survival, intercept them and deliver a crushing blow. Quest objective: successfully ambush Barren Pattern's main caravan. Quest rewards: based on quest completion and actual contribution, large amounts of merit points, gold coins, and priority selection rights for spoils of war will be awarded. Holy crap! Large team quest. We're rich, we're rich. These rewards. Merit points. Gold coins. And priority in choosing equipment. Let's get them. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior's blood was boiling as he waved his arms and shouted. Lin's expression remained unchanged as he watched the excited crowd. When the clamor subsided slightly, he came to the front of the crowd and announced another bombshell. The Chosen, I can understand your enthusiasm and excitement, but it is also a fact that the enemy's numbers far exceed ours. Therefore, starting today, to enhance your strength, I will personally conduct special training for you. Now, bring the weapons you wish to learn to me, and I will teach you the corresponding techniques. Skill learning. They had been looking forward to this for a long time. All the players' breathing quickened as they stared intently at Lin. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior was the first to give in, running up with an iron sword. Lord, I'll go first, I want skills. Lin nodded, drew his long sword, and first went through a set of sword moves for show, which drew gasps of admiration from the players. After Lin stopped and sheathed his sword, he asked Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, did you understand? Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, who was watching intently, was stunned. Hey. Since you understood, repeat it first, and I will point out your mistakes. Hey. Why are you frozen? How can I teach you without practical application? Under Lin's constant urging, the bewildered Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior stepped forward. There must be a reason why the game is designed this way, right? Under the gaze of the players, Milk Dragon reluctantly raised his sword, recalling what he had just seen, first to the left, then to the right. With his unremitting efforts, he successfully danced a set of seemingly decent, turtle-style swordplay. His comical appearance, suddenly slashing east, then jumping west and darting around, made the surrounding players burst into laughter, unable to hold back. Ha ha ha, Milk Dragon, how many bottles did you drink? Why are you so wobbly? Youthful Pighead Youth laughed the loudest. Stop the awkward dancing, I'm getting goosebumps. Quick. Didn't the official say they updated the screenshot function? Record it quickly. Right. I found it. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior's movements stiffened, and he looked back. Legendary Pilot laughed, it's recording. Don't stop, keep going. Pay attention to using force, you are drawing a sword, not shaking noodles. Lin also commented appropriately from the side, this strike has a lot of momentum, but it lacks discipline. When attacking, you must also pay attention to defense and not expose weaknesses. Lin's serious guidance made the players even more gleeful. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior on the field began to heat up, his face burning and turning crimson, making it seem as if he was cultivating fire magic. Milk Dragon felt completely humiliated and socially dead, wishing he could drop his sword and flee immediately. No, is learning skills in this game also so hardcore? Can I really learn it? Why don't I feel anything? Looking at the young player's bewildered expression, Lin didn't continue to tease him and mentally manipulated the system. Lord Lin Clifton has taught you the skill, Sword Mastery. Do you want to spend 2 experience points to learn the skill? Saved. Milk Dragon looked at the sudden prompt in front of him, relieved. He didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose yes. 2 experience points have been consumed. You have learned the skill, Basic Swordsmanship. Almost at the moment of confirmation, Milk Dragon's body suddenly trembled. He looked down at his sword-wielding hands, and an unprecedented sense of familiarity surged through him. His originally somewhat awkward grip naturally adjusted to the most suitable angle for exerting force. He didn't even need to think, he knew how to swing this sword the fastest and most effortlessly. Try again. Lin reminded him. Without Lin needing to say anything, Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior was also itching to show off and prove himself. He stepped back, faced the open ground, and casually twirled his sword. Swish. The sword's edge cut through the air, the sound clear and crisp. A vertical chop, a horizontal slash, followed by a turn to face Legendary Pilot. A step, a lunge. His movements were fluid and seamless, without a single wasted motion. In an instant, the sword tip had precisely stopped an inch in front of Legendary Pilot's face, unmoving, completely different from the earlier scene of him clumsily swinging the turtle sword. Legendary Pilot's smile froze, and cold sweat broke out. Holy crap! He learned it just like that. It feels completely different. This aura, it suddenly became incredibly cool. Before Milk Dragon could recover from his self-absorption, the other players had already swarmed around him with a whoosh. Milk Dragon, how did you do it? Good fortune for good people asked curiously. You little rascal, were you already good at it and just playing dumb earlier, preparing for a big reveal? Cotton Machine poked Milk Dragon's arm. No, I feel like a segment of sword practice memory suddenly appeared in my mind. Milk Dragon described, with the sword in my hand, it truly feels like an extension of my arm, various sword moves naturally come out. This is completely unscientific. Handsome enough to kill people said with a shocked expression, what kind of technology is this? Neural level information simulation or transmission? But how does it do that when we're in a virtual pod? If it can transmit memories, does that mean it can also read our memories? Gentle Mommy said with some concern. Virtual reality and intelligent technology are already performing like this, what's so strange about a few more black technologies? Crescent Moon Bridge said indifferently. Besides, would such technology be used for a game to target an ordinary person like me? Just play. I'll experience it first. Lord, I want to learn skills. Her words woke up the others, and instantly, several fiery gazes turned towards Lin. I'm next, I was in line first. I was first. Wait. Chapter 14 Preparations before summoning new players. Wait. A loud shout interrupted the argument. Milk Dragon pushed through the crowd, revealing the legendary pilot behind him. I saw Captain was so excited just now, why don't we let him go first? Milk Dragon said with a fake smile, affectionately putting his arm around the legendary pilot with his sword. The crowd looked at the gleaming blade and, being very sensible, silently nodded and stepped back. I suddenly remembered that we haven't had breakfast yet. Don't you feel a bit hungry? The legendary pilot's eyes darted around, trying to change the subject. Why don't we eat first? Hey, brother, learning skills and getting stronger is important, Milk Dragon shook his head. It won't take much time, don't you agree? That's true. Brother, since you're so considerate of me, what more is there to say? I'll just go up there. The legendary pilot laboriously pushed aside the sword at his neck and walked up to Lin. You've seen Milk Dragons in my demonstration, so there's no need to do it again, right? Lin said, pointing with his hand. Go on. Pay attention to the camera, Captain. I'll set it to the highest quality for you. Milk Dragon ran to the side, found an excellent shooting angle, and shouted excitedly. The legendary pilot took a sword from a nearby player, a smile on his face that was uglier than a cry, and bravely performed a set of turtle swordplay. Just as Milk Dragon felt his great revenge had been exacted and his heart was incredibly relieved, the legendary pilot's movements suddenly paused. Immediately after, an entirely different aura emanated from him. He spun around sharply, his eyes flashing with cold light, and his long sword pointed directly at Milk Dragon. You old turtle, you've humiliated me too much. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't mock the ugly turtle, today, I am no longer the same. Now that my divine skill is complete, I will surely repay you 100-fold. Take this. Behold my move, turtle emerging from its shell. Milk Dragon immediately jumped back to dodge, drawing his sword to block, and laughed heartily, hee, little turtle, do you think you can turn the tables after cultivating a divine skill? This old man has been studying this path for far longer than you, do you still dream of defeating me? Take my move, turtle flipping over. How would you know if you don't try? Die. Divine turtle wagging its tail. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and the two fought fiercely, clashing like ping-pong balls. Their blades collided, making crisp sounds. Captain's horizontal sweep almost shaved off Cotton Machine's hair, who was watching nearby, and Milk Dragon's thrust directly plunged into the mud, unable to be pulled out. They fought further and further away, accompanied by shouts of "Take my salty fish thrust!" and "Watch my repeated horizontal jumps," gradually disappearing into the distant woods. Lin shook his head, amused. He knew the two were just playing around, so he didn't pay much attention. After witnessing the previous farce, the remaining few players discussed it, signed a gentleman's agreement of peaceful learning and no recording of each other, and soon, they all learned their skills. Except for the Minotaur who used an axe and Gentle Mommy who used a short bow, everyone else learned sword mastery. The system cost for learning the 3 basic skills was 1 experience point each. Lin uniformly collected 2 experience points as tuition. Firstly, basic skills, which were the equivalent of 10 years of experience for an ordinary sword-wielding guard, were temporarily sufficient for dealing with ordinary transcendence at this stage, but would soon be phased out and were not worth a higher price. Secondly, it was only the second day of the game for the players, and they hadn't accumulated much to exploit. Letting them learn skills first to improve their combat power ensured they wouldn't fail when dealing with ordinary beasts, allowing them to fatten up better. Lin looked at the increased income in his experience pool, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he was pondering, a sudden commotion came from the distant players. Damn it, where's the meat from my breakfast? There are only bones left on the ground. Aha! So you two were hiding here, secretly eating. I knew why you ran so far to fight. Give me your lives. Don't run. Leave the meat. Lin listened to the players squabbling, and in a pleasant mood, he took out the dried meat he had salvaged from the wrecked caravan last night, tore off a strip, and put it in his mouth. The spoils of war Cotton Machine had harvested before going offline last night, besides equipment, other useless things like food and gold coins, of course, had to be handed over to him, the Lord. The dried meat carried a smoky, salty aroma. The texture was firm, and it became more fragrant the more he chewed it. Compared to the gamey monster meat the players were eating, it was simply a delicacy. This was the treatment a lord should enjoy. As for monster meat, it did have some effect on improving physical fitness. But as a transmigrator with a system, he only needed to add points and didn't want to suffer that hardship. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin's thoughts stirred, and a light blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, healthy. Transcendent, martial arts side. Rank, bronze tier 3, experience, 52/50. Skills, sword mastery. Talent, experience growth. After he was promoted to bronze tier 3, the maximum number of players he could summon had already increased from 20 at bronze tier 2 to 30. However, apart from the initial 10 slots given by the system, he hadn't spent additional experience points to summon players. This was not only because summoning players one by one was too troublesome, but also because he needed to reserve some experience points for player resurrection in the early stages. Although he had pre-screened the candidates for player slots, he couldn't guarantee that a small player wouldn't suddenly seek death and lose his life. Now that the player's strength had been initially boosted, casualties were unlikely, and he was ready to start accumulating experience. It was time to summon players again. To ensure absolute victory in the ambush, he needed more manpower, the more the better. Lin made up his mind and used all his experience points to summon players, summoning 5 at once. He turned and walked towards the few people who hadn't left the camp. So-Yun was quietly wiping his longsword, feeling the wonderful changes his body brought after learning the skill. Cotton Machine and Gentle Mommy were gathered around the salvaged iron pot, discussing whether to stew or roast meat for dinner. Lord, do you have any orders? Handsome enough to kill people was the first to notice Lin approaching. The camp will welcome new companions, Lin announced. New companions. Cotton Machine was stunned, no longer looking at the pot. What does that mean? They are new chosen ones. With that one sentence, everyone present fell silent. Holy crap! Cotton Machine was the first to react, jumping up excitedly. New players are coming. So-Yun stopped wiping his longsword and looked at Lin, a hint of expectation in his eyes. More manpower was a good thing. So fast? It's only our second day as the first batch. Handsome enough to kill people was a bit surprised. It's normal, I guess, since there were only 10 people in the first batch. Gentle Mommy looked at Lin. Lord, how many new chosen ones will there be? There will be 5 new chosen ones joining you, becoming your companions, Lin replied. The new chosen ones will arrive tomorrow, and they might be a bit confused at first. And our plan to ambush the caravan is already imminent. As experienced seniors, I need to entrust you with a serious task, to lead the new chosen ones to grow quickly and help them adapt to the new world. Handsome enough to kill people really wanted to complain again that it was only their second day, so how could they be experienced? But a quest prompt suddenly popped up in front of him, which made him look closely. New player guidance quest, kindle the flame. Quest description, new sparks have arrived, their confusion and helplessness just like yours before. Pass on your experience and courage, guiding them to take their first steps in this dangerous land. Quest requirements, this quest is limited to 2 players forming a team. The quest adopts a toiled, 1 new team model, leading the new chosen ones to familiarize themselves with the environment, hunt monsters and help them gain initial experience points, at least 5 points. Quest reward, equivalent merit points. Kindle the flame. Toiled, 1 new. Haha, guiding newbies. I like it. Cotton Machine immediately became interested. Hopefully, there would be cute female players tomorrow. Then he could show off his composure and demeanor as an old player in front of them. With his exquisite sword mastery and rich survival knowledge, showing off would be effortless, wouldn't it? Cotton Machine couldn't help but fantasize in his mind. Thinking about it now, perhaps the game binding gender wasn't entirely a bad thing? At least he wouldn't have to worry about thinking he was facing a cute girl, only for it to actually be a burly man scratching his feet. Chapter 15, Leeks appear. New leeks have appeared, how can we stop harvesting them? Keep watering, fertilize as much as possible, I will come to your side. Lin hummed a cheerful tune and, after editing the announcement for the 5 newly recruited players on the system, posted it on the official website. Unbeknownst to him, this announcement caused an uproar on the forums back on Earth. At the same time, on a certain forum on Earth, a new post was pushed to the top. Title, The Chosen official website releases new internal test slots. Is it the truth or still hype? The poster was a passerby. He screenshot the official announcement Lin had just updated, highlighting the line 5 new The Chosen will join. This stirred up 1,000 waves, and the comment section instantly exploded. There's always sand arguing with me, is there really anyone so idle as to follow a fake game's official website? Man like wind, that's it. 10 turned into 15, are they squeezing toothpaste? A dog comes from afar, haha, it's these shills again, hyping it up every day. What game test recruits so few people? They probably don't have money to hire more actors. Where is the power button? At Legendary Pilot at Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, you two were the loudest yesterday, come out and explain. The comment section refreshed at a visible speed, with hundreds of replies appearing in just a few minutes. Dingbo, who had just logged off the game and climbed out of his virtual pod, had no time to check the forum at the moment, because the notification sound from his penguin chat group suddenly flashed frantically. It was the Chosen Internal Test Personnel Exchange group. Clicking it open, he saw that the group owner, En Lin, had just added 5 new IDs to the group. The total number of members in the group changed from 11 to 16. Messages instantly flooded the group. One punch kills Minotaur, yo. Welcome newcomers. You joined the group so quickly. Legendary Pilot, newcomers, Post photos. Report your measurements. Ahem, I misspoke, report your preferred game genres. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, you came just in time, we're short-handed for a large team mission. New brothers, log in tomorrow and get straight to work. The 5 newly added people, facing the enthusiasm of a group of veteran players, seemed a bit reserved and at a loss. I am really not passerby, sirs, is that? The chosen really as divine as the promotions say? 100% realism. Legendary pilot, the promotions say it's divine? You'll find out tomorrow. Wind blows underwear eggs cool, I still feel like I'm dreaming even after successfully reserving. Even if this game is real, does it not require any external devices? Can it achieve 100% realism with just the existing virtual pod? Wind blows underwear eggs cool, can the seniors reveal a little bit? I'm so uneasy. Youthful pighead youth, ahem, well, that, can't say. Crescent Moon Bridge, you'll know when you enter tomorrow, saying too much will spoil the surprise. Good fortune for good people, looking forward to your expressions tomorrow. Smile. Handsome enough to kill people, friendly reminder, for those with weak psychological tolerance, you can prepare some quick-acting heart medicine in advance. The newcomers' appetites were thoroughly whetted, and they were scratching their heads in the group, but couldn't get any useful information. Ding Bo looked at the screen and, seeing the newcomers' bewildered expressions, smirked. He could almost envision how these 5 noobs would react tomorrow after logging into a game that felt like a real world, exclaiming and shouting in a spectacular fashion. Ding Bo no longer participated in the group chat, but instead clicked on the personal profiles of the 5 new members one by one. Male. Male. Profile hidden. Male. Female. When he clicked on the personal profile of the last ID, Cherry Gummy, Ding Bo's eyes instantly lit up. The avatar was a pink-haired anime cute girl, with big, blinking eyes, so adorable it was bubbling. The latest post in her space was a shared cute pet video, with the caption "Kitties are so cute." Ding Bo's heart, against his will, thumped twice. It's here. It's finally here. He almost tremblingly scrolled down through the posts and successfully found a few selfies. Although her face was covered by a phone in all the selfies, judging by her figure and clothing the slender waist, the fair skin she was undoubtedly a soft and cute girl. Ding Bo opened the private chat window and his fingers flew across the screen. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin. Hello, are you new? The other party replied quickly. Cherry Gummy, Hello, great one. Cute.jpg. Ding Bo's grin was almost reaching his ears. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, don't call me great one, just call me cotton machine. Since you're new, you might be a bit, unaccustomed to it when you first log in tomorrow. The environment inside the game is very realistic, there might be bugs and monsters and such. When that happens, stick close to me, I'll guide you and help you quickly understand the game. Cherry Gummy, I was a bit scared when I saw the old players on the forum saying the game was difficult, because I'm really bad at games. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, don't be afraid, I'm here. There's a veteran mentor's newbie mission in the game. After you log in tomorrow, just wait for me where you are, and I'll come find you immediately. Cherry Gummy, wow. Really? Thank you so much, cotton machine great one. You're so nice. Sending you a heart. I'll be relying on you tomorrow. Ding Bo felt like he was floating, a silly grin on his face as he rolled around on his bed. He had already started imagining tomorrow's scene, a petite and adorable figure following behind him, looking at him with adoring eyes as he swung his sword to slay monsters, then sweetly calling out, Cotton Machine Big Brother is so amazing. Perhaps they would become the first immortal couple in this epic-making game. He seemed to already see himself, under his wise and mighty leadership, with this soft and cute female player following behind him with an adoring look, while he wielded a longsword, carving out a safe haven for her. Perfect. After the pleasant private chat, Ding Bo lay contentedly on his bed, filled with infinite anticipation for tomorrow, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day. Otherworld, camp. The morning sun filtered through sparse branches and leaves, casting dappled light spots in the forest. 10 veteran players had gathered early in the clearing in the center of the camp, each craning his neck like ducks waiting for food, their gazes uniformly directed towards the center of the clearing. That was where Lin had set the new player spawn point. They're here, they're here. Youthful pighead youth whispered, excitedly rubbing his hands. In the clearing at the center of the camp, 5 soft halos of light appeared out of thin air. So that's how we appeared back then. Good fortune for good people looked at the halos in front of him. The first time he logged in, he only remembered everything going black, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the game screen. Hehe, I've already turned on the screenshot function, ready to record the whole thing. Legendary pilot adjusted his position, ready to capture every single amazing moment of the noob's shock. Ever since he started using the screenshot function yesterday, he felt like a new world had opened up to him, and he had to record everything he did. Among the crowd, Lincoln Give Me Back My Cotton Gin was the most excited and agitated. He kept tidying his appearance. Although he was only wearing coarse linen clothes, he still tried to brush off the dust, and even attempted to smooth his messy hair with water. His gaze constantly swept over the light clusters, and 80 episodes of an idol drama were already playing out in his mind, eagerly anticipating the appearance of that petite and adorable figure with the ID Cherry Gummy. Just then, the light dissipated, and 5 newcomers appeared before everyone. After a brief moment of confusion, the expected gasps and exclamations erupted in the camp, one after another. Holy crap! Holy crap, crap, crap! This is a game. I am really not. Passerby looked at his hands in disbelief, then suddenly slapped himself, a crisp sound echoing through the forest. Hiss. It hurts. It really hurts. I'm not dreaming. Oh my god. This air, this sunlight, this feeling of the wind on my skin, oh my god. Wind blows under where Cool clutched his head, looking left and right. This isn't a game anymore, is it? This must be transmigration. We've all transmigrated. The reactions of the new players were even more intense than those of the first batch. Watching them exclaim and shout, looking like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time, the 10 veteran players exchanged glances, a knowing, senior smile appearing on each of their faces. So familiar. Wasn't this how they were back then? Everything the new players did was just as the veteran players had expected. However, Ding Bo's smile among the crowd gradually stiffened, then completely froze. He felt like the sky had fallen. He quickly scanned the 5 newcomers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 new players were male. How could this be? Then, his gaze locked onto one figure among the new players. The ID, displayed above his head, was indeed Cherry Gummy. But, why, there was no delicate and lovely face. No slender and exquisite figure. What met his eyes was a burly man, nearly 1 meter 80 tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, and a somewhat honest smile on his face, a strong man. Those thick arms were thicker than his own thighs. Those large, fan-like hands felt like they could swat a 2-headed dog to death with one blow. The 2 lumps on his chest weren't soft, but rock-hard pectorals. Ding Bo's mind went buzz, buzz, a complete blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, scorched outside and tender inside. All those beautiful fantasies from last night, those romantic scripts about slaying dragons with a girl and being a hero saving a beauty, shattered into dust at this moment. The burly man seemed to have noticed him at that moment, too. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and called out in a rough voice. The burly man's fan-like hand pushed through the crowd, like a human tank, rushing over enthusiastically and giving Ding Bo a solid bear hug. Crack! Ding Bo felt his ribs break. The hard chest muscles almost made him pass out. A muffled thunder-like voice boomed in his ear. Cotton Machine Great One. I finally found you. Please take good care of me from now on. Ding Bo's mouth twitched violently, and with all his might, he managed to force out a smile uglier than crying. That, Ying Tao, why did you choose that name? Cherry Gummy paused, scratching the back of his neck. Oh, everyone who first meets me asks that question. I was wondering why you didn't ask when you messaged me yesterday, Great One. I chose this name because my younger sister loves to eat cherry gummies. Has a younger sister? A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Ding Bo's eyes, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw. Oh? Is there a chance your younger sister might play this game? Sigh, I'd like to bring her along too, but she's still in school, and our family is strict, they don't allow virtual games. Hearing this answer, Ding Bo's eyes became completely hollow, as if his soul had been sucked out. I'm so foolish, truly. Ding Bo mocked himself over and over in his heart, filled with remorse and regret. Just as Ding Bo was immersed in immense grief and unable to extricate himself. Cherry Gummy grinned, revealing a mouthful of sparkling white teeth, his smile pure and radiant. Great One, what mission are we doing now? Please guide me. I can do anything. Carry sacks, chop trees, fight, this body in the game is so strong. The surrounding veteran players had long since noticed the situation here, and now they were all trembling with suppressed laughter, their shoulders shrugging. Legendary Pilot even shoved his camera into Ding Bo's face, narrating in a low voice. Look, we've found a lone, heartbroken cotton machine. He has just experienced the heaviest blow of his life, his courtship. Oh no, his social behavior has met with unprecedented failure. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence for him. Sigh. Under a chorus of schadenfreude, Ding Bo let out a long sigh, as if he had instantly aged 10 years. He listlessly found Su Yun to team up with, opened the mission panel, and together they accepted the novice guidance mission called Kindle the Fire. Let's go. He said to the cherry gummy behind him with a look of utter despair, then took heavy steps, leading this giant cute girl towards the depths of the forest. His retreating figure was indescribably bleak and desolate. All right, stop laughing, good fortune for good people said, stepping in to mediate after Cotton Machine left. The mission is important. Form teams of 2 and take the newcomers. Soon, the teams were assigned, and everyone departed. Lin stood in the center of the camp, watching the players disappear, then walked alone towards the east side of Blackwood Forest, a direction completely opposite to theirs. Taking care of new players? That kind of thing could be left to the players themselves. He had more important matters. The ambush point a few days later was to the east of Blackwood Forest, and he needed to scout the terrain in advance to choose the most advantageous battlefield. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In Blackwood Forest, damp, decaying leaves covered the ground. Boss, where are we going? Cherry Gummy, striding with powerful steps, his large, fan-like hands occasionally pushing aside obstructing vines, curiously surveyed everything around him, following closely behind Cotton Machine. This forest is so big. The air is so fresh. Boss, walk slower, wait for me. Cherry Gummy, with a voice like muffled thunder, shared his first impressions of the game. Cotton Machine now only wanted to find a tree hollow to crawl into and quietly be by himself. On the other side of the team, So-yoon remained silent, holding his long sword, his steps light and wary. His gaze, like a hawk's, constantly scanned his surroundings, a stark contrast to the state of the other two. The atmosphere of this three-person squad was extremely bizarre. Cotton Machine sighed with a look of utter resignation, ultimately unable to ignore the noisy cherry gummy. He stopped, turned around, and spoke with a world-weary tone. First, don't call me boss, just call me Mianhua. Second, once you're in Blackwood Forest, talk less, watch more, listen more. Third, learn from the person next to you, he's the real boss. Oh. All right, Mianhua boss. Cherry Gummy immediately shut his mouth, trying his best to imitate So-yoon, straightening his back, widening his eyes, and looking around. A muscular man making such movements was unexpectedly comical and cute, which slightly improved Cotton Machine's mood. At the same time, other old with new combinations also ventured deeper into Blackwood Forest from different directions. Crescent Moon Bridge was impatiently urging her recruit. Hey, you, just want to farm quietly, do you really think you're here to farm? Walk faster. If you fall behind and get eaten by monsters, don't blame us. Just want to farm quietly, startled by her words, quickly picked up his pace. As he passed, Good Fortune for Good People patted his shoulder and smiled, go to the middle, I'll cover the rear. On the other side, youthful pighead youth's boisterous shouts had already scared away 3 nests of forest birds. Brother, don't be afraid. Although this game is realistic, as long as you follow us too, we guarantee your safety. See? This muscle, this aura, monsters will avoid us. Yes, relax, just treat it as a trip to another world, one punch kills Minotaur added with a chuckle. The last horse in the village nodded, his heart relaxing considerably. The last two groups were Milk Dragon and Legendary Pilot leading Wind Blows Underwear Eggs Cool, and Handsome Enough to Kill People and Gentle Mommy teaming up with I Am Really Not Passerby A. Thus, 5 too old, 1 new teams, like 5 exploratory tentacles, delved into various areas of Blackwood Forest. Front left, thicket. So-yoon, who had been silently scouting, suddenly spoke, rousing Cotton Machine from his distraction. Cotton Machine's spirits lifted, and he immediately tightened his grip on his short axe, looking in the direction So-yoon indicated. In that low thicket, something seemed to be rustling and moving. Prepare for battle. Cotton Machine whispered to Cherry Gummy behind him. No sooner had he spoken than a small green figure suddenly darted out of the thicket, emitting a high-pitched squeak, and lunged directly at Cotton Machine, who was closest to it. The creature was less than a meter tall, with putrid dark green skin covered in disgusting pustules, and it clutched a sharpened animal bone in its hand. Rawhide Goblin. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Description, this is a weaker monster than a two-headed dog, but it is cunning by nature, often appearing in groups of 3 to 5, and likes to ambush from the shadows. Boss, how do we fight this monster? Cherry Gummy gripped his stone spear. So-yoon didn't answer but looked at Dingbo. Dingbo understood, cleared his throat, and began his explanation. Ahem, watch closely, first lesson for newcomers. These small-bodied monsters are usually very fast, don't try to outreact them, you need to anticipate. Use the length advantage of your stone spear to poke them, don't let them get close. When in a team, whoever it charges, that person retreats and pulls it, and the other person takes the opportunity to attack its body from the side. Understand? As he spoke, a rawhide goblin, brandishing its animal bone, screeched and charged at Cotton Machine. Just in time for a demonstration, watch closely. Cotton Machine seized the opportunity, stepped sideways, easily dodged the goblin's lunge, and swung his short axe forward. Pfft! The short axe precisely split open the rawhide goblin's head, and green fluid splattered everywhere. Cotton Machine turned, about to ask Cherry Gummy if he had seen clearly, but his gaze instantly froze. But just then, he saw a second rawhide goblin dart out from the shadows on the other side. Its target was the unsuspecting Cherry Gummy. Watch out! Cotton Machine shouted a warning, but he was too far away to help. But the next scene almost made his eyes pop out. Cherry Gummy heard the warning, and his burly physique burst with astonishing agility, executing a nimble turn that perfectly dodged the rawhide goblin's surprise bone spike. Immediately after, instead of retreating, he advanced, his left arm muscles bulging, and he directly grabbed the rawhide goblin by the neck from the side, lifting it single-handedly like a chick. The airborne rawhide goblin frantically kicked its short legs, emitting desperate squeaks, but it was to no avail. Cherry Gummy tossed the rawhide goblin upwards, gripped his stone spear with both hands, engaged his core, and thrust upwards fiercely. PFF. With a sickening thud, the stone spear pierced the goblin midair from bottom to top, and green blood and meat exploded like fireworks, scattering to the ground. Cotton Machine stared dumbfounded at everything before him, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This is a newcomer? This is AF*ing newcomer. You scared me to death, good thing Mianhua boss you warned me in time. Cherry Gummy patted his rock-hard pectoral muscles, letting out a long sigh. Mianhua boss, is this what combat in this game is like? It doesn't seem as hard as Legendary Pilot boss said, does it? Cotton Machine nodded blankly, his mind a complete void. There are 3 left over there. Can you handle them yourself? No problem. So-yoon walked over and said calmly. Leave it to me. Cherry Gummy was eager to try. Looking at the three small green monsters in the distance, stunned by the gruesome death of their companion, Cherry Gummy mustered his courage, let out a roar, and charged. Ah! The three rawhide goblins were startled by the terrifying roar and turned to flee. But Cherry Gummy had already reached them, using the stone spear, which still had a goblin corpse impaled on it, like a spiked club, wildly sweeping and smashing it forward. Pfft! A muffled thud. One rawhide goblin was pierced through. Bang! Bang! The stone spear, laden with two monster corpses, was swung by Cherry Gummy with great force, violently smashing to both sides. The remaining two rawhide goblins didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed, their bones shattered, flying out like broken sacks. When they landed, their mouths were twisted, their eyes askew, and after 2 twitches, they were barely breathing. You killed a bronze tier 2 rawhide goblin. You gained 1 experience point. 4 identical notifications stacked before his eyes, and Cherry Gummy finally reacted, stopping his inhumane treatment of the monster corpses. He succeeded. I killed them all. I got experience. Immense joy instantly overwhelmed him. He danced with excitement, grabbing Ding Bo next to him, lifting him completely off the ground, and shaking him excitedly. Me and Hua boss. I did it. I did it. Cough, cough. Put me down. Ding Bo was nearly suffocated by the iron-like embrace. Looking at Cherry Gummy's face, flushed with excitement, the bit of gloom in Ding Bo's heart inexplicably dissipated quite a bit. Never mind, even though he was a rough-looking man, he seemed quite interesting. So Yoon checked the mission panel and said, "We're still a bit short on experience to complete the mission. Let's look for more on the way back." The other two nodded at his words. Just as they were preparing to return, the forest, which had been somewhat noisy, was now dead silent. All three sensed something unusual. The birdsong in the forest had disappeared. The wind had also stopped. So Yun's expression instantly turned serious. He abruptly raised his hand, signaling the two to be silent. He gripped his longsword, lowered his body, and stared into the distance. Something's not right. It wasn't just him, Cotton Machine and Cherry Gummy also felt it. The ground began to tremble slightly. Thump. 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 At first, it was subtle, like the aftershocks of a heavy object falling in the distance, but soon, the muffled thudding became increasingly clear, like a giant drum being beaten far away, each strike making one's heart contract. The birds in the forest, startled, fluttered up into the sky and fled chaotically into the distance. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Cherry Gummy held onto a large tree nearby, feeling the increasingly obvious shaking beneath his feet, and asked with alarm and uncertainty. Quick! Find somewhere to hide. Quick! So Yoon whispered, pulling Cherry Gummy towards a natural cover formed by giant rocks and dense bushes nearby. Cotton Machine also realized the danger and quickly followed, hiding. The three had just concealed themselves. Roar! A deafening roar came from deep within the forest not far away. The violent sound wave swept through, almost shaking the leaves off the treetops. Immediately after, accompanied by loud cracking and rumbling sounds, a behemoth the size of a small truck crashed through a row of trees as thick as bowls and appeared before the three. Its massive form almost blocked the sunlight ahead, casting a huge shadow. Its body was covered in hard, grayish-brown, rock-like scales, full of wrinkles and cracks. Its head was huge and ferocious, and right in the middle of its head, a giant horn made of bone and keratin spiraled upwards, reaching for the sky. Rockback Rhinoceros. Tier, Bronze Rank 8. Description, one of the top predators in the Blackwood Forest region, with a violent temperament and strong territorial awareness. Its thick carapace gives it unparalleled defense, and the horn on its back is an indestructible weapon. Cotton Machine looked at the behemoth in front of him, unable to even read the words after the system description. Bronze Rank 8. Tier 8. He was only Bronze Tier 2 now. What the hell kind of monster was this? Had they encountered a regional boss from the game map? The rockback rhinoceros didn't seem to have noticed them, it was just passing by. The giant beast walked to the corpses of several rawhide goblins, lowered its huge head, sniffed the bloody scent with its wrinkled nose, and then snorted 2 thick streams of white air from its nostrils. It lifted its massive foot and casually stomped down. Splat! The rawhide goblin's corpse was instantly crushed into an unidentifiable, greenish-red mosaic, like a ripe watermelon. Hiding behind the bushes, Cherry Gummy witnessed this bloody and brutal scene firsthand. He finally understood what legendary pilot meant by "this game is a bit difficult." How was this a game? He had clearly stumbled into a real Jurassic Park, and a fear stemming from biological instinct seized his heart. When a giant creature several times your size stands before you, the feeling of insignificance and powerlessness is something no movie or animation can convey. But thankfully, he still had 2 big shots, with him. Cherry Gummy secretly glanced at the motionless Ding Bo in front of him, feeling much more at ease. Is this what a big shot is like? Facing a monster that only exists in movie special effects, Cotton Machine, the big shot, didn't even change his posture. Infinite admiration surged in Cherry Gummy's heart. He looked at Cotton Machine's back, feeling it was an unshakable mountain. This composure, like Mount Tai collapsing before him without changing his expression, meant he still had much to learn. Meanwhile, Cotton Machine, on whom the newcomer placed high hopes, had his heart in his throat, frantically praying, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. You're a blind rhino, you can't smell me, you're a rhino with a broken nose. Amitabha, Immeasurable heavenly venerable, hallelujah. He didn't dare to move, not even breathing loudly, only hoping this great deity would leave quickly. However, what he feared most came to pass. After crushing the goblin's corpse, the rockback rhinoceros did not leave immediately. Its murky, massive eyes slowly began to scan its surroundings. Finally, its head lifted, rising above the bushes where Cotton Machine and the two others were hiding. 8 eyes met. The air solidified. Cotton Machine's brain froze for half a second. Roar. The deafening roar sounded again, this time, up close. Cotton Machine felt his eardrums buzz, and the world instantly went into silent mode. The unicorn rhino violently pawed the ground with its front hooves, easily plowing 2 deep furrows in the hard earth. It was about to charge. Run! Su-yun shouted, making an immediate decision, turning and running without a moment's hesitation. Su-yun's shout of run was like a thunderclap. Although Cotton Machine and Cherry Gummy's ears were still ringing, their survival instinct made them spring up almost reflexively. Following closely behind Su-yun, without any superfluous communication, the three unleashed their full potential and fled desperately towards the camp. Roar! The rockback rhinoceros appeared clumsy, but its destructive power was astonishing, and its speed far exceeded the trio's imagination. It disdained to go around the bushes and trees blocking its path. Its giant horn cleared the way, and its massive body was the most terrifying battering ram. Boom! Rumble! One large tree after another snapped like rotten wood before it, sending splinters and broken branches flying everywhere. It was like an out-of-control heavy tank, rampaging through the forest, destroying everything in its path. The three could only scramble through the woods in disarray, narrowly dodging those deadly hidden weapons, and sprinting forward with all their might. Left. Go around that low-lying area. Su-yun commanded calmly as he ran. Mian Hua, use your axe to cut the vines ahead. Okay. Cotton Machine recovered, swinging his short axe, severing the thick vines blocking their way. Ying Tao, stick close to me. Don't look back. Got it. Cherry Gummy's rough voice also carried a hint of tremor. Behind them, the unicorn rhino's footsteps grew closer and closer. Each landing made their hearts pound, shaking their internal organs almost out of place. A giant tree, snapped by the impact, crashed down in the direction of the three, its huge shadow instantly engulfing them. Scatter! Su-yun yelled. The three instinctively dove in 3 different directions. Rumble! The giant tree smashed into the spot where they had just been, the ground shook violently, and dirt and broken leaves were thrown high into the air. Cotton Machine scrambled up, covered in dust, his ears still ringing. He looked back, and his heart stopped. The unicorn rhino had already stepped over the fallen tree trunk, and it was only a dozen meters away from them. Su-yun pulled Cherry Gummy, who was about to fall, back and roared at Cotton Machine on the other side, don't go back to camp. Lead it away. Rumble rumble. Another earth-shattering roar came from behind them. Run. The instinct for survival squeezed every ounce of strength from the three's bodies. Their lungs burned, their legs felt like lead, each step incredibly heavy, but no one dared to slow down. They didn't know how long they ran, but when they finally burst out of the dense forest area and returned to relatively open ground, the terrifying footsteps behind them gradually faded. The unicorn rhino seemed unwilling to stray too far from its territory. The three, having escaped death, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. The three dared not linger. After a brief rest, they helped each other up and rushed back to the camp in one go. Thud. Cotton Machine was the first to give out. As soon as he entered the camp, he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air. Cherry Gummy also supported himself on his knees, sweating profusely, his honest face flushed red. Only Su-yun was still barely standing, but his hands, resting on his sword, were trembling slightly. Lin, after surveying the terrain, had heard an earth-shattering rumble from the other side of Blackwood Forest on his way back to camp. He hurried back and, upon arriving at the center of the camp, saw the 3 disheveled figures. He walked over. What happened? Cotton Machine struggled to sit up, pointing in the direction of the Blackwood Forest's depths, and said breathlessly, Lord. My lord. The forest, there's a huge creature in the forest. It's a monster. Cherry Gummy added, still shaken. Su-yun, having somewhat steadied his breathing, reported in the most concise language, in the southeastern area of Blackwood Forest, we discovered a bronze rank 8 rockback rhinoceros. It's massive. It seems we inadvertently entered its territory, which is why we were driven out. Although we didn't attack it, based on the situation, we deduced that using an iron sword against its carapace would likely be ineffective. Rockback rhinoceros? Lin's movements paused. He had seen this monster once from afar before, coincidentally witnessing it hunting. Its defense was quite terrifying. Using an iron sword, one would likely only be able to inflict a small amount of damage by precisely targeting the gaps in its carapace. He hadn't expected these players to run into it. He looked at the 3, still visibly shaken, and then at the direction they had come from. Comparing it to where he had encountered it last time, he quickly outlined the approximate location of the unicorn rhino's territory in his mind. This was an unexpected piece of information. By evening, the other old bringing new teams had also returned to the camp one after another, each with a look of relief and excitement at having completed their tasks. Damn it, what happened to you 3? Did you roll in the mud? Youthful pighead youth walked over and jokingly asked the 3 dirty and dusty people. Get out of here. Cotton Machine waved his hand weakly, still shaken, and exclaimed, you wouldn't believe it, I almost gave up my first blood today. Bronze rank 8. A bronze rank 8 big guy. He was like a damn armored car. What's going on? Good fortune for good people, curious, Lin En when he heard this. So-yoon briefly recounted the situation. The camp instantly fell silent. Holy crap. Bronze rank 8. Is that for real? You guys actually came back alive? You're so lucky. The newly returned players instantly erupted into chatter, and several new players were even more dumbfounded, their faces drained of color. This couldn't be a daily occurrence in the game, could it? What? Bronze rank 8. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, far from being scared, instead had his eyes light up and eagerly stepped forward. What kind? Where is it? What does it look like? Take us to see it. See your head. One Punch Kills Minotaur took a big gulp of water, sat down with a thud, and said in a heavy tone, from their description, one stomp from that thing and we'd all be meat patties. Not only is it not enough, I estimate our weapons would directly dull if they touched it, Shida Ya Renming calmly stated, objectively speaking, with our current strength, we can't cause effective damage to a creature of that tonnage. Then, what about the task of ambushing the caravan? Youthful Pighead Youth was uncharacteristically quiet, a worried expression on his face. Our fight will definitely cause a lot of commotion. What if that tinkin is nearby, wanders over, and takes out us and the caravan? No way. That big guy can hear us fighting and come over to break it up? Is that something a game AI can do? The last horse in the village felt it was a bit unbelievable. It's really possible. This game is completely different from what we've played before, we can't think about it the same way. Good fortune for good people replied, from the monster spawning situation these past 2 days, it seems there really is an ecosystem within the game. Around the camp, you can't even see the shadow of a single monster now. Now, if you want to fight a wild monster, you have to go far away from the camp. To be safe, we need to confirm the monster's activity range. Crescent Moon Bridge looked at So-yoon and Cotton Machine. Didn't you two get chased because you trespassed into its territory? If it only stays within its territory, we just need to confirm its territory range. If it leaves its territory, we can lure it far away before the ambush. That's definitely feasible, One Punch Kills Minotaur agreed. Shall we team up to confirm it tomorrow? Okay. Alright. Just as the players made their decision, Lin suddenly walked over and interrupted them. No need. Lord. All the players immediately stood up, their gazes uniformly directed at him. I have already investigated the situation. Lin had specifically gone to confirm it alone that afternoon, and now stated with certainty, the territory of that rockback rhinoceros is in the swampy area southwest of Blackwood Forest, a considerable distance from our planned ambush point to the east. And it won't actively step out of its territory. As long as we don't provoke it, the possibility of disturbing it is very small. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd, which had been hanging, finally settled. However, Lin changed the subject, his gaze sharpening, this does not change our current state of insufficient combat power. There are only 4 days left until the caravan ambush, we don't have much time. We must, within these few days, hone our teamwork and do everything possible to improve our strength. Tomorrow, we need to undertake a mission. He scanned the 15 players present. Lord, what kind of mission is it? So-yoon asked. Do you still remember what we encountered a few days ago? Lin kept them in suspense, his gaze falling on Cotton Machine. Cotton Machine was stunned, then reacted, Lord, are you talking about that swarm of corpse rot rats? Exactly, Lin nodded. When I went to investigate the ambush site during the day, I also confirmed the location of that rat swarm's nest. It's an abandoned mine shaft, and the number of corpse rot rats inside is at least several hundred, possibly even over 1,000. Hundreds to thousands. This number instantly paled the faces of the new players present, and just want to farm quietly couldn't help but take a step back. Lord, although those things aren't strong individually, there are too many of them. For 15 of us to go, isn't that too risky? Good fortune for good people frowned, voicing his concerns. As long as you find a suitable passage and guard the entrance, 15 people are not too few. Lin's tone was unyielding, this mission is perfect for you to practice teamwork. This is a tough battle. If you can't even deal with a group of rats, then don't even talk about ambushing 40 fully armed guards a few days later. Lin's words made the players fall into contemplation. Risk and opportunity coexist. But are players truly afraid of danger? They are only afraid of not having monsters to provide experience, afraid that the combat isn't exciting enough. Now, Lin had shown them the way. Team mission, Rat Plague Extermination. Mission description, the corpse rot rats in the abandoned mine have grown in number. They are not only a potential source of plague but also a huge threat to the safety of the territory. As the chosen, your courage and strength will be tested here. Prove that you are worthy to face even more severe challenges later. Mission objective, delve into the abandoned mine and attempt to exterminate the corpse rot rats. Mission reward, 50 merit points. Do you accept the mission? Let's do it. One Punch Kills Minotaur was the first to speak, he slapped his thigh fiercely, what's there to be afraid of? Aren't they just a bunch of big rats? In reality, I can kill one with a slipper. In the game, there are just more of them. Am I supposed to be scared of them? Right. Let's do it. Youthful Pighead Youth also chimed in. Hiss, 1,000 of them. If 10 count as 1 experience point, that's 100 points. If we can clear them all, it's a lot for each person. Shida Ya Renming calculated the gains, his breathing becoming rapid. 100 experience points, it sounds like a lot, but that's 1,000 of them. Gentle mommy hugged her arms, imagining the scene, her small face pale. What's there to be afraid of? The Lord is right. As long as we find good terrain, one man can hold off 10,000. Youthful pighead youth was hot-blooded, with so many of us, if we block the entrance, no matter how many come, they'll die. It's not that simple, Su-Yun said calmly, we know nothing about the inside of the mine. What if there's more than one exit and we get surrounded? Good fortune for good people spoke again, so, this is the real test of our teamwork. If we can't even handle a group of rats that only know how to charge, then in a few days, we definitely won't be able to deal with 40 armed guards who understand tactics and ambushes. Indeed, let's use this group of rats to practice. Accepted, accepted. Accept. The players no longer hesitated, excitedly pressing yes on the light screen. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. Gentle mommy, standing at the back, also chose to accept the mission, as it was a team mission everyone was going on. But she imagined a scene of 1,000 rats running towards her. Hiss, tomorrow she'd better hide at the very back with her bow and arrow. She absolutely couldn't let those things get close. However, amidst this lively scene, good fortune for good people's finger, reaching for the light screen, paused in mid-air. Wait. Just now, what were they doing? They first discussed the threat of the rockback rhinoceros, barely coming up with a solution, then the Lord stepped forward, confirmed the facts, and appeased their emotions. Then he pointed out their current lack of strength, and finally, threw out a suggestion to exterminate the rat plague. The whole process was like a pre-battle mobilization meeting. He suddenly realized that they had subconsciously treated their conversations with the Lord as discussions with real people, including the conversation just now. They had almost completely ignored Lin's NPC identity. Had this game's intelligence reached such a level? He could understand their discussions, comprehend their worries, and even generate a corresponding mission based on their emotions and final decision? Good fortune for good people's gaze swept over the mission panel again, then looked at Lin. A deeper question emerged in his mind. What if everyone had chosen to back down, thought 1,000 rats were too dangerous, and rejected this suggestion? Would this mission still appear? Or would the Lord leave in disappointment, or issue other missions? If it were other games, several directions would certainly be preset, triggering different missions and storylines based on different set conditions. But given the realism and black technology level of this game, missions and storylines are very likely to be adjusted in real time based on player actions. Even the player's language and attitude could have different impacts on this. Thinking of this, an idea gradually emerged in good fortune for good people's mind. The next morning, the camp was bustling with activity. 15 players, led by Lin, left the camp and headed deep into Blackwood Forest. Nearly an hour later, the team passed through the dense forest, and a bare rock wall appeared before everyone. Below the rock wall, a dark, gaping hole seemed like a giant, foul-smelling maw opened by the earth. Before they even got close, the complex scent of rotting flesh, excrement, and damp mold wafted out, making them gag. Several players' faces instantly turned green. Ugh. This smell is too strong, it's practically a biological weapon. Damami covered her nose, her pretty face pale. Legendary Pilot pinched his nose, his voice muffled. Did tens of thousands of rats die in here? You can turn down your sense of smell first, handsome enough to kill people reminded him. Around the entrance, scattered white bones lay, covered in gnaw marks, some even completely crushed. Large patches of dark, solidified blood, long since dried and blackened, coated the ground, making it impossible to tell what creature they belonged to. No one? No rats. Youthful pighead youth gripped his sword. Lord, should we just charge in? Wait, Lin said, raising a hand to stop him. What's wrong, Lord? Something's not right. Su-Yun walked up and explained, a nest that can hold thousands of creatures can't be completely silent. Hey, maybe all the rats are just sleeping. Youthful pighead youth said dismissively. We'll charge in and kill them all in one go. Lin shook his head and lit a torch. Remember, once we're inside, everything will be under my command. He gave one last instruction before leading the way in. Stepping into the mine, the ground was sticky and wet, whether from standing water or mud mixed with flesh and blood, he couldn't tell. There were many forks in the road in the cave, and before long, a fork appeared before everyone. Split up. One punch kills Minotaur suggested, it'll be more efficient. No, splitting up is a standard recipe for disaster in horror movies, handsome enough to kill people immediately retorted. We know nothing about the terrain, splitting up is suicide. In an unknown environment, maintaining formation is the first principle, Lin's judgment was clear. But the retreat route must be secured. He pointed his torch to the intersection of the path they came from and the fork, which was relatively open and an easily defensible choke point. 5 people need to stay and defend the rear, he began to call names. One punch kills Minotaur, youthful pighead youth, invincible milk dragon warrior, the last horse in the village, legendary pilot. The 5 who were called out froze for a moment. You 5, hold this position. Lin's command was unequivocal. Your mission has 3 parts. 1. Secure the retreat. 2. Immediately alert us via the minimap and team channel if there's any unusual movement. 3. If attacked, do not advance rashly, hold the entrance and wait for our reinforcements. Youthful pighead youth immediately looked displeased, the tip of his sword unconsciously scraping the ground. Hey? Lord, you're making us guard the door here? That's so boring. Boring. Lin's voice turned cold. Only 5 people are left to guard the rear, potentially facing the entire rat swarm. I specifically chose the elites of the team. Do you want to be cannon fodder, or do you want to be the iron gate that decides all our lives? Youthful pighead youth was momentarily speechless, then understood, and a wide smile spread across his face. So that's it. Lord is wise. We are the elite of the elites. Legendary pilot, however, happily found a good vantage point. The safe point for our first dungeon run will be guarded by me, legendary pilot, and 4 fierce male teammates, guaranteeing foolproof safety. Lin ignored their banter and turned to the remaining 10, saying, we'll go right. Stay alert. The figures of the 10 were quickly swallowed by the darkness of the right passage. The right passage was longer and more winding than expected. The passage was longer and more winding than expected. After the initial tension, everyone gradually got used to the oppressive atmosphere. This mine is like a maze, we've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the end, Cotton Machine whispered to Cherry Gummy beside him. Yet, me and Hua Grandmaster, Cherry Gummy said, carrying his stone spear and curiously looking around, where are all those rats hiding? They're probably having a party in some cave, handsome enough to kill people, grumbled from the back, eliciting a few low chuckles. Just then, Lin, who was leading, suddenly raised his hand. The team instantly fell silent, looking ahead. Squeak squeak. A few corpse rot rats darted out of the darkness. Perhaps they hadn't seen humans in a long time, or perhaps they were accustomed to swaggering with their large numbers, but they bared their teeth at everyone, jumping back and forth, appearing incredibly arrogant. Hey, these rats have some guts, Cotton Machine chuckled. Just these few. Good fortune for good people, frowned. Something's not right, Soo-yoon murmured. Squeak. The few corpse rot rats seemed to lose patience, letting out a sharp shriek, and daringly charged forward. Lin didn't indulge them, swinging his sword and cleanly slicing the 2 leading corpse rot rats in half, their foul-smelling blood splattering. Seeing the gruesome fate of their companions, the remaining corpse rot rats seemed to be instantly terrified and scattered, fleeing in all directions. The feeling that something was wrong grew stronger and stronger in Lin's heart. He had just waved for everyone to advance when, after only a few steps, a rustling sound came from all directions. Initially, the sound was faint, but quickly, it grew louder and denser, as if thousands of steel brushes were scraping the floor. Holy shit! Cotton Machine's face changed, recalling unpleasant memories. Lin abruptly raised his torch, shining it forward. At the end of the torchlight, that deep darkness seemed to come alive. Countless pairs of crimson light points lit up from the darkness, dense and interconnected, like a bloody galaxy reflected on the ground. Squeak, 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 squeak. Piercing shrieks merged into a terrifying sound wave, sweeping towards them. A rat tide. A dense, black tide of rats, like a breached flood, surged from the front of the passage. They squeezed together, stepping on the bodies of their companions, wildly rushing towards everyone. That scene was enough to make any trypophobic person die on the spot. Defend! Lin roared, making a decisive call. However, almost at the same time, he glanced at the minimap out of the corner of his eye. The green dots representing the rear guard team were suddenly surrounded by a vast, overwhelming expanse of red dots. The retreat route was also under attack by a rat tide. Rear under attack. Extremely numerous. Where the hell did they come from? In the team channel, legendary pilot's startled cry and youthful pighead youth's surprised shout exploded simultaneously. Lin's face instantly darkened. Bait, splitting forces, pincer attack. These rats weren't just mindlessly charging, they were using military tactics. He had felt something was off last time. Although the corpse rot rats in front of him were charging in a disorganized manner right now, from a broader strategic perspective, they had extremely clear objectives and planning. A thought flashed through Lin's mind instantly. Rat King. There must be a Rat King-like entity behind the scenes, directing all of this. Everyone. Don't panic. Gather around me. Lin's voice, clear amidst the chaotic rat squeals, reached every team member's ears. Soo-yoon, handsome enough to kill people, Cherry Gummy, front-line shields hold. Spearmen behind, prioritize attacking those who cross the defense line. Ha-ren, Crescent Moon Bridge, clear the flanks, deal with any stragglers. Everyone else, free attack. Prioritize reinforcing defenses. Lin's orders were given instantly, and the chaotic team, as if finding its backbone, immediately acted according to his deployment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat tide slammed violently into this dam. The first row of rats was instantly torn apart, but the rats behind them showed no pause, stepping on the bodies of their companions and continuing to surge forward, attempting to completely overwhelm the defense line with sheer numbers. You killed a bronze tier 1 corpse rot rat. You gain 0.1 experience points. You killed a bronze tier 1 corpse rot rat. You gain 0.1 experience points. Intense system notifications frantically flooded the screen. Holy crap! This experience! We're rich! We're rich! Cotton Machine yelled excitedly, swinging his short axe. Don't get distracted! Lin barked. His gaze swept over the rat tide, looking towards the depths of the passage. The Rat King must be there. It was observing, it was commanding. Maintain formation. Push forward. Everyone was already convinced, without doubts. The 10-person squad, like a sturdy icebreaker, pushed against the surging rat tide, beginning to move step by step upstream into the depths of the mine. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. The ground was quickly covered with a thick layer of rat corpses and sticky blood, making it very easy to slip. Fortunately, the players couldn't smell the mixed stench of blood and foulness in the air. The rat swarm seemed endless, one wave was killed, and another immediately surged forward. Lin was under the most pressure. He not only had to command the entire team but also constantly guard against flanking attacks. At the same time, his mind was highly focused, trying to find the Rat King hidden behind the scenes within this chaotic rat tide. Where was it? What would it look like? Was it exceptionally large? Or did its fur color differ? Lin's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over every part of the rat swarm. However, as far as the eye could see, all were identical corpse-rot rats, frenzied, bloodthirsty, and fearless. He searched desperately but couldn't find any suspicious targets. Had his deduction been wrong? Was there no Rat King at all, and all of this was just a coincidence? This thought flashed through Lin's mind for only a second before he immediately dismissed it. No, absolutely impossible. This precise tactical layout could not be a coincidence. The Rat King must exist. Not only did it exist, but it was also extremely cunning. It knows I'm looking for it. A startling conclusion emerged in Lin's mind. He was searching for it here, and it, surprisingly, also knew this and was using these intricate tunnels to play hide-and-seek with him. It was using these ordinary rats to exhaust his attention and stamina. This thought made a cold sweat break out on Lin's back. Lin's heart sank little by little. He realized that he had underestimated the Rat King from the start. He had originally thought that by reaching the rear of the rat tide, finding the Rat King, and performing a decapitation tactic, the rat tide could be easily dismantled. But now it seemed, the Rat King's intelligence far exceeded his imagination. It not only understood tactics but also knew how to utilize the environment and its own advantages. In this labyrinth-like mine, trying to find an enemy that deliberately hid and could monitor his movements through countless eyes was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Continuing to search would only be futile. With another sword strike, he cut 3 corpse-rot rats in half, and their foul-smelling blood splattered all over him, but he didn't care. He even suspected that his plan to find the Rat King had fallen into that ghost's calculations. The Rat King was using the lives of countless cannon fodder to consume their already limited stamina. When they were exhausted, exposed weaknesses, and were deep in the mine, too far from the exit, that would be the moment for it to launch a fatal blow. By then, they might be wiped out, dying in this sunless cave. Lin was somewhat shocked by his own thoughts. He no longer regarded the Rat King as merely a monstrous rat, but elevated it to the level of a truly intelligent and strategic person to reevaluate and consider countermeasures. Although, all of this could just be his conjecture. Perhaps there was no Rat King at all, and all of this was just some kind of coincidence, or a more advanced biological instinct. But Lin didn't want to gamble, although he won last time, that was out of necessity. Now he had the existence of the chosen like the players, he only needed to develop step by step, occasionally being a little aggressive, which was the confidence given to him by the players' characteristics. He had more important things to do 4 days later, ambushing Baron Barton's caravan. The primary purpose of this trip was to train troops, to improve the strength and coordination of the players, and to prepare for the upcoming major battle. It was not really to fight to the death with a group of rats. If he really wanted to thoroughly eradicate this rat plague, there would be plenty of opportunities later. It wouldn't be too late to come back when there were more players and better equipment. Having understood this, Lin's mind instantly cleared. He had decided not to search anymore. Continuing to go deeper, the risks and rewards were no longer proportional. Everyone, stop advancing. Lin ordered again. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Turn around, retreat. Immediately rendezvous with the rear squad. The players paused for a moment, but out of absolute trust in Lin, or treating this as a fixed part of the mission, they did not hesitate and immediately began to execute the order. The team quickly switched from a icebreaker formation to a mobile fortress formation. Su Yun, good fortune for good people, and Cotton Machine became the vanguards, responsible for clearing scattered rat groups blocking the retreat. The real pressure, however, shifted to the rear of the team. Lin personally brought up the rear. He, alone with a sword, was like an insurmountable steel gate, firmly blocking the surging rat tide behind him. He abandoned all precise thrusts and instead became broad and sweeping, each sword swing brought a bloody storm, simultaneously cutting down 3 to 5 rats. The silver sword light danced into a curtain of light in the darkness, any corpse-rot rat attempting to approach would be instantly torn to shreds. Oh my god! Lord Lin is the real tough guy. Cherry Gummy, in the middle of the team, looked back and was deeply shocked by Lin's domineering and peerless figure. Don't look. Watch your step. Keep up with the team. Handsome enough to kill people pulled him. The retreat path was much easier than the advance. The rat tide seemed to be enraged, and its offensive became even more frantic. Maintain formation. Don't break ranks. Pay attention to breathing rhythm. Conserve stamina. Rear spearmen, attack through the gaps in the shields, don't stop. Lin fought and commanded calmly. He wanted the players to understand that combat was not just about hot-blooded charges, but also about tacit cooperation and rational choices. Finally, firelight and shouts of battle came from ahead. It was the fork in the road. We're back. Cotton Machine, seeing the firelight, shouted excitedly as if seeing a loved one. At the fork, the 5-person squad on standby was also in a bitter struggle. They relied on the narrow passage entrance to form a defensive line, but the sheer number of rats was too great, and their line was already precarious. Youthful pighead youth was covered in blood, unsure if it was his own or the rat's, wildly swinging his long sword with red eyes. One punch kills Minotaur stood at the very front, his wooden shield already covered in scratches and bite marks, on the verge of collapse. Hold on. Reinforcements are here. The few players who still had stamina immediately rushed up and took over the shaky defensive line. At the fork, youthful pighead youth, whose pressure had suddenly decreased, let out an excited roar, shaking his long sword and turning from defense to offense, slaying all the rats in front of him. The two teams finally converged. Quick! Re-establish the defensive line. Lin didn't stop for a moment, immediately issuing new orders. Minotaur, Yu, Suyun, and Ha-Ren, form the first defensive line. Block the entrance completely. Zutu, Milk Dragon, move around and fill gaps. Spearman, second row, stab to death. Everyone else, provide free support. The team of 15, under Lin's command, quickly and orderly regrouped. One punch kills Minotaur's large shield, Suyun's precise and efficient swordsmanship, and good fortune for good people's steady defense. The three of them were like three nails, firmly fixed at the passage entrance, forming an iron defensive line several times sturdier than before. The dense rat tide surged again, crashing violently against this brand new defensive line. Bang! 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 Dull thuds echoed continuously. One punch kills Minotaur felt his shield was about to be shattered, and his arms tingled. Hold on, he gritted his teeth, his legs rooted to the ground, firmly pressing against the shield. Pft! Pft! Just as he was under immense pressure, several stone spears and long swords suddenly thrust out from the gaps in the shield beside him and beneath his feet, accurately piercing into the bodies of the rat horde in front. Wind blows under where eggs cool, cherry gummy, and other newcomers were frantically dealing damage in the second row. This feeling was unprecedentedly exhilarating. They didn't need to consider defense, didn't need to worry about the flanks, the solid shield wall in front of them was the most reliable haven. Their only task was to repeatedly thrust their weapons forward. Left. A big one on the left is about to jump over. Handsome enough to kill people, with sharp eyes, immediately shouted. Before he finished speaking, a figure had already flashed past. Watch me. Whirlwind slash. Invincible Milk Dragon warrior shouted in a Chiyunibita manner, his body spinning at high speed, his long sword turning into a deadly tornado, instantly grinding the large rat attempting to cross the defensive line and several smaller rats around it into mincemeat. Nice job, but next time don't spin, you'll get dizzy easily. Youthful pighead youth filled in from the other side, cleaving a stray rat with one sword, not forgetting to retort. The entire battlefield, after the initial chaos, had formed a balance. Although the rat tide was still endless, frantically assaulting the defensive line. But the defensive line formed by the players was like an efficient and cruel meat grinder, crushing and devouring all corpse rot rats that charged up. You killed a bronze tier 1 corpse rot rat, you gain 0.1 experience points. You killed a bronze tier 1 corpse rot rat, you gain 0.1 experience points. This is awesome. This experience. Cotton Machine, while mechanically repeating the stabbing motion, felt his experience bar rapidly rising, falling into an excited state. How was this a dangerous special training mission? This was clearly an official welfare dungeon for grinding experience. Lin stood at the back of the team, no longer attacking. He surveyed the entire battlefield, his gaze sweeping over each player, observing their movements, their cooperation and their reactions under extreme pressure. Nothing could temper a team more than a high-intensity team combat exercise. Initially, he still needed to constantly speak and command to fill in gaps in the defensive line. But gradually, the situation changed. Suyun. The pressure here is a bit much. One punch kills Minotaur roared, his shield being pushed back by several large rats, revealing a gap. Without Lin's order, Suyun had already stepped sideways, his long sword darting out like a venomous snake, instantly slicing open the necks of two rats, while simultaneously yelling, "Step back half a pace, hold steady." Minotaur used the momentum to stabilize his stance and once again held the defensive line. "I've found a pattern here." Handsome enough to kill people's voice rang out, roughly every 30 seconds, a few larger, more impactful elite monsters will mix into the rat swarm. Gentle mommy, you can prioritize shooting them from a distance with your bow, which can greatly reduce the pressure on the front. Received. Spearman, pay attention to the rhythm. 3-stage alternating attacks. Conserve stamina. Good fortune for good people also discovered a problem and began to actively coordinate the attack rhythm of the back row. Communication, cooperation, command, the players were spontaneously evolving. They gradually honed into a true whole from a group of scattered individuals fighting for themselves. Someone was responsible for frontal defense, someone for filling gaps, someone for observing the battle, someone for coordinating command. A highly efficient combat system was taking shape under the pressure of life and death. Lin watched this scene, a slight, satisfied smile playing on his lips. These the chosen had indeed not disappointed him. The players' learning and adaptability were absolutely far superior to any elite soldiers in this world. This was the effect he wanted. What he needed was not a group of puppets who only obeyed orders, but a group of warriors capable of independent thought and self-evolution. This devilish training had only just begun. Inside the mine tunnel, the corpse rot rat corpses underfoot had piled up like mountains, blood-forming streams, making it extremely slippery to stand on. Poof. The stone spear thrust out by Cotton Machine was bitten firmly by 3 corpse rot rats simultaneously. He tried to pull his weapon back, but a huge force came from the spear tip, causing him to stumble forward, his arm muscles instantly cramping. A gap immediately appeared in the defense line beside him. The next second, a sword light swept across. Su Yun's defensive support was as quick as instinct, 3 rat heads flew up, and a foul-smelling blood splattered out. Cotton Machine took the opportunity to pull his weapon back. But the rat tide's offensive didn't pause at all, as if they were truly endless. Lin's gaze swept over the player panel. Enough. On average, everyone had gained nearly 20 to 30 experience points. For players whose average level was below tier 3, this was equivalent to leveling up with plenty to spare. Roughly estimating, from entering the mine to now, nearly 5,000 rats had died by their hands. The initial objective had long been overfulfilled. If they continued to drag on, the player's stamina would be completely exhausted, inevitably leading to casualties. That was not what he wanted to see. Prepare to retreat. Front team becomes back team, cover each other, fall back towards the cave entrance. Lin's voice pierced through the noisy squeaking of the rats. Hearing the words retreat, the players, who had been killing numbly, felt as if they had received a great pardon, and their spirits lifted. The team instantly changed formation. Su Yun and others shifted to the rear, with Lin personally covering the retreat. The entire team, like a wriggling steel caterpillar, endured the rats' bites and steadily retreated towards the cave entrance. One punch kill's Minotaur's wooden shield was deeply dented by several mutated giant rats, and he himself was knocked back 3 steps. Milk Dragon. Youthful Pighead Youth. Cover the left flank. Minotaur's shield is about to break. Handsome enough to kill people saw that the situation was bad and shouted in time. Coming. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior and Youthful Pighead Youth instantly rushed over, clearing the rat swarm in front of Minotaur with their furious attacks, buying him a moment to catch his breath. Quick. Keep up. Every alternating cover could potentially create an opening due to a mistake, leading to the collapse of the defense line. However, after the previous high-intensity training, the players' coordination was no longer what it used to be. They perfectly executed complex tactical maneuvers. Gradually, the team retreated more than 10 meters, getting closer and closer to the cave entrance, and the rat tide's offensive even showed a slight sign of weakening. Are they going to retreat? They know they can't keep us, so they gave up. A few new players just let out a sigh of relief. Good fortune for good people, who had been observing in silence, felt a pang of unease. Something's not right. This was definitely not a good sign. Fine dust was falling from the rock walls at the top of the mine tunnel. A terrible guess surfaced in good fortune for good people's mind, and he suddenly looked up. Above. Watch out! He screamed with all his might. Before he finished speaking. Crack boom. The rock layer above their heads suddenly cracked, and a not-so-small opening was forcibly broken through. A dense swarm of rats, like a foul-smelling waterfall, descended from the sky, precisely hitting the middle section of the team. Holy crap! The formation is broken. This sudden descent of rats instantly cut the players' formation in half. Su Yun, Minotaur, Lin, and others who were covering the rear were separated by the falling rat swarm, facing attacks from both the front and the rear simultaneously. They were surrounded. No good. Can't hold on. Can't help them. Cotton Machine cried out in despair. The rat swarm descending from the sky completely disrupted their rhythm. A corpse-rot rat pounced on gentle Mommy, opening its mouth to bite her neck, only to be kicked away by Crescent Moon Bridge. Cherry Gummy's thigh was firmly entangled by several rats, leaving him unable to move. The defense line was almost on the verge of collapse. Just at this critical moment, good fortune for good people's voice rang out again, experience. Use experience to level up. Quick. Rush directly through the collapse zone. His words woke everyone up from their stupor. Accustomed to other games where experience points automatically led to leveling up once accumulated, everyone had momentarily forgotten this detail. Lin, however, had not forgotten, but in the midst of battle, as an NPC, he couldn't directly remind the players. His attempt to remind them through the system was a bit too late. He slashed out a few swords, briefly clearing a vacuum in front of him, and at the same time, pulled up his panel, instantly clearing the experience points he had reserved for summoning new players over the past 2 days. You have consumed 50 experience points. Your rank has increased to bronze tier 4. Your health and stamina have been fully restored. A surge of warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and his muscles, which had been pushed to their limit, were once again filled with explosive power. Holy shit! Full health and full mana revival. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior roared excitedly, feeling the surging power within him. Now. Youthful Pighead Youth's voice was like a bugle call for a charge, damn it. Charge with me. Kill. The upgraded players, like beasts injected with adrenaline, once again erupted with astonishing combat power. One punch kills Minotaur roared, his strength greatly increased. He no longer blocked but used his shield as a weapon, directly knocking away several giant rats in front of him along with the rat swarm behind them. Su Yun led the charge, his long sword transforming into a silver whirlwind of death. Each sword strike brought a spray of blood, tearing open a gap in the rat tide. They no longer passively defended but switched to the most furious charge, rushing through the collapsed area in one breath. Ahead, the light from the cave entrance was clearly visible. Hope was within reach. Everyone burst out with their last bit of strength, scrambling and crawling towards that light. Thud. Cotton Machine was the first to rush out of the cave entrance, collapsing directly to the ground like a fish thrown ashore, greedily gasping for the cool air of the forest. Following closely, players emerged one after another, sprawling on the ground. In the brief silence after their narrow escape, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. We survived. The last horse in the village lay on his back, looking at the blue sky above, and chuckled foolishly. Damn it, I almost bought it in there. Youthful pighead youth wiped the blood and dirt from his face. Although disheveled, he was flushed with excitement. Amidst the relief of surviving, only Lin stood at the cave entrance, motionless. He turned and looked into the bottomless darkness. The rat swarm did not pursue them. Once the players escaped to the cave entrance, they retreated like a receding tide. His gaze slowly swept over the rat swarm. Suddenly, his sight lingered on one spot. Behind the dense rat swarm, on a protruding rock, a corpse-rot rat stood quietly. Its size and fur color were no different from its surroundings. The only difference was its posture. All other corpse-rot rats were retreating, but it stood still, gazing remotely towards the cave entrance. Was it an illusion? Lin's gaze met its for a moment. Although it looked exactly like other corpse-rot rats, Lin felt it looked particularly shifty-eyed. Was it psychological? Lin always felt that its rat face seemed to carry human emotions and expressions. The corpse-rot rat jumped off the rock and merged into the rat swarm, disappearing from sight. Lin stood still for a moment, then finally retracted his gaze, saying nothing more. Check for injuries, organize your equipment. We're returning to camp. Lin turned to the players sprawled on the ground and gave his orders. Awesome. That was so damn awesome. On the way back to camp, youthful pighead youth's mouth didn't stop, spittle flying. He brandished the long sword in his hand. You didn't see it, I was at the very front, and those rats surged like a tide. I didn't even blink. One sword, one kill, it was like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Slice your head, legendary pilot's voice came faintly from the side. If Minotaur hadn't guarded your rear with his shield so tightly, you wouldn't have a single bone left now. I recorded it, you know, those times you were scared stiff and your legs went soft. I'll turn it into an animated emoji when we get back. Nonsense. How could that be? Youthful pighead youth stiffened his neck, his face flushed red. Counting what I spent on upgrades, I got almost 30 experience points. Cotton Machine looked at his panel, grinning from ear to ear. This dungeon run, we gained more than we did in the past few days combined. It's just this smell. I need to take a bath when we pass by the river later. The players chattered, discussing their gains, comparing who had more kills and whose experience points increased the fastest. At the front of the team, Lin remained silent. His silence was out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. The players' cheers sounded like they were behind frosted glass, blurry and distant. His thoughts were still lingering in that deep mine shaft. Was that the Rat King at the end? Luring the enemy, dividing forces, encirclement, attrition, landslide to cut off the retreat. This series of operations, with clear logic and definite goals, if there really was a Rat King, Lin even felt it was holding back. If a group of rats could achieve all this on their own, it would be a joke. Lin even had a wild thought, what if he wasn't the only one who transmigrated? Just like those multi-lord conquest novels he read before he transmigrated, maybe that rat was also a transmigrator, but he only thought about it. That rat tide and his fourth calamity truly had a subtle similarity, which gave Lin a completely new assessment of the danger and complexity of this world. Besides the potential rat plague in the future, another matter made him feel more troublesome now. He looked at the almost cleared experience points on his panel, his brows slightly furrowed. At the last moment, when the mine collapsed and the formation was broken, in order to forcefully tear open a bloody path with the players, he didn't hesitate at all, instantly clearing the 50 experience points reserved for summoning new players, using them to upgrade and gain valuable immediate combat power. The increase in strength bought them a chance to survive at that time, but it also completely ruined his original plan. Today is the 4th day, and the 7th day is the day to ambush the caravan. His gaze swept over the 15 players behind him, who were tired but exhilarated. Now, there were 5 fewer fresh recruits than originally anticipated, facing 40 fully armed guards. 15 against 40. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. A Pyrrhic victory meant a long period of recovery, meaning a halt in territory construction, meaning missing the optimal development window that hadn't been noticed yet. As for postponing the plan, giving up the ambush? Not to mention the players wouldn't be happy, Lin hadn't even considered that option. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be shot. Now, he only had tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. He had to find a way to make up for this fatal combat power gap. My lord, we're here. Cotton Machine's voice interrupted Lin's thoughts. The camp had been reached. You've worked hard today. After you rest here, you are free to do as you please. Lin settled their quest rewards and then said to everyone. All right. The players cheered and scattered in 2s and 3s. Some went to the river to wash up, while others began to organize their equipment, each going about their business. Earth, 8 a.m. Legendary Pilot sat in his gaming chair, his eyes bloodshot, but his gaze was exceptionally excited. 3 empty cans of soda were on the table in front of him, his fingers flying across the keyboard and mouse, and on the screen, the timeline of the editing software was packed solid. He had logged off early and hadn't slept, instead spending over an hour concocting his epic masterpiece. He perfectly recorded that thrilling battle, but it was from a stationary perspective. It would have been even more perfect if it was from the Lord's perspective, exploring deeper. However, this was enough. The video began with a dark and oppressive mine shaft, the torchlight only illuminating a small area in front, paired with his carefully selected suspenseful background music. The atmosphere was instantly set. Next, was the moment the rat tide erupted. He created a progressive close-up of the overwhelming red lights appearing from the darkness, eventually converging into a terrifying black torrent, accompanied by piercing screams, a visually impactful scene instantly filling the entire screen. Then, there was the initial chaos. The 5 players who stayed behind first fought individually, their formation scattered, facing constant dangers. After withstanding the first wave, the 5 slowly began to cooperate, but facing the endless black tide, the 5 individuals were still struggling to hold their ground. The scene shifted, and divine soldiers descended. It was the Lord bringing another team to rendezvous. The camera zoomed in on Soo-yoon, calm in his blocks, precise in his stabs, every movement timed to the drumbeats of the rousing music, full of violent aesthetics. The climax, naturally, was the final battle between the steel defense line and the miraculously appearing rats. Legendary pilot deliberately slowed down the camera, showing Minotaur's shield, covered in scratches and on the verge of breaking, and the face behind the shield, veins bulging, gritting his teeth in perseverance. Through the gaps in the shield, every thrust of spear and sword took a life, a symphony of blood and flesh playing out at this moment. He also successfully captured youthful Pighead Youth's momentary daze and fear when the cave collapsed, and with a mischievous smile, he edited it in, making it a 0.5x slow motion. Then, with the addition of an impassioned symphony, the players' desperate counterattack after upgrading, bathed in rat blood, rushing towards the cave entrance, and finally seeing the dawn outside at that moment, the entire video's explosive point was ignited. Perfect. Legendary pilot snapped his fingers, admiring his masterpiece. He named the video The Chosen's first team dungeon, Deep Mine Rat Disaster. This is truly a hell-level adventure in battle. He first uploaded the video to the game's official forum, then immediately copied the link and returned to the original heated game forum. His previous post had received no small amount of criticism, and this time he was going to thoroughly vent his frustration. The title was as provocative as possible, still doubting? All you disbelieving haters, open your eyes and see clearly. This is The Chosen. A miracle of a new era. The moment he pressed the publish button, he leaned back in his chair, picked up a new can of soda, took a big, satisfied gulp, and a devilish smile spread across his face. At 3 a.m., Lu Tao finished his live stream for the day. He was a well-known upmaster in the gaming section, with the ID The Sound of Waves remains the same. Unlike streamers who relied on antics and exaggerated reactions to grab attention, his style was famously calm and serious. Whether it was an AAA title or an indie game, he would immerse himself in the experience, then produce detailed guides and review videos. His fans liked him because in his videos, they could feel a pure love for the games themselves. Until one day his real name was leaked, and he was forced to become a upmaster in the comedy section. Every time he thought of this, a sense of powerlessness welled up in him. As usual, he clicked open various game forums, tracking new developments in the industry or unearthing some hidden gem, niche games. He skillfully opened several mainstream game forums, his fingertips gliding over the mouse scroll wheel. A fiery hot post on the homepage instantly caught his attention. The Chosen's first team dungeon, Deep Mine Rat Plague. This is truly a hell-level adventure. Still doubting? All you disbelieving haters, open your eyes and see clearly. This is The Chosen. A groundbreaking miracle. Another clickbait title. Lu Tao instinctively frowned. He didn't much like such aggressive and inflammatory titles, which usually meant the content was hollow and relied entirely on hype. But the post's reply count was abnormally high, having already broken 5 digits. Out of his professional instinct as a upmaster, he still clicked into it. He didn't watch the video first, but habitually dragged the scroll bar to assess the mood of the comment section. The first highly liked comment caught his eye. 4K Blu-ray collector, holy crap. How many film companies did they hire to make this CG? The modeling and lighting are awesome, it must be the power of money. Lu Tao saw this comment and was unimpressed. Netizens nowadays like to make a fuss over a beautifully rendered CG. He continued to scroll down. Let go of that grandma, it's still the same old Western fantasy. Can't they be a bit more innovative? Lu Tao smiled. This comment represented the feelings of many veteran players, including himself. Aesthetic fatigue with traditional themes was indeed a common problem. Then came the inevitable arguments in the comment section. There's always Sand arguing with me, laughing my ass off, another CG scam for pre-orders, and groundbreaking? What's the point of spending so much real money on hype? Stop with these fake things. Prove it with a live stream if you dare. Lu Tao shook his head and scrolled past these meaningless disputes. The internet was always full of negativity, and he was long used to it. It wasn't until he saw the 4th comment that his expression became serious. Riding an ant through a red light, what's all this talk about 100% virtual reality? It's all hype. The current technological bottleneck is right there, brain-computer interfaces are still in the lab phase. Commercialization? Wait another 20 years. This video is probably a concept film made by some company, burning money without regard for cost. 100% virtual reality? These words made his eyelids twitch. The bragging was too much, completely beyond the scope of existing technology, more like a concept from a sci-fi novel. Lu Tao finally couldn't contain his curiosity. He wanted to see who dared to use such a sci-fi concept for hype. He moved the mouse to the video window and gently pressed his index finger. The screen lit up. The beginning of the video showed a dark and oppressive mine shaft. The flickering torchlight was limited, only illuminating the damp rock walls and the muddy ground beneath their feet. The scene design is very good, and the lighting effects are also very realistic. Lu Tao nodded, leaning back comfortably in his chair, and casually picked up the paper cup on the table. The next second, the paper cup he was about to bring to his mouth stopped in mid-air. On the screen, in the deep darkness, countless crimson light spots lit up out of nowhere. The light spots rapidly spread and converged, and then, a dense tide of rats, like a breached dam, instantly filled the entire screen. This number of concurrent entities, Lu Tao instinctively leaned closer to the screen, his eyes fixed on it. How many people's livers must have been used for this? However, this was just the beginning. When the rat tide crashed into the shield wall formed by the players, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The physical collision of every single rat was horrifyingly clear. Flung away, trampled, twitching after being pinned to the wall by long spears, not a single repeated animation module. How much computation would that take? He muttered, his heart starting to beat uncontrollably faster. He immediately dragged the progress bar, trying to find flaws in the CG. But whether it was severed limbs or splashing blood, their trajectories and effects completely followed physical logic, without a single trace of sloppiness. He muttered, his heart starting to beat uncontrollably faster. He immediately dragged the progress bar, trying to find flaws in the CG. But whether it was severed limbs or splashing blood, their trajectories and effects completely followed physical logic. The video camera focused on a player with the ID Soyun. Facing 3 corpse-rot rats pouncing from different angles, the player's body twisted at an extremely fluid angle, sweeping with a single sword, and 3 rat heads flew off simultaneously. Lu Tao slammed the pause button. What he saw was not dazzling special effects, but perfect muscle exertion, precise angle calculation, and extremely fast on-the-spot reactions. The contraction of the player's waist and abdomen during the twist, the linkage of the shoulder blades during the sword swing, were so clear that it didn't look like data, but a real human body in motion. How was this possible? His breathing grew heavy, and his chest felt a little tight. He continued to play. The climax arrived. The cave collapsed, and dense swarms of rats rained down from above, instantly breaking up the formation. Desperate screams, death throes, and the camera's shaking conveyed an immersive sense of chaos. Until the players, after leveling up, erupted with astonishing power, bathed in rat blood, carving a path out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, finally rushing towards the light of the cave entrance. That scene of collapsing to the ground after surviving, coupled with rousing music, actually made him, a veteran streamer who had seen countless gaming masterpieces, feel a shiver that ran from his spine to the top of his head. This was gaming. This was the pure, blood-boiling emotion he sought when he first fell in love with games. The screen went dark. The monitor reflected Lu Tao's face, filled with shock and disbelief. He didn't stare blankly, nor did he pick up the water cup that had fallen to the ground at some point. With trembling hands, he dragged the progress bar back to the beginning and watched it again. A third time. A fourth time. After a long while, as if suddenly startled awake, he abruptly switched back to the forum page, frantically searching through countless replies for the so-called official website link. When that reservation page, so simple it only had a background image and a few buttons, appeared, he felt as if he had found a treasure. He unhesitatingly entered his information and heavily clicked reserve now. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into his chair, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. No, it's not enough. He suddenly grabbed his phone, found a number, and dialed it. The call connected, and he didn't even give the other party a chance to speak, his voice slightly trembling with excitement, but his tone was an undeniable command. Xiao Wang, we're not taking any more GG videos, and don't even consider offline events. Yes, all of them. I'll pay the penalty. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly startled, but he ignored them and continued. Listen, go find out about this game, The Chosen. I'm certain this game is going to be a huge hit. No matter what method you use, no matter how much money you spend, you must get an internal test qualification for it. While the external forums were in an uproar over legendary pilot's video, the Chosen internal beta testers communication group presented a different scene. They were currently chattering, reviewing the recent battle, and sharing the fun from the forums. One punch kills Minotaur, ha ha ha, that pilot's video is good. It made me look so mighty. Why didn't they edit in more of that pig-headed kid peeing his pants? I can't get enough of it. Youthful pig-head youth, legendary pilot, you wait until you log into the game tomorrow. Legendary pilot, don't be like that, pig-head, I was just going for artistic effect. Besides, your terrified expression meme has already gone viral on the forums, everyone loves it. Amidst their banter, the topic quickly shifted from the battle itself to the explosive popularity on the forums. The last horse in the village, the number of people pre-registering outside must be overflowing, right? Our camp is only so big, what will we do when there are more people later? The official team hasn't said anything. Wind blows underwear eggs cool, they'll definitely open new servers, right? Isn't that the usual routine for all games? We'll just be the pioneers of server 1. This statement was generally accepted by most, as it was common game practice. However, Hao Renyu Hao Bao, who had been silently observing, suddenly raised a seemingly wild question. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, have you ever thought, what if, there's only one server? The group instantly fell silent for a moment. Youthful pighead youth, impossible. One server to handle all players? What kind of black technology would that be? Wouldn't the server just explode? Legendary pilot, holy cow, Hao Renji, your imagination is something else. If that were true, it would be pretty exciting to think about. Our advantage as internal beta players would be much greater than those who just roll with new servers. Handsome enough to kill people, from a technical perspective, to achieve real-time physical interaction and dynamic AI computation for super large-scale players on a seamless open-world map, current commercial server architectures simply cannot support it. Unless, the technology behind this game has already exceeded our cognitive scope. Perhaps they have their own unique server technology. Handsome enough to kill people's analysis, on the contrary, made everyone's hearts sink. Because everything this game had shown so far was constantly exceeding their cognitive scope. Crescent Moon Bridge interrupted their speculation. Stop guessing, why not just ask directly? She casually typed a line into the chat box. Crescent Moon Bridge, @Lin Group Admin, will this game open new servers in the future? Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. This question would directly determine the nature of this game. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the group was dead silent. Just as everyone thought the group admin wouldn't reply and had started discussing other things. The avatar, which had been inactive for a long time, suddenly lit up. Lin, at all members. Lin, there is only one game server. Now, and in the distant future, all players will play on the same server. Lin, not only that, everything you are experiencing now, everything you are building, will become a history witnessed by all players during the future open beta. Lin paused for a moment before slowly typing out the last 2 sentences. Lin, the internal beta will not have data wipes. From now until the open beta, all new players will continue to play from the game progress you have already advanced. The content new players experience at the beginning will largely depend on your pioneering and construction. Lin, in other words, as the pioneering players, you have the ability to design the initial environment of the game for newcomers. After a brief silence, the entire group completely erupted. One punch kills Minotaur, holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. No data wipe. That latrine I dug yesterday on the west side of the camp, will it be a historical relic in the future? Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin. This isn't just us internal beta players winning at the starting line, this is us directly becoming the referees. Dingbo, who was making instant noodles, his hand trembled, spilling hot soup all over his hand, but he didn't notice, just staring at the screen, his heart pounding. In the group, the direction of the discussion also began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Crescent Moon Bridge, so, is the storyline of this world fixed? Like other games, we just choose between different options, leading to a few preset endings. Good fortune for good people, I don't think so. Judging from how the Lord will issue quests based on our discussions, the freedom of this world might far exceed our imagination. Handsome enough to kill people, I agree. If this black technology is really that awesome, it's entirely possible to achieve a truly dynamically evolving world. Every subtle choice we make today could, like a butterfly effect, lead to different outcomes. Thinking of this, everyone was uncontrollably excited. An unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission arose in the hearts of the players. They spontaneously began to think about how to make this game better. Handsome enough to kill people, @Lin, I want to ask if the official website updates are too slow, and many common features are missing. He didn't wait for Lin's reply, immediately sending out a concept that could be called a business plan. Handsome enough to kill people, I have some suggestions here. The homepage needs a powerful promotional video to anchor it, the pilot's video can be finely edited. Then, 4 core sections must be created. 1. Worldview and factions, introduce the game background. 2. The chosen logs, collect our exciting videos and graphic guides as official promotional material. 3. Monster Compendium and Product Encyclopedia, the 2-headed dog, corpse rot rat, goblins we've encountered, and the flowers and plants discovered by Tamami, can all be organized into a database. This will not only help newcomers but also increase the realism and exploration fun of the world. Handsome enough to kill people, I personally can contact a top domestic web design team. I only need official authorization, and I will bear all costs. Within a week, I guarantee to deliver a brand new official website that is worthy of this game. His words stunned everyone. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, holy cow, handsome guy, you're paying out of your own pocket to make an official website for the game? You're loaded, do you need a hanger-on? The kind that can shout 666. Handsome enough to kill people, this isn't about money. The shock this game has brought me is too great. It is my honor to be able to participate in the construction of such a great project from scratch. I don't want it to be overshadowed by some external factors. A good official website can attract more truly capable and enthusiastic players to join us. His words resonated with everyone. Just want to farm quietly, greatness, no need for more words. Damami, I agree. I have collected a lot of information on plants and minerals here and can be responsible for organizing the content for the product encyclopedia. Crescent Moon Bridge, for the guides and combat skills part, I can write some guides. Suyun, me too. Just then, Legendary Pilot also proposed another idea. Legendary Pilot, the official website is the facade, but we also need a base camp that can gather popularity. The forums are so hot right now, countless people want to understand the game but have nowhere to ask, so they can only guess blindly. Legendary Pilot, I suggest we directly create an official fan group of several thousand people, how about it? The 15 of us will be the group administrators. Legendary Pilot, we can share daily game life in the group, answer newcomer questions, and post screenshots and short videos. Hehe, we can also pre-screen and cultivate potential quality players. When new internal beta qualifications are opened in the future, we can also pull people into our small group as soon as possible, making it convenient for management and leading teams. Lin can give me back my cotton gin, this is good. When the time comes, I, as a veteran player, will guide the newbies, how honorable. The players' enthusiasm was completely ignited, as if they had truly become part of the game designers, which was indeed the case. Watching the lively discussion in the group, Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. This was exactly what he wanted. He didn't need a group of reckless individuals who only knew how to grind monsters and level up, he needed a group of partners with ideas, creativity and the ability to exercise their subjective initiative. And Lin, I authorize at handsome enough to kill people and at legendary pilot to take full responsibility for official community management matters. Our development team genuinely doesn't have the extra energy. I look forward to your results. The players erupted in cheers. They actually received official authorization and recognition. The next morning, the sunlight of the other world streamed into the camp. Players logged in one after another, gathering in twos and threes, excitedly discussing the details of the official website's redesign and the fan group's establishment, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin looked at this group of vibrant The Chosen, feeling a sense of calm. He walked to the center of the camp, clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone. The players immediately quieted down, their gazes uniformly fixed on him. Everyone worked hard yesterday. Continuous high-intensity combat is a huge drain on both spirit and body. Lin's gaze swept over the crowd. Before we face the next big battle, you need time to digest and settle. He paused, then announced a decision that surprised everyone. So, today, there are no team missions. Free activity. Youthful Pighead Youth was stunned for a moment, subconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. You can go hunting in the woods, fishing by the river, or just practice your combat skills in the camp. Lin continued, you are free to explore the area around the camp, just make sure you can return before dark. However, he changed his tone, a slight smile appearing on his face, to make your free activities more valuable, I have some optional merit missions here. Participate freely, and the more you do, the more you earn. As Lin introduced the missions, a light screen popped up in front of the players, clearly listing several mission lines. Exploration mission, survey the surrounding terrain, explore and draw a map. Reward, 3 to 5 merit points, depending on the size of the explored terrain area. Collection mission, collect unknown plant samples around Blackwood Forest and identify their characteristics. Reward, 2 to 4 merit points, depending on the value of the collected plants. Investigation mission, study and record the movement patterns and weaknesses of the rockback rhinoceros. Reward, 5 to 8 merit points. Hunting mission, some monsters may have wandered around the camp, threatening its safety. Try to clear them out. Reward, 2 to 4 merit points, depending on the type and number of monsters dealt with. Holy crap! There's such a good thing? We can even earn merit points during free activity. Hunting a rockback rhinoceros? A reward of up to 8 merit points. We're going to get rich. Milk Dragon, are you in? Youthful Pighead Youth's eyes lit up as he slung his arm around Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior's neck. Yes. Absolutely. I've been wanting to meet that big guy for a long time. That collection mission sounds good. We passed a waterfall yesterday, and it seemed to have a lot of other plants we hadn't seen before. Let's go check it out. Gentle Mommy tugged on Crescent Moon Bridge's sleeve. Although Crescent Moon Bridge grumbled, so troublesome, I still want to practice swordsmanship. Seeing Gentle Mommy's expectant eyes, she still nodded. Soon, the players formed teams based on the missions they accepted and left the camp, exploring in different directions. The camp quickly became empty. Just as Lin was about to set off, a figure emerged from the corner. It was Hao Renyu Hao Bao. My lord, he came before Lin, bowing slightly, may I speak with you privately? Lin stopped, scrutinizing him, and nodded. By the secluded river bank. My lord, regarding ambushing the caravan, I have an immature idea. Hao Renyu Hao Bao spoke in a low voice, we only have 15 people now. A direct frontal assault, even if we win, would be a Pyrrhic victory. But what if we could utilize the terrain? Lin raised an eyebrow, motioning him to continue. For example, traps. A large number of traps, enough to change the course of the battle. We could set up falling rocks, tripwires, spike pits in advance at the ambush site, to cut the battlefield into the shape we want. This would not only compensate for our numerical disadvantage but also minimize our casualties. Lin's heart stirred. He had, of course, considered these ideas, many of which coincided with his own initial thoughts. It seemed that players were gradually discovering the true gameplay of this game. Excellent idea. Lin's expression shifted from calm to approving. Traps require time to set up, and also require a thorough understanding of the terrain. I was just about to survey the ambush location. Since that's the case, would you like to come with me to take a look? As soon as he finished speaking, a mission popped up in front of Hao Renyu Hao Bao. Special mission, assist the Lord in surveying the Blackwood Forest crossroads and devising an ambush plan. Requirements, strong insight, agile actions. Reward, 10 merit points increased Lord's favorability. Hao Renyu Hao Bao's heart trembled. He was right, the freedom of this game had reached another level. If he had still been thinking with the fixed mindset of other games today, this mission would certainly not have been triggered. No. Hao Renyu Hao Bao felt that creation was a more accurate term than trigger. This game allowed him to create missions himself. He didn't hesitate, immediately responding, yes, my lord. Lin said no more, leading him deep into the blackwood forest. At the same time, the other players' holiday officially began. Youthful pighead youth and invincible milk dragon warrior crept to the edge of the rockback rhinoceros's territory. In the distant swamp, that bronze rank 8 behemoth was napping, like a small mountain. Just these few rocks definitely won't do. Youthful pighead youth looked at the head-sized rocks on the cliff edge, shaking his head. Damn it, we need to get a big one. The two exchanged glances, a mischievous grin on their faces. They worked together to pry loose a boulder half a person tall and pushed it to the edge of the cliff. Taste this. A giant rock from the sky. The boulder fell with a whistling sound. But it didn't hit the rockback rhinoceros, instead, it smashed into the swamp not far from it. Boom. With a loud crash, mud shot into the sky. The napping rockback rhinoceros was startled awake, suddenly raising its head and letting out a deafening roar. Roar. The terrifying sound wave was like a physical impact, crashing heavily against the cliff. Youthful pighead youth and milk dragon felt their heads buzz, the world spun, and their legs went soft, almost tumbling directly off the cliff. Holy crap, that roar alone is so fierce. Youthful pighead youth's face turned pale. Run. It's looking at us. Milk dragon pointed downwards, the rockback rhinoceros's scarlet eyes had already locked onto them. The two scrambled away, disappearing from the top of the cliff. On the other side, Gentle Mommy and Crescent Moon Bridge's exploration journey was filled with poetic beauty. They arrived at a waterfall near the camp. A white curtain of water poured down from a height, stirring up countless splashes in the pool below. Under the sunlight, a brilliant rainbow arched across it. Wow! So beautiful! Gentle Mommy spread her arms, feeling the moist mist on her face, her expression one of pure enchantment. Although Crescent Moon Bridge grumbled, what's so good about it, what a waste of time, her eyes never left the rainbow. Look over there. Gentle Mommy, sharp-eyed, pointed at a patch of plants on the rock face beside the waterfall. Those blueberries, I haven't seen them before, let's go pick some. The two carefully climbed the slippery rocks and reached the patch of plants. The blueberries, like sapphires, dotted the emerald vines, crystal clear. A remote appraisal showed they were edible. I'll pick them. Crescent Moon Bridge reached out to pluck them. Wait. Gentle Mommy slapped her hand away, you're so rough, you'll damage the vines. You have to do it like this, follow its stem, and gently twist. So annoying. It's just picking berries. Crescent Moon Bridge complained, but her hand movements unconsciously became much gentler. Like two little hamsters, they quickly filled their cloth bags. Gentle Mommy picked up a berry, put it in her mouth, and her eyes narrowed in bliss. Sweet and sour, much tastier than yesterday's. Seeing her satisfied expression, Crescent Moon Bridge couldn't resist tasting one herself. Her eyes instantly lit up, but she still snorted, it's just average. In the forest not far from the camp, Suyun and Cotton Machine were patrolling, one in front, one behind. Rustle, rustle. The grass rustled, and three green-skinned, pointed-eared goblins shrieked as they darted out, brandishing wooden clubs and stones. Goblins. Cotton Machine had just raised his axe. Suyun had already charged half a step forward, sword light flashing, and two goblin heads flew into the air. The third goblin, seeing this, shrieked and turned to run. Watch me. Cotton Machine shouted, throwing his short axe with force. Thwack. The axe accurately cleaved into the back of the goblin's head. Holy cow. Sude. Did you see that? My axe throw. Cotton Machine was ecstatic. Suyun nodded, walking over to the goblin corpses to examine them, saying in a deep voice, the footprints are fresh, and there are more than 3. They came from that direction. He pointed towards the depths of the woods. Cotton Machine leaned in, hey, Sude, there wouldn't happen to be a goblin cave nearby, would there? Possibly. The two exchanged glances, then immediately followed the tracks deeper into the forest. Deep within Blackwood Forest, the light was filtered by layers of tree canopies, leaving only dappled fragments. Lin's footsteps were light and silent, like a leopard moving through the woods. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, following behind him, had also shed his usual laid-back demeanor, stepping on the fallen leaves Lin had trodden on, minimizing any sound. The air was thick with the sweet, pungent smell of humus, and a deathly silence surrounded them. We're here. Lin stopped behind a slope, pushed aside the ferns in front of him, and pointed downwards. Below was a three-way intersection. A main road extended from afar, meeting two other paths emerging from the dense forest, forming a natural Y shape. The road here narrowed significantly, with steep dirt slopes on both sides, overgrown with tangled tree roots and jagged strange rocks. A perfect ambush point. Hao Renyu Hao Bao's eyes instantly lit up. Lin agreed, for the caravan to pass, this is the only way. As long as we ambush them from these two slopes, from a higher position, they'll be fish in a barrel. This was the most classic and effective tactical terrain. Hao Renyu Hao Bao began to consider how to maximize the advantages of this terrain from a player's perspective. My lord, look at that spot, he pointed to a large protruding rock on the left slope, the soil under that rock is loose. With a little work, we can create a small-scale rockfall, directly disrupting their formation. And over here, he pointed to the right, we can dig some spike pits, disguised with vines and fallen leaves. To avoid the rockfall, they'll surely move towards this side and fall right into the pits. Hao Ren grew more excited as he spoke, one devious trick after another spilling from his mouth. We can also stretch oil-soaked ropes across the middle of the road. Once lit, they'll form a wall of fire, scaring their horses. When people and horses are in disarray, that's our time to harvest. Lin listened quietly, not interrupting him. Players, indeed, had an innate talent for figuring out how to create chaos. Only when Ren finished did he nod, approvingly saying, good ideas, but... Lin didn't immediately start planning the specific locations of the traps. Instead, he crouched down where he was and picked up a pinch of soil. Ren's heart sank. The soil is new. Lin rubbed the dirt between his fingers, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Someone has cleared the traces here. He stood up and slowly walked to a white birch tree by the roadside, his gaze sweeping slowly over the rough bark. Lin reached out a finger and gently brushed away an inconspicuous piece of moss about a person's height from the ground. Beneath the moss, an X-shaped symbol, about the size of a fingernail, carved with a sharp object, was clearly imprinted on the bark. Ren's pupils constricted slightly. This is a scout's mark. Yes, Lin's expression grew serious, and the meaning of this symbol should be road safe, surveyed. But do you think a professional scout wouldn't see that this is a perfect ambush point? Ren understood instantly. This was a psychological trap. He's not leaving a mark for his comrades. Lin's voice grew colder, he's leaving it for us. He anticipated we would come to survey, deliberately leaving this mark to make us think our movements haven't been exposed, and then confidently set up an ambush here. Lin paused, continuing his analysis. Baron Barton's private soldiers, since they have such a professional scout, are definitely not pushovers. They have 40 fully armed guards, a force that makes them fearless. They won't flee at the slightest disturbance, instead, they will actively seek out and crush threats. So, once their scout discovers the traps we've set here, they won't be scared, instead, they'll be excited. Because this confirms the enemy's existence and gives them a clear target for attack. They will come out in full force, from directions we least expect, and counter-surround us. Ren didn't show much surprise, instead, a look of understanding appeared on his face as he murmured, using our habitual thinking, then leveraging their own strength advantage, turning the ambusher into the ambushed. What a brilliant move of reversing guest and host. After figuring it out, Ren was somewhat speechless. From the two-headed dog at the beginning to the NPCs now, why did every enemy he had to deal with seem like an old fox? It seems we'll have to change our approach. Lin turned and walked to an open space, quickly drawing a map of the terrain around the three-way intersection in the dirt with his dagger. Since they think we'll ambush them here, we'll play along. Lin pointed the tip of his dagger at the Y intersection. We'll set up a fake ambush here. Fake. Yes. Dig the traps, prepare the rockfall, but do it a bit crudely, like a novice's work, so they can see through it at a glance. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. When their commander learns of these clumsy traps from his scouts, what will he do to show off his cleverness? Ren's mind raced, immediately picking up Lin's words. He'll choose to bypass us via another path he deems safe to counter-surround us. Exactly. Lin's dagger moved across the map, finally stopping in a seemingly unremarkable dense forest next to the original main road. And here, Lin's dagger tip forcefully pierced the dirt, is their true graveyard. Ren looked at the new ambush point on the map and couldn't help but get excited. Isn't this much more interesting than just fighting and killing? My lord, if we ambush here, we'll also need a way to ensure they don't scatter and flee, he proactively added. For example, set up some inconspicuous obstacles on their likely escape routes, not to kill, but to slow them down and completely trap them in this pocket. Very good, Lin was pleased with Ren's addition. That's exactly what I was going to say next. He looked at the map, his eyes deepening. But killing them alone isn't enough. Our goal is to make this caravan, along with their goods, completely disappear from this world. Leave no survivors, no clues, and don't let Baron Barton find even the slightest trace connecting it to us. We must cut the grass by the roots, or there will be endless trouble. The excitement on Ren's face faded, replaced by a solemn calm. He nodded, saying in a deep voice, but this might lead to a few more casualties. Some sacrifices are necessary and unavoidable, Lin nodded. Anyway, players can revive. As long as casualties are kept within 5 people, it won't affect strategic development and is acceptable. He looked up, his gaze meeting Ren's. To wipe out the enemy completely and reduce casualties, traps alone aren't enough. We also need bait. Live bait. Lin paused, seemingly scrutinizing the player in front of him. This bait needs to be smart enough to react correctly in chaos and lead the enemy to the designated location. At the same time, he needs to appear weak enough, like a panicked rookie, making the enemy think they can easily devour him, thereby lowering their guard. Ren Yu Haobao had a bad premonition and quickly said, My lord, actually, a few more casualties don't matter. You know, we the chosen can revive. Lin's gaze swept over Ren, saying, now that you mention it, doesn't that make bait even more necessary? Since he can revive, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to have one bait die in the encirclement than to have several die trying to block them from the outside? Ren inwardly cursed, realizing he had spoken carelessly in his haste earlier. He should have directly recommended a candidate for the bait to the lord. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Lin's face. You just said you had a good idea for setting traps. Now, I also have a good idea for this bait. Are you interested in hearing it? My lord, can I choose not to listen? Ren Yu Haobao looked at the sinister-looking Lin, feeling like his expression had completely changed. Ren Yu Haobao's Adam's apple bobbed, as he tried to make a final struggle. Lord, I think the choice for this bait needs careful consideration. For example, youthful pighead youth is good. He runs fast, has a loud voice, and a naturally taunting face. Him. Lin shook his head, dismissing the suggestion with a single sentence. He would turn a bait mission into a suicide charge. I need an actor who can adapt on the fly, not a firecracker that just shoots forward once lit. Then. Milk Dragon would also work. He's reckless enough to draw fire. Hao Ren didn't give up. He would charge alongside the pig-headed people. Lin's answer remained concise. Hao Ren was completely speechless. He found himself unable to refute it. Those two together could indeed turn any brilliant tactical plan into a charge screaming Yura. Lin's gaze returned to Hao Ren. What you need to do is very simple. Lin's voice was steady. At the most crucial moment, appear in the most crucial position, and in the most effective way, draw everyone's aggro onto you. Then, before they can unleash their fury on you, lead them into our prearranged true ambush. Hao Ren understood. It meant going to his death, but he had to die with skill, dying at just the right moment. It meant he had to go taunt and pull aggro, but this mission sounds like the casualty rate is unusually high. He rubbed his nose, trying to hide the jitters in his heart with a wry smile. That's why we need you. Lin's tone was utterly matter of fact. Anyway, you can revive. Compared to unnecessary casualties among others while intercepting enemies on the periphery, sacrificing just you to draw all enemies into the preset encirclement is the most efficient and cost-effective tactical choice. Most efficient, most cost-effective. Hao Ren chewed on these two words, and deep within him, an irrepressible excitement quietly began to grow. Turning their plans against them, feigning weakness, and then using a certain death bait to lure all enemies into a true killing trap. This plan was cunning, ruthless, and exciting enough. Lord, can I ask one last question? Hao Ren took a deep breath, his eyes changed. Speak. After I die, my severance pay better be sufficient, right? Lin smiled. He stepped forward and patted Hao Ren's shoulder. Don't worry, as long as you die spectacularly, the reward I give you will definitely make you feel, this death was more than worth it, you might even want to die again. Then I really thank you. Hao Ren's mouth twitched. The two reached an amicable consensus, said no more, and quickly returned to camp. When Lin returned to camp with Hao Ren, other players also returned from their reconnaissance missions with their respective gains. At this time, other players also returned from their reconnaissance missions, boasting about their achievements in a flurry of chatter. Youthful Pighead Youth and Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior excitedly described how they used a huge boulder to make the bronze rank 8 rockback rhinoceros scramble away in a panic. Gentle Mommy, like presenting a treasure, pulled out all sorts of strange plant fruits, showing off their effects. Cotton Machine then recounted their discovery deep in the forest. There was indeed a cave filled with goblin traces, about 10 of them, but unfortunately, the goblins had already left by the time they got there. Everyone, come here. Lin clapped his hands, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, after today, the holiday is over. He wasted no words, directly drawing a map of the three-way intersection on the ground and laying out the entire plan within a plan that he and Hao Ren had devised. From how to set up crude, foolish fake traps to lure enemy scouts, to how to exploit the arrogance and overconfidence of enemy commanders to lead them into a true death trap. In short, Baron Barton's caravan will pass through here the day after tomorrow afternoon. And we are going to prepare an unforgettable surprise for them. After hearing the entire plan, the camp was initially silent. The expressions on the players' faces gradually shifted from initial ease to shock, and finally to an unbelievable excitement. Holy crap, you can play like this. Youthful Pighead Youth murmured, feeling his brain was a bit overwhelmed. Setting a trap within a trap, using the enemy's psychological predictions to predict their actions. Lord, your heart is too dirty, isn't it? Handsome enough to kill people's tone was full of extreme admiration for such dirty tactics. Damn it, I can't wait. One Punch Kills Minotaur grumbled, saying that robbing and plundering was what they, as players, should be doing. Lin ignored their exclamations and swiftly began to assign tasks. I heard your discussions about your gains today. I just heard all about your gains today. His gaze swept towards Gentle Mommy. Those poisonous and paralyzing plants you have are very good. Go collect more tomorrow, mash them into juice, and apply them to all our arrows, spear tips, and sword blades. Yes, Lord. Gentle Mommy responded. Besides the edible ones, she had specifically looked for some poisonous herbs, thinking they might be useful in the future, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Crescent Moon Bridge, standing nearby, grabbed the cloth bag without a word, picked up some stones, and mashed a few poisonous berries into a paste, smearing it on his longsword, preparing to find a monster to test it on later. Lin's gaze then turned to Youthful Pighead Youth and Milk Dragon. Lin's gaze then turned to Youthful Pighead Youth and Milk Dragon. You two, your experience in provoking rockback rhinoceros to death is very rich. Hee, Lord, you flatter us. Youthful Pighead Youth proudly puffed out his chest. Now, I appoint you two as the Startle Horse Task Force. Lin pointed to the ambush point on the map. When the battle begins, your mission is to use every possible method to make the caravan's horses go mad. Stones, torches, whatever is effective. Mission accomplished. The two exchanged glances, revealing knowing, mischievous smiles. At this moment, Hao Ren leaned over and whispered, I have another idea, do you want to? After listening, the pig-headed boy and Milk Dragon repeatedly gave him thumbs up. Finally, Lin looked at Su-Yun, the goblin traces you found earlier, although not many and they had already left, cannot be ignored. You and Cotton Machine will be responsible for the outer perimeter alert. If you find any small groups of goblins, Deal with them without alarming the caravan. Understood. Su-yun nodded succinctly. As Lin issued command after command, the entire camp, like a precision war machine, instantly began to operate at high speed. The next day, the players were divided into two groups and went to the ambush point to set up traps. Handsome enough to kill people was assigned by Lin to set up crude, idiotic fake traps. His team included several new players, and most importantly, a legendary pilot. Looking at the spike pit dug by the legendary pilot, which resembled Patrick's star, handsome enough to kill people's eye twitched uncontrollably. I say, the pit can be round or square, but can it not be so abstract? Art, do you understand? The legendary pilot stood with his hands on his hips, very satisfied with his ingenious design. This is psychological deterrence. Before the enemy falls in, they'll be bewildered by my artistic creation. Handsome enough to kill people turned his head away in pain, then saw I am really not passerby and wind blows underwear eggs cool setting up tripwires not far away. The vines were loosely tied and uneven. No, I can't take it anymore. Handsome enough to kill people felt his aesthetic sense and logic being repeatedly trampled. He rushed over and tore down the vines. What kind of knot is this? Can this trip a horse? This can only trip an ant. While complaining, he quickly tied a standard double loop knot and adjusted the height to a perfect angle, enough to make a horse's front hooves instantly lose balance. Didn't the Lord say to make it a bit crude, to show flaws? I told you to pretend to be a novice, not to pretend to be truly idiotic. Handsome enough to kill people felt his blood pressure soaring. Our goal is to make them think we're incompetent, not that we have brain damage. Meanwhile, in the true ambush circle, One Punch Kill's Minotaur was using all his might to pull a vine taut, making it hum with vibration. Lin walked over with a dark expression, kicking the tree. Are you trying to trip a horse, or launch it into the sky? Lin's roar echoed through the forest. This is tying a tripwire. Not stringing a siege crossbow. If you make it this tight, do you think a horse running over it will break the vine, or will it be flung over our heads and crush us? The Minotaur scratched his head and quickly loosened the vine a bit. I thought sturdier would be safer. Too much of a good thing is bad. Lin sighed, personally adjusting it to just the right tension. Under Ha Ren's technical guidance, youthful Pighead Youth and Milk Dragon were having a blast in another area. They didn't dig pits or tie vines, but instead smeared a viscous liquid mixed with animal feces and decaying matter on the ground. Hehe, this is what we borrowed from the iron-skinned kin last night at the risk of our lives. Youthful Pighead Youth had a mischievous grin. The smell of this stuff, even with my sense of smell blocked, makes me feel physically uncomfortable, let alone horses with their more sensitive noses. Ha Ren shook his head and said, I asked you to bring some rockback rhinoceros dung, but not just to make a simple bio-bomb. The reason you feel physically uncomfortable is because your subconscious tells you that the owner of this dung is very powerful, and you have trespassed on its territory, urging you to leave quickly. If we feel this way, imagine how the caravan's horses will feel. There's such a thing. The pig-headed youth was impressed but didn't quite understand. It's all the same, we'll just rush over and shout a few times, throw some lit torches, and guarantee they'll be scared out of their wits. Milk Dragon added, as if he could already see the chaotic scene of the caravan in disarray. Time passed by second by second. When all the traps and preparations were almost complete, Lin found Su-yun and Cotton Machine. Su-yun, Cotton Machine. From now until tomorrow afternoon before the ambush, you two will stay here to clear the perimeter and ensure safety. Remember, our target is the caravan. Don't waste time on scattered goblins or other monsters. Understood. Su-yun replied. Just a few small monsters, perfect for a warm-up before the battle. Cotton Machine stretched his wrist, his tone relaxed. Now, it seemed everything was ready, all that was needed was the east wind. At the other end of Blackwood Forest, in a hidden valley surrounded by steep cliffs, the flickering firelight dispelled some of the darkness, but could not drive away the despair and panic that permeated the air. Many goblins were crowded here, roughly hundreds of them. Old, young, male, female, most of them had eyes full of fatigue and fear. The noisy clamor, the crying of children, and the groans of the injured merged into a chaotic symphony. In the center of the valley, by a huge bonfire, a gaunt goblin, clad in animal skins and with a painted face, leaned on a staff decorated with bones and feathers, gazing at the flickering flames. He was the only shaman goblin with wisdom and heritage among all the goblin tribes in this area. A series of heavy footsteps approached, and an unusually tall goblin warrior pushed through the chaotic tribe to stand before the shaman. He wore crude leather armor and carried a rough battle axe, but most striking was the two-headed dog beside him, baring its teeth and growling low in its throat. Shaman, the goblin warrior knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse as he reported, most of the surviving tribesmen from the surrounding caves have gathered as you instructed, those who haven't arrived have likely already. The shaman slowly turned his head, a hint of sorrow flashing in his cloudy eyes, and sighed, those rats that crawled out from underground are too terrifying. They are like a black plague, endless, devouring our tribesmen's caves one after another. We must leave this cursed land as soon as possible, head east, through Blackwood Forest, to find a new home. He lifted his head, looking towards the valley's exit, his eyes regaining their resolve. Pass on my order, prepare to depart. 2 days passed in a flash amidst the players' intense preparations for battle. On the afternoon of the ambush, the sun was setting in the west, and the light in Blackwood Forest was cut into streaks of dim yellow blades. The crossroads were eerily silent, even the chirping of insects had vanished. Handsome enough to kill people checked the tripwire, disguised as fallen leaves, one last time. The loose knot was intentional, set at a tricky angle, enough to make any rider who underestimated it pay the price. On the other side, one punch kill's minotaur lay in ambush behind a dirt mound, beside several boulders secured with vines. With one axe swing to sever the vines, the falling rocks could instantly block half the road. 15 players, like ghosts merged with the environment, held their breath in their respective positions. Their awaited prey finally arrived. A convoy of a dozen large carts appeared at the end of the main road, their wheels grinding over the muddy ground with a dull creak. Over 40 guards, armed with long swords and shields, surrounded the convoy, vigilantly scanning the woods on both sides. At the very front of the procession, Captain Raymond, riding a tall warhorse, reined in. A scout, Drake, galloped back from the front, dismounting clumsily before his horse. Captain. Drake lowered his head, his voice low. We found some traps on the slopes on both sides of the crossroads ahead. Raymond glanced at him, snorting. Be clearer, what kind of traps? Very crude. Drake looked up, a hint of confusion and nervousness on his face. The tripwires are haphazardly tied, the pit traps are shallow and small, and the leaves used for camouflage look like they were just swept from nearby. It's clearly the work of amateurs. I suspect it's civilians who escaped during the previous sweep and hid in Blackwood Forest. Raymond laughed, the kind of laugh a beast makes when it hears a rabbit grinding its teeth in front of him. A bunch of rats hiding in the woods, trying to play at ambushing people. Seeing this, Drake immediately pointed to the small path on the left with an eager-to-please tone, suggesting, Captain, since they want to ambush us on the main road, then can't we go around on this side path and attack them from behind? Give them a surprise attack. This suggestion, like a feather, precisely tickled Raymond's fancy. He instantly recalled how 3 years ago, when he was still a squad leader, he had used the same tactic to annihilate the arrogant Bloody Hand bandit group. That battle had established his current position. Raymond looked at the scout before him, whose eyes gleamed with petty cleverness, and even saw a trace of his younger self in him. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Raymond, uncharacteristically, laughed heartily and clapped Drake on the shoulder. You have some of my old style. This is a good idea, you'll be rewarded. He pointed his riding crop at the small path, inviting with grand ambition, don't stay here. Come with me, I'll let you personally wring the necks of those rat leaders. I'll give you a share of this merit. This was both recognition and a test. However, when Drake heard this, the joy on his face instantly froze, then turned swish to ashen white. No, no, no. Captain. He retreated in terror, shaking his head like a rattle. I can't, my legs are weak. I only know how to scout, I'm no good at real fighting. My mission is to protect the carts, yes, protect the carts. I must stay here. Raymond's smile froze. He slowly withdrew his hand, the admiration in his eyes rapidly cooling, finally turning into a deep contempt. Humph, he sneered inwardly, he's ultimately an uncouth fellow, a bit clever, but lacking the courage to match. No wonder he can only be a scout. He was nothing more than a hyena that could smell blood but dared not bite. He waved his hand as if shooing away a buzzing fly. Get lost. Since you're so keen on driving, I'll leave you 2 men. You stay here and keep watch, don't let monsters carry off the goods. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Captain. Drake, as if pardoned, scrambled away to the side. Raymond no longer bothered to look at him, drew his longsword, and with high spirits, pointed to the path. Everyone, follow me. Let them see that in the face of absolute power, any petty cleverness is a laughable struggle. Yes, Captain. Over 30 elite guards, filled with excitement for the impending slaughter, stepped onto the path to death without looking back. Raymond straightened his back, a hint of cat-and-mouse mockery on his face. He could already imagine the wonderfully desperate expressions on their faces when his elites descended from nowhere, appearing behind that ragtag bunch. It wasn't until the entire team's backs had disappeared into the woods that Drake, who had been stooped over, slowly straightened up. The timidity, fear, and subservience on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a stagnant calm. He didn't even smile, merely watched calmly in the direction Raymond had disappeared. A game of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, was about to unfold. Only, no one had anticipated that another goblin tribe, numbering several hundred, was slowly making its way to the scene, bringing their families along. As night deepened, the forest wind carried a chill. On a ridge about a kilometer from the three-way intersection, 2 figures silently pressed themselves into the shadows of the rocks, unmoving. TCH, there's nothing here, Cotton Machine whispered, a hint of impatience in his voice. I thought I'd get to slaughter a few monsters for fun, but I can't even see a ghost. They had been lurking there for nearly half an hour, tasked by Lin to clear out about a dozen goblins or other monsters that might be in the outer perimeter of the ambush, ensuring the ambush was foolproof. Don't be careless, Su Yun's voice was as calm as ever, and he continuously scanned the deep valley below. Just waiting like this is so boring, Cotton Machine grumbled, pulling a paralyzing blueberry picked by gentle mommy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice invigorated him. Just then, Su Yun's body stiffened abruptly. He reached out and firmly pressed down on Cotton Machine, who was about to stand up. Don't move. Su Yun's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. What's wrong? Su, Cotton Machine was about to say something, but when he followed Su Yun's gaze towards the depths of the valley, the rest of his words caught in his throat. A point of light appeared from around the corner of the valley. It wasn't an illusion. Immediately after, came a second point, a third point, as if someone had lit a fuse in the darkness. The scattered points of light quickly connected into a line, then converged into a mass, like a winding fire dragon, slowly crawling out from the end of the valley. Beneath the torchlight, as far as the eye could see, were swarming, crowded green heads. Torches formed a forest, spears stacked into thorns. These were not the dozen goblins or wandering monsters they had anticipated at all. It was a massive goblin tribal army, stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough estimate put their numbers at least 500. Among them were also significantly larger warrior goblins riding ferocious two-headed dogs. And in the very center of the procession, a group of goblins clustered around a figure holding a bone staff, clearly the leader of this force, a shaman goblin. Although they were bringing their families, pushing crude wooden carts, and herding emaciated livestock, they looked less like an army and more like a refugee tribe undergoing a large-scale migration. But their sheer numbers were enough to suffocate anyone who witnessed the scene. Holy crap, Cotton Machine was dumbfounded, the unchanged hued blueberry in his mouth swallowed with a gulp. He even forgot what it tasted like. Where was this a potential risk? This was a goddamn catastrophe, enough to crush all of them into dust. So-yoon didn't panic. After the initial shock, he immediately reacted in the most appropriate way. He grabbed the still standing Cotton Machine and rushed back towards where Lin and the others were lurking, without looking back. The sound of the wind from his running filled his ears, and his voice, slightly trembling from the rapid movement, clearly echoed throughout the entire lurking area. Lord! Emergency! A goblin force numbering in the hundreds is heading towards the three-way intersection. The ambush site had been silent, all players quietly waiting for their prey. So-yoon's sudden shout stirred up 1,000 waves. The players lurking in various spots had drastic changes in expression, and a silent commotion spread among them, finally converging into suppressed gasps and discussions. What the hell? Hundreds of goblins. Handsome enough to kill people lowered his voice, his tone full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is the game bugged? So many monsters suddenly spawned. Youthful pighead youth cursed directly. Holy crap. A three-way battle? An epic scene. Legendary pilot seemed not at all worried about losing. Recording activated, brothers, get ready for TV. It's over, we're going to be dumpling filling. We're caught between the goblins and the caravan. 15 players ambushing 40 fully armed guards already felt like their limit. Now, hundreds of goblins suddenly appeared? How could they possibly fight this? Quiet, everyone. With just 3 words, Lin instantly silenced the noisy players. He stood at the highest point of the hillside, his clothes fluttering in the night wind. In the distance, the green torrent had already appeared at the end of the road, about to face off against the cavalry guards at the other end. The 3 parties were about to converge here. After a very brief moment of shock, his brain worked at an unprecedented speed. Lin had anticipated all sorts of contingencies, but he never imagined the contingency would be this exaggerated. Lord, is it still not too late for us to run? Youthful pighead youth asked subconsciously. Run. Lin's tone betrayed no emotion. We haven't been discovered by either side, we can leave whenever we want. But... His gaze swept over the 3 glowing dots on the map representing different factions. Caravan guards, goblins, and themselves. A plan instantly formed in his mind. It was just very difficult. Things aren't without a turning point. Let's wait. Lin's words made all the players pause. A turning point? Besides a total wipe or fleeing, what other turning point could there be now? Ignoring the players' bewilderment, Lin slowly closed his eyes, as if deep in thought. The players on the hillside looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was making such a strange move at this moment. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the hillside, Bao was lurking in the designated bait position, his heart pounding with tension. He too had witnessed this unbelievable scene. To the south of the road was a torrent of goblins, torches blazing, stretching as far as the eye could see, their noisy clamor and stench detectable from afar. To the north of the road were the elite caravan guards who had circled around and arrived directly in front of the true ambush zone. Over 30 men on tall horses, their formation neat, their armor glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. He was like a bean caught between 2 colliding millstones, ready to be ground into powder at any moment. Just then, a pale blue light curtain unfurled before his eyes. Emergency mission, shifting tides. Description: the goblin tribe unexpectedly intervened, and 3 factions converged here. The original plan is now meaningless. Your actions will determine everyone's life or death tonight. Mission hint: the following are phonetic transcriptions of 2 foreign languages, which can be used to escalate conflict. 1 for goblins, Galusid. Pu Laji. 2 for the caravan, Wangda Pusi. Chi Haju Pei. Choose how to stir this muddy water, it is all up to you. After Bao saw the translated meaning below each foreign language phrase provided by the system, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he thought of many things in an instant. Bao slowly exhaled. Although he felt this plan relied somewhat on luck, it was better than having everyone else retreat directly. If it succeeded, it would be a huge gain. It would only cost him the bait. A bitter smile appeared on his face, but it was overshadowed by an irrepressible grin of excitement. He no longer looked in the direction of the caravan guards but instead turned his gaze first to that green ocean. At this moment, at the 3-way intersection, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though water could drip from it. The migrating army of goblins and the guards led by Raymond collided head-on in this narrow area. Raymond tightened his reins, and the warhorse beneath him pawed restlessly, letting out a series of snorts. He narrowed his eyes, wondering how his confident flanking maneuver had halfway through, run straight into such a massive goblin tribe? His thoughts jumped back to Drake's earlier report, where he had mentioned that the traps set on the other side were very crude and simple. A thought surfaced in his mind and quickly became crystal clear. That's it. With the intelligence of a low-level creature like a goblin, it would be logical for them to set such a flawed trap. A faint, imperceptible sneer played on Raymond's lips. He had seen through the truth and was satisfied with his insight. Although there were still some unresolved questions, he would understand once he saw what petty tricks these goblins would pull next. His own team, mounted on war horses, could come and go as they pleased against a group of walking goblins. On the other side, the goblin shaman's withered body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme confusion and vigilance. Its cloudy eyes stared intently at the human troops opposite. Well equipped, clad in formidable iron armor, with disciplined formations, the aura of battle-hardened resolve emanating from them was far beyond what some commoners and adventurers who had previously come to Blackwood Forest could match. Most importantly, they carried no goods, completely unlike a mere passing caravan. This indicated that the other party was very likely coming for them. A terrifying conjecture took root and sprouted in its heart. It recalled that a few days ago, some tribesmen from smaller tribes had reported to it that a small group of mysterious humans were frequently active in the central area of Blackwood Forest. Could it be that their tribe's great migration plan had been discovered by those human scouts? The shaman's heart sank. It reached an almost desperate conclusion. Those humans had notified their elite troops, and the other party had come specifically to surround them, preparing to wipe out and completely exterminate the entire goblin race of Blackwood Forest. At this moment, both sides were hesitant to act due to the other's large numbers or formidable strength. The goblin shaman did not want any unnecessary complications on its escape route, and Raymond, though arrogant, was not a fool. Facing an enemy 10 times his own in number, a frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. They were both waiting for the other side's next move, waiting for the other side to reveal a weakness. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out of the woods near the goblin tribe's side. It was Ren. Everyone's gaze was drawn to this third party who had suddenly intruded. Raymond frowned. Where did this idiot come from? The shaman goblin also narrowed his eyes, not understanding what this lone human intended to do. Ren rushed directly to within 50 meters of the goblin formation and, with all his might, roared out the phonetic translation provided by the system. Guru Sita. Polaji. You filthy maggots, do you really dare to dream of crawling out of this Blackwood Forest? Kneel, pledge allegiance to the great Baron Barden, and you might still earn a despicable life as a slave. Otherwise, the army behind me will crush you into a pulp. As soon as his words fell, the entire goblin tribe instantly erupted. Although the accent was strange, at such close proximity, they could hear him clearly. The goblins, already tired and terrified from the migration, were now so blatantly humiliated, and they all let out earth-shattering roars. The shaman's heart sank. It felt that something was amiss. Why would an enemy scout wait here alone and then try to persuade them to surrender? Moreover, rather than persuasion, it felt more like a provocation. It raised its bone staff, attempting to calm its already out-of-control tribesmen. But Ren gave it no time. Seeing that the goblins had been ignited, he drew his long sword and boldly charged into the front ranks. With a flash of his sword, several goblin heads flew into the air. Blood is the best catalyst. This completely ignited the powder keg. Kill him! Roar! Dozens of goblins in the front ranks charged out like madmen. The shaman knew its tribesmen's rage had been ignited, and there was no turning back. Its mind raced. Retreating deeper into Blackwood Forest would only lead to being slowly whittled away to death. Although this human elite force in front of them was powerful, they had an absolute numerical advantage. As long as they paid a certain price in casualties, they could still take them down. It let out a sharp shriek, ordering all goblins to charge. Raymond, from a distance, witnessed all of this. That foolish human shouted a few words in front of the goblins, and then, with hundreds of troubles, rushed towards his side. Archers, prepare. Raymond's face was ashen. First, shoot down that idiot running over here. The moment the guards raised their bows, Ren, having calculated the distance, at the extreme edge just before entering firing range, shouted out the second part of his lines with all his might. I am a guard of Lord Barden. I was captured by the goblins. They know your route and have set traps behind you. I just found an opportunity to escape. Raymond was startled. He then saw that the leather armor on the man was indeed the standard issue for Barden's private soldiers. But deep down, he still felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. He loudly questioned Ren, who was running closer. Whose subordinate are you? Where is your token? Ren, of course, didn't understand. The only thing he could do was run like mad, giving no response to Raymond's questions. This reaction set off alarm bells in Raymond's heart. No. This guy is definitely problematic. Just as he was about to order the forced shooting of Ren and organize his men to retreat, Ren suddenly made a sharp turn, not charging towards the front of the guard, but diagonally towards the dense forest behind their flank. Recalling what that guy had just said about goblins setting traps behind them, Raymond didn't believe a single word. What could a group of goblins possibly do? As for whether there might be other people ambushing, that was even more impossible. Lord Barden had completely occupied this area half a month ago. No one dared to resist. Now, at most, there were some ordinary commoners hiding in the wilderness. They couldn't possibly threaten their group of fully armed extraordinary cavalry. And that suspicious, deceptive bait, who had fooled everyone, was trying to trick him to escape from the side. Raymond would not let him have his way. he wanted to catch that person and get to the bottom of it. He made a decisive decision, pointed his sword, and roared, "Ignore the goblins. The whole team, follow me. Catch that person in front. Quick!" More than 30 elite cavalrymen spurred their war horses, bursting forth with astonishing speed, closely following Hao Ren as he charged into that seemingly ordinary dense forest. They quickly caught up with their target and surrounded him. Seeing this, Hao Ren knew his mission was complete. A relieved smile appeared on his face, he drew his sword and charged at a cavalryman, symbolically resisting a few times, on the verge of being captured alive. Hao Ren knew he couldn't take down another one as a scapegoat, which was a bit regrettable. The next second, facing the bewildered Raymond, Hao Ren, with a backhand sword, slit his own throat, transforming into a brilliant white light and vanishing into thin air, leaving only an empty leather armor and sword on the ground. Where is he? Raymond and his subordinates stared at the empty ground in the middle, their minds blank, completely stunned. Something's wrong. There's a big problem here. Someone so defiant unto death, committing suicide so decisively, could only be a trained death warrior. And they even used some kind of secret medicine or magic that could eliminate traces and leave no clues. Who is it? Where did this force come from? Raymond felt like he had fallen into a huge trap. He was about to order his men to turn their horses around. A cold voice then echoed through the forest, clearly reaching the ears of every single one of them. Act. Lin's cold voice fell, like the Grim Reaper tolling the evening bell. This dense forest, disguised as tranquility, instantly transformed into a man-eating beast, bearing its bloody fangs. Buzz. Several taut vines sprang out from both sides of the forest. These tripwires were set half a meter off the ground, precisely the blind spot horses found hardest to avoid when galloping. The war horses, eager to turn and flee, had no time to break. Their front hooves were instantly caught, and the immense inertia sent them crashing forward. Bang! 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 A series of heavy thuds sounded as the guards on horseback were flung off like rolling gourds. They tumbled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Trap! Everyone! Raymond's warning was cut short as an indescribable stench, mixed with terrifying pressure, suddenly swept in from upwind. The smell was like the putrid carcass of a beast, festering and expanding in the depths of a hot swamp for months. Raymond and his guards' war horses shifted their hooves uneasily. Hee, try our aged excrement borrowed from Brother Rhino. Youthful pighead youth and invincible milk dragon warrior hid at the top of the slope, grinning mischievously as they threw down several more biobombs wrapped in rags. Humans might be able to endure it with reason, but the war horses, whose sense of smell was dozens of times more acute than humans, instantly went mad. It wasn't just the stench, it was also the bloodline pressure of a bronze rank 8 behemoth mixed within it. This was a signal of fear etched deep into their genes, telling them that if they didn't run, they would be torn to shreds. Hee-haw! Almost all the war horses simultaneously lost control. They reared up, eyes bloodshot, frantically shaking their bodies, spinning in place, or blindly crashing in any direction, ignoring their masters' whips and shouts. This wild running triggered other pit traps. Boom! Raymond watched helplessly as 3 of his cavalry guards beside him, carried away by their frightened horses, suddenly vanished vertically in front of him, man and horse alike. Deep pits appeared in the ground, accompanied by the wails of the guards, the mournful neighs of the war horses before they fell, and the muffled thud. Thud. Of countless sharp wooden stakes piercing flesh and bone. Raymond's proud cavalry formation was completely shattered in less than 10 seconds after the battle began. Damn it, these beasts are crazy. Steady. Hold the reins. The guards were in a chaotic mess. One unlucky guard was thrown off his horse. His heavy armor made him roll on the ground like a tin can. Before he could get up, another startled warhorse directly trampled his chest. With a muffled crunch of breaking bones, his breath instantly grew faint. Now's the time. Target, prioritize shooting horse legs and the unprotected parts of those guards. Make sure they can't run. On the hillside, handsome enough to kill people's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. He seized the opportunity to inflict damage while the enemy's formation was in disarray and their defenses were down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The paralyzing venom carefully concocted by Gentle Mommy now shimmered with a faint blue light on the arrows. Arrows rained down like locusts, a continuous barrage. Arrows pierced into the horses' joints and the exposed necks and thighs in the gaps of the guard's armor. A guard had just been thrown off his horse and was struggling to get up when an arrow pierced his calf with a thwack. The intense paralysis instantly rendered half his body numb. He watched helplessly as another out-of-control cavalryman trampled over him. The searing pain of his shattered sternum was his last conscious thought. Brothers, that one down there must be the boss. Youthful pighead youth pointed at the disheveled Raymond below, shouting to the other players around him, watch me taunt him. That guy wearing the brightest armor, like a metal turtle. Yes, you. Stop struggling, being this stupid is truly hopeless. Raymond heard the sound. Although he didn't understand the content, the mocking tone ignited his fury. He subconsciously looked up. At that sight, his soul nearly fled. One punch kills Minotaur and several other players pushed huge boulders to the edge of the hillside, one after another. Minotaur, smash! Block their left flank. Handsome enough to kill people roared. The giant rocks rolled down with immense force. The guards scattered in terror. One guard, unable to dodge in time, was hit head-on and instantly turned into an unrecognizable pulp of flesh. This wave of boulders not only caused casualties but, more importantly, completely sealed off their escape route to the side, compressing the remaining enemies into a small area. Amidst the chaos, two ghostly figures sliced into the battlefield. Su Yun's figure moved close to the ground, silently and swiftly approaching a lone guard who was desperately trying to calm his warhorse. The moment the man noticed something amiss to his side and turned his head in surprise, Su Yun's sword had already pierced through a gap in his armor, precisely severing his carotid artery. There were no superfluous movements, a single strike to kill. Su Yun's figure once again melted into the chaotic forest, seeking his next target. On the other side, Crescent Moon Bridge was much more flamboyant. She leaped down from a treetop, her long sword carving a cold arc in the moonlight. With a loud clang, it precisely struck a guard's helmet. The immense impact instantly concussed the man, his vision went black, and he fell straight off his horse. Damn it! There aren't many of them. Raymond finally recovered from his initial shock. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched several of his subordinates fall in less than a minute. He immediately deduced that the enemy was using perfect ambush traps and terrain to attack, and their actual numbers could not be large. Dismount. Abandon the horses. Form up, prepare to charge out. As long as he could break out of this damned trap zone, on open ground, he was confident he could chop all these skulking rats into mincemeat. Break out towards the valley entrance. The terrain there is open. Hurry. Raymond pointed his sword in the direction they had come from. Even if there were some traps, there couldn't be many. That was their only way out. The remaining 24 guards seemed to find their backbone. They immediately abandoned their horses, raised their shields and longswords, and rallied around Raymond, preparing to force their way through. However, just as Raymond gathered his last remaining forces, attempting to lead them in a forceful charge, a familiar clamor of sounds erupted from the narrow valley path he had pointed towards. Squeak! Squeak! It was the goblin's characteristic, sharp, frenzied, and bloodthirsty shriek. Raymond's raised sword froze mid-air. He slowly turned his head, his face grim. At the end of his sight, rows of goblins, wielding bone spikes and wooden clubs, surged out from the narrow valley path, the only escape route he had identified. Delayed by the player's first wave of traps, the goblin army, catching up from the rear, had successfully blocked their retreat. There was an ambush ahead, and pursuers behind. No, these weren't pursuers, it was another, even larger group of enemies. They were caught in the middle, practically in a desperate situation with almost no chance of survival. Raymond's heart sank to rock bottom, but he was, after all, a battle-hardened captain of the guards. His despair lasted only an instant, then was suppressed by the instinct for survival and his duty as a commander. Raymond glanced again at the goblins surging closer from behind, his brain working at top speed. Finally, a look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his long sword and pointed out 12 men. Bug. You take 11 men and go to the valley entrance. Remember, dig in there like a nail, block those green-skinned bastards even if it costs your lives. Raymond roared at a burly, bearded man beside him. Yes, Captain. The guard named Buck didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding heavily, his eyes glinting with a fearless ferocity. He waved his hand, and immediately 11 guards broke away from the main group, forming a tight defensive formation, and charged back against the wave of goblins. Raymond's judgment was simple and direct. Although the goblins behind them were terrifyingly numerous, they were ultimately a disorganized rabble. As long as a small team formed a defensive line and held the narrow valley entrance, it would be enough to create an insurmountable barrier for a short time. The real threat came from the mysterious ambushers directly ahead. Raymond's gaze swept quickly over the three directions where the players were located, and he began to think about how to break through and escape. To the left, the boulders that had just rolled down and the prepared rolling logs were clearly visible. A pungent smell of grease could still be faintly detected, indicating that firewall traps or similar were set there. Although no one was visible now, as if they had all moved to other directions, if enemies appeared during a forced uphill breakthrough, it would be tantamount to suicide. Straight ahead was where the enemies appeared most concentrated, and also where the traps were most numerous. Charging there would be like becoming a living target. The only way out seemed to be on the right flank. Raymond's gaze was fixed on the relatively gentle, sparsely wooded slope to the right. From the start of the battle until now, the commotion there had been the weakest, almost negligible. And few people were seen. This was a typical weak point in their forces. Raymond made his decision instantly. He had considered that it might be a trap, but in this deadly situation, caught between two forces, any glimmer of what seemed like an opportunity was worth betting his life on. Moreover, the right flank was close to the way they came. If they broke through, they could reclaim the caravan's spare horses and completely escape this hell. He would gamble. Everyone else. Listen to my command. Raymond's gaze turned to the remaining men. At this moment, only 15 combat-ready guards remained by his side. You've all seen those enemies defending with their traps in front. Now, I need 6 men to charge through and use your lives to pin them down there. Don't let them leave, you need to hold them and cover our breakthrough from the right. His voice was cold and merciless. The faces of the 5 guards whose names were called instantly turned pale, but they only moved their lips, eventually gripping their weapons tightly and letting out a tragic roar, charging suicidally and without hesitation towards the front position where handsome enough to kill people and the others were located. The rest, follow me. Raymond no longer looked at the 6 guards. He violently pulled the reins, turned his horse around, and pointed his sword directly at the weak right flank he had identified. Charge out from here. If you encounter enemies, kill them, and we will live. Raymond no longer looked at those pawns destined to die. He led his last 9 loyal men, his sword pointing directly at the only escape route he had identified. On the other side of the dense forest, the 9 players barely caught sight of the enemy's movements. Holy crap, they've split their forces. I am really not passerby's eyes widened. 6 people are charging towards us. Hey, why did they stop? Don't panic, they're trying to use those 6 as cannon fodder to hold us back, to prevent us from leaving, while their main force breaks through from the other side. Handsome enough to kill people immediately saw through Raymond's intention. He calmly analyzed, Lord Lin's side only has 6 people in total. They must think that's the breakthrough point. Then what do we do? Should we go support Lord Lin? Or charge out and deal with these 6 first? Just want to farm, quietly asked with some concern. No need. A voice spoke up, it was Lincoln. Give me back my cotton gin, who said lazily, everything is within the Lord's plan. Haven't you noticed? There are 9 of us here, either new players or veteran players with low combat power. On Lord Lin's side, though there are fewer people, all the big hots are there. We only need to hold our ground here and stall them. Hearing Cotton Machine say this, the few players here immediately felt much more at ease. Hey, we can't just stand here and stare at them. Legendary Pilot yelled. Brothers, don't hold back, unleash all your traps and ranged attacks. The 9 players in the front position immediately unleashed all their arrows and pre-prepared short spears at the 6 guards. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin watched Raymond and his 9 subordinates charging aggressively, his face devoid of any expression. Beside him, Su Yun, One Punch Kills Minotaur, Youthful Pighead Youth, Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, and Crescent Moon Bridge, the 5 most formidable combat players currently active, had already quietly assembled. They're here, Lin said blandly. Hehe, finally a chance to stretch my muscles. One Punch Kills Minotaur clenched his fists. Since the ambush began, he had only been pushing rocks on the right side, and he was already impatient. If they dare to charge over, we'll smash their heads in. Youthful Pighead Youth gripped his sword hilt, his blood boiling. Raymond led his men, and in a flash, they charged to the foot of the right flank slope. His heart swelled with joy, the path had been unobstructed, and he hadn't encountered any decent traps, which further solidified his belief that his judgment was correct. As long as they charged up this slope and dealt with a few easily defeated enemies at the top, they would escape to safety. However, just as he was about to step onto the soft earth of the slope, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. It wasn't a rumble, but a horrifying screech, like a massive object rapidly rubbing against the air, making one's scalp tingle. On both sides of the slope, several huge logs, mostly cut through and only loosely concealed by vines, had their final connections severed simultaneously. The enormous rolling logs, carrying crushing kinetic energy, didn't just roll down but swept across at a terrifying speed. Watch out! Raymond's eyes were about to pop out. He threw himself to the side with all his might, the searing wind pressure grazing his helmet. But 2 of his loyal guards weren't so lucky. Accompanied by the crunching sound of bones, they were struck head-on by the giant logs. Their heavy armor instantly twisted and deformed like paper, and they were flung away, turning into a blur of flesh and blood in midair. But that wasn't all. After the giant logs rolled past, the previously flat ground instantly collapsed, revealing 3 deep pits filled with sharpened wooden stakes. 2 guards dodged the rolling logs but stepped into empty space. Before they could even scream, there was a muffled thud, and they were impaled through and through. Chain traps. Raymond's heart violently constricted, a chill running from the solace of his feet straight to his skull. What terrified him even more was that at the top of the slope, several more boulders were pushed down. The trajectory of these rolling boulders wasn't aimed at his men, but precisely at the space between the 3 pits, their only remaining foothold. This was 100 times more sinister and vicious than the front lines. Raymond scrambled desperately, rolling through gaps in the falling rocks, dodging a fatal blow. When he climbed to his feet and suddenly looked up at the top of the slope, he was completely stunned. 6 figures slowly stood up, looking down at him and his 5 remaining subordinates. The gaze in each person's eyes was like looking at a group of beasts that had already fallen into a trap and were making their final struggles. The young man at the forefront was precisely the enemy leader who had been commanding the entire situation from a distance earlier. Raymond's mind went buzz. He understood. From the moment he chose the right flank, no, from the moment he decided to split his forces, every step he took, every thought he had, was within the opponent's calculations. He was like a self-important clown, desperately performing a clumsy act on a stage already set by the other party. Kill. Lin didn't give him any time to think, uttering the single cold word. The opponent no longer held an absolute numerical advantage, it was time for the players and the opponent to engage in a real battle. Although Raymond had suffered a series of blows, he firmly believed that he and his guards, once properly arrayed, could definitely crush the opposition in a direct fight. Kill. He roared, leading his remaining 6 guards, and launched a final charge towards Lin and his 6 companions on the slope. The moment battle erupted, there was no warning, no shouts, only the dull thud of steel and flesh colliding. Raymond and his 6 guards instantly demonstrated the terrifying prowess of Baron Barton's true elites. Shields forward, long swords behind, the 7-man sword and shield formation stubbornly withstood Lin's initial charge on the rugged hillside. Each swing carried a shriek that tore through the air, and each parry precisely blocked the opponent's attack route. Their coordination was seamless, forming an almost insurmountable steel defense line. Raymond himself was the spearhead of this defense line. He was full of momentum, his long sword transforming into streaks of sharp silver light, ignoring the other players around him, and directly approaching Lin on the hillside. His tactical thinking was clear and deadly, capture the king to capture the bandits. As long as the commander was slain, this motley crew would instantly collapse. Clang! One punch kills Minotaur roared as he charged at the forefront, his giant axe carrying immense force, chopping down heavily on a guard's raised shield. The guard gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging, as he stubbornly blocked the blow. But at the same time, another guard's sword precisely slashed at Minotaur's undefended shoulder. Any normal warrior would have immediately defended himself. But Minotaur did not. He seemed impervious to pain, allowing the sharp sword to cut into his shoulder blade, bringing forth a gush of hot blood. He didn't even frown, instead using the impact to press all his strength onto his battle axe. Open up for me. Crack. Immense power penetrated the shield. The guard let out a painful groan, his entire body shaken back by the irresistible force, his shield flying out of his hand, leaving his chest exposed. The next second, Minotaur's ferocious second axe followed closely, directly knocking him to the ground. Raymond's eyes twitched violently. What's going on? A monster immune to pain? On the other side, Crescent Moon Bridge's figure was like a ghost, flickering between the pincer attack of two guards. Her swordsmanship was eerie and tricky, never clashing head-on with the opponent's shields and blades, but like a venomous snake, specifically targeting fatal weaknesses such as the gaps in armor connections, the edges of neck guards, and underarm openings. One guard's sword wind swept past her waist, opening a bloody wound, but she didn't care, not even dodging, and with a backhand strike, she precisely stabbed through the gap in the opponent's helmet, bringing out a trail of blood drops. The guards were completely stunned. If Minotaur's fighting style was barbaric, then this female swordswoman's style was pure madness. And on the other side, youthful pighead youth took this madness to the extreme. He was like a madman, relentlessly entangled with a guard. The two exchanged blows, and the guard's combat prowess was clearly superior, seizing an opening and slicing open youthful pighead youth's chest with his sword. It was a bone-deep wound, and blood instantly stained his front. He succeeded. The guard rejoiced, about to pull out his sword and pursue, to finish off the opponent completely. However, what he saw was a face split into a fervent grin, reaching his ears. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Let's see who dies first. Youthful pighead youth did not retreat but advanced, even actively pushing forward, allowing the long sword to stir deeper within his body, using his muscles and bones to firmly jam the opponent's weapon. He bared a crazed smile, and with a backhand sword, he unhinderedly pierced through the guard's soft abdomen. You. The guard looked incredulously at the madman laughing wildly before him, then lowered his gaze to the sword hilt in his abdomen, his life force ebbing away with his blood. Are these people not afraid of pain? Are they not afraid of death? This completely unreasonable, life-for-life fighting style instantly broke the guard's proud combat rhythm. Their boasted intricate coordination became laughable and powerless in the face of the barbaric tactic of better to break one finger than injure 10. The battle fell into a strange stalemate. Raymond's sword was less than 5 meters from Lin, but he could no longer advance an inch. His guards were stubbornly held back by those 5 madmen in a way he couldn't comprehend, constantly getting injured, their formation on the verge of collapse. Just then, roars came from another battlefield. The 5 guards sent to cover the rear faced 9 players led by handsome enough to kill people. Milk Dragon, passerby, you two harass the flanks, shoot their joints with ranged weapons, don't clash head-on. Handsome enough to kill people's calm voice echoed through the forest, the rest of you, in pairs, exchange injuries for their lives. The players executed without hesitation. A guard, seasoned in battle, with cunning swordsmanship, pierced legendary pilot's shoulder with his sword. He sneered inwardly, about to pull out his sword and slash horizontally to expand his advantage. But the next second, his smile froze. The opponent's uninjured hand, like an iron vice, firmly gripped his sword blade. Holy crap! Brother, quickly! Legendary pilot grimaced in pain, yet still fought stubbornly, shouting at his teammate. A warning bell rang loudly in the guard's heart, wanting to abandon his sword and retreat, but it was already too late. Another player's weapon, whistling through the air, slammed violently from his blind spot. Bang! The sturdy helmet instantly caved in, and red and white matter splattered from the cracks. The guards were fearless of death, their orders were to buy time, to create an opportunity for their captain to break through. But they despairingly discovered that the enemies before them were even less afraid of death. This scene, completely defying any combat logic, caused the psychological defenses of these battle-hardened elites to collapse first. They could face powerful enemies, they could face enemies several times their number, but they could not face a group of madmen who didn't even care about their own lives. The battle on the front line ended incredibly quickly. When the last guard was tackled by 2 players in a mutually destructive manner, and then finished off with an axe by a third, his dying eyes were still filled with unresolved confusion and fear. 5 elite guards were all slain, after inflicting injuries on all 9 players, with 2 even severely wounded to the point of being barely able to stand. Front is clear. Handsome enough to kill people, clutching his sword-slashed arm, roared into the woods, all units, flank right. Close the door and beat the dog. The enemies arriving from behind, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattered Raymond's psychological defenses. His heart was in complete disarray. On the adjacent hillside, he watched helplessly as his most trusted personal guards were constantly exchanging injuries with those madmen in the most barbaric, primitive way. When a guard fell, it often inflicted heavy damage on the opponent, but the opponent, as if nothing had happened, continued to laugh wildly and pounce on the next target. And now, enemy reinforcements were about to encircle them from the side and rear. Raymond subconsciously glanced in the direction of the valley entrance. The goblins' roars were still deafening, the shouts of battle incessant, and the defense line there clearly wouldn't hold much longer. Madmen in front, pursuers behind, and about to be encircled from the flanks. A net of heaven and earth. He was scared. An unprecedented fear, like a cold viper, tightly gripped his heart. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die here. He was only in his early 30s, already the most elite guard captain under Baron Barton, with a bright future ahead. He still had a great future, he still wanted to achieve higher status, more wealth. How could he die like a stray dog in this god-forsaken place? A shameful thought frantically grew in his mind, instantly occupying all his reason. Escape. He must escape. Hold them off. Buy me time. Raymond issued his last command as captain to his 3 remaining trusted subordinates. His voice, sharpened by extreme fear, even cracked slightly. The 3 guards, covered in blood and struggling to hold on, froze at his words. They suddenly turned their heads to look at their captain. Then, in Raymond's eyes, they saw cowardice, an undisguised intent to flee. For Lord Barton. The guards let out a mournful roar, abandoning all defense, and like a desperate bull, charged at the nearest youthful pig-head youth, holding him tightly with their bodies. The other 2 also launched suicidal attacks, buying their commander those last, ridiculous few seconds. And Raymond, the moment he gave the order, turned without looking back. He didn't even bother to find a suitable path, scrambling on all fours, tumbling and crawling into the dark dense forest behind him, using his last and most loyal subordinates as human shields against death. Raymond was running frantically through the mountains. Every breath he took brought a searing pain to his lungs. Several wounds on his body tore open continuously with the strenuous exercise, and the seeping blood soaked his inner lining, sticking to his skin, cold and uncomfortable. He knew that without his warhorse and with his injuries, being caught in this unfamiliar forest was only a matter of time. He had never imagined he would be in such a sorry state. Nor had he imagined death would be so close. Despair, like icy sea water, surged from all directions, slowly drowning his mouth and nose, suffocating him. Who? Raymond's strength was rapidly draining, and his steps became more and more unsteady. A protruding tree root tripped him, and he fell forward, his cheek hitting the damp, cold mud heavily. Tears mixed with sweat and fear gushed from his eyes. It's over. Everything is over. Just as he was almost exhausted and ready to give up struggling, a faint but clear sound of hooves suddenly reached his ears from ahead. Who is it? Raymond remembered the 3 guards who had been left with the convoy earlier. His body trembled violently, and a surge of survival instinct instantly overwhelmed all despair. He struggled to his feet, straining with all his might to look up. Under the moonlight, a figure on horseback was rushing towards him with a panicked expression. It's Drake. The scout he had contemptuously left behind to guard the carriage. Lord Raymond. Drake's voice was filled with panic and urgency. He quickly approached, reining in his horse. Hurry. Behind us, our carriage was attacked by another group. Both brothers are dead, I barely managed to escape. Drake's words, to Raymond, were both terrible news and music to his ears. The carriage being attacked wasn't important, 2 guards dying wasn't important. What was important was that he had a horse again. This was his last, and only, hope. Quick. Give me the horse. Raymond roared, scrambling up from the ground and stumbling towards Drake. Yes, my lord. Drake acted extremely clever, he didn't hesitate at all, deftly dismounting and offering the reins. My lord, quickly get on the horse and go. I'll distract them for you. Raymond was overjoyed. He secretly thought this kid was indeed clever, he usually seemed timid as a mouse, but at a crucial moment, he was quite loyal. If this kid could return to the territory alive, he must be handsomely rewarded. Raymond didn't have time to think much, panting heavily, he reached out to grab the life-saving reins, preparing to mount the horse. Just as he leaned forward, completely exposing his back and flank to Drake, and his center of gravity was thoroughly lost. The panicked expression on Drake's face, like melting ice and snow, vanished instantly without a trace. In its place was a bone-chilling killing intent, laced with venom. A pitch-black dagger silently slid from his sleeve, like a viper's tongue, tracing an almost imperceptible cold gleam in the moonlight. Pfft! It stabbed like lightning into Raymond's unguarded flank. Drake didn't even pause, he twisted his wrist fiercely, and the dagger completed a fatal stir within Raymond's body. Ugh! Raymond's body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning. An indescribable agony erupted from his waist, instantly spreading through all his limbs. All the strength in his body, like a pricked balloon, rapidly drained away like a tide. He slowly lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the dagger almost fully embedded in his body, blood gushing from the hilt. He then looked up again, his eyes filled with shock, anger, incomprehension, and extreme fear, staring intently at Drake's face before him. How could this be? Large gouts of blood gushed from Raymond's mouth, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his life rapidly fading. Drake slowly walked to him, bending down. The face that usually held a fawning and cowering expression now showed a morbid, twisted pleasure and mockery. Can't understand why I could betray you. He nudged Raymond's mud-stained face with the tip of his foot. Lord Raymond, haven't you always prided yourself on seeing through everything? Haven't you always thought that all of us should be dust beneath your feet, pawns you could discard at will? Drake's voice was soft, yet it was like the sharpest knife, cutting into Raymond's flickering soul, slice by slice. An arrogant, conceited, and self-important fool like you will only cause more people to die. you don't deserve to live in this world at all. Watching the last light in Raymond's eyes turn into a plea, his lips moving as if to beg for mercy, Drake's expression returned to calm, an emptiness after vengeance was achieved. He expressionlessly pulled out the dagger and, under Raymond's desperate gaze, swung it back. The sharp blade cleanly sliced across his neck. On the other side, Lin and the players dealt with the last few abandoned guards, and the noisy battlefield temporarily fell silent. The players were all injured, but each one was exceptionally excited, gathering together, boasting about their recent achievements. See that? That guard just now, I split his shield with one axe. One punch kills Minotaur thumped his chest, spitting as he spoke. What's that? I took a sword blow head on and then stabbed him right through, now that's what I call a man. Youthful pig-head youth grinned, proudly pointing to the gash on his chest. Lin ignored their clamor, merely glancing calmly in the direction Raymond had fled. Su-Yun, handsome enough to kill people. Lin's voice was not loud, yet it clearly cut through all the noise. The two immediately stopped talking and looked at Lin. You two go after him and finish him off. Yes, my lord. Su-Yun and handsome enough to kill people exchanged glances and nodded. Without any further words, their figures flickered, and they quickly disappeared into the dark, dense forest. The rest of you, follow me. Lin didn't linger, after giving the order, he led the remaining 12 players and turned to stride towards the valley entrance where the goblins and guards were fighting. The closer they got to the valley entrance, the stronger and more nauseating the smell of blood in the air became. The goblins' characteristic, sharp and frantic roars also grew clearer, like hundreds of thousands of beasts howling in their ears. When they rounded a cluster of rocks and reached the high ground to the side and rear of the valley entrance, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The narrow valley entrance had now become a veritable meat grinder. Of the 12 guards Raymond had sent to cover their retreat, only 4 remained. They stood back to back, forming a small, desperate circle. Each was covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it was their own or the enemy's. Their fine armor was now covered in dense hacking and biting marks, several places twisted and deformed, revealing the bloody, mangled flesh beneath. Each one was panting heavily, their weapon-holding arms trembling incessantly, clearly at the limits of their endurance. But before them, in that valley entrance no more than a few meters wide, goblin corpses were piled high, forming a nauseating, leg-high wall of bodies. Green blood formed small streams, slowly flowing beneath the hills of piled corpses. Roughly estimated, the number of goblins killed by their swords was easily over 100. These 12 men, with their flesh and lives, had forged a meat grinder in this narrow area. Holy crap, youthful pig-head youth, who had been so smug just moments ago, was now dumbfounded, unable to help but curse, these guards, they're really throwing their lives away. Although goblins have low combat power, this looks truly exaggerated. Lin's gaze swept over the 4 guards still desperately holding on, then at the goblin army, held back and somewhat timid, behind the wall of corpses. The timing is just right, he said calmly. They bought enough time for their captain and also consumed the goblin's effective strength. Now, it's our turn to enter the field and reap the rewards. Heavy footsteps came from behind him. The 4 remaining guards used their last ounce of strength to turn around. They saw Lin and 12 players standing behind them. In that instant, the last glimmer of hope burning in their eyes was completely extinguished. Attacked from both sides. They knew they were about to face death. In fact, from the moment they accepted the order to stay and fight to the death, they knew they wouldn't survive. The leader of the guards was Buck, the one Raymond had specifically named. He gave a bitter smile, blood mixed with dirt dripping from his bushy beard. He glanced around at his brothers beside him, each was covered in wounds, their armor shattered, yet they still stood firm. He raised the long sword in his hand, its blade chipped and dulled from countless blows, and with his last bit of strength, roared at his 3 remaining companions. Brothers! The final moment to be loyal to Lord Barton has arrived. Kill! There was no hesitation, no fear, only the last, and only, dignity and honor of a warrior. 4 exhausted warriors, letting out a tragic roar that echoed through the valley, dragged their leaden bodies and launched their last, and most resolute, charge towards Lin and the others. Youthful pig-head youth let out a strange cry, excitedly licking his lips. Minotaur, hold the biggest one head on. Leave the rest to us. Roar. One punch kills Minotaur roared as he met Buck, his great axe and long sword colliding with a crash. Clang. Sparks flew. Buck's full-strength slash was parried by the Minotaur with one hand. He was stunned for a moment, and the next second, a sinister grin flashed in the Minotaur's bloodshot eyes. Another guard's sword had already taken the opportunity to slash his shoulder, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Haha. Didn't eat your fill. Is that a massage? The Minotaur seemed to feel no pain, neither dodging nor parrying. Instead, he used the force of the blow to press forward, his battle axe, with irresistible power, forcefully pushing Buck's long sword and shield down together. Crack. Buck's arm let out a pained shriek as his bones gave way under the immense pressure, leaving his chest wide open. On the other side, a guard, with his last breath, plunged his sword into the legendary pilot's abdomen. A sinister grin had just appeared on his face, ready to enjoy the dying wails of his enemy. However, what he saw was a face twisted with excitement. The legendary pilot grabbed the blade piercing his body, letting the sharp edge cut his palm, and shouted to his teammates, "I've got him CCD. This guy is CCD. Focus fire." The guard's smile froze on his face. He tried to pull out his sword, but found it stuck fast, unmoving. He tried to retreat, but saw another enemy, grinning sinisterly, thrusting a short spear towards his undefended face. His worldview completely collapsed at this moment, and in his final consciousness, only one thought remained: what kind of monsters are these? Less than 30 seconds. The battle was over. With heavy thuds, the 4 guards fell one after another into pools of blood. In their dying eyes, there was still confusion, fear, and bewilderment towards these undead monsters. The position they had guarded with their lives ultimately became their burial ground. As the last guard fell, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The goblin charge also came to an abrupt halt due to this sudden turn of events. Lin led the players, expressionlessly stepping over the ankle-deep wall of goblin corpses, their boots squelching through the viscous, warm blood with googie-googie sounds. The rich scent of blood mixed with the goblin stench was enough to make an ordinary person vomit on the spot. They walked step by step past the still warm bodies of the 4 guards, finally standing at the very front of the valley entrance. They faced the vast, dark goblin army across a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those goblins, who had been incredibly fanatical just moments ago, were now intimidated by these humans who had suddenly appeared and swiftly dealt with their powerful enemies. They stopped their advance, their hands gripping their crude weapons trembling slightly, uneasy gurgling sounds coming from their throats. For a moment, they even forgot to continue their assault. They didn't understand why another group of humans had appeared and started fighting among themselves. In the air, only the wind echoing through the valley remained, along with the thick, nauseating smell of blood. The end of a fierce battle led to another, even more bizarre, standoff. The goblin shaman's withered body stood on a high rock. The skull of an unknown creature at the top of its bone staff seemed to silently gaze upon this scene of carnage. Its eyes were filled with pain, struggle, and a deeply hidden trace of fear. Just moments ago, it had watched helplessly as the most elite and courageous warriors of its tribe fell like cut wheat, in swathes, before the defensive line formed by 12 humans. The heavy casualties squeezed its heart as if by an invisible hand, almost crushing it. And these new humans, though few in number, only about a dozen, stood ramrod straight despite their wounds and being covered in blood. Their cold and indifferent gaze seemed not to see intelligent beings, but rather livestock ready for slaughter at any moment. Especially the madness they displayed when dealing with the last 4 human elites exchanging injuries for lives, fearless of death in their overwhelming, emotionless efficiency, sent a chill to the shaman's very bones. These people were 100 times more terrifying than those iron cans from before. A thought became incredibly clear in the shaman's mind. It had been used. Used as cannon fodder by that human who rushed out to provoke, to wear down this elite force. It glanced at the vast crowd of its kinsmen behind it. Though numerous, a small portion of them were goblin women and children with little combat ability. If they were to exhaust the remaining warriors of the tribe fighting this mysterious group of humans, even if they miraculously won, the entire tribe would be finished. Without the protection of warriors, they would be unable to complete this long and dangerous migration. The ultimate outcome would only be complete consumption by wild beasts in the wilderness or by relentless hunger. No. They couldn't fight anymore. Stop. The shaman suddenly raised its bone staff and, with all its strength, issued a sharp, hoarse command. Its voice pierced the entire battlefield, clearly reaching the ears of every goblin. A small portion of the goblin warriors, still restless and with bloodshot eyes from the scent of blood, were momentarily stunned. They looked back at their leader in confusion. They didn't understand why such an order would be given just as they were about to break through the defense line. But under the gaze of the shaman's cloudy yet authoritative eyes, they ultimately suppressed their fighting spirit and bloodthirsty urges, letting out unwilling growls as they slowly retreated. Lin keenly picked up on this crucial change. He saw the goblin shaman's rationality, and through the fierce battle of offense and defense just now, he also discerned the true strength and weakness of this goblin tribe, which appeared strong but was actually hollow inside. He knew he had made the right gamble. It seems your brain is more useful than theirs. Lin took a step forward, standing at the very front of the player party, and slowly spoke in the common tongue that everyone could understand. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a calm that saw through everything, clearly overriding the wind and the goblins' commotion. He knew that as a shaman with intelligence and heritage, there was a high probability that the other party would understand this most common language on the continent. He pointed to the bodies of the guards on the ground, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Our enemies were them. Now, they have been dealt with. Your battle is over. The goblin shaman's cloudy eyes stared intently at Lin, seemingly judging the truth of his words. It was certainly angry about being used, but it also knew that for a tribe that had already suffered heavy losses, the best option now was to cut its losses. Although the words of this human leader were arrogant enough to make it want to tear him apart, they undoubtedly offered it a way to back down. Finally, it slowly nodded. It didn't speak, but it showed its attitude through its actions. It completely quelled the unrest of all its kinsmen. Lin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was a success. Now, he just had to wait for news from Suyun and their side. The air was filled with the fishy smell of damp earth and the increasingly thick scent of blood. The night wind rustled through the treetops, a soft shasha sound that only accentuated the surrounding silence. Suyun and handsome enough to kill people moved one after the other, quickly tracking the clues through the forest. There was no need for any advanced tracking skills. The traces Raymond left were too obvious. Broken branches from his panicked flight, messy handprints on the muddy ground from falls, and the trail of blood that gleamed darkly in the moonlight. Tisk tisk, is this guy afraid we won't find him? Handsome enough to kill people couldn't help but curl his lip and complain as he looked at the almost continuous blood trail on the ground. His anti-tracking awareness is worse than a dog in the novice village. Suyun didn't look back, his voice as steady as ever, "He's lost too much blood and is fleeing in a panic, this is a normal reaction. There's the outline of a carriage ahead, prepare for battle." They slowed their pace, their figures completely merging with the shadows of the trees. They soon discovered the carriages on the road. The scene was a mess, and the heavy smell of blood assaulted them, almost making them nauseous. The bodies of 2 guards lay by the carriage, their throats slit. A few meters further lay Raymond's body. He was lying on his back, eyes wide open, filled with endless terror and unwillingness. A bloody hole in his chest clearly indicated his cause of death. Not far from Raymond's body, a figure sat astride a horse, his back to them, standing in the moonlight, meticulously wiping a black dagger in his hand with a cloth. It was the scout, Drake. He seemed to have anticipated someone would come, and hearing footsteps behind him, he showed no surprise, simply wiping the dagger clean at a leisurely pace and sheathing it in his sleeve. Handsome enough to kill people and So-Yoon exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. Drake turned around and saw the 2 figures emerging from the shadows. He knew these were the people sent to pursue Raymond by the mysterious force that had carried out the ambush. He carefully observed the 2, one as cold as a sword, the other with sharp eyes. He straightened his somewhat disheveled collar, trying to make himself appear more presentable, then revealed what he believed was a sincere and friendly smile. He was ready to begin his negotiation. "You 2 must be here to pursue Raymond, I presume." Drake bowed slightly, speaking in an elegant, humble aristocratic tone. "I am Drake. I have just personally slain our common enemy, Raymond. This, I offer as a welcoming gift." He was confident that this opening statement would be enough for the other party to recognize his value and sincerity. However, what answered him were 2 pairs of bewildered eyes with a hint of oddness. Handsome enough to kill people tilted his head, leaned close to So-Yoon's ear, and asked in a very low voice, "So-Dae, what is this NPC saying? Gibberish. Is it triggering a new storyline or chanting some spell?" They had already discovered in previous battles that NPCs, other than the Lord, did not speak Chinese but a unique in-game language. So-Yoon frowned. He also couldn't understand what the other party was saying at all. However, judging by the other party's posture and gestures, he seemed to have no ill will. "I don't know," So-Yoon remained vigilant, calmly analyzing, looking at his clothes, "he looks like a stationed guard. But he killed Raymond and 2 other companions. The situation is very strange, let's wait and see." The elegant smile on Drake's face froze. He saw that not only did the 2 not respond to his goodwill, but they huddled together, whispering in a language he couldn't understand at all, with strange syllables. The meaning conveyed by their eyes was also very complex, he felt like they weren't seeing him as a living person. The script was completely wrong. Drake's heart sank, but he was meticulous and immediately thought of another possibility. Could it be, they came from some isolated barbarian tribe? A language barrier? He cleared his throat, then switched to a dialect prevalent in the borderlands, repeating his earlier words with a hint of urgency. What answered him was still the same look of utter bewilderment from the 2, as if he were an idiot. Large question marks appeared on Drake's forehead. Who exactly were these people? He tried the jargon and gestures circulated among mercenaries, and even mixed in a few greeting methods from minor dialects he knew. But the 2 remained unresponsive, in fact, one of them even stroked his chin with interest, as if appreciating some novel species, his eyes full of inquiry. The scene once fell into a suffocating awkwardness. Drake was completely caught off guard, his carefully prepared arguments and negotiation skills became useless in the face of the most basic obstacle, a language barrier. This plunged him into deep self-doubt. Where did these people crawl out from? They don't even know the common language of the continent. How did they organize such a brilliant ambush? Finally, Handsome enough to kill people gave up on analyzing from a game perspective and decided to revert to humanity's most primitive form of communication. He first pointed to Raymond, who lay dead with open eyes on the ground, then pointed to Drake, then simultaneously gave 2 thumbs up, forcing an exaggerated expression on his face that conveyed, "Brother, that was a 666 move." Next, he pointed to himself and So-Yoon, then pointed in the direction where Lin and the others were, and then sat on the ground, waiting and looking at Drake, gesturing. Drake finally understood. The other party was probably complimenting him on a job well done and telling them to wait here for the main person in charge to arrive. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling his back drenched, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and nodded stiffly. The 3 of them waited in eerie silence. After about 15 minutes, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. It was Lin, who had rushed over after reaching a temporary truce agreement with the goblin tribe. "Lord. Handsome enough to kill people and So-Yoon immediately went to meet him, quickly reporting the situation here. He killed Raymond and seems to want to negotiate cooperation with us, but we can't understand what he's saying." Lin nodded, indicating he understood. He turned his gaze to the scout who had been standing quietly. Drake was also carefully observing this late arriving person in charge. Very young, even excessively young. Even with dust and bloodstains, that face was still handsome enough to inspire admiration in noble ladies. Yet, such a face, combined with having just commanded a group of soldiers in battle, almost annihilating Raymond and his guards, created a sense of disconnect. And Drake always felt that this young, handsome face looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But no matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't connect this calm and composed leader of a mysterious force with some vague, utterly opposite image in his memory. "You killed Raymond and these 2 guards." Lin Clifton stepped forward, looked at Drake, and asked in standard, fluent continental common tongue. Hearing this familiar and clear language, Drake felt as if he had been pardoned, and his taut nerves suddenly relaxed. He was truly afraid that this newcomer would also be an incommunicable barbarian. I killed him. Drake quickly adjusted his mindset, bowing slightly, neither fawning nor subservient. Raymond was both foolish and arrogant, his death was already fated. It is my honor to have personally ended him. At the same time, I hope to use this to show my sincerity and value to you and the powerful force behind you. He deliberately emphasized the words powerful force, which was both a test and a gesture of allegiance. Lin Clifton heard this, a playful smile touched his lips, and he retorted, powerful? What kind of team do you think could ambush here and annihilate Raymond's elite cavalry? Drake's heart stirred, and he immediately replied. It should be a well-equipped, numerous, and well-trained army, with a brilliant commander. This was the only explanation he could think of, and it was also the hope he had for pledging his allegiance. Well said. Lin Clifton nodded approvingly, then his tone shifted, and his smile became enigmatic, but what if, at most, we only have a mere dozen people? The confident smile on Drake's face instantly froze. His heart felt as if it had been gripped by an invisible hand, sinking sharply. A dozen people? How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. With only a dozen people, even with the advantage of an ambush, it would be almost impossible to annihilate the more than 30 elite guards Raymond led. This is simply preposterous. But since the other party had no need to lie about the number of people, and since he said so, it was probably true. The towering edifice in Drake's heart collapsed at this moment. He had thought he had grasped a sturdy vine strong enough to contend with Baron Barton, but the other party told him it was just a straw that could break at any moment. How could such a small number of people possibly contend with the powerful Baron Barton? What's the difference between this and courting death? Disappointment, bone-chilling disappointment, instantly engulfed him. Drake even began to have second thoughts, perhaps he should immediately ride away from here, go into hiding, and seek another opportunity for revenge. You think we're too few to accomplish anything? Lin Clifton's voice came faintly, easily seeing through his thoughts. Drake remained silent, but the expression on his face said it all. Stay for one day, Lin Clifton extended a finger. Just one day. Tomorrow, I will let you see something, that will be enough to change your mind. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable power, as if he could see into the future. Drake's face was filled with hesitation and struggle. Why should he believe a stranger's empty promise? Could this be another trap? Just then, Lin Clifton took a step forward, and the moonlight happened to illuminate his young and handsome face. Perhaps, you should first know who I am. His voice was not loud, but it struck Drake's mind like a heavy hammer, word by word. My name is Lin Clifton. This name, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in Drake's mind. Clifton. That useless young master of the Clifton family? That dissolute, cowardly Lin Clifton, who was rumored to have died in Blackwood Forest. Drake stared in horror at the young, handsome face before him. His mouth slowly opened, wide enough to almost fit an egg. No wonder he found this face somewhat familiar. But how could this be? Baron Barton had sent people to search for several days, but not even fragments of a corpse were found. Everyone thought he had been torn apart and eaten by the monsters in the forest. Not only was he not dead. In less than a month, he had also recruited a group of fearless lunatics from who knows where? They actually dared to set a trap with only a dozen people and truly annihilated the most elite guard unit under the Baron. What secret was hidden behind all this? A universally acknowledged useless fop, transformed into the mysterious leader of a group of lunatics. Drake's curiosity and will to survive reached their peak at this moment, completely overriding his rational judgment. He ultimately decided to stay. Since the other party said that staying for one day would change his mind, he wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of trick this young Master Clifton could conjure. Very good, Lin Clifton was not surprised by Drake's choice. He turned to handsome enough to kill people and Soo-Yoon and said, you two wait for me here, you can go ahead and inventory the spoils from the merchant caravan. The two nodded, accepting the task. Lin Clifton looked at Drake again and extended an invitation, there's still a group of goblins to deal with up ahead. Want to come and see? Consider it, an appetizer before dinner. Drake's heart tightened, he immediately understood how the other party had accomplished all this with just a dozen people, by using the goblins as cannon fodder. But even so, driving greedy and chaotic goblins was by no means easy. He nodded, mounted his horse, and deliberately kept some distance as he followed behind Lin Clifton. When Drake followed Lin Clifton back to the valley entrance, where bodies lay strewn everywhere, the scene of the bloody grinder confirmed his suspicions. He looked over the mountain of corpses to the dozen or so people resting on the other side. Holy crap, this bee stabbed so deep, almost shattered my kidney. Youthful pighead youth was grinning, excitedly pointing at the still bleeding hole in his chest. Damn it, my arm. Legendary pilot, stop laughing like an idiot and come help me snap my arm back. Yes. Harder. One punch kills Minotaur urged. This injury is too serious. Anyway, I have enough merit points for 2 resurrections, so why don't I just die this time? Youthful pighead youth lay on the ground, seriously discussing the possibility of suicide with the others. Drake couldn't understand exactly what they were saying, but he could see their actions. They treated such serious injuries with a flippant attitude, as if they had been bitten by a mosquito. This was not at all how elite soldiers should behave, this was more like a group of absolute lunatics playing a bloody game. And an even more incomprehensible sight for Drake was yet to come. At the other end of the valley entrance, the dense goblin army had not dispersed, instead, it exuded an eerie quietness. Lin Clifton, the young master of the Clifton family, ignored the viscous blood and piled corpses under his feet and walked directly to a spot about 20 meters from the goblin army. This distance was subtle, it allowed the other party to hear his voice clearly while maintaining a relatively safe buffer zone. The goblins opposite were restless, brandishing their crude weapons and letting out threatening roars. Some short-tempered goblins had even hunched their bodies, their crimson eyes fixed on Lin Clifton, as if they would pounce on him and tear him to shreds the next second. And he, alone, faced hundreds of stinking green-skinned monsters, facing the shaman who held a bone staff and stood on high, clearly the goblin leader. Then, he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly overpowered all other noises. I see that your tribe has females and young ones. Your tribe is looking for a new home. And I can give you a home. A land without hunger, without cold, where you no longer need to wander. Drake's pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. He tightly covered his mouth to prevent himself from crying out in surprise. Recruiting goblins. What was he doing? What are goblins? They are one of the most despicable, filthy, and lowest creatures on the Aria continent. They are bandits, thieves, and scourges entrenched in the wilderness and mountains. Any rational lord's attitude towards goblins is only annihilation. But now, Lin Clifton, this noble young master, was actually trying to negotiate with goblins? Even promising them land? This was simply unheard of. It was utterly insane. Drake felt that ever since he met Lin Clifton, his understanding of the world had been constantly pushed to new lows. He had thought he was already rebellious enough, but compared to the person in front of him, his own ambitions and methods seemed like child's play. The goblin shaman was clearly startled by Lin Clifton's words as well, a human-like, incredulous expression appeared on its withered face. The clamor of the entire goblin tribe strangely fell silent at this moment. After a long while, the shaman finally asked the most crucial question in a dry, hoarse voice, yet also in the continental common tongue. Then, what is the price? The shaman goblin asked hoarsely, humans never make a deal without a return. What do you want us to pay? Lin just calmly extended one finger. First, I need your loyalty. From now on, I, Lin Clifton, will be your only master. He extended a second finger. Second, I need your labor. I need you to mine, to cut wood, to build, to complete every task I assign. Finally, a third finger. Third, I need you to manage your clansmen well and not attack my subordinates and people in my territory. In return. Lin withdrew his hand, looking around at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him. You will receive food, enough to fill the stomachs of every goblin, including the elderly and the young. You will receive shelter, no longer having to worry about being slaughtered by wild beasts or other more powerful enemies. And, a brand new home of your own. His voice was calm and powerful, every word clearly reaching the goblin shaman's ears. The goblin shaman fell into a long silence after hearing Lin's conditions. It stared intently at Lin with its cloudy eyes, as if trying to discern even the slightest hint of deceit and lies from that excessively young face. But it failed. Lin's expression seemed very sincere, completely genuine. Food. Shelter. Home. These three words, like three heavy hammers, struck hard at the shaman goblin's heart. For humans, for the races living in city-states, these might be self-evident things. But for goblins, for their race that had struggled to survive in the wilderness for countless generations, this was paradise. It was a luxury they dreamed of, yet it was always out of reach. But it had never heard of any human willing to do this. Could they be trusted? Its heart was in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, the yearning for the future overcame its suspicion of humans. It used all its strength to bang its bone staff heavily on the ground and bowed its head towards Lin. Lin smiled on the surface, while in his heart, he was calculating that after this battle, he could summon another batch of players. But it was clear that the current camp size was not enough, and it was not yet time for a formal counterattack to reclaim the town, nor did his strength allow it. Building a larger stronghold in Blackwood Forest was imperative. It would be too wasteful to specifically issue quests for players to do these things. What players should be doing is fighting, gaining experience points, and leveling up. It's not to say that a small number of players wouldn't enjoy building, but that's their freedom. Lin couldn't force all players to do that. At this moment, this group of goblins was very suitable labor, only requiring some insignificant food as payment. As for a safe stronghold, players would naturally clear the experience points walking around the stronghold. As long as the goblins didn't provoke the players, it would naturally be safe. And killing this group of goblins would only yield a small amount of experience points. Choosing to cooperate with them, in the long run, had many benefits. Whether they were natives, players, or goblins, in Lin's mind, they were all treated as equals, like leeks to be harvested. Lin instructed the shaman goblin to pacify its clansmen, then to drag the corpses on the ground to a distant pit to be buried or burned, to avoid causing a plague. Once Lin and the players had finished cleaning the battlefield and tallying their gains, they could set off again tomorrow to return to the center of Blackwood Forest. As night deepened, the clamor in the valley gradually subsided. The players gleefully cleaned the battlefield, stripping all usable equipment and piling it into a small mountain. The fine guard armor and long swords shimmered with the light of rare equipment in their eyes, and they all grinned from ear to ear. Lin didn't bother with them, instead, he had Drake direct the goblins to separate the bodies of the guards and goblins. Drake, exercising the power of a goblin overseer for the first time, found it incredibly fascinating. He imitated Lin, giving orders to the shaman goblin and the warrior goblin, having them lead the other goblins to work. In an open space near the valley entrance, several huge bonfires were lit, dispelling the chill of the night and bringing a sense of security. Drake finished his business with the goblins and walked towards the bonfire, intending to report to Lin. Then, he saw a scene like a field hospital from hell. His eye twitched violently. Youthful pig-head youth had a deep, bone-visible wound on his chest. He was grimacing, holding a section of his intestine that had slipped out, and seriously stuffing it back into his belly. He even turned his head and shouted to the legendary pilot next to him. Hey, buddy, help me take a look, is this a liver or a kidney? Why does the color look wrong to me? The legendary pilot's arm was twisted at a bizarre angle. He nonchalantly supported his broken arm with his other hand, chuckling. Don't ask me, my arm just got broken. I'm trying to figure out how to set it myself. How about we swap? You help me set my bone, I'll help you stuff your intestines. On the other side, One Punch Kill's Minotaur grunted, pulling a broken arrow straight out of his shoulder, which brought out a gush of blood. Yet, he acted as if nothing had happened, holding the arrowhead up to his eyes to examine it. Damn it, this arrowhead is poisoned. No wonder half my body feels numb. Good thing it's not directly fatal. These people were too severely injured. From his many years of experience, at least half of the people here had injuries that were fatal. Even with the best priests and potions, it would be a miracle if 3 of them survived. The remaining half were also mostly severely injured, and without 1 or 2 months of recuperation, they couldn't possibly recover their combat effectiveness. In other words, that glorious victory just now was almost achieved at the cost of this small team being wiped out. The hope that had just ignited in his heart was doused with a bucket of cold water. What good was it even if Lin subdued the goblins? His only core strength, his subordinates, were already crippled. What would he use to resist Baron Barton's impending wrath? Would he really have to rely on those scrawny goblins? Drake thought that after seeing what Lin claimed would change his mind tomorrow, he would leave as soon as possible and make other plans. He cautiously glanced at Lin, who was sitting at the main bonfire, eyes closed in meditation, and did not make a sound to disturb him. Lin seemed to sense his anxiety and slowly opened his eyes. Worried about their injuries? Yes. Drake hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak the truth. My lord, they are too severely injured. I'm worried. No need to worry. Lin's tone was so calm it had no ripples, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. No matter how serious the injury, it will be fine after a day at most. Fine after a day? Drake was stunned, he thought he had misheard. What did that mean? Even a paladin of the Church of Light, if cut up like this, would have to lie in bed and listen to a priest recite the scriptures for half a month, right? You're saying it'll be fine after a night's sleep and a day? Are you treating this like children playing house, just a scraped knee? He looked at Lin's excessively young yet incredibly serious face, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Could it be that this Lin, besides his mysterious and strange methods, also had a slightly unusual mind? Lin did not explain further, merely saying, go rest. Tomorrow, you will see. Yes, my lord. Drake retreated, full of doubts. He found a corner not far from the bonfire, wrapped his cloak tightly, but couldn't sleep. He kept looking at the severely wounded who were wailing, bandaging themselves, or even making deadly jokes with each other by the bonfire, then at the vast, dark, foul-smelling goblin camp not far away, and then at the young lord who was as steady as a mountain, as if everything was under his control. He felt as if he was in an absurd dream. After a slight depressurization sound, the darkness before Ren Yu Bao's eyes was dispelled, replaced by the soft lighting from the virtual pod ceiling. He sat up abruptly, instinctively touching his neck, finding it completely intact. Phew. Ren let out a long breath and shook his head. He couldn't help but marvel that no other game could make the experience of death so realistic. The feeling of life being drained away still made his limbs feel weak just thinking about it. He turned his head to look at the virtual pod's display screen. Character, Ren Yu Bao. Status, deceased. Resurrection countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes 47 seconds. Damn it, it really is 24 hours. Ren Yu Bao wailed, slumping back into his seat. No, he had to find something to do. He lay back down and skillfully clicked on another popular game icon on the virtual pod's desktop. The magnificent login screen and stirring background music, which in the past would have made his blood boil, now only left him feeling dull. The character's movements were stiff like puppets, the skill effects were as fake as plastic, and the so-called sense of impact was soft and weak. Compared to the clear force feedback with every sword swing and hit on an enemy in the Chosen, it was simply a child's toy. In less than 10 minutes, Ren Yu Bao quit the game. He then tried to open a highly rated movie, but after watching the beginning, he couldn't help but start fast-forwarding. All that revolved in his mind were the scenes from the game. Damn it, I'm hooked, completely hooked. Ren irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Previously, he had been immersed in the terrifyingly realistic world of the Chosen for several consecutive days, either fighting monsters or on his way to fight monsters, maintaining a high level of concentration and not even noticing the passage of time. Now, with the game suddenly forcibly interrupted, a huge sense of emptiness engulfed him like a tide. Time, at this moment, became incredibly long. Every minute, every second, felt like an ordeal in a frying pan. He refreshed the player group chat interface again and again, but it remained silent. Clearly, the battle was not over yet. He paced around the room like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Ren felt like he was going crazy. Just then, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound, at this moment, was no less than heavenly music. Someone in the player group finally popped up. Hao Renyu Hao Bao's heart pounded, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He immediately posted the question that had been building up for nearly a day in the group. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, how is it? What was the battle like after I died? Did everything go smoothly? Tell me quickly. As soon as his message was sent, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Handsome enough to kill people? Oh, our great hero is awake. Legendary pilot, ha 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 ha, Hao Ren, you died so early, you really missed out on the big battle later. Hao Renyu Hao Bao looked at the screen, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, stop joking, tell me the specific results. What about those guards? What about the goblins? Did we win? One punch kills Minotaur? Absolutely. Those guards were really fierce, but unfortunately, they met us and were completely annihilated. The last squad leader boss actually abandoned his guards and ran, but he was eventually ambushed and killed by a new NPC, Tisk Tisk. Crescent Moon Bridge, later, we went to support the valley entrance. Those 12 guards literally piled up a wall of bodies, killed hundreds of goblins, and then we took care of them too. Handsome enough to kill people, the most crucial thing was the Lord's operation, he actually assimilated the remaining 300 goblins. Can you believe it? I guess they'll become our free labor in the future. Boom. Hao Renyu Hao Bao's mind buzzed. Completely annihilated. Assimilated the goblins. This plot development was too fantastical. He thought that even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Hao Renyu Hao Bao felt like he had missed out on billions of exciting plot points, feeling both excited and regretful. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, awesome. The Lord is awesome. So, we won a great victory. My first blood was worth it. Handsome enough to kill people, it's fine, you were also a key figure, the Lord will definitely have extra rewards. But honestly, Ching Chun and the others are injured like rag dolls, they'll probably be coming down to join you soon. The group chat returned to its usual banter and teasing. Hao Renyu Hao Bao watched the scrolling messages, his anxiety and emptiness swept away, replaced by a full sense of accomplishment and belonging. He glanced at the countdown on the screen. Resurrection countdown, 21 hours 17 minutes 32 seconds. This time, he no longer felt tormented, but rather filled with anticipation. He was already eager to return to that game world. The morning light pierced through the thin mist in the forest, scattering dappled golden light spots on the winding mountain road. A strange and massive procession was slowly emerging from the valley. At the very front of the procession were Lin and a dozen players. Although each of them bore wounds and was covered in dried bloodstains and mud, their spirits were extraordinarily high, and their steps were vigorous. Following closely behind were 4 wagons laden with goods. Drake rode his horse, his face a mixture of emotions, walking beside the wagons, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the rear of the procession, his eyes filled with an lingering sense of shock and absurdity. And at the very end of the procession, a dense, dark mass of nearly 300 goblins. These green-skinned creatures, abandoning their usual chaos and clamor, formed crooked ranks under the restraint of the shaman goblin and several goblin warriors, silently following the procession. The female goblins held their young tightly in their arms, while the male goblins carried crude weapons. The air was filled with the smell of blood, the earthy scent of mud, and the unique stench of goblins, mixing into a peculiar aroma. Honestly, I still feel like I'm dreaming, legendary pilot whispered to youthful pig-head youth beside him, having 300 monster minions following behind us, in any other game, that would at least be the rank of a commander, right? Your perspective is too small, isn't it? Youthful pig-head youth chuckled, nodding towards Lin at the front of the procession, this is what we call serving the dragon. When the Lord establishes his kingdom in the future, each of us will be a founding father of the server. The players enthusiastically discussed their beautiful future blueprints, completely unconcerned about the group of former enemies behind them. In their eyes, these goblins were no different from the monsters they had killed before, they were just mobile resource points and free labor now. The procession's speed was not fast. Finally, nearing noon, the familiar outline of the camp appeared in everyone's sight. When the procession reached the camp entrance, Lin turned to the shaman goblin and issued his first command. Have your people wait in the open space outside the camp. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step into the camp. Keep them in line, if anyone causes trouble, you know the consequences. Yes, the shaman goblin respectfully bowed his head, leaning on his bone staff, and turned to restrain his people. Lin then led Drake and the players, driving the 4 wagons into the center of the camp. All right, the chosen ones, Lin clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the players, a slight smile on his face, the most exciting moment has arrived. Loot the spoils of war. Oh 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 oh. All the players let out a excited howl. They had been drooling over these few wagons of goods on the way. Lin walked to the first wagon first and pulled back the heavy canvas covering it. Swoosh. The brilliant sunlight shone in, and boxes of neatly stacked goods were instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. Drake, you tell us, what are these? Lin looked at Drake beside him. Drake stepped forward and replied, this batch of goods is military supplies Baron Barton was transporting to Clifton territory. The first wagon contains 20 boxes of refined iron ingots, used for forging weapons and repairing armor. Handsome enough to kill people was right next to him, forcefully prying open a wooden box. Holy crap! Inside the box, pieces of iron ingots with a metallic luster were neatly stacked, gleaming brightly in the sun. Refined iron ingot, high-quality building and forging material. We're rich. We're rich. Handsome enough to kill people's face was flushed with excitement, with these iron ingots, we can make iron weapons. No more using stone spears and stone axes. Lin nodded with satisfaction and walked to the second wagon. The canvas was lifted, revealing dozens of tightly sealed large wooden barrels inside. Drake introduced, "My lord, these are ale and cured meat, enough to feed 300 people for half a month." One Punch Kills Minotaur also saw the contents inside and excitedly patted a wooden barrel. The third wagon was loaded with a large amount of linen, leather, and various tools, such as axes, saws, hammers, etc., all urgently needed supplies for camp construction. And when Lin lifted the canvas of the fourth wagon, everyone gasped. The wagon was filled with standardized weapons and armor. Drake explained, "These are equipment prepared to resupply the border defense force. A total of 50 sets of infantry leather armor, 50 standardized longswords, and 20 kite shields. Besides that." Lin's gaze fell on another pile of equipment stacked beside the wagon, like a small mountain. Those were the spoils of war stripped from Raymond and his 30-odd elite guards. Unlike the standardized equipment, these items were clearly of a higher grade. Well-crafted chain mail, each piece meticulously maintained and gleaming. Sharp longswords, with even family crests on their hilts. Especially Raymond's set, which was almost a complete plate armor, with a lion bas-relief carved on the breastplate, and his personal sword was an incredibly sharp weapon that could cut through iron like mud. In addition, there were money pouches that the players had looted from the guards' corpses, containing hundreds of glittering gold coins. In the sunlight, the metallic gleam and the luster of gold and silver intertwined, almost blinding everyone's eyes. The entire camp fell into a fervent silence. Every player's eyes glowed green, and their breathing was as heavy as bellows. The rewards of this victory, bought with life and blood, far exceeded their wildest imaginations. "I announce that from today onwards, we are officially bidding farewell to primitive civilization and running headfirst into the Iron Age." Legendary pilot stood atop a small mountain of piled-up equipment, spreading his arms and roaring dramatically in an almost tone. His roar ignited the long-suppressed fervor of all the players. "Oh, oh, oh. The Iron Age. I'm going to wear this chain mail. I bet even small monsters won't be able to break my defense anymore. This sword. This gleam. This feel. I love it, I love it. I can finally throw away my stone spear." The players swarmed forward like mice in a granary, stroking the cold armor plates and brandishing sharp longswords, their faces beaming with pure, heartfelt joy. This sensation of sudden wealth and upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon was incomparable to any equipment rating based on data. "Quiet." Lin's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The frenzied players instantly calmed down, and all eyes converged on their lord. Lin looked at the mountain of spoils before him, feeling quite satisfied. This batch of supplies was enough to directly elevate his territory's development speed by a notch. He cleared his throat and began to announce the distribution plan for the spoils. "First, all captured equipment must be handed over and will be uniformly distributed by me. No one is allowed to hoard anything privately." This command did not cause any dissent. The players understood that they were still in the pioneering stage, and concentrating resources to achieve great things was the optimal solution. The distribution principle is very simple. Lin's gaze swept over everyone, distribution according to merit. In yesterday's battle, all players who participated in the ambush and survived can each prioritize selecting a set of chainmail and a longsword. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, who died, will also enjoy this right once he revives. Wow! A low gasp rippled through the crowd. "Raymond's plate armor and sword will be temporarily kept by me," Lin continued. "The remaining equipment will be stored in the warehouse as public camp supplies. In the future, you can earn merit by completing tasks and hunting monsters, and use that merit to exchange for this equipment." This plan was reasonable and fair, and everyone expressed their approval. The introduction of the merit system further greatly stimulated the players' enthusiasm. As for the other supplies, Lin pointed to the iron ingots, cloth, and tools. "These will all be used for camp construction. I need a blacksmith shop to repair and forge new equipment. I need more wooden houses to accommodate our future new members. I need a sturdy wall to protect our home." His words painted a clear and grand blueprint for everyone. "All right, that's the distribution plan." Lin clapped his hands. "Now, let's get to work. Cotton Machine, you and Gentle Mommy are responsible for inventorying all equipment, registering it, and setting up a temporary warehouse. Handsome enough to kill people, go plan the camp's expansion. Where to build the blacksmith shop, where to build new wooden houses, where to build the wall. You need to leave a lot of open space. Draw me a sketch. The rest of you, put on your new equipment, form groups of 3, and continue to clear out the monsters around the camp. We need more monster meat to feed the additional 300 mouths, and at the same time, we need to clear out the threats around the camp to prepare for the upcoming construction." Drake. Lin switched back to the otherworld language, finally looking at Drake, who had been waiting quietly nearby. Drake immediately looked up. "Your task is to act as an overseer, cooperating with Shaman Goblin, to manage those 300 goblins." Lin's eyes sharpened. "Your first task is to get them to work. The camp needs to be expanded, which requires a large amount of wood and stone. Have them cut down trees and collect rocks from the surroundings. Remember, I want efficiency and order. I don't want to see any chaos." "Yes." Drake muttered inwardly, thinking, as expected of a noble lord, he's already bossing me around even though I haven't officially decided to join. But he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he thought more highly of Lin, which indicated that unless he was out of his mind, Lin was extremely confident. As Lin issued command after command, the entire camp, like a precision machine fueled, instantly began to operate at high speed. The players excitedly put on their new equipment. Ha ha ha, handsome. So handsome. Legendary pilot put on a set of chain mail, holding a long sword and a kite shield, and spun around on the spot, the metal plates clashing with a crisp sound. I feel like my defense has at least tripled. Now if I go fight two-headed dog, I can take on 5 of them. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior was brimming with confidence. Stop bragging, let's go. One Punch Kills Minotaur was already impatient, he hoisted his great axe and was the first to rush out of the camp. Soon, a dozen players, now armed to the teeth, disappeared into the jungle. In the camp, Gentle Mommy and Cotton Machine meticulously inventoried the equipment. Long swords, standard issue, 37, intact. Chain mail, guard grade, 39 sets, slightly damaged. On the other side, handsome enough to kill people was holding a piece of charcoal, drawing and writing on a smooth wooden board, muttering to himself. The blacksmith shop needs to be near water and the warehouse for quenching and material access, and I also need to consider the wind direction so that the thick smoke doesn't blow into the living area. The wooden houses should be of uniform size for easy expansion into form streets. The main road should be wide enough for future carriage traffic. In his eyes, a rational light flickered, as if this crude camp before him was already a meticulously planned and magnificent city. Outside the camp, however, was a completely different scene. Drake stood on a high ground, looking down at the dense mass of goblins, and took a deep breath. Following Lin's instructions, he called Shaman Goblin and a few of the strongest-looking goblin warriors to him. The Lord's command. Drake tried to make his voice sound authoritative and cold. From now on, all of you, go cut down trees and collect rocks. Before dark, I want to see enough materials piled up here. The goblins stirred, and many goblins showed dissatisfaction and resistance in their eyes. They were warriors, not slaves. Shaman Goblin's face also looked grim, but he still leaned on his bone staff and, with a hoarse goblin tongue, scolded his tribesmen, relaying the command. However, most goblins still dragged their feet, unmoved. Drake's eyes turned cold. He knew that if he couldn't subdue this unruly horde of greenskins on the first day, future management would be endlessly troublesome. He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at the most boisterous goblin warrior. You, come out. The goblin warrior froze for a moment, then walked out with a sneer, brandishing the bone club in its hand and emitting threatening snarls from its throat. Drake wasted no words, squatting slightly like a hunting leopard, and instantly lunged forward. A flash of sword light. Pfft. The goblin warrior's snarls abruptly ceased. It lowered its head in disbelief, looking at the blood gushing from its chest, then crashed to the ground. Killed in one blow. The entire goblin horde instantly fell into a deathly silence. Drake flicked the blood from his sword, his cold gaze sweeping over all the goblins, and said, word by word. This is the consequence of disobeying orders. Now, who else doesn't want to work? Drake's show of authority had an immediate effect. The still twitching goblin corpse, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished all the goblins' hopes of and fires of resistance. They finally clearly realized that their new master, and everyone under him, were not easy to bargain with. Fear was the best whip. Under Shaman Goblin's renewed scolding, nearly 300 goblins stopped procrastinating, picked up their crude tools, and, led by several goblin warriors, began to pour into the surrounding forest, clanging as they cut down trees. Drake stood on the high ground, observing coldly. He did not relax in the slightest despite having brought the situation under control. He knew this was just the beginning. He divided the goblins into several teams, one for cutting, one for transporting, one for collecting stones, and even a team of female goblins to clear weeds and bushes around the camp's perimeter. Under his command, the previously chaotic goblin horde began to exhibit a rough, organized form of labor. Inside and outside the camp, it was a scene of bustling activity. The players unleashed a bloody storm in the jungle. Holy cow! Bro new, how many do you have over there? 6 two-headed dogs. Hat, with this chain mail, their claws are like tickles. Watch my whirlwind slash. Ha ha ha, I have 3 over here. Legendary pilot, don't just focus on picking up materials, come help me draw some aggro. My hand is still broken. The players' combat power skyrocketed after re-equipping. Two-headed dogs, which previously required cautious handling, could now be easily dealt with, and they weren't afraid of being surrounded. The margin for error had increased too much. They frantically cleared out the monsters around the camp, sweeping outwards. Large quantities of monster meat, skinned after death, were continuously transported back to the camp, piled in an open area, and processed by Gentle Mommy and several new players. Skinning, deboning, cutting the air was thick with the rich aroma of meat and the smell of blood. This meat was not only food for the players but also an important guarantee for maintaining the loyalty of the 300 goblin laborers. Lin stood in the center of the camp, observing everything. The players were efficiently hunting, the goblins were diligently toiling, Drake showed good management skills, everything was developing in the direction he had envisioned. This feeling of controlling everything, watching his territory grow from nothing bit by bit, utterly captivated him. It was time to further expand the scale and select new players. He opened the system panel that only he could see. A pale blue light screen silently unfolded before Lin. Name, Lin Clifton. Status, good. Supernatural, martial arts side. Rank, Bronze Tier 5, 0/70. Experience points, 53. Skills, Sword Mastery, Whirlwind Slash, Arc Slash, sky-shattering slash. Talent, experience growth. Promoting to Bronze Tier 5 not only gave him a comprehensive boost in physical fitness, but also increased the maximum number of players he could summon to 50. Lin's gaze fell on the 53 experience points, his fingertips gently tapping his knee. At a summoning cost of 10 experience points per person, he only had enough to summon 5 players. But this was only temporary. The 15 lively players in the camp were his biggest mobile experience bank. After the baptism of the ambush battle and the accumulation from 2 days of free hunting, these players had a considerable amount of savings in their wallets, just waiting for him to harvest. The first 10 players now generally had a rank of Bronze Tier 4, and top combat forces like Suyun and One Punch Kills Minotaur had even advanced to Bronze Tier 5 ahead of schedule. The 5 players who joined later had all steadily risen to Bronze Tier 3. After leveling up, players' desire for new skills was inevitable. Lin roughly estimated that the tuition fee for unlocking new skills would contribute at least 10 experience points per player on average. 15 people would be 150 points. Adding his current 53 points, the total would exceed 200 points. Summoning 20 new players at once is more than enough. Lin made his decision inwardly. This time, he didn't plan to personally play the role of skill mentor face-to-face as he had before. As the territory expanded and the number of players increased, that hands-on approach was too inefficient. It was time to delegate the authority to learn skills to the players to comprehend on their own through system functions. Initially, he needed to establish his prestige and demonstrate his uniqueness and importance as a lord through this method. But now, after several joint battles, especially that thrilling ambush, the loyalty and recognition of the first batch of players towards him were beyond doubt. They would become the best role models to influence newcomers. Allowing players to learn skills by identifying equipment on their own would not only free up his time but also create a sense of self-exploration and discovery game fun, deepening their immersion in this world. Of course, tuition fees would still be collected, and could even be set higher, as the price for their self-comprehension. Before harvesting this batch of leaks, he first had to select the next batch of players. Lin's consciousness sank into the system, connecting to the official backend of the Chosen on Earth. He began to browse the applicant profiles, preparing for a new round of screening. As night deepened, campfires flickered, casting a warm orange-yellow glow on the surrounding wooden houses. Just as Lin finished screening the new player list and began drafting the new version update announcement, a figure quietly approached. It was Drake. This cunning scout now had a hint of barely concealed urgency on his face. He stood a few steps in front of Lin, bowing slightly, his tone not as steady as it had been the past 2 days. "My lord," Drake's voice was a little hoarse, "how much longer do I have to wait for what you said last night?" What he was referring to, of course, was Lin's statement that he would see things that would change his mind. The strangeness and mysterious origins revealed by the players made Drake feel unusual, and he now urgently wanted to know the truth of what it was. Lin looked up from the virtual light screen, meeting Drake's searching gaze. He glanced at the sky, estimating that the time was about right. He didn't answer directly, just smiled mysteriously. "Don't rush, Drake." Lin stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Soon, you will witness it with your own eyes." He paused, then added, "Go, call Shaman Goblin 2, and follow me." Drake's pupils constricted slightly, his heart filled with doubt and anticipation. He didn't know what Lin was going to do, but that determined look made him unable to refuse. He responded, quickly turned and walked towards the temporary shantytown built by the goblins. A moment later, Drake, leading a bewildered and wary shaman goblin, followed Lin to the open space in the center of the camp. At this time, most of the players who had finished their day of grinding had returned here. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, sitting or standing, chewing on tough dried jerky, spitting as they excitedly discussed the day's harvest. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "I'm telling you guys, today I found a great spot. There was a whole group of wild boars there, super rich in experience." "Oh, come on, you're so injured now, if you really ran into a monster group, you'd definitely be dead." "Sigh, I'd rather just take off my equipment and throw my life away. Being debuffed all day has been a pain. When Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao revives later, I'll ask him what's going on." Lin ignored the surrounding clamor. He stood in the center of the open space, deliberately cleared his throat, and in a solemn and dignified tone, began to recite the improvised prayer he had made up. "Sleeping souls shall be awakened by the gods. The chosen warriors shall shatter the shackles of death and return to the world." Drake and Shaman Goblin exchanged glances, completely unable to understand the meaning of these pretentious words. Just as their confusion grew, a sudden change occurred. In the open space in the center of the camp, the air rippled like water, and countless pale blue light dots appeared out of thin air, quickly converging into a brilliant ball of light. The ball of light grew from small to large, emitting a soft, non-blinding glow that illuminated everyone's faces in blue. The players were used to this, even whistling. But Drake and Shaman Goblin were completely frozen in place. They witnessed the most incredible, most cognition-subversioning scene of their lives. The ball of light, like a gentle star, silently floated in the center of the camp, its glow dimming the surrounding campfires. Drake's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He had lived for over 30 years, traveled far and wide, and prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet he had never seen such a bizarre and sacred sight. This was not magic. He had witnessed the esteemed mage advisor of Lookout Territory cast spells, that was the power of elements guided by runes and incantations, violent yet orderly. The ball of light before him, however, seemed like a power of creation. It appeared out of thin air, from nothing. Shaman Goblin was even more terrified, trembling all over. Its wrinkled old face was contorted by extreme shock, its mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist, and its throat emitted a ho-ho sound, like air leaking. As the wisdom inheritor of the tribe, he knew the secrets of the forest and understood how to communicate with the spirits of ancestors, but this scene completely exceeded his meager cognitive system. This was a miracle. Only a god could wield such immense power. Under their shocked gaze, the brilliant ball of light began to change. The light gradually receded, turning into scattered specks of light, like fireflies on a summer night, slowly drifting and disappearing. When the light specks vanished, a clear human figure appeared in its place. The figure first blinked in a daze, then an expression of wild joy erupted on his face. Holy crap! I'm finally alive! A powerful shout broke the eerie silence. It was Harenyu Haobao. As soon as he appeared, he jumped 3 feet high on the spot, excitedly checking his body. One day offline feels like a year has passed. Harenyu Haobao laughed loudly, chatting enthusiastically with the other players who gathered around, sharing his feelings of being offline for a day and his longing for the game. This lively scene, however, was nothing short of a monstrous tsunami in the eyes of Drake and Shaman Goblin. Shaman Goblin's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. He recognized that face. This human. Wasn't he the bait who, before the ambush battle yesterday, rushed out alone, provoked their goblin tribe with strange language, and then caused a three-way melee? In Shaman Goblin's understanding, under such circumstances, he, being alone, could never have survived. He hadn't seen this face in the camp before, and naturally assumed this human had long died in the chaos, leaving no trace. But now, how could he emerge perfectly intact from a ball of light? Meanwhile, Drake, seeing this scene, thought even further. Earlier, when he expressed concern about the severe injuries of those strange people, Lin's reply was, "It'll be fine after a day at most," which he found odd at the time. But now, that sentence flashed into his mind like lightning. A preposterous, crazy, yet all-explaining conjecture rose in his heart. Could it be? Just then, Lin's calm yet powerful voice sounded in his ear, confirming his astonishing conjecture. "Do you see? Drake, and Shaman." Lin's gaze swept over the two petrified natives and slowly said, "My warriors, they are not ordinary mortals. They are the chosen, blessed by the gods, summoned by me from beyond the heavens. Death, for them, is not an end, but a brief slumber. As soon as the time comes, they will answer my call and return to the world." His voice wasn't loud, but it struck Drake and Shaman Goblin's hearts like heavy hammers. They possess the ability to be immortal. And warriors like these, Lin's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a smile that filled Drake with awe, will only become more numerous in the future. Immortal. More and more. These 8 words, like the most violent thunder, exploded deep within the souls of Drake and Shaman Goblin. Drake trembled all over, feeling a chill rush from the solace of his feet straight to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. He finally understood. He finally understood why this team of only a dozen people dared to ambush 40 elite guards. He finally understood why these warriors fought without fear of death, even exchanging injuries for lives. He finally understood why they could laugh and chat as if nothing had happened, despite severe injuries like broken arms and legs. Because they would never truly die. This was an army composed of undead monsters. Drake's gaze towards Lin completely changed. His previous awe, curiosity, and scrutiny all faded away at this moment. He had previously thought he was seeing nothing more than a fallen noble, perhaps with some boundless potential. But now he realized that he was following a divine messenger capable of summoning an undead army. What barren, what lookout territory, they were simply a joke in the face of such absolute power. Shaman Goblin, even more so, fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself. His aged body trembled violently from excitement and fear, and he repeatedly muttered words like God Lord and God descended to earth in an indistinct goblin tongue. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief for his choice. Entrusting the future of the tribe into the hands of such an existence, not only ensuring the safe habitation, but perhaps even the rise, of the goblin race might no longer be a dream. Meanwhile, Harenyu Haobao, the very embodiment of the miracle, was being bombarded by a series of system prompts, his mouth agape with delight. Emergency mission changing situation completed. Calculating. Rating, perfect. Mission reward issued, merit points plus 200. Special reward, 4 self-selected excellent grade equipment pieces, please claim from the warehouse manager. Special reward, Lord Lin Clifton's favorability towards you plus 20. Even more important was the last prompt. You have unlocked the NPC favorability system. Current Lord favorability, friendly, 35/100. The higher the favorability, the greater the chance of triggering hidden quests and obtaining unknown benefits. Holy crap! I'm rich. Harenyu Haobao looked at this series of rewards, especially the favorability prompt, his eyes wide with excitement. Although it was already late at night, nearing the game's set offline time, he had been dead for a day and felt like he had missed out on 100 million. How could he possibly bear to sleep? He glanced at Lin, who was currently bluffing the NPCs in the distance, then looked at his brand new body and abundant gains. He had only one thought in mind. Stay up. I must pull an all-nighter tonight. As night deepened, the camp's clamor gradually subsided. Lin saw off Drake and the Shaman Goblin, who were still in a state of immense shock and walking somewhat unsteadily, and returned to his wooden cabin. The way the two NPCs looked at him had changed from initial scrutiny and awe to an almost fanatical worship. He knew that from tonight onwards, these two key figures, representing local talent and labor groups respectively, had been completely tied to his chariot. The concept of the Undead Legion was a dimensionality reduction strike for the natives of the Aria continent, enough to shatter their worldview. And this was just the beginning. Lin sat back at his desk, his consciousness once again sinking into the light blue screen that only he could see, continuing to edit the unfinished version 1.0 update announcement. His fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard, each character's fall foreshadowing the dramatic changes about to come to this world and another. The Chosen version 1.0 Spark of Rebirth update announcement. Dear the Chosen. Greetings. First, congratulations on successfully thwarting Baron Barton's conspiracy and achieving a great victory in the Blackwood Forest ambush. Your bravery and wisdom will be remembered forever as an immortal epic. To usher in a new beginning, and to give more warriors eager to join us an opportunity, we will officially begin the recruitment for the third batch of closed beta qualifications at 7 p.m. Earth time, 2 days from now. This update will bring the following new content. 1/3 batch of closed beta slots open. This time, 20 new closed beta slots will be opened. Please pay attention to the official website for subsequent announcements regarding recruitment details. The revival of Clifton requires the injection of more fresh blood. 2 skill learning system fully upgraded. Added free learning function. The Chosen, after acquiring equipment with information residue, will be able to independently identify and comprehend the combat skills contained within the equipment by consuming a certain amount of experience and merit points. The Lord will no longer provide one-on-one instruction. Go explore, go discover, behind every weapon, there may be hidden powerful strength. 3 new NPC factions added. Added interactable NPC, Scout Drake. He was once the enemy's eyes, now he is one of us. He is familiar with every corner of this land and understands the enemy's weaknesses. Perhaps, you can receive some unexpected quests from him. Added interactable vassal force, Goblin Tribe. This long-suffering tribe has sworn allegiance to us. They are natural laborers and potential warriors. How to get along with them and how to utilize their strength will be a question every one of the Chosen needs to consider. 4 NPC favorability system implemented. Added NPC favorability function. Every interaction between the Chosen and all key NPCs in the territory, including but not limited to the Lord, Drake, Goblin Shaman, etc., may affect your impression in their hearts. Higher favorability means more trust, deeper quest lines, and unforeseen hidden benefits. Remember, every choice you make is shaping your relationship with this world. 5 merit exchange list updated. Dozens of excellent equipment items have been added to the Quartermaster's exchange list, including standard longswords and kite shields captured in the ambush battle. Work hard to earn merit and arm yourselves. The spark of Clifton has been ignited, and the potential for a prairie fire is in our hands. Your Lord, Lin Clifton. After editing, Lin clicked publish. Almost at the same instant, on Earth, deep into the night, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes were fixed on the simple official website of the Chosen. Since the Rat Plague Dungeon video released by the legendary pilot went viral, this obscure small workshop game has recently become the hottest topic in the global virtual reality gaming community. Some hailed it as an epic-making masterpiece, the pinnacle of virtual reality. Others questioned it as a carefully crafted scam, a game disguised as CG animation. The more intense the debate, the higher the popularity. Countless players flocked to the official website. They were anxiously waiting for the official's next announcement. Just then, the unchanging promotional video on the homepage of the official website suddenly refreshed. A post titled The Chosen version 1.0 Spark of Rebirth update announcement was prominently pinned. The entire player community instantly exploded. Holy crap! It's updated. It's finally updated. 20 slots. I'm going crazy. Give me one. Please. Free skill learning? This is truly exploratory gameplay. Much more exciting than what I heard before about queuing up to learn skills from NPCs. NPC favorability system. I get it. This is about us romancing NPCs. Is that scout guy, Drake, handsome? Goblin Shaman, never mind that one. Damn it, seeing the closed beta players' discussions makes me so jealous I could cry. After they participated in the battle, their equipment was basically given for free. Forums, chat groups, social media, all places related to the Chosen instantly went wild. Countless netizens who had pre-registered were rubbing their hands together, preparing to go all out for those 20 slots 2 days later. And among the many frenzied players, one person was particularly excited. The well-known gaming up master, the sound of waves remains the same, Lu Tao. He sat in his luxurious gaming chair, staring intently at the announcement on the screen, his breathing becoming heavy. As a top domestic game reviewer, his vision was incredibly sharp. The first time he saw the Rat Plague video, he concluded that it was definitely not CG. The micro-expressions, the physical feedback, the realistic reactions in a chaotic battlefield, no program could render that. This was real. A 100% real game. For this, he did not hesitate to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract, turned down all other game promotion collaborations, and staked everything on the Chosen. Version 1.0. Spark of Rebirth. Lu Tao murmured, his eyes gleaming with fervent light, 2 days later, 20 slots, no matter what, I must get one. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and turned on his recording equipment. He was going to immediately release a video to announce this to his millions of followers. He wanted to tell everyone that he would personally enter this game, use the most authentic footage to record everything inside, and verify whether the Chosen was an epoch-making miracle or the biggest scam of this century. What he didn't know was that his pre-registered account had long been marked with a special tag in the backend. His slot was predetermined by Lin. For the long-term development of the territory, Lin this time selectively chose some talented individuals with special skills, such as players with real-world skills like blacksmithing, carpentry, and tailoring. At the same time, he keenly realized that as the number of players increased, manually screening them himself every time would be too inefficient and too subjective. He needed an automated screening mechanism. More importantly, he needed a powerful megaphone to spread the influence of the Chosen and attract more, higher-quality players into his candidate talent pool. And the sound of waves remains the same, a top-up master with a fan base of tens of millions, was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin intended to use his hands to stir up a global public opinion storm. It wasn't easy for Lin to create a screening mechanism for pre-registered players in this other world. But what if he could make others willingly, even gratefully, work for him for free? His gaze once again fell on the name on the light screen. Lin switched to Lin's backend email, ignored the various other private messages, precisely entered the name, and found the email the sound of waves remains the same had sent a few days ago. Hello, official staff. I am the game up master, the sound of waves remains the same, and I have an unparalleled passion for the Chosen. I humbly ask for an opportunity to contribute to this great game. I've noticed that some people online still have misunderstandings and doubts about the Chosen, which pains me deeply. Official staff, this is my team's information and past achievements. We have the industry's top promotional and technical team and are capable of providing the highest level of promotion for the game. We can clarify all false statements. Just one spot, and any form of cooperation can be discussed. Please consider it. Lin's lips curved into an arc as he looked at these earnest, even slightly humble, private messages. He slowly typed out a line of text. And Lin, your request has been noted. A closed beta spot can be reserved for you. However, in addition to promotional cooperation, we have an additional requirement. On Earth, in Lu Tao's luxurious esports room. He was irritably running his hands through his hair, pacing back and forth in the room. Although he had confidently made a video preview, claiming he would explore the Chosen, he had no idea if he would get a closed beta spot. So he had made two preparations. If he couldn't reach an agreement with the official team, he would have to settle for spending a lot of money to find closed beta players to trade accounts or game video footage. Ding! A special notification sound, set for his account, rang in the room. Could it be? Lu Tao dashed to his computer desk, his heart pounding, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. They replied. The official account, which he had messaged for days, finally replied to him. Lu Tao clicked on the message, and after reading the brief reply, he almost jumped out of his gaming chair. There's a chance. There really is a chance. Lu Tao took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and typed humbly in the reply box before finally sending it. The sound of waves remains the same, it is a great honor to receive your recognition. What is the test, please? Whatever the requirement, my team will go all out. A moment later, an incredibly detailed requirements document was sent over. And Lin, requirement, develop a backend screening program to be embedded in the official website's reservation system. The functional requirements are as follows. 1. Keyword matching, automatically identify and extract specific skill keywords entered by applicants in their self-introductions, such as forging, carpentry, tailoring, architectural design, geology, metallurgy, etc. 2. Weight scoring, different weights can be set for different keywords and can be adjusted at any time. In the current version, forging and carpentry are set to the highest weight. 3. Cross-verification, through associated social media accounts provided by applicants, if filled in, initially verify the authenticity of their skills. Example, if an applicant claims to be a blacksmith, their social media account should contain relevant works or updates. 4. Generate candidate list, automatically generate a high-priority candidate list based on comprehensive scores for our final review. Deadline, complete and submit within 2 days. After the message was sent, Lu Tao looked at the document and, instead of feeling challenged, let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. The big stone hanging in his heart finally fell, and a surge of ecstasy instantly welled up. He immediately understood the deeper logic behind this matter. This requirements document was, in itself, astonishing intelligence. It revealed that the Chosen's official selection of players had gone beyond the scope of ordinary games. They don't lack people who want to play the game, they lack talents who can provide specific value. And the official team giving him this task was most likely further evaluating his team's technical strength and execution. If they passed, they would get that precious game entry ticket. This bit of technical work, for a top-up master like him with a professional technical team, was just a matter of a few phone calls and some money. The sound of waves remains the same, received. Please rest assured, it will be completed within 48 hours. And Lin, awaiting good news. The conversation ended, and Lin closed the system interface, a satisfied smile on his face. Without any effort, he not only solved the problem of the screening system but also tested Lu Tao's execution and resources. The key was that it didn't take up his time, and the only cost was the closed beta spot he had already planned to give the other party, which was almost equivalent to nothing. This deal was a huge profit. After dealing with this matter, Lin turned his gaze back to the camp, where everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Drake was acting as an overseer, directing the goblins in basic construction. He was ruthless but also knew how to use both carrots and sticks, even using surplus roasted meat as a reward to organize labor competitions. In just one day, he managed the nearly 300 goblins in an orderly fashion, and the efficiency of logging and quarrying was extremely high. The players who had just been equipped with excellent gear formed hunting parties, tirelessly traversing the blackwood forest, continuously providing fresh meat for the camp. The warehouse area in the center of the camp was even more lively. Holy crap! Big Mommy, this fine steel hand axe can teach a skill. Armor-piercing heavy strike. It sounds fierce just by the name. Youthful pighead youth held up an axe he had just exchanged from the warehouse, his mouth almost watering. Gentle Mommy covered her mouth and chuckled, then you need to quickly accumulate merit and experience, as learning it isn't cheap. Learned it. Youthful pighead youth chose to learn without hesitation. A faint light flashed, and he excitedly swung the axe twice on the spot, then fiercely chopped down at a nearby wooden stake. Ha! Armor-piercing heavy strike. With a crack, a deep gash was split into the hard wooden stake. Awesome! The surrounding players exclaimed in surprise and envy. Whenever a player successfully learned a new skill, Lin's system panel would quietly gain some experience points. Accumulating bit by bit, his experience pool was steadily refilling. Everything was developing in a good direction. But Lin's gaze remained calm and profound. He knew that the victory of the ambush was just the beginning. Annihilating Baron Barton's elite guard and looting such important military supplies was tantamount to a harsh slap in the face of that noble. Given Baron Barton's character, a thunderous retaliation could come at any time. The good news was that the other party had no idea of their true strength and would likely investigate and probe cautiously, which would buy him some more time. He must convert the resources at hand into greater strength as quickly as possible before the enemy is fully prepared for their next move. As long as he developed and grew fast enough, the other party would never be able to see his true strength. Summoning more of the undead scourge was the sharpest and most important card in his hand. 2 days passed in a flash. Earth time, 6:50 p.m. There were only 10 minutes left until the third batch of closed beta spots for the Chosen opened. Over these 2 days, players had continuously shared screenshots of their successful closed beta qualifications, making a large number of pre-registered netizens envious and jealous. And Lu Tao, the sound of waves remains the same, had, as agreed, delivered the screening program yesterday at noon. Its completeness even exceeded Lin's expectations. In return, he successfully received a closed beta spot and had already downloaded the game to his virtual pod. At this moment, Lu Tao had eagerly entered the virtual pod, waiting with a surging heart. He opened the game, and in the center of the screen was an extremely simple login interface, with a deep and vast starry sky as the background, and a constantly ticking countdown below. 3, 2, 1. Server starting. Neural connection in progress. Soul data synchronizing. Hello, the Chosen from Earth. Welcome to the real another world, otherworld. Lin's gaze swept across the entire camp. The old players had already been notified, and one by one they revealed expressions of anticipation, gathering around the open space, whispering among themselves like a group of old monkeys waiting to observe new ones. They're here, they're here. New companions are coming again. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, said, winking, drawing a burst of laughter. We, the founding veterans, should act a bit more like seniors. Be reserved later, don't scare them away. You're the one who needs to be most reserved, aren't you? I wonder if there are any girls this time. Let's hope it's not another cherry gummy. Youthful pighead youth stroked his chin, teasing with an ill-intentioned look. Get lost. Behind Lin, Drake, and the shaman goblin were so nervous their palms were sweating, and even their breathing became cautious. They were about to witness the mind-bending miracle of creation again, and this time, it was 20 times the scale of last time. Drake stared intently at the center of the open space, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He quickly calculated in his mind, 20, no, adding the existing ones, a total of 45 undead. If this power was used properly, it would be completely sufficient to counter or even annihilate any Baron's force. He felt a wave of regret and relief for his initial hesitant defection. Time passed by second by second. In the open space in the center of the camp, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, the air began to violently twist and vibrate, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring space. Immediately after, 1, 2, 3, a full 20 pale blue light clusters of varying sizes appeared out of nowhere. They were like 20 pebbles thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples in space, reflecting each other, instantly enveloping the entire camp in a dreamlike sea of blue light. Holy cow! Even the old players who had witnessed it once were still astonished by the magnificent sight before them. Previously, when Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao resurrected, it was just a small light cluster. But now, there were 20. 20 brilliant light clusters, like stars suspended in the low sky, emitted soft yet powerful energy fluctuations, allowing everyone within them to feel the rhythm originating from the essence of life. Drake and the shaman goblin had completely lost the ability to think. If the previous resurrection was a miracle, then the scene before them was a god personally descending, displaying a corner of his world-creating divine power before them. The shaman goblin could no longer stand, his knees buckled, and he prostrated himself, repeatedly chanting vague praises in the most ancient goblin language, completely lost in fervent religious worship. Drake's legs were weak, but he forced himself to stand, staring intently at the light clusters, his eyes filled with awe and longing for this great power. Within the light, 20 vague figures were rapidly condensing and forming. The scene before Lu Tao's eyes was instantly swallowed by endless darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he regained consciousness, fresh, Cold air rushed into his lungs, carrying the scent of pine and earth, yet mixed with the scorching heat of a distant bonfire and the charred aroma of roasted meat, the clamor of the crowd, the chirping of insects, and the sound of the wind intertwined, forming a three-dimensional soundscape he had never heard before. The moist touch of the dirt beneath his feet was even more real than the lawn in his yard. Countless incredibly real sensory inputs flooded in. He slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a completely unfamiliar world. Partially constructed wooden walls, burning bonfires, simple but sturdy wooden houses, and the people around them, with various expressions, observing them with amusement. Welcome to Clifton Camp. A calm yet magnetic voice came from directly in front of him. Lu Tao followed the sound and saw a young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing leather armor and his hand on the hilt of a sword. The Lord, Lin Clifton. Lu Tao's brain immediately matched the information from the official website. Is this an NPC? He was greatly shaken. How could this be an NPC made of data? This aura, these eyes, this seemingly innate majesty and sense of control, were more powerful than any business magnate he had ever interviewed in real life. He looked around again and saw the other 19 new players. Like him, their faces were filled with complex expressions of shock, bewilderment, and ecstatic joy. Greetings, new chosen ones. Lin's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. I am Lin Clifton, the lord of this territory. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power. Just recently, my family suffered betrayal, and my territory was invaded by enemies. But my warriors, with the perfect ambush, annihilated the enemy's elite and reclaimed the supplies we depend on for survival. From today on, you will be my partners in restoring my family and rebuilding my homeland. You may fight here, you may be injured, and you may even die. Lin's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Lu Tao for a brief moment. But remember, death is not the end. As long as the flame of Clifton remains, your souls will be guided back to this place. Now, go familiarize yourselves with your camp and get to know your companions. Lin turned towards the old players and called out, Cotton Machine, they're in your hands. Teach them the rules of survival here. After speaking, Lin issued the guiding quest to pass on the flame again, then turned and slowly departed, taking the still stunned Drake and the shaman goblin with him, leaving the space to the new and old players. He knew that the upcoming welcome segment would be much more effective if left to the old hands than if he personally taught them. As soon as Lin left, the atmosphere instantly ignited. Newcomers. Look over here. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, was the first to jump out, chest puffed out, waving his arms. By order of the Lord, welcome everyone to the large-scale live-action epic role-playing game, The Chosen Novice Village. I am one of your guides, just call me Brother Mian Hua. A burly man with bulging muscles, whose ID was Cherry Gummy, walked over and patted the shoulder of the nearest newcomer, grinning, Brother, don't be afraid, the big shots here are all very nice, just a little bit eccentric. The newcomers were a bit overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm. But Lu Tao's attention was drawn to something else. He had just opened his system panel, and under the skills section, he found a free learning button. At the same time, in the relationships section, he saw several illuminated avatars. Lin Clifton, favorability, neutral, 5/100. Drake, favorability, neutral, 0/100. Goblin Shaman, favorability, neutral, 0/100. This must be the NPC favorability system that the official website said would be implemented. Lu Tao's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced in the direction Lin had left, then turned his gaze to the scout NPC Drake, who had just recovered from his extreme shock and was now observing the group of newcomers with a complex, scrutinizing, and intelligent gaze. A bold plan spontaneously formed in his mind. The theme for his first video series was set. It would be called The Chosen NPC Favorability Guide. Inside Lin's wooden cabin, the firelight flickered, casting long shadows of the two men. He and Drake sat opposite each other, a rough beast hide map spread on the wooden table between them, on which the general outline of Blackwood Forest was sketched in charcoal, along with several red lines representing possible enemy routes. Baron Barton is arrogant and suspicious. Drake's finger lightly tapped the cross mark on the map representing an ambush point. So he will never launch a large-scale attack rashly when intelligence is unclear. But he is vindictive and cannot tolerate his authority being damaged, so he will definitely come. The scene we left was very chaotic. Drake's finger moved to the edge of the map. Besides the bodies of Raymond and his subordinates, there were only a large number of shaman goblin remains. He will constantly wonder, was it an abnormal uprising of the shaman goblin tribe that perished with Raymond's team? Or did a third party benefit from the situation? This way, no matter which guess, it will seriously interfere with his judgment. Lin nodded. What he needed was this time difference. How long will Barton's subordinates take to reach Blackwood Forest? He won't launch a large-scale attack immediately, that doesn't fit his personality. Drake analyzed and replied, before figuring out our true strength, he will first send out his top scouts, who will sneak into this forest like wolves to investigate everything. 5 days, I estimate. Drake held up 5 fingers. In 5 days, his scout team will reach the edge of Blackwood Forest. Once they confirm our location and general strength, the real trouble will begin. Multi-wave, attritional attacks, until they completely wear us down. I need you to set traps. Lin's order was simple and direct. You immediately organize the shaman goblins and those laborers to set traps along the possible enemy routes. They don't need to be too elaborate, I just need them to obstruct and delay, further creating chaos, and completely covering the truth with layers of fog. A hint of understanding flashed in Drake's eyes. Understood. He stood up and agreed decisively. As Drake turned to leave, a light blue system screen quietly unfolded before Lin. He quickly edited several brand new quests and precisely pushed them through the system to all players in the camp. Investigation Quest, Blackwood Forest East Patrol. Quest Description, Baron Barton will send scouts to investigate the situation. Please scout the eastern area of Blackwood Forest, using the map function to detect any potential threats within a 1 kilometer radius. Note, any non-friendly unit. Quest requirements, once an enemy is spotted, engagement is strictly prohibited. Retreat immediately and report coordinates. Only when possessing an absolute advantage and ensuring the enemy cannot escape, may you perform a flanking surprise attack. Quest rewards, 20 merit points for each enemy scout discovered, 30 merit points for successfully killing a scout without being detected. As soon as the quest was released, the old players, who had just been bragging and chatting with new players outside, instantly erupted. As soon as the quest was released, the camp instantly erupted. Holy crap, works here. New quest. One punch kills Minotaur's eyes lit up. He shoved the roasted meat in his hand into his mouth, hoisted his great axe, and rushed out. Newcomers, watch closely, this is the essence of this game. Let's go, brothers, let's go kick some ass. Hey, brother New, slow down. Legendary Pilot cried out, winking at the newcomers beside him, come with me, I'll take you through the newbie tasks on the way. But this new quest description says no engaging, that's interesting, stealth play? I like it. The old players were instantly mobilized, picking up their weapons in 2s and 3s, excitedly discussing the quest details, and leading a group of new players, who were looking at each other confused and hadn't yet figured out the situation, out of the camp one after another. On the other side, after Drake accepted the quest, he came to the temporary shaman goblin settlement outside the camp. The cold aura of a top scout emanated from him without restraint, causing the surrounding shaman goblins to unconsciously retreat, their eyes filled with fear. He called the shaman goblin before him and informed him of the command issued by Lord Lin. The shaman goblin was completely obedient and had no objections. Soon, under his deployment, dozens of shaman goblins were organized, carrying crude tools, and swarmed into the depths of the forest. They began digging pit traps, setting tripwires, and sharpening wooden stakes. Night fell. The bonfire in the center of the camp burned brightly, old and new players sat mixed together, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and lively chatter. The sound of waves remains the same. Held a pottery plate, his gaze constantly searching through the boisterous crowd. On the plate was smoked roasted meat, just exchanged with merit points from the novice quest, personally prepared by gentle mommy. The surface was roasted golden and crispy, sprinkled with collected unknown plant spices, and the juices were perfectly locked inside, sizzling with heat and emitting a rich meaty aroma. Soon, he found his target. Drake. The scout NPC, who had been discussing something with the Lord earlier in the day, was now standing alone in the shadows at the edge of the camp, like a statue, his gaze vigilantly scanning the dark jungle. Lu Tao's heart suddenly pounded, an opportunity. He took a deep breath, holding the plate, and carefully walked over. Hello, Drake. He tried to greet him in standard Mandarin, forcing out his most friendly smile. Drake turned his head at the sound, his eyes, which appeared exceptionally deep in the firelight, fell on Lu Tao, with an expression of scrutiny and inquiry. He spoke, uttering a string of syllables that Lu Tao couldn't understand at all, his tone low. Lu Tao was stunned. He quickly realized that they had a language barrier, but he didn't give up. He pointed to himself and pronounced his ID in the most standard Mandarin, the sound of waves remains the same. Then, he respectfully offered the plate of fragrant roasted meat with both hands, a most sincere and harmless smile on his face. Drake's expression showed a subtle change. His gaze swept over the well-presented, obviously valuable roasted meat, then slowly moved to Lu Tao's kind face. These undead, a hint of doubt flashed in Drake's mind, they fight like madmen, yet are usually disorganized. And this one, he actually knows how to show goodwill with food, his posture humble, yet his eyes hide an undisguised purpose. He instinctively grew wary. In the wilderness, there is no goodwill without reason, every gift is secretly priced. What does he want from me? Information? Or does he want to show himself to the Lord through me? Drake didn't expose him, he calmly took the plate. These undead were summoned by the Lord, so there shouldn't be any issues, but their behavior patterns are also worth studying in depth. This one, perhaps through him, he could better understand this mysterious group. He picked up a piece of meat, but didn't immediately put it in his mouth. Instead, using the dim firelight, he lightly ran his fingernail across the cut surface of the meat, observing the color of the fat and the texture of the meat, even bringing it closer to his nose to discern if there were any other unusual smells besides the spices. After confirming it was fine, he took a small bite. The meat was tender, the fat rich, and the seasoning just right. This skill was no less than that of the Baron's mansion chef. He nodded slightly at Lu Tao, accepting the goodwill. This undead is quite interesting. At that very moment, a prompt popped up before Lu Tao, making his heart race. Drake's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, neutral, 5/100, . It worked. He decided that from today onwards, the time before logging off each day would be his golden period for building relationships with these key NPCs. Midnight, Earth. Lu Tao sat up from the virtual pod, his spirit more exhilarated than ever before. He quickly exported all the video footage recorded today and precisely found the subsequent communication clips between himself and Drake. He cut out this video and directly dialed a phone number. Xiao Wang. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Immediately help me contact several top domestic linguistics research institutes, as well as companies specializing in AI voice analysis. Tell them I have a project that requires them to immediately form a special team to analyze a brand new, logically complete unknown language system. The budget is unlimited, I only want the fastest results. Xiao Wang's astonished voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Tao? Why do you need linguists for no reason? I can't explain it clearly to you in a short time. You go look first, and I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. Alright. Xiao Wang's helpless voice came through. His boss was getting stranger and stranger. Lu Tao hung up the phone, looking at Drake's stern face on the screen, his eyes burning with an unprecedented fire. His day of gaming experience made him believe that the language in such a groundbreaking game could not have been randomly concocted. If he could master it, no one else had considered this yet. If he could be the first to master and analyze the game's language, putting aside other benefits, just building good relationships with NPCs would be an immense advantage. The next day, on Earth, during the daytime, a video with an extremely impactful title quietly launched in the gaming sections of major video websites. The Chosen. First time in a different world, this game is too realistic. The publisher was none other than the Sound of Waves Remains the Same, a top-tier upstreamer with tens of millions of followers, who had just received closed beta access. The video's opening was not a traditional game commentary, but a carefully edited recording. An empty camp, a flickering bonfire. The next second, 20 brilliant blue light clusters materialized, rendering the entire scene into a deep and sacred blue ocean, with the majestic life force almost overflowing from the screen. The camera, with cinematic movement, zoomed in, clearly showing the process of human figures condensing within the light clusters, from blurry energy outlines to distinct facial features, every fluttering strand of hair, every texture of skin, and even the firelight reflected in the pupils, all were disturbingly realistic. This footage was precisely what Lu Tao had obtained from legendary pilot. Brothers, this is not CG, nor is it a pre-recorded animation. Lu Tao's magnetic voice sounded, with an uncontrollable tremor and excitement. This is a true record of me, and 19 other new players, descending into the game world of the Chosen. Please note, it's a true record. The video screen shifted, switching to Lu Tao's first-person perspective. His camera was aimed at the young lord who stood before everyone, clad in leather armor, with his hand on the hilt of his sword. This is our lord, Lin Clifton. Pay attention to his eyes, Lu Tao's voice lowered, as if afraid of disturbing the person in the frame. That's not something a program can write. That kind of majesty, that kind of depth, and the fatigue and resolve inadvertently revealed in his words. I swear, I've only seen this kind of extremely complex aura in top entrepreneurs and battle-hardened generals in reality. In the video, Lin began to speak, his low and penetrating voice clearly reaching every viewer. The next part of the video was a segment of Lu Tao completing a novice quest. He controlled his character, traversing Blackwood Forest, and battling a ferocious two-headed dog. The harsh friction and real sparks produced when claws scraped across leather armor, and the dull thud of weapons striking the monster's flesh and the splashing, warm blood, were all excessively realistic. I can't find any words to describe this game's physics engine and sense of impact. Lu Tao's voice was full of admiration. I can only say that all the virtual reality games I've played before are obsolete junk that needs to be swept into the dustbin of history compared to this one. At the end of the video, the screen froze at the edge of the camp. Lu Tao's first-person perspective showed him carefully approaching the scout NPC, Drake, who stood alone in the shadows, holding a plate of roasted meat. Next, is a major discovery I personally made in the game. Lu Tao's voice became mysterious. The AI of the NPCs in this game is ridiculously high, and they have their own language. At first, I couldn't communicate with him at all. But I had a sudden thought. If language is a barrier, what about actions? Food, in any civilization, should be a symbol of goodwill, right? In the video, he handed over the roasted meat. Drake's scrutinizing and probing gaze made all the viewers in front of their screens feel an invisible pressure. When Drake accepted the roasted meat and nodded slightly at the camera, a golden system prompt slowly appeared in the center of the screen. Drake's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, neutral, 5/100, ... Did you see that, brothers? Lu Tao's voice suddenly rose, filled with ecstasy. NPC favorability system. This is the real immersive experience. Every action you take will affect your relationship with this world. This is no longer a simple game, this is a real world waiting for us to explore and conquer. The video ended there. But the storm it stirred was just beginning. In just a few hours, the video's views surged exponentially, and the comment section and bullet comments were completely overwhelmed. I watched it 3 times. Is this really game footage? How do I feel like I'm watching a top-tier special effects epic blockbuster? That Lord NPC's aura is too strong. When he looked over, I felt my legs go weak even through the screen. Mom, I'm in love. Favorability system. I get it. This game allows you to pursue NPCs. Tao Ge is awesome. He came up with such a hardcore gameplay in his first video. I'm going to grovel to the official website for a spot now. Online, praise and doubt flew together. Shortly before the video was released, the CEO of a well-known domestic special effects company publicly stated, with existing technology, real-time rendering of the kind of visual seen in the Chosen's promotional video would be so costly it could bankrupt a company. This is definitely a carefully planned scam. And now, Lu Tao's video was like a loud slap, hitting him squarely in the face. Countless netizens flocked to his social media account, furiously @ing him. CEO, care to step forward? Explain how this scam also has a favorability system. The sour dog upstairs, the official website reservation is right there, just because you didn't get a spot, you say it's fake? Is it that hard to admit someone else is amazing? The intensity of the debate pushed the popularity of the chosen to an unprecedented peak. The closed beta players, at the eye of this global storm, naturally saw the video immediately. In their exclusive chat group, the atmosphere was completely different. Legendary pilot, at the sound of waves remains the same. Lu Tao, you used my footage and didn't pay, transfer the money. Handsome enough to kill people, I calculated it, 5 points of merit for 5 points of favorability, it's not a loss on paper. Favorability is a long-term investment, and the future hidden benefits will definitely be worth it. Tao Ji, this move has opened up a new path for us. Youthful pighead youth, holy crap, you can play it like that? I knew Tao Ji, this thick-browed guy, had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. That Drake looked like an ice block, but he falls for this too. Next time I'll go give him something too. Do you think he'd like shiny ores? One punch kills Minotaur, giving ores? So wishy-washy. A man has to be direct. I just got a complete monster hide, I'm going to give it to Lord Lin Clifton now to show him my strength. While others were still pondering what to give, Hao Renyu Hao Bao, who had been silent, poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Hao Renyu Hao Bao, you have to know that Lu Tao only got 5 points of favorability because it was his first gift. Subsequent gifts might not have the same effect. Lin can give me back my cotton gin, that's true, usually when pursuing a character, favorability is easiest to raise at the beginning, but as it increases, ordinary gifts won't be effective anymore. The entire player community, thanks to Lu Tao's video, had completely opened the door to a new world. NPC favorability quests may become the hottest new gameplay, following pioneering exploration and combat. The next day, the atmosphere in the camp became somewhat subtle and fervent because of Lu Tao's video. Inside the wooden house, Lin was analyzing the possible movements of the scouts sent by Barren on a map. One punch kills Minotaur, carrying a complete monster hide that still reeked of blood, strode towards Lin's wooden house amidst the jeers of legendary pilot and others who were enjoying the spectacle. Go, brother Niu. Get the first kill on the Lord's favorability. Legendary pilot shrieked. Exactly. Let those schemers see that we, the tough guys, are what the Lord needs most. One punch kills Minotaur felt that these gift givers were too slow. The Lord was a person who accomplished great things, and what he valued most must be strength and efficiency. He wanted to display his valor in the most direct and purest way. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked on the wooden door. Come in, Lin's calm voice came from inside the house. One punch kills Minotaur pushed open the door, threw the huge beast hide onto the ground with a thwack, kicking up a cloud of dust, then stood tall and proud, his voice booming. My lord, I just hunted a bronze tier 4 razorback boar, and this is its most complete hide. It's definitely a top-grade material. He fantasized that the Lord would show a surprised or approving expression, and his favorability would skyrocket instantly. However, Lin's gaze merely shifted from the map on the table to the beast hide, lingering for less than a second. Not bad, his tone was flat, as if he were evaluating a roadside stone. Hand it over to the quartermaster for registration, you can exchange it for 8 merit points. After speaking, his gaze returned to the map, no longer paying any attention. Lin secretly thought to himself, not only had he clearly seen the chat in the internal test group last night, but also, did they think he was deaf when those few people were shouting so loudly outside just now? His favorability, as a special reward, must be treated as a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, visible but unattainable. Seeing the favorability panel, it remained completely still. The triumphant smile on One Punch Kill's Minotaur's face froze. He stood there, stunned, like a petrified statue. A few seconds later, he silently picked up the beast hide from the ground and walked out of the wooden house, disheartened. Outside the door, legendary pilot was the first to burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Brother Niu, how do you feel? How much did the Lord's favorability increase? Has he already taken a liking to you? Get lost. One Punch Kill's Minotaur roared angrily, eliciting an even louder burst of laughter from the surrounding players. It's obvious, handsome enough to kill people said, crossing his arms and analyzing calmly, as a superior, the Lord has no shortage of individual bravery under his command. Simply showing off muscles has extremely low value, he values strategic value that can drive the entire faction's development, not how many pigs you alone can kill. This cold shower completely extinguished the enthusiasm of all the eager musclehead players. Since brute force didn't work, they would try intellectual approaches. The players' ideas once again returned to the gifting track. Youthful pighead youth's eyes darted around, and he pulled out a shiny, golden yellow ore from his storage space. This was the pyrite he had dug up yesterday, and in his eyes, it was no different from gold. Hey, everyone likes gold, right? Even cold-faced Drake must be no exception, maybe he's secretly lustful inside. Full of confidence, he found Drake, who was inspecting the trap arrangements at the camp's periphery. Drake noticed someone approaching and turned his head vigilantly. It was these undead again. The one who brought roasted meat last night had hidden motives in his eyes, and this one today seemed even more unreliable, with a mischievous grin. Youthful pighead youth chuckled, handed over the pyrite, and winked, hinting that it was a treasure. Drake looked at the fool's gold, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Immediately, this confusion quickly turned into deep vigilance. Was the Lord distrusting him? That's why he kept sending these strangely behaving undead to test him, one after another? Testing his alertness with food, and now testing his greed and discernment with this worthless stone? Drake's heart tightened, and his gaze became even more reserved. He felt this was highly probable. After all, he was a surrendered general and was bound to undergo trials. If he accepted it, it would confirm his greed and foolishness. If he exposed it on the spot, it would seem disrespectful to the undead and go against the Lord's intentions. Drake instantly understood the crux of the matter. He expressionlessly took the pyrite, nodded almost imperceptibly at youthful pighead youth, then turned and continued his work as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the other party had accepted it, youthful pighead youth excitedly opened his panel, ready to receive the notification of increased favorability. The next second, the smile on his face completely froze. Drake's favorability towards you-5. Current favorability, vigilant, 5/100, . What the hell? Why? How can this be? I gave you gold, and you still deduct my favorability. Is there any justice left? A mournful wail echoed through the camp, filled with grievance and incomprehension. Meanwhile, Gentle Mommy chose a different target. She carried a plate of carefully roasted, fragrant meat chops and found Shaman Goblin, who was tinkering with herbs in the goblin settlement. Seeing a divine envoy approach, Shaman Goblin immediately prostrated himself, showing extreme piety. Gentle Mommy said nothing extra, she simply handed over the meat chops, a gentle smile on her face. Shaman Goblin respectfully accepted this divinely bestowed food but did not immediately eat it. Instead, he offered it on a clean stone, then picked up a strange bone staff and performed a blessing dance, muttering incantations towards the meat chops. After the ritual, he took out a small handful of various colored herbs from his pouch and presented them with both hands as a return gift to Gentle Mommy. Gentle Mommy was pleasantly surprised to find that she had never seen any of these herbs before. The system identified them as several effective healing materials. Goblin Shaman's favorability towards you +10. Current favorability, friendly, 10/100. Her successful interaction made the players thoughtful, yet plunged them into deeper confusion. While the players were racking their brains over how to increase favorability, Lin, inside the wooden house, was observing everything with interest through the system's light screen. Watching the players' various bizarre failed attempts, he helplessly massaged his forehead and shook his head. These overzealous The Chosen were as energetic as a pack of huskies, highly destructive but always misdirecting their efforts. He needed a bone to guide this power in the right direction. He opened the system panel, his fingers swiping rapidly across the light screen. The next moment, several new quests were precisely pushed to all players in the camp. Advanced Quest, Coordinated Reconnaissance. Quest description: during the day, assist the Scout Drake in exploring and investigating the eastern area of Blackwood Forest, drawing a detailed topographic map, and marking all potential threats. Quest reward: based on exploration completion and intelligence value, reward 10 to 20 merit points. Novice Quest, Technological Innovation. Quest description: the Goblin Tribe's tools are too primitive, severely affecting the efficiency of camp construction. Please help them improve mining and logging tools. Quest requirements: provide design blueprints or directly create more efficient tool prototypes. Quest reward: based on the efficiency improvement of the tools, reward 15 to 30 merit points, and gain the friendship of the Goblin Tribe. As soon as the quests were released, the entire camp instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, it completely erupted. Holy cow! High reward quests! Youthful Pighead Youth was the first to shout. Assist Drake? Isn't this an officially arranged interaction opportunity? What's the point of giving gifts then? Hurry up and accept the quest, raising favorability through quests is the way to go. I need to get my -5 points back. In a corner of the crowd, two new players who had just been watching the farce exchanged glances, their eyes simultaneously gleaming with excitement. One of them, a player with the ID Hanwudi, clapped the tall, thin player next to him, whose ID was Technician Lu Ban number 7. Brother, our chance has come. Technician Lu Ban number 7 nodded, excitedly saying, I was just complaining about how inefficient those stone axes the goblins use are, it's practically a waste of labor. Let's go see their tools, I already have 7 or 8 improvement plans in my head. Levers, pulley systems, we'll get them all set up. The players who had just been worried about favorability instantly found new goals, each rubbing their fists and their eyes glowing green. Hanwudi and Technician Lu Ban number 7 didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately accepting the technological innovation quest and squeezing through the noisy crowd side by side. They walked directly towards the outskirts of the camp, to the temporary goblin settlement. Before they even got close, a damp smell of earth mixed with the goblin's unique musky odor assailed them. Dozens of small goblins, armed with a variety of tools, were engaged in logging and quarrying under the shouts of the warrior goblins. Seeing the two tall human divine envoys approach, the goblins instinctively flinched, but their movements didn't stop. Technician Lu Ban no 7's gaze instantly locked onto a goblin laboriously chopping a tree. The so-called axe was nothing more than a flat stone, barely ground to an edge, haphazardly tied to a crooked branch with water-soaked vines. Every time the goblin swung it, the stone blade visibly wobbled at the joint, and most of the force was inefficiently dissipated by this ridiculous structure. Thud, thud. The dull thudding sound was more like smashing than chopping. Technician Lu Ban no 7's brows furrowed into a tight knot. Is this an insult to the tree, or an insult to the axe? He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He watched as the goblin, panting heavily, chopped for a full half-minute, leaving only a pitifully shallow indentation on the tree trunk, which was as thick as a bowl. On the other side, Han Wudi was staring at several goblins digging pits. Their tools were even more primitive, sharp-edged stones, or simply their claws. The efficiency was shockingly low. The two exchanged a look, no words were needed, as they both saw the same expression in each other's eyes. This was no longer a matter of efficiency, this was an extreme waste of labor. They turned and walked towards the newly built blacksmiths and carpenters' workshops on the other side of the camp. The so-called blacksmith's workshop contained only a crude furnace haphazardly built from stones and clay, with a shriveled, worn leather bellows beside it, emitting a cold, metallic stench. The carpenter's workshop was even simpler, with only a rough workbench covered in scratches and splinters. See. Technician Lu Ban number 7 said, stroking the rough surface of the workbench. There are too many problems. The axe has no wedge structure, so chopping becomes blunt striking. And the way the handle is connected to the axe head is utterly foolish, it's all wasted force. It'd be a miracle if it could chop a tree. Han Wudi walked to the blacksmith's furnace and kicked the crude clay furnace wall with his foot, producing a dull thud. Materials are fundamental. Stone is too brittle, with zero toughness, purely a waste of physical strength. We have iron ingots, the first step is to eliminate all stone tools. He picked up a heavy refined iron ingot, feeling its cold texture and solid weight, and his eyes lit up. This furnace is a bit crude, and the bellows are broken, so the furnace temperature probably won't get high enough to do precise quenching and heat treatment. But just to heat iron red hot and forge basic axes, hoes, and pry bars, it's definitely enough. Technician Lu Ban no 7's eyes completely brightened, his mind instantly becoming active. Right. Let's start with the most basic tool shapes. I'll draw the blueprints, illustrating the optimal mechanical structures. For example, the curvature of a felling axe's blade, the angle of a mining pick's tip, these can double efficiency. We can even start by making a simple lever pry bar, or a pulley crane, to transport those large stones and timber. Efficiency could increase dozens of times. Feasible, Han Wudi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of iron ingots. Light the fire. Open the furnace. He placed the iron ingot heavily on the workbench, grinning at Technician Lu Ban number 7, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. We'll start with a proper felling axe. Today, we'll show those goblins what the hell industrial prototype is. He grabbed a worn iron hammer and yanked the leather bellows. In the silent furnace, the first spark representing change was forcefully ignited. Blackstone territory, Baron's manor. In the study, the fire in the fireplace burned quietly, casting flickering light and shadow on the terrifying bear monster head specimen on the wall. The air was thick with the heavy scent of aged wood, slightly tipsy fruit wine, and sword oil. Baron Barden sat back in an ornate chair inlaid with gold thread. He had impeccably groomed brown hair, a strong jawline, and eyes that held the scrutinizing gaze of someone long accustomed to high position. A soft linen cloth was in his hand, meticulously wiping a magnificent saber. Cold light flowed over the blade, reflecting his current relaxed and in-control expression. This was his grandfather's saber, symbolizing the family's honor and iron will. Just then, the heavy oak door was violently pushed open, creating an unharmonious, loud crash that shattered the tranquility. A butler knocked and entered. Baron, sir. Barton's wiping motion stopped. The study fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of wood in the fireplace. The butler dared not look up, trembling as he reported the information. Captain Raymond's elite guard of 40 men had been missing for 3 full days. Also gone was a crucial batch of military supplies, enough to arm a new recruit army. The scouts sent out followed the last communication route, eventually discovering a hellish battlefield at the three-way intersection east of Blackwood Forest. Only Raymond and the cold corpses of his men were found at the scene, many had died with their eyes still open. And countless goblin remains, covering the valley floor. There were traces of chaotic fighting everywhere, bloody and mangled, along with many traps. Barton's first thought was absurdity, followed by a cold rage that shot from his chest to his head, making his knuckles, gripping the sword hilt, turn white from excessive force. But he merely stood up, pacing back and forth in the room, his eyes so sinister they seemed to drip water. Who did it? Hostile nobles? Impossible. Blackstone territory was on the kingdom's border, and Clifton was its outermost salient. No noble could bypass his territory and launch a surprise attack there without him knowing. They also lacked the courage and strength to challenge his authority. Powerful monsters from deep within Blackwood Forest? Possible. But it didn't explain why there were so many goblin corpses at the scene. How could those lowly creatures have gotten entangled with his elite troops? Goblins? This information echoed repeatedly in his mind, overshadowing all other clues. A ridiculous yet most plausible theory, consistent with all current evidence, gradually formed in his mind. The goblin tribes in Blackwood Forest had experienced some unknown, unprecedented uprising. They had attacked any creature entering their territory like mad dogs. Raymond, that arrogant fool, had unfortunately become the first victim. A fierce skirmish, the end result being mutual destruction, a fight to the death. This explanation could account for most of the anomalies. But Barton was inherently suspicious, he never believed in coincidences. He couldn't tolerate his judgment being based on speculation, he needed concrete intelligence, a truth he could see with his own eyes. He stopped pacing and, facing the deep shadow in the corner of the study that the light couldn't reach, spoke in a cold voice. Shadow. As his voice fell, the shadow seemed to come alive, silently wriggling. A figure entirely composed of darkness, seemingly without substance, separated from it, silently kneeling on one knee, as if he had always been there, merged with the shadow. Go to Blackwood Forest. Barton's voice was devoid of emotion, yet contained an unquestionable will. I want to know what exactly happened there. As you command, my lord. The figure's voice was hoarse, like rusty blades scraping together, also devoid of emotion. He bowed again, his entire body falling backward, like a drop of ink dissolving into the night, silently merging into the shadow in the corner of the wall, leaving no trace. The butler had long since collapsed to the ground, almost unconscious, not daring to make a sound. Baron Barton returned to his seat and sat down. He picked up the already cold wine on the table, the crimson liquid swirled slightly in the glass, reflecting his cold eyes. He gazed in the direction of Blackwood Forest, murder clearly visible in his eyes. No matter who, no matter what creature, dared to challenge his authority, they would have to pay with blood and life. As dawn broke, Clifton Camp was swept up in an unprecedented industrial fervor. Inside the blacksmith's shop, the furnace blazed fiercely, the scorching heat distorting the air around it. The enormous leather bellows, wielded by Hanwoodi and technician Lu Ban No. 7, emitted a rhythmic whoosh hiss roar, each pump sending crimson sparks flying skyward. Sweat had long soaked their clothes, trickling down their resolute faces and dripping onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating into a wisp of acrid white smoke. Flying iron filings and dancing sparks intertwined and swirled within the makeshift workshop, accompanied by the crisp clang. Clang. Of hammers, composing a primal yet passionate symphony of transformation. With an almost fanatical focus and efficiency, they were forging the cold iron ingots, seized from their enemies, into shape, hammer blow by hammer blow. Dozens of goblins gathered outside the blacksmith's shop, craning their necks, their expressions slowly shifting from initial fear and curiosity to pure astonishment. Finally, that astonishment transformed into an unbelievable worship. When the first iron felling axe, gleaming with metallic coldness and with a design far beyond their small minds' comprehension, was forged, Hanwoodi plunged it into water. Sizzle. The piercing sound of quenching, accompanied by a rising cloud of thick white mist, and a clear, resonant metallic echo, reverberated through the camp. Satisfaction bloomed on the faces of the two players. Technician Lu Ban No. 7 wasted no words, casually handing the brand new iron axe to the bulliest goblin warrior among the onlookers, and motioned with his chin towards a nearby tree. The goblin warrior reverently extended both hands, trembling as he took the iron axe. The heavy, solid feel in his hands and the perfectly palm-fitting curve of the handle gave him an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity and power. He mimicked the player, took a deep breath, and swung with all his might. Crack! A terrifyingly crisp cracking sound echoed through the forest. The sturdy tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, was easily cut almost in half, the break so smooth it could almost reflect his stunned face. All the goblins watching instantly turned to stone, followed by an uproar of gasps and low roars of worship, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami raging. They looked at the iron axe as if it were a sacred creation. That goblin warrior clutched the axe tightly, as if holding his god, his body trembling violently with excitement, guttural whimpers of unknown meaning escaping his throat. One goblin even knelt on the spot, mumbling prayers to the axe. This was more than 100 times more efficient than them smashing with their ridiculous stone shards for half a day. A figure silently walked past them, taking in the entire scene. Lin merely passed by, not stopping. This was the true power of the fourth calamity, not just immortality, but the knowledge and creativity of another civilization. This was the sharpest sword in his hand. Well done. His calm voice reached the ears of the two players. Hanwoodi and technician Lu Ban No. 7 exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. On their system panel, the progress bar for the technological innovation quest was skyrocketing at a visible rate. This made them work even harder. Lin slowly walked to the goblin's temporary settlement. Upon seeing him, the shaman goblin immediately seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, prostrating himself, not daring to look up. Lin's gaze, however, did not linger on him, but was drawn to a scene not far away. A goblin warrior was skillfully riding on the back of a large two-headed dog. The two-headed dog was as docile as a domestic hunting dog, extending its two heads and affectionately licking its master's hand with its tongue, a stark contrast to the two ferocious and violent monsters Lin had encountered in Blackwood Forest. Lin remembered seeing goblins riding these creatures during the ambush. This indicated that the goblin tribe possessed a set of beast-taming methods far more sophisticated than he had imagined. He walked up to the shaman goblin and spoke calmly. The shaman goblin, feeling the gaze of the god lord, trembled all over and, with the most humble posture, stammered out an explanation. This was their tribe's ancestral beast-taming method. By using a mixture of several special herbs, combined with special training from cubhood, they could tame ferocious two-headed dogs into the tribe's most loyal mounts and battle companions. Lin's heart stirred. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Before he could even ask for it, the shaman goblin had already keenly sensed that the great god lord was interested in this matter. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately raised a scroll made of ancient beast hide high above his head with both hands, respectfully offering it. The moment Lin's fingers touched the coarse beast hide scroll, a line of light blue text appeared before his eyes. Detected skill information residue. Do you wish to consume 2 experience points to learn beast taming method, elementary? A glint flashed in Lin's eyes. Although this was only an elementary skill, the potential it represented was far beyond imagination. The goblin's simple use of taming two-headed dogs was practically a waste of resources. He chose not to learn it himself, but quietly put away the beast hide scroll. This item should appear in the camp's merit exchange warehouse, for those the chosen who are interested to study and develop. Players always find ways to innovate. Lin smoothly guided the conversation to another question he was more concerned about. Why exactly did your tribe migrate? This question, like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguished all the fanaticism in the shaman goblin's eyes. In its place was a bone-deep, unprecedented fear. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Rats. His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing, full of cracks. Those rats poured out endlessly from the cracks in the ground. He seemed to recall some extremely terrifying scene, his pupils suddenly constricting to pinpricks, his hands clutching his throat as if he were suffocating. I heard the screams of my tribesmen, then the sounds of gnawing. They devoured everything. The caves, the stones, my tribesmen. Lin's heart tightened. So this was the reason for the goblin tribe's migration. These descriptions perfectly matched the clue about the Rat King he had detected deep within the Rat Plague mine. He finally confirmed that the hidden threat in the darkness, its reality and scale, far exceeded his expectations. This was not a simple monster lair, this was a disaster with intelligent individuals manipulating it from behind, capable of overturning the entire regional ecosystem. He realized that, compared to Baron Barden, who was openly hostile, this power stirring in the shadows was more terrifying and more deadly. Lin nodded and turned to leave, but his heart was already sounding a loud alarm. Barden's retaliation was a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. And this rat plague was a lurking abyss beneath his feet, which, once it erupted, would devour everything. He clenched his fist. He had to transform the camp into an impregnable fortress and find an opportunity to counterattack before both sides exploded simultaneously. Returning to the wooden house, Lin brought up the light blue system panel. He needed to quickly convert this intelligence into the strength of the entire faction. He cleverly incorporated the newly acquired beast taming method information, as well as the threat of the Rat King, into a brand new quest chain. The next moment, several new quests centered on sustainable development were precisely pushed to all players. Series Quest, Blackwood Forest Camp Construction. Subquest 1, Seeds of Hope. Quest description, for the long-term development of the camp, we need renewable food sources. Please explore Blackwood Forest, search for any crops or edible plants with transplanting value, and bring them back to the camp. Quest reward, depending on the value of the plant, reward 20 to 30 merit points. Subquest 2, Companions of the Wild. Quest description, Blackwood Forest is full of dangers, but also opportunities. Please find valuable creature cubs and try to establish a preliminary taming relationship. Quest reward, depending on the creature's potential and taming difficulty, reward 30 to 50 merit points. Quest hint, Beast Hide Scroll, Beast Taming Method, has been added to the warehouse. You can choose to spend experience points and merit points to learn it. As soon as the quests were released, the entire camp instantly erupted. Oh my god! Farming! I can finally farm! Gentle Mommy exclaimed, almost jumping up with excitement upon seeing the quest description, her eyes shining as she began to calculate where to open her first vegetable patch. I'm going to grow the most delicious vegetables and fruits. Holy crap! Beast taming! I'm going to raise a dragon. Youthful pighead youth roared, already fantasizing about himself charging into battle on a mighty magical beast. Two-headed dogs are nothing, I'm going to the swamp to catch that unicorn rhino. Ahem, handsome enough to kill people habitually analyzed, Ching Chun Ji, calm down. The unicorn rhino is bronze rank 8, we'd be serving ourselves up as food. According to the quest description, prioritizing learning beast taming method is key. I suggest we team up first and look for two-headed dog cubs. These have existing taming experience, the highest success rate, and the best cost effectiveness. Farming? Raising pets? Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, said with a look of disdain. He was completely uninterested. Meanwhile, those life skill players who had performed poorly in combat previously and were more keen on gathering and exploring, had their eyes light up the moment they saw the quest descriptions. The game finally updated with farming content. This was an exclusive opportunity tailor-made by the Lord for them, the farming faction and breeders. Around the central campfire, the atmosphere was split into two distinct factions by the newly released quests. The combat players were still enthusiastically discussing the coordinated reconnaissance quest, calculating how to earn back that pitiful favorability from the ice-faced Drake. Meanwhile, another group, like sharks sniffing blood, had a completely different gleam in their eyes. Blackwood Forest Camp Construction. It's finally here. Our era has arrived. Just want to farm quietly suddenly stood up, a half-eaten piece of roasted meat still in his hand, but he had completely forgotten to eat it. His gaze swept across the crowd, precisely locking onto a few of his kind. Sheneng, pig breeder, Big Mommy, I am really not passerby. Stop slacking, work's here. The few people called out immediately responded. Sheneng tastes 100 herbs, pulled out a huge basket from his backpack, from which came the clinking sounds of hoes, shovels, and seed bags. Coming, my darlings have been waiting impatiently. The brawny man with the ID better go home and raise pigs excitedly rubbed his large, fan-like hands, making a gesture of lassoing a cow in the air, as if he already saw a pen full of livestock, and grinned. Hee, I'm going to build a ranch for the territory. Gentle Mommy carefully organized her herb pouch and cooking tools, her face full of anticipation. And I am really not passerby. Silently wiped his kite-shaped shield, which he had exchanged for, he was purely dragged along by his good brother to be the security guard for this special team. The surrounding combat players cast glances mixed with envy and confusion. Youthful pighead youth looked at this team and couldn't help but curl his lip. I am really not passerby. Your equipment is too shabby, isn't it? Big mommy and just want to farm quietly. Merits should have been enough to exchange for a set of iron armor a long time ago. Why are you still wearing broken leather armor? Saving up to have babies. Gentle mommy rolled her eyes. That iron armor is too heavy and ugly, and I don't need it right now. Why waste merit points to exchange for that thing? Handsome enough to kill people, explained from the side. What do you know? For them, watching the numbers in their resource account continuously rise is much more satisfying than wearing any equipment. This is the pure soul of a hoarder. No need to mention those two new players, they just started the game not long ago and haven't accumulated enough merit points, but I guess they won't exchange for it either. This expedition team, whose equipment was questionable in the eyes of combat players, exuded an unparalleled fighting spirit. They ignored the discussions of others, organized their respective tools of the trade, and without looking back, stepped into the deep blackwood forest. Their goal was clear, to find a future for this nascent camp, a future where it could take root. Deep in the blackwood forest, sunlight was filtered into fragmented patches by layers of tree canopies, and the air was filled with the scent of damp decaying leaves mixed with soil. Just Want to Farm quietly walked at the very front, not looking at the path, his gaze almost glued to the ground as he searched. He was a true agricultural enthusiast, and the knowledge of soil, climate, and vegetation from Earth now became his greatest asset in the game. He suddenly stopped, squatted down, picked up a pinch of moist black soil, and sniffed it at the tip of his nose. This is it, the soil humidity and humus content both meet the standard, and there's a water source nearby, perfect. He said with certainty. He pushed aside a broad fern leaf, revealing the inconspicuous ground beneath. He didn't use tools, but directly dug into the soft soil with his bare hands, his movements gentle. Soon, a soil-covered, irregularly shaped tuber appeared before everyone. It looked unremarkable, like an ordinary stone. Shannon Tastes 100 Herbs immediately stepped forward, extending his finger, and gently touched the tuber. Identification successful. Black forest potato, a tuberous plant that grows in moist woodlands, extremely rich in starch, possesses tenacious vitality, has very low requirements for its growth environment, is easy to cultivate, and has astonishing yields. We're rich. Holy crap, we're rich. Better go home and raise pigs, was the first to shout, his face beaming with ecstasy. Isn't this an otherworldly potato? Something that can be a staple food. Gentle mommy even more carefully cradled the black forest potato, meticulously wiping away the dirt with a soft linen cloth, her eyes as if looking at a rare treasure. This is great. With this, everyone won't have to just eat roasted meat anymore. We can make mashed potatoes, roast them, and even make fries. This thing was the future staple food of the camp, the foundation for everyone to eat their fill. The team's morale instantly soared to its peak. After walking for a while longer, in another area overgrown with bushes, Better Go Home and Raise Pigs suddenly raised his hand, signaling the others to be quiet. He cocked his ear, catching a faint clucking sound. His rich experience in animal husbandry told him this was the call of a fowl. He bent down, pushing aside the bushes in front of him, revealing a small clearing in the forest. Several plump, bizarre chickens with rock-like grayish-brown mottled feathers were leisurely pecking at grass seeds on the ground. They looked completely unaggressive, even a bit dull-witted. Rock-feathered chicken, a docile omnivorous fowl, with delicious meat, fast breeding speed, and strong adaptability to the environment. Better Go Home and Raise Pig's eyes lit up completely. He didn't rush forward recklessly, but instead pulled out a handful of roasted wheat grains from his backpack, carefully scattered them on the ground, and then slowly retreated, hiding in the grass, giving everyone a signal to prepare the net. However, these rock-feathered chickens were much smarter than he had imagined. A slightly larger rooster did not step forward, but instead vigilantly scanned its surroundings, while the other hens cautiously approached, tentatively pecked twice, and then immediately retreated. Damn, they're really clever. Better Go Home and Raise Pigs cursed under his breath, deciding not to wait any longer. Just as the hens lowered their heads again, he suddenly lunged out from the grass, and a ready-made rope net descended over them. Gotcha! The sentinel rooster let out a sharp alarm. Almost simultaneously, the hens reacted incredibly quickly, flapping their wings. Instead of scattering, they flew low to the ground, with astonishing speed. The rope net barely caught air. Not only that, but the rooster was extremely aggressive, not retreating but advancing, charging like a cannonball directly at Better Go Home and Raise Pig's face, its sharp beak glinting with cold light. Holy crap! Better Go Home and Raise Pigs jumped in fright, clumsily blocking with his arm, feeling a sharp pain. A blood spot instantly appeared on his arm from the peck. Seeing that the startled rock-feathered chickens were about to fly into the dense forest and disappear, Better Go Home and Raise Pigs urgently shouted, "Stop them!" Just then, Gentle Mommy, who had been quietly staying at the back, suddenly moved. She had pulled out her small short bow at some unknown point, and her movements were seamless, drawing the bow, knocking an arrow, aiming, all in one smooth motion. Whoosh! 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 3 faint sounds of arrows cutting through the air almost merged into one line, as 3 wooden arrows, in a product shape, accurately shot towards the 3 rock-feathered chickens flying at the very front. The arrows did not wound their vital points, but rather, as if they had eyes, flew past the edges of their flapping wings. Cluck! Their wings stung, and their flight posture instantly lost balance. The 3 rock-feathered chickens flapped their wings, tumbling crookedly from mid-air. Nice job, Big Mommy. I am really not passerby and just want to farm quietly. Immediately rushed forward, clumsily pinning down these chickens whose combat power was greatly reduced. 1 rooster and 2 hens. It seemed the camp's future chicken meat freedom was finally secured, though not without a scare. However, the Blackwood Forest never stinted on its gifts, nor did it ever hide its killing intent. The wildness of those rock-feathered chickens far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even with injured wings, they still thrashed wildly on the ground, their sharp beaks and claws scratching indiscriminately. Better go home and raise pigs, Shenum tastes 100 herbs, and just want to farm quietly. The 3 of them exerted immense effort to each pin down one, their hands firmly clamping their struggling bodies, unable to free their hands for anything else. Oh, we finally caught them. Gentle Mommy sighed in relief, a smile appearing on her face as she watched the comical scene of 3 big men wrestling with 3 chickens, then turned to continue searching for a herb she had spotted nearby. Just as the team slightly relaxed their vigilance due to their successive discoveries, they didn't realize they had stumbled into an area they shouldn't have entered. The chirping of insects and birds around them had imperceptibly ceased, and the air was terrifyingly silent. A faint, almost imperceptible stench began to permeate the air. Only I am really not passerby, who had been faithfully acting as a guard, instinctively felt that something was wrong. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his kite-shaped shield, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Gentle Mommy was bending down, carefully digging up the roots of a herb, when a fatal gust of wind suddenly struck from behind her side. A yellow and black blur, as fast as lightning, silently pounced from the shadows, its sharp claws carving a deadly cold gleam in the air, aiming directly for her nape. Look out! In the nick of time, I am really not passerby, already on guard, let out an angry roar. He didn't even have time to turn around, his body instinctively took a step sideways, slamming his huge shield violently beside Gentle Mommy. Clang! A deafening metallic scraping sound exploded, sparks flying. A terrifying force transmitted through the shield. I am really not passerby felt his entire arm violently shake, the web of his hand instantly went numb, and he was knocked back 3 steps by the brute force, barely managing to steady himself. The blur was also repelled by the immense force, landing in a clearing several meters away, revealing its true form. It was a nimble feline demon beast, its entire body covered in beautiful spots, a pair of icy vertical pupils locked onto the prey before it, a threatening growl emanating from its throat. Spotted leopard cat, bronze tier 4. Gentle Mommy's face turned pale with fright. She frantically dropped the herb and drew her hunting bow. The other 3 players, however, were hampered by the wildly struggling rock-feathered chickens in their arms, able only to watch, completely unable to join the battle immediately. The situation on the field instantly became I am really not passerby alone facing this fierce predator. The leopard cat was exceptionally cunning. It circled, lowering its body, its muscles taut like a spring coiled to strike. Its gaze shifted between I am really not passerby's sturdy shield and the fumbling Gentle Mommy beside him, seemingly searching for an opportunity for a killing blow. But it quickly realized that the shield-wielding human stance was extremely stable, completely protecting his companion behind him. And although the other 3 targets looked vulnerable, they were all holding wildly flapping strange chickens, making the situation unclear, and a rash attack carried too many variables. The opportunity for a sneak attack was lost. Facing a prepared, tough opponent, this intelligent hunter seemed to be assessing the risks of continuing the attack. A few seconds later, the spotted leopard cat let out a low, unwilling hiss, its icy vertical pupils deeply gazing at I am really not passerby, as if remembering this fellow who had disrupted its hunt. Immediately, its figure flickered, and it remerged into the shadows of the jungle, disappearing silently. The crisis averted, the entire team relaxed again and continued their exploration. In the evening, when the exhausted team reappeared at the camp, everyone was stunned by their haul. Youthful Pighead Youth was boasting to someone when he caught sight of them out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, did you guys go on a picnic? And brought back local specialties? What's that flapping? Chickens. Their baskets were filled with black forest potato tubers, and each of the 3 was carrying a lively rock-feathered chicken. Inside the wooden house, Lin's gaze shifted from the system light screen. It was displaying the detailed report submitted by this team. The growth habits of the black forest potatoes, the breeding conditions of the rock-feathered chickens, the newly marked dangerous areas deep in the Blackwood Forest. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Grain, meat, the rudimentary form of a self-sufficient fortress is already taking shape. This is the most terrifying thing about the 4th calamity, they are not just weapons, but also the sowers of civilization. Series Quest, Blackwood Forest Camp Construction, completion, 65%. Quest rewards being settled. A large amount of merit points instantly arrived in their accounts, prompting excited cheers from the 5-person team. When the introductions of the black forest potatoes and rock-feathered chickens, along with the generous merit rewards, appeared on the system panel for all players, the entire camp erupted. Holy crap! Farming and raising chickens give so many merit points? More than I get from grinding monsters. I'm crying with envy. Will we have potato stewed chicken from now on? Why even fight monsters anymore? I want to change professions. I want to be a farmer. No one can stop me. Night fell. Inside Lin's wooden cabin, the fire in the hearth flickered, casting the simple map on the wall in alternating light and shadow. Drake arrived punctually, the chill clinging to him quickly dissipating in the warm room. His expression was calm, his posture upright, as he meticulously reported the latest progress of the goblin laborers. The traps had been laid out as planned, gradually spreading an invisible net along the eastern edge of Blackwood Forest. Lin listened quietly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden table, until Drake's report concluded. He didn't comment on the trap placement, changing the subject instead. I heard something from the shaman goblin about a new, not to be ignored threat from underground. Lin's voice was flat. He recounted his 2 encounters with the rat swarm in the most concise language, as well as how the underground rats had forced the shaman goblin to gather his kin for migration. What are your thoughts on this matter? Drake's tightly knit brows furrowed even deeper. As a top-tier scout, his sense for danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. Horrifying images rapidly formed in his mind. Mutated rat swarms, intelligent leaders, an unknown threat from underground. My lord, I have been active in Blackstone territory and the surrounding areas for nearly 10 years, participating in several monster eradication operations, but I have never heard of such an intelligent rat swarm. Drake's tone became exceptionally serious. Ordinary beasts, even magical creatures, their actions follow instinct. But what you describe? They understand tactics, they understand sacrifice, and they even have a clear command structure. This is no longer a beast horde, but an army from underground. My lord, as you said, the level of threat this thing poses may far exceed our imagination. Drake admitted that his current intelligence was completely insufficient to make an accurate judgment. Lin nodded, neither confirming nor denying it. He then slowly pulled out 3 vials of potion from his pregnant, concentrated vein-igniting original fluid. In the flickering firelight, the dark, viscous liquid swayed slowly in the glass tubes, emitting a strange, eerie glow. Lin pushed the 3 vials side by side onto the table in front of Drake. I found this from one of Barton's merchant caravans. Do you recognize it? The moment he saw the 3 vials of original fluid, Drake's pupils contracted sharply like pinpricks. A monstrous wave surged in his heart, but the instinct forged by years of disguise allowed him to firmly control every inch of muscle on his face, revealing not a single trace. How could this be here? This was one of Baron Barton's core secrets for controlling his army and maintaining his bloody rule. And although the Clifton family was destroyed, as the former lord of the territory, Lord Lin should have known about the existence of this potion. Why would he ask me? Does the lord not know? No, that's unlikely. Asking him like this clearly had a deeper meaning. Could this be the lord testing me? A thought flashed through Drake's mind like lightning. That's it. It must be this way. Those strangely behaving undead during the day used food and fool's gold to test his vigilance and greed. Now, the lord himself was stepping in, using a secret, to test his loyalty and value. In fact, this in itself was a form of deterrence and a warning. As a surrendered general, loyalty and value indeed had to be repeatedly weighed. Drake took a deep breath. He had already decided to stake everything on Lin, so naturally, he wouldn't hide anything now. This was both a test and his best opportunity to offer his allegiance. I recognize it. His voice became hoarse, every word carrying a bone-deep hatred. My lord. Drake stared intently at the 3 vials of potion. This potion is called concentrated vein-igniting original fluid, and it is the core ingredient for synthesizing a potion called loyalty potion. Loyalty potion. Lin repeated, his tone unreadable. Yes, Drake explained, this potion can greatly enhance the physical qualities of the user, but most crucially, it can completely control a person's mind, eradicating the user's will to resist. Lin's heart stirred, but his expression remained impassive. Drake elaborated on how Baron Barton used this potion to secretly control his elite guards. Under the influence of the potion, these soldiers would lose most of their self-will, developing absolute, fanatical obedience to their superiors' commands. They no longer feared death, no longer pondered right or wrong, becoming thorough, killing machines that knew only slaughter. Not just the guards under that idiot Raymond, but essentially all of Barton's other knight armies have taken this potion. So that's how it was. Lin's mind instantly flashed back to the ambush battle, when Raymond ordered his subordinates to hold the line and launch a desperate charge. The fanatical and numb expressions on the guards' faces, that combat will that completely disregarded death, the root cause was here. That wasn't loyalty, but puppets whose souls had been twisted by drugs. As Drake recalled the past, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled slightly from excitement and hatred, his tightly clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. He paused, then revealed a fact that even surprised Lin. I also drank this potion. But for some reason, it only enhanced my physical qualities, having almost no effect on my mind. I could feel the cold power of that controlling will, yet I always managed to remain clear-headed. It was precisely because of this that I was forced to witness all the tragedies with my own eyes. My younger brother, he was once the cleverest lad I had ever seen. Drake's breathing grew heavy, a scene he would never forget burning in his memory. It was because he was brainwashed that he would unconditionally obey that idiot's mistaken command. I watched him with my own eyes, under the charge horn, run past me with vacant eyes, ignoring me completely. He was like a puppet, with a look of determination and devotion on his face, charging straight into the enemy's spear formation. He didn't know why he died until his last breath. And many brothers who fought alongside him became vengeful spirits under the influence of this potion. I endured all this to find an opportunity to personally destroy Baron Barton and all his lackeys, to avenge my brother, and all the innocent souls who died unjustly. He confessed everything to Lin, including the true reason for his long-suffering endurance. The long-suppressed hatred erupted like a volcano, making his entire being exude a chilling aura of destruction. But after speaking, a bitter self-mockery flashed through Drake's heart. This secret had to be revealed. It was the fundamental reason he was able to survive, remain clear-headed, and plot his revenge, and it was also one of the greatest values he could offer. But a person immune to a brainwashing potion? How much like a meticulously fabricated lie that sounded, a perfect resume only a top spy sent by a hostile force would possess. The Lord is meticulous in his thoughts, would he believe it? Or would he doubt him because of it? Drake's heart was now filled with anxiety. Lin listened quietly, his own heart similarly stirred. He looked at the man before him, twisted by hatred yet resolute in his determination. In those eyes burning with the flames of revenge, Lin saw an obsession identical to his own. This unreserved surrender, this decision to lay bare his life, his fate, and his will for revenge, was genuine and fervent. Silence spread through the wooden cabin. Lin stood up, walked to Drake's side, and reached out, pressing his hand heavily on his shoulder. The hand was steady and strong. Your vengeance, I have noted. Lin's voice broke the silence. Baron Barton is already my blood feud. From today on, he is our common enemy. I promise you, I will make him pay a bloody price for your brother. Drake suddenly looked up, gazing into Lin's deep and resolute eyes, and the trembling of his body slowly subsided. That phrase, common enemy, comforted his heart, gnawed by hatred, more than any promise. Drake's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, devoted, 85/100. Lin's gaze swept over the system prompt, not dwelling on it. Long before summoning the third batch of players, Drake's and the Shaman Goblin's favorability had already reached loyal, 80, and fanatical, 90, respectively, which was the reason and basis for his trust in the two. Lin withdrew his hand and also retrieved the 3 vials of vein-igniting original fluid from the table. Walking slowly to the window, the cold night wind seeped through the cracks, clarifying his jumbled thoughts considerably. His gaze was deep, piercing through the wooden cabin, looking towards the bottomless darkness of Blackwood Forest. Brainwashing potion, rat swarm threat. Barton's probes and retaliation could come at any time, and this potion, capable of mass-producing war machines, was apparently part of his confidence and capital. Lin's mind raced. One of Barton's trump cards had been revealed. A threat, once its principle was understood, was no longer purely a threat. It was also a power that could be exploited, even seized. Night fell. The firelight from the wooden house cast Lin's shadow long. He looked at the deep darkness outside the window, his mind racing. Barton's potion and the underground rat plague were 2 swords hanging over his head. But in Lin's eyes, the other side of the threat was 2 untapped gold mines. He stood up, walked out of the wooden house, and headed straight for the goblin settlement. The shaman goblin, upon learning of the arrival of the god lord, immediately prostrated himself, his posture incredibly humble. Compile all the knowledge your tribe possesses regarding herbs and alchemy. The shaman goblin's body trembled, he seemed not to have expected the god lord to issue such a command, but he dared not question it in the slightest. He merely buried his head lower, his voice trembling with excitement. As you command, great god lord. Your wisdom shall surely illuminate the path forward for my people. Lin took out a concentrated pulse ignition fluid and handed it to the shaman goblin. And this? The shaman goblin slowly raised his head and saw a potion he had never seen before. Go and study it. First, figure out its ingredients, how to mix and use it. This will probably be difficult, so there's no need to rush. Use it sparingly, don't waste it. The shaman goblin extended his dry, trembling hands, as if holding the most sacred treasure in the world, and carefully took the potion. The cold glass tube in his palm felt like a burning branding iron. I shall obey your divine oracle. The shaman goblin's voice was hoarse, filled with boundless excitement, and he clutched the potion tightly to his chest. After giving these instructions, Lin returned to the house, his consciousness sinking into the system. The world before his eyes was instantly replaced by pale blue data streams. He logged onto the official game website for Earth. His fingertips traced through the void, editing lines of text that formed a brand new version update announcement. Lin planned to send players to probe the rat swarm in the abandoned mine. He did not explicitly mention the existence of the Rat King, that highly intelligent monster was not something players at the current stage should be deeply searching for. Exposing it too early would only lead them to futile deaths, startling the snake. All he needed to do was open a passage, allowing the uncontrollable torrent of players to rush in the direction he designated. The next second, this announcement was successfully posted on the official forum for the Chosen on Earth. The Chosen version 1.01 update announcement abandoned mine. Dear the Chosen. Greetings. To address the increasingly severe survival challenges and lay the foundation for the future development of the camp, we have decided to open new exploration areas and career paths. 1 new team dungeon, abandoned mine. Dungeon location, northwest of Blackwood Forest, coordinates, synchronized to map. Dungeon description, an abandoned mine, now a nest of corpse-rot rats. Unknown dangers lurk deep within the cave, and the rat swarm is endless. Our understanding of its interior is almost zero. Special note, high risk, high reward. It is recommended to form a team of 5 or more to enter. Do not go too deep. This area is a low-tier growth zone, experience gained by the Chosen above Bronze Tier 4 will be significantly reduced. 2 new life profession, alchemist. Learning method, alchemy-related knowledge scrolls will be gradually added to the camp warehouse. The Chosen can spend merit points and experience points to learn. Profession description, master the identification, processing, and concoction of herbs. You will be able to turn decay into magic, creating potions with various peculiar effects. Hidden quest clue, it has been observed that the shaman goblin is currently researching a mysterious potion. When the chosen's alchemy knowledge reaches a certain level, they may be able to try communicating with him and participate in this great research. Your lord, Lin Clifton. The moment the announcement was posted, the quiet form was like a deep sea bomb had been dropped. After only a few seconds of silence, countless posts surged forth like mushrooms after rain. Hanwoodi, holy crap. A new dungeon. I just lay down and he got me back up. Technician LU Ban number 7, busy improving tools during the day. The merit points are a lot, but there's no experience to level up. Dungeon, I'm coming. I'm going to farm it now. Who else wants to team up? It's better to go home and raise pigs, take me with you. How ren you how bao, actually, this isn't a new dungeon. The Lord took us there once before, and Pilot even made a video about it. But it's good that it's open now. Handsome enough to kill people, the experience decay does limit high-tier players from endlessly grinding in low-level areas, which prevents experience inflation. This update, the dungeon is secondary, the real core is the alchemist profession. How ren you how bao, are you saying it might become an economic lifeline? Handsome enough to kill people, exactly. Whoever masters alchemy first will control the future potion market. Although the game hasn't introduced a player-to-player economic system yet, I'm sure related content will be updated in the future. Just want to farm quietly, alchemist. Another new piece of knowledge, I can experience the feeling of knowledge flowing through my brain again. Gentle mommy, screenshot.jpg, affection with shaman goblin, acquaintance 20/100. Brothers, I'm taking off with this one. This hidden quest is mine. Shenum tastes all herbs, praise the great one. He leveled up his affection so fast. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin. Wait a minute, that mysterious potion, could it be something I found a long time ago from that annihilated caravan? Since then, I haven't seen those potions anymore. How ren you how bao, highly likely, almost certainly. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, damn it. I knew that thing wasn't simple. I should have studied it back then. At this moment, in a luxurious apartment in the Demon City, Lu Tao was staring at the announcement on the screen with shining eyes, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He was so excited he almost fell out of his gaming chair. Too fast. This update speed was simply unreasonable. Other games couldn't even manage a single update in a year, and he was getting a new dungeon, new profession, and a complete hidden epic case T-line in 3 to 5 days? Was this something a human could do? What kind of divine development efficiency was this? He was then immediately overwhelmed by a huge sense of excitement. Video material. This was all top-tier video material that could blow up the entire internet and significantly increase his followers. First expedition record of the all-new novice abandoned mine team dungeon. In-depth analysis. The all-new life profession alchemist and the hidden epic case T-line. No, I must go online immediately. Lu Tao plunged into the virtual pod, not even bothering to explain to the eagerly awaiting audience in his live stream. Hype. He was going to seize this immense hype. With the construction of the camp houses, Lin had stopped restricting players from going online at night a few days ago. However, only a few individuals would play a bit longer each day, as they still needed rest after logging off the game. But on this night, the camp was completely abuzz. Most of the third batch of players all logged on, efficiently forming teams amidst the chaos, ready to clear the dungeon overnight. Lin stood by the window of his wooden house, watching the green dots representing players on the system map gather one by one. Like an ant colony that had smelled blood, they formed small teams in the camp, then converged into several torrents, surging majestically towards the abandoned mine marked on the map. The entrance to the mine was like a hideous scar, stretching across the mountain wall. A cold, damp wind rolled out from inside the cave, carrying a putrid stench that made a new player in the party shiver. Holy crap, this atmosphere is something, Hanwoodi, holding a torch, swallowed nervously. Before he finished speaking, a series of sharp squeaks came from the depths of the darkness, so dense it made one's scalp tingle. Several pairs of crimson lights lit up in the darkness, and then 7 or 8 large corpse rot rats suddenly scurried out. They flanked from both left and right, subtly forming a pincer movement, the remnants of their tactical training still evident. They're here. Technician LU Ban number 7 immediately raised his sword. After being reminded by the veteran players, they had learned about the previous situation and were prepared for a tough battle. However, the anticipated fierce struggle did not occur. Several new players stood in a line, taking the lead, their iron swords carving out lines of chilling light, violently cleaving the heads and half the bodies of the pouncing corpse rot rats, splattering foul blood mixed with minced meat. Killed corpse rot rat, experience plus 0.1. The tactical intent of those corpse rot rats lasted only a moment before being shattered by the player's simple and brutal charge. Killed corpse rot rat, experience plus 0.1. The initial contact battle ended almost instantly. Rather than a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The sound of experience points wildly increasing made everyone in the squad stunned. That's it. Technician LU Ban number 7 kicked a still twitching rat corpse on the ground, his face full of disbelief. I thought it would take some effort. Why does it feel nothing like as difficult as they said? Could it be that there are too few of them? Possibly. After some discussion, the new players continued forward, but they remembered to maintain their formation and not delve too deep. After successively dealing with several waves of rat swarms, just want to farm quietly couldn't help but exclaim, this experience is too easy to get. Could it be a balance adjustment? After the last test, they found it too difficult, so the developers deliberately reduced the difficulty to make it an initial newbie dungeon. Technician Lu Ban number 7 speculated. After a brief moment of surprise, the other players all agreed. In the middle of the night, when players brought this news back to the camp, it instantly spread throughout the entire player community. On the official forum, posts discussing alchemists were instantly drowned out. Shocking! The chosen official conscience discovered, free welfare dungeon online. Noob's blessing. Half an hour speedrun abandoned mine, guaranteed to teach you, experience galore. Woo, Lord, he is too gentle, I'm crying to death. He must have seen that our new players were leveling up too slowly. The entire camp was immersed in an almost carnival-like atmosphere, with countless new players' experience bars rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Inside the wooden house, the firelight from the fireplace illuminated Lin's face. He looked at the positive feedback from players, like snowflakes, on the system's light screen, and then at the grateful posts on the forum. His brow, however, furrowed deeper and deeper. His fingertips, which had been tapping rhythmically on the wooden table, gradually stopped. It was too abnormal, so smooth it was unsettling. The scene from the rat disaster eliminate mission clearly appeared in his mind. Those corpse-rot rats were disciplined, fearless of death, knew how to flank from both sides, and knew how to launch a desperate charge at critical moments. What the players encountered now were just a disorganized rabble, retaining some tactical instincts but unable to execute them. Several guesses flashed through Lin's mind. Either this was a deliberate bait thrown by the Rat King, using these cannon fodder to numb and exhaust the enemy. Or, those wandering in the outer reaches of the mine were already stragglers eliminated by the rat swarm, with the true elite main force lurking deeper. Or, the Rat King, for some unknown reason, had temporarily withdrawn control over the rat swarm in this area. Lin's gaze deepened. Regardless of the possibility, actively venturing deep into the mine now, to challenge a highly intelligent enemy on his home ground, was not a wise move. Baron Barton's retaliation was imminent, and there could be no further complications. The real exploration will have to wait until top players like Suyun and Haren further improve their strength, or until Barton's threat is resolved. It was good to let the players grind experience in the outer areas. At least it could quickly increase the combat power of the new players. After thinking all this through, his attention shifted to another major, budding development in the camp. The next morning, a newly opened logistics area in the camp was already surrounded by curious players. Gentle Mommy was leading Just Want to Farm quietly and several other life skill players, concentrating on operating a simple setup built with clay pots and bamboo tubes. The flames were carefully controlled, herbs bubbled in the clay pots, and a rich herbal fragrance mixed with the smell of earth permeated the air. Drop by drop, dark green liquid flowed down the bamboo tube, slowly dripping into the stone bowl below, as everyone watched with bated breath. It's done. The color and consistency are right this time. As the last drop of liquid fell, Gentle Mommy let out a long sigh of relief, her face beaming with uncontrollable joy. She carefully held up the stone bowl, where a layer of evenly colored, viscous paste had accumulated at the bottom, emitting a cool medicinal scent. The first hemostatic paste. It was a success. The onlookers also cheered. Subsequently, with continuous attempts, more primary alchemy products were successively released. Mild stimulants that temporarily boost spirit, simple paralyzing poisons applied to arrows, and simple oil bombs in small clay pots with cloth fuses. When a player, unable to contain his curiosity, lit an oil bomb and threw it into the distance, there was a boom, and orange-red flames instantly burst open like a flower of death, with a hot blast of air rushing towards them. The flames engulfed a small area around it, and the eyes of all combat players gleamed with greed. Area of effect damage. This meant that their ability to combat clustered enemies would undergo a qualitative leap. The camp's logistical support capabilities had achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Behind the wooden house window, Lin took all of this in. These the chosen always managed to surprise him. The emergence of oil bombs was not only a powerful weapon to counter the rat tide but also a completely new strategic approach to warfare. However, just as Lin began to ponder how to guide players to mass-produce oil bombs, a farce was unfolding at the camp entrance. Audience friends. Today, I, legendary pilot, and my good brother youthful pighead youth, will form the beast-taming Gemini stars to bring you an epic masterpiece, teaching you hand by hand how to capture two-headed dog pups alive. Legendary pilot struck what he considered a handsome pose for his recording perspective. Ever since he saw the video made by the sound of waves remains the same, he had also started thinking about creating video content. Youthful pighead youth, on the other hand, was rubbing his fists on the side, looking impatient. Stop babbling, hurry up. I want to be the first man on the server to own a pet. To facilitate running in the woods, neither of them wore heavy chain mail. Pups couldn't be active outside alone. The two compared the gradually illuminated map from the players, and by checking red dots one by one, after several hours of trekking, they finally found a den of two-headed dogs near a hidden cave. A sturdy male hound was napping at the cave entrance with several female hounds. Operation start. Legendary pilot lowered his voice, pulled out a large piece of charred, fragrant beast meat from his backpack, and threw it vigorously into the distance. The meat landed, and the rich aroma instantly attracted the attention of all the two-headed dogs. The leading male hound vigilantly raised its two heads, one head stared intently at the meat, while the other still cautiously scanned its surroundings. Now, youthful pighead youth darted out of the bushes, leaping out directly, with a provocative air, luring the two-headed dogs. Soon, after eating the first piece of meat, the two-headed dogs, seeing a human daring to provoke them like this, all surrounded him. Youthful pighead youth immediately turned and ran. Legendary pilot, hiding in the distance, waited for a moment, then slid into the cave. Before long, he rushed out, holding two puppies that were whimpering and struggling desperately. The puppies' sharp cries pierced the tranquility of the forest. Run! The two successfully reunited at another spot and dashed back to the camp without looking back. Behind them, the furious, violent roars of the adult two-headed dogs, discovering their pups had been stolen, soon followed. In the evening, the wind blew through the trees. Two disheveled figures stumbled out of the forest and plunged into the light of the campfires. The two, of course, were the legendary pilot and youthful pighead youth. Their clothes were dusty, and they were leaning on their knees, panting heavily. Each clutched a small creature that was whimpering, struggling desperately, its sharp claws scratching against their torn leather armor, making a harsh noise and new cuts, but neither of them cared. Quick! Everyone, come and see! The first, ahem, two pets in the entire server. The legendary pilot straightened his back with effort, one hand on his hip, the other raised high, roaring with his last ounce of strength, as if proclaiming a great, epic-making victory. He expected shouts of awe and countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. However, around the largest bonfire in the center of the camp, players sat in layers, and more than a dozen gazes were fixed on them. There was no envy in their eyes, not even surprise, only an indescribable strangeness mixed with pity and suppressed laughter. The legendary pilot's heart skipped a beat, and he followed everyone's gaze to the other side. On the periphery of the crowd, One Punch Kill's Minotaur sat there, looking honest and simple. At his feet, a fluffy, visibly smaller two-headed dog pup was happily gnawing on his thick leather boot with its two tender little mouths, purring contentedly like a cat. That pup was well-behaved and docile, forming a stark and cruel contrast to the two struggling, devilish trophies in the arms of youthful pighead youth and the legendary pilot. You. Youthful pighead youth's eyes nearly popped out. He pointed at the peaceful pup at the Minotaur's feet, then looked down at the beast in his arms that was about to tear his chest apart. He couldn't catch his breath and almost suffocated on the spot. Where did you steal that puppy from? He croaked, letting out the roar of a defeated dog. One Punch Kill's Minotaur scratched the back of his head, a bit bewildered by the shouting, but still answered honestly. Oh, how Renji reminded me that since the goblin tribe can tame two-headed dogs, they must have pups themselves. So I took some dried meat and a new iron pot we made to find that shaman goblin. After gesturing for a long time, he understood, and then he traded me this one. The iron pot is really useful, he was very happy. Simple words. Crude logic. Impeccable process. The legendary pilot and youthful pighead youth instantly turned to stone, as if petrified. Their minds replayed their miserable experience, wandering for half a day, finally finding one, then luring it with their bodies, slipping into the dog's den, sliding to escape amidst the furious roars of several adult two-headed dogs, and being chased for several kilometers. Those thrilling, life and death, epic scenes seemed incredibly ridiculous and laughable in the face of Minotaur GE's understated traded for it. Pfft! Someone chuckled first. Immediately following was an uncontrollable, thunderous roar of laughter, and the entire camp was filled with joyous air. The legendary pilot's face flushed red then paled. He tearfully glanced at youthful pighead youth, who was equally dumbfounded, his eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. A brilliant idea, one that could turn shame into traffic, arose in his mind. After logging off, he silently opened the video editing function. Soon, a post titled Ching Chun Ji's Beast Taming Journal, the most tragic effort and the most simple reward, Easter egg at the end, appeared on the official forum. The first half of the video showed youthful pighead youth's various embarrassing slides, desperate escapes, and close-up shots of him being chased and bitten on the backside by 3 or 4 adult two-headed dogs, accompanied by a tragic and majestic symphony. In the latter half of the video, the camera shifted to a heartwarming scene of One Punch Kill's Minotaur sitting by the bonfire, leisurely taking meat strips from a bowl and feeding them to the two heads of the pup at his feet, with the soothing piano piece as background music. The post instantly exploded in popularity, with replies refreshing at dozens per second. Youthful pighead youth completely became the server's #1 laughingstock, and players also realized for the first time that building good relationships with NPCs might be far more valuable than working hard on their own. The next morning, One Punch Kill's Minotaur patrolled the outskirts of the camp with his pup. He gave the two-headed dog 2 names, the left head was called Jiaozi, Dumpling, and the right head was called Kiwati, Pot Sticker. Jiaozi and Kiwati happily followed at his feet, their 2 heads and 4 eyes curiously sniffing the forest air. Suddenly, the Jiaozi head stopped, lowered its body towards an unusually dense bush ahead, and let out a low, warning bark, the fur on its neck standing on end. The Minotaur immediately became alert. On his system map, there was indeed a blurry red dot at that location, representing a hostile creature, but the map couldn't provide precise location information. He glanced twice but didn't see any creature. But Jiaozi's barking now precisely pinpointed the direction of the threat for him. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his kite shield in front of him and charged the bush with a shield bash. Bang! The bush exploded, and a colorful venomous snake suddenly shot out from the broken branches and leaves, its fangs glinting with deadly cold light in the morning sun. It was a bronze tier 4 stinger viper. The snake's attack speed was extremely fast. If it succeeded in a sneak attack, the venom it contained would be enough to kill any player afterward. But the Minotaur was already prepared. The shield firmly blocked this intimate snake kiss. With a backhand swing of his sword, he precisely decapitated the venomous snake before it could retract. The few players who witnessed this scene alongside him looked at Jiaozi and Qiuadi with completely changed eyes. This little guy was practically a living radar that could provide precise enemy targeting and compensate for the shortcomings of the system map's close-range targeting. The strategic value of the little creature was higher than they had imagined. They also wanted to raise one now. On the other side of the camp, construction encountered new difficulties. It's better to go home and raise pigs, and other life players frowned around a newly built chicken coop. The 3 rock-feathered chickens caught from the wild earlier were untamable. They went on a hunger strike, furiously pecking at the wooden fence with their hard beaks, and occasionally spread their wings, attempting to fly over the fence and escape. The camp's animal husbandry plan was stuck at the very first step. No, these things can't be tamed at all, they'll starve to death if this continues, it's better to go home and raise pigs, sighed. Wait. Another player specializing in agriculture, just want to farm quietly, suddenly spoke. This game is so realistic, shouldn't we try to study and use scientific methods? Several life skill players exchanged glances, a spark of inspiration in their eyes. They unanimously chose to log off. Half an hour later, these few logged back on, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement. They divided tasks clearly, some went to carve perches of varying heights, simulating tree branch environments, some mixed sand and grass ash to lay a ground where the rock-feathered chickens could sandbathe to clean their feathers, some even, based on information they found, collected a type of fern with a soothing scent and several specific berries, crushed them, and mixed them into the food. From the internet on Earth, they found a complete wild poultry rapid domestication tutorial and, combining it with in-game beast taming knowledge, prepared to put it into practice. Inside the wooden house, Lin quietly observed everything happening in the camp through the window. He noticed the players' frequent logging on and off to look up information. Initially, he simply admired the initiative and creativity of these the chosen. But gradually, he noticed a problem. This method of information acquisition was too inefficient. Each log-off and subsequent log-on required at least a half-hour interval, greatly wasting time. Moreover, when players logged off, they simply lay dead on the spot. If this behavior were performed during a mission in the wilderness, it would be tantamount to handing over their equipment to others, or even suicide. An idea, like lightning tearing through the dark night, suddenly exploded in Lin's mind. His system had a network interface. He had always taken it for granted that this interface was unidirectional, a tool for him to issue announcements and version updates to Earth. But why couldn't it be bidirectional? Since he could output information to the Earth's network through this interface, didn't that mean he could completely reverse the operation, creating an input channel for players in the game, allowing them to connect to Earth's vast information library? An in-game browser. If this could be achieved, players would no longer need to log off to look up information, and their efficiency in production and exploration would increase exponentially through Earth's knowledge. If this could be achieved, they could even enable real-time voice communication through software, disregarding distance limitations. This would bring a qualitative leap in tactical communication and team coordination. Lin's heart involuntarily beat faster. This was not just about convenience for players, it was about elevating his control over this army to an unprecedented new level. He suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh, sometimes his thinking still fell into limitations. He always thought about how to use the rules of this world, but forgot that the greatest weapon of these souls from another world was the infinite knowledge and wisdom of that world. They could always bring him new inspirations from unexpected angles. Perhaps, in the future, a channel could be established specifically to collect player feedback and suggestions. Lin slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the excitement in his heart. His consciousness sank into the system, beginning to deeply research the deeper permissions and structure of the network interface within the game editor module. A grand blueprint that would completely change the game mode of the Chosen and evolve the fourth calamity into its complete form was slowly unfolding in his hands. Earth time, late night. On the official website of the Chosen, amidst the dead silence, an announcement popped up without a sound. Version 1.02 hotfix announcement. The content was only 2 lines. Game internet connection function is now online. The Chosen can now access the Earth network from Aria continent at any time. We wish you a pleasant game. Below it was another line of small text. P.S. We have noted that some of the Chosen frequently interrupt their connection to acquire knowledge, which is inconvenient and risky. This function aims to improve your gaming experience. This announcement was like a nuclear bomb dropped into the deep sea. After a brief silence, the closed beta player group and official forum instantly exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! We can access the internet in the game. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is it real or fake? I'm not dreaming, am I? This function is too overpowered. Official dad. I love you. You are my only dad. From today onwards, whoever dares to say a bad word about the official, I'll fight him. The Chosen game planner is the most understanding planner I've ever seen. He saw that it was inconvenient for us to look up information, so he specifically made this update for us. Where can you find an official who is so considerate of players? Countless players who were still staying up late to fight cheered for this update. On the other side, Lu Tao was painfully reciting several otherworldly words that had just been translated by the linguistics team, staring at a vocabulary list on the screen. Things like hello, thank you, and get lost were so boring that they made him feel like he was back in college studying for the English Set 4 and Set 6 exams. Just as he was dozing off, this update announcement popped up. He stared at the words access the Earth network at any time for a full 3 seconds. The next moment, he suddenly sprang up from his gaming chair, the huge movement causing the chair to slide far backward. What's the point of memorizing words now? All of that is no longer needed. Real-time translation. Intelligent image recognition. Voice recognition. He immediately grabbed his phone and sent a message in his core team chat. All projects paused. Immediately. Right now. Develop a real-time translation floating window software based on the chosen game interface for me. Money is not an issue. I want all players to be able to brag to NPCs without any barriers. In-game, the next morning. Lin stood by the window of the wooden house, the faint glow of dawn outlining his calm profile. Next to the chicken coop not far away, the player from the animal husbandry group, Buletin Ru Huage Yangzhu, browsed the translucent game light screen in front of him. It clearly displayed the cover of a PDF document, Modern Poultry Stress Disorder Intervention Manual. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Stress reactions cause cortisol to rise. I need to give them a sense of security. As he read, he carefully adjusted the height and angle of a perch in the chicken coop. On the other side, Gentle Mommy from the alchemy group and several life skill players gathered around a stone table. On the light screen in front of her, the left side showed high-definition images of newly picked herbs, and the right side displayed a database of Earth's traditional Chinese medicine, with chemical composition and pharmacological analysis entries scrolling rapidly. Found it! Gentle Mommy suddenly exclaimed, the alkaloid structure of this plant is very similar to this plant on Earth, and both have hemostatic effects. We can try using alcohol extraction to improve the efficacy of the hemostatic paste. And in the busiest forging area of the camp, Han Wudi and technician Lu Ban No. 7 had already begun to refer to a simplified blast furnace structural design, gesticulating on the ground and fiercely discussing the tuyeres position and furnace material. This won't work, Han Wudi said, shaking his head and pointing at the design drawing. The tuyeres angle is too small, the heat won't go up. It must be changed to this, forming a vortex to ensure complete combustion. With the internet access, the camp's technology tree was climbing at an almost terrifying speed. Lin looked out the window with satisfaction. With this efficiency, perhaps we can arm a fire oil bottle squad before Baron Barton's main force arrives. However, before that, we must first pluck out his eyes and ears. East side of Blackwood Forest. The woods were deep, and light and shadow dappled the ground. A 6-person squad was silently moving through the dense forest in a combat formation. Su Yun walked at the forefront, his gaze like a hawk, scanning every inch of his surroundings. One punch kills Minotaur and 2 other veteran players guarded the flanks. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao and Drake walked in the middle of the team. Their mission was to scout for any scouts Baron Barton might have sent ahead. Suddenly, Su Yun, who was walking in front, suddenly raised his hand, clenching his fingers into a fist. The entire squad, like a precise unit, instantly switched from moving to still. Everyone subconsciously lowered their bodies, blending into the surrounding shadows, their breathing reduced to a minimum. On the edge of all players' system maps, a solitary, tiny red dot quietly appeared. It was moving in an erratic, stop-and-go manner, confirming that this was definitely not the movement pattern of a wild beast. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao immediately made several concise and clear tactical gestures to Drake beside him. These were their prearranged signals. They meant enemy, 1, conceal, and observe. Drake's body paused slightly. As a top scout, his ears, his eyes, and his perception of wind and scent had not detected any anomalies. He even subconsciously analyzed the wind direction, sniffed the air for any unusual smells not belonging to the forest, and observed whether the distant birds in the treetops were settled. All signs indicated safety. This forest, to him, was as quiet as virgin territory. Yet these undead had discovered the enemy first. Looking at their instant reaction into combat mode, and the expressions on their faces, it was clearly not feigned. Drake felt a slight surprise in his heart. But then, he was calmed by a strange realization. He remembered that they all possessed the miracle of being able to die and resurrect. To be able to do such things, it seemed natural for them to have additional undetectable means of reconnaissance that he could not comprehend. He nodded gravely to the other players, indicating understanding. Drake quickly unfolded a tanned animal hide map from his pregnant, preparing to have the players circle the approximate location of the enemy. However, Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao looked down at his map, then looked up to confirm. Then he raised his hand again and pointed directly at a specific spot on the map. His posture was so certain it was beyond doubt. As if he had penetrated layers of branches and trees, pinpointing the exact location of the prey hidden behind them. Such a precise targeting range. How did they do it from hundreds of meters away, at this distance? The players had no time to concern themselves with Drake's thoughts. Since it was confirmed that there was only one person nearby. Su Yun turned his head, exchanging glances with the other players. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao, Sude, what's the plan? Should we just sneak over? Su Yun, old rules. I'll go left, Milk Dragon right, Minotaur will flank from behind, and you guys prepare for a frontal assault. Encirclement. After a brief communication, Hao Ren made tactical gestures to Drake, conveying the designated tactical intent. Drake immediately understood his position in the tactic as well. Drake took a deep breath and nodded again, all distracting thoughts fading from his eyes, leaving only the coldness and focus of a hunter facing his prey. He tightened his grip on his dagger, the pride from his years as a scout put aside at this moment, replaced by a sense of awe and recognition for these undead. Drake suddenly realized that by choosing to pledge allegiance to the Lord, he might not only achieve his goal of revenge but also seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to continuously advance. Su Yun's finger gently waved forward. Everyone immediately sprang into action. However, shortly after Soyun gave the order and everyone acted, deep within the forest, a black-robed figure, almost indistinguishable from the tree shadows, began to move silently. The hair on the back of Shadow's neck stood on end, and a chilling sensation, like being simultaneously targeted by countless cold venomous snakes, coursed through his entire body like an electric current. This was his beastly intuition, honed through countless life-or-death situations, as a top spy under the Baron, combined with his unique talent. He couldn't see if there were enemies, nor could he hear footsteps, not even a trace of an unfamiliar aura reached him on the wind. Yet, a fatal sense of threat, like a persistent curse, clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately began to execute the highest level of anti-tracking evasion maneuvers. His body was pressed extremely low, like a ghost gliding across the ground, rapidly changing positions between the gaps of tree shadows and rocks, each step silent, each turn without warning. On the patrol team's side, the players' expressions also grew grim. Had the enemy discovered them? It seemed the opponent's reaction speed and anti-reconnaissance capabilities far exceeded their expectations. But professionalism was meaningless in the face of an absolute technological generation gap. Without needing to communicate, the players could see each other's and the enemy's positions on the system map. They followed the enemy's movements, constantly adjusting their encirclement. This invisible net, formed by the players, began to contract precisely, guided by the real-time instructions of the system map. Drake followed Haobao, watching him accelerate, pause, and turn at various times. Though he didn't understand, he was greatly shocked. Drake hadn't expected that his previously proud scout skills were now completely useless here, unable to even comprehend the movements of these undead. Finally, the players and Drake converged simultaneously from 4 directions, completely surrounding the last known location of the red dot, a patch of forest grass scattered with a few mossy rocks. And then, the center of the encirclement was empty. Only the rustling of grass leaves in the breeze. Soyun and One Punch Kills Minotaur and others slowly emerged from different directions, converging in the center of the clearing, looking at each other. Where is he? One Punch Kills Minotaur asked in a muffled voice, his face a picture of utter confusion. Damn, what's going on? Did he burrow underground? Is there a secret passage here? Youthful Pighead Youth blurted out, even stomping his foot heavily on the ground. I don't believe it. Watch me dig him out. Stop talking nonsense, Crescent Moon Bridge frowned, using the tip of her dagger to part a dense clump of grass, meticulously examining the soil, while also glancing at the red dot that still existed on the map. His position hasn't changed, but he's just not visible. Drake also walked in cautiously, gripping his short sword, his gaze sweeping over every inch of land, every leaf, but besides themselves, there was no sign of any other living thing. Soyun looked up at the system map in the upper right corner of his vision. The blood-red hostile light dot was near them, no more than 3 meters away, clearly staying still and unmoving. But before him, there was nothing but grass and rocks. Is he really underground? Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior in the team speculated in a low voice. It seemed that this was the only possibility. They immediately began a systematic search, using sword sheaths and heels to tap every inch of the ground, trying to find a hollow echo. They moved every suspicious rock, carefully checking for hidden openings beneath. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior even let out a low growl, his arm muscles bulging, veins throbbing, as he forcibly overturned a huge mossy rock, half a person's height. Boom! The rock hit the ground with a thud, shaking the earth. Beneath it was only compacted, damp, black soil, and a few black beetles scattering in fright. Nothing. Damn it, this is spooky. Is he in the sky? Youthful Pighead Youth looked up at the dense tree canopy, but there were no creatures there either. He quickly dismissed the idea himself. No, the red dot hasn't moved, it doesn't look like he's flying. Could the system be bugged? Or perhaps this isn't an enemy at all, just some hostile small creature, like a venomous insect or a burrowing mouse. Everyone was baffled, even beginning to doubt the game's system map. Just then, Haobao's expression suddenly changed. East. He suddenly turned, looking towards the eastern edge of the map. There, 3 or 4 new red dots suddenly appeared, moving rapidly in this general direction. Retreat. Haobao made a decisive call. Those moving together are much more likely to be the real enemies. The enemy here might really be some bug hiding underground, let's go check over there first. Compared to this elusive red dot, whose true nature was unknown, the approaching, clearly defined enemy units posed a higher threat level. The players exchanged a helpless glance, no longer dwelling on it, and quickly led Drake away from this strange clearing. Silence soon returned to the forest. Time passed, minute by minute. A long while later, a player returned, observing from a distance, but saw no change in the surrounding area, though the red dot on the map remained. Is it really a bug? Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior scratched his head, seeing that the other players seemed to have encountered the enemy on the other side, he could only give up and quickly left. Even more time passed. Beneath a large rock that Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior had overturned and which had rolled back to its approximate original position, a mass of pitch-black shadow, suddenly like living ink, slowly seeped out from the less than half-finger-wide gap between the stone slab and the ground. The shadow silently writhed and gathered on the ground, like a puddle of animated tar, gradually stretching into a vague human shape. Finally, it solidified completely, transforming into a man entirely enveloped in a black cloth robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. It was Shadow. He leaned against the cold stone, gasping for breath, his heart pounding like it was being hammered, almost leaping from his throat. Cold sweat had long since soaked his inner garments. Just moments ago, he had realized in advance that he seemed to be surrounded, with nowhere to escape. He then used his innate talent, shadow stealth, to transform his body into a two-dimensional shadow, pressing himself into the gap at the bottom of the stone. Afterward, he heard the sounds of those people approaching, and the dull thud of their sword sheaths tapping the ground. He also heard them communicating rapidly in a language completely unfamiliar to him. He had to report back to Barren immediately. Shadow's heart was filled with deep apprehension. The enemies in Blackwood Forest were indeed not some goblin uprising. This was a completely new, terrifying force. Their soldiers possessed unfathomable tracking skills, even he had been easily tracked and surrounded, and if not for his special methods, he might have died here today. Shadow looked into the distance, which seemed to be the direction where his subordinates were. But he turned without hesitation, his entire body once again transforming into a faint phantom, merging into the shadows of the trees behind him, disappearing without a trace. He had to immediately bring this intelligence about the unfamiliar force back to Lord Barton. As for his subordinates, he could only wish them good luck. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior returned from the depths of the forest, a hint of chagrin on his face. This is really damn strange. I squatted there for half a day, and the red dot on the map didn't move, but there was no movement around, not even a ghost to be found. He scratched his head, looked at his teammates who had reassembled, and lowered his voice. Are we about to meet them here? Hao Renyu Hao Bao nodded, his expression focused on the system map in front of him, where 4 red dots were moving steadily towards them in a standard scout formation. Yes, 4 red dots, moving towards us. Not far now. By their trajectory, they're professionals. Su Yun's gaze swept over everyone, his voice concise and cold, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Prepare. Without further words, this team, composed of top players and elite scouts, once again transformed into ghosts of the forest. Beside a slightly sunken hollow, Su Yun's figure clung to the shadow of a giant tree like a phantom. He slowly raised his hand, making a stop gesture. Drake's heart tightened when he saw the gesture, he knew the encirclement was complete. The next second, Su Yun moved. There was no sound of wind, not even a falling leaf was disturbed. His figure seeped out from the shadow, and a cold gleam flashed. A red line appeared on the throat of a Barton scout who was vigilantly observing the front. The vigilance in his eyes had not yet faded when his life was extinguished. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened before he collapsed softly, warm blood soaking the decaying leaves beneath his feet. Enemy attack. The remaining 3 scouts showed no panic, like 3 activated killing machines. They instantly gathered back to back, long swords drawn, their empty eyes locking onto the targets appearing from all directions. Eula. Your Ching Chun grandpa is here. Youthful pighead youth roared as he burst out from the side bushes. One scout reacted like lightning, thrusting his sword straight at his heart. The sword was swift and precise, almost unavoidable. However, at the moment the blade touched him, youthful pighead youth made a move that made Drake's scalp tingle. He didn't dodge, instead, he twisted his body abruptly, using his left shoulder to meet that fatal sword head-on. Pfft! The blade pierced through his shoulder blade. The intense pain contorted his face, but he bared his teeth, revealing a ferocious grin. He clamped down on the opponent's long sword with his muscles, making it impossible for the scout to pull it out for a moment. Old strength was spent, new strength not yet born. Now was the time. Die, you bastard! The instant the scout mechanically tried to withdraw his weapon, youthful pighead youth's war sword, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, fiercely chopped into his skull. Crack! The scout's movement ceased abruptly, and he fell without a sound. The sword of another scout accurately stabbed towards Milk Dragon's abdomen, who was pushing in from the other side. Milk Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he also made an unbelievable choice. Milk Dragon didn't try to completely dodge, only turning his body to avoid vital points, allowing the sword tip to pierce his side waist. Is that all? He snorted lightly, as if that injury was nothing more than a mosquito bite. The moment the opponent's long sword entered his body and their attack paused for a fraction of a second, his backhanded dagger, like a viper's tongue, flashed upwards like lightning, easily entering the opponent's brain from below the jaw. Trading a non-fatal injury for an absolute killing opportunity. This was not madness, this was the ultimate, extremely calm utilization of his own immortal characteristic. These scouts were elites under Baron Barton, and after being controlled by potions, they were even more fearless of death. But their combat logic was still based on the instinct of biological beings. Fatal attacks must be dodged to prevent injury, and there would inevitably be a rigid recovery after a successful strike. However, the player's fighting style completely subverted this logic. In the chaos, a dark shadow moved silently. Drake had locked onto his target the moment Su Yun made his move. He used the visual impact created by youthful pighead youth and invincible Milk Dragon Warrior to silently circle behind the last scout, his dagger precisely and elegantly slicing through the tendons of the opponent's legs. The scout screamed and fell to his knees, but he did not beg for mercy. Instead, he tried to support himself with his hands, dragging his crippled legs to continue to bite. One punch kills Minotaur's fan-like large hand was already pressing on his head, and his other hand raised a giant axe, ready to finish him off. Wait! Hao Renyu Hao Bao's voice suddenly rang out, Minotaur brother, keep him alive. He stepped forward quickly, his eyes calm, the Lord needs intelligence. A living captive is definitely more valuable. One punch kills Minotaur's action stopped. He glanced at the scout still struggling on the ground, nodded, and said in a booming voice, indeed, it's not like I'm short on this bit of experience anyway. When the two captives, tied up like zombies, were escorted back to the camp, the entire camp immediately erupted. All the players gathered around, pointing at the two hostile NPCs, like visitors at a zoo observing rare species. Handsome enough to kill people calmly observed from the crowd, muttering. Dilated pupils, bloodshot eyes, slow reaction to pain from wounds. Looks very strange. Lin En, give me back my cotton gin, squeezed to the front, the boldest of them, curiously poking one of the captives' cheeks with his finger, finding no reaction from the other party. Hey, buddy, don't play dead, give me a reaction. He leaned in for a closer look. The facial detail is very realistic. I wonder if there are any hidden quests like interrogations when you capture a prisoner. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao walked over and said, we definitely don't need to interrogate them. We can't understand them, so it's useless even if they want to confess. Let's hand them over to Drake and have him take them to the Lord. Inside the wooden house, Lin sat in the main seat, calmly looking at the two captives brought before him. Threats, inducements, he tried all interrogation methods, but the reactions of the two captives were identical. Their eyes were empty and fanatical, completely unresponsive to any external stimuli, their mouths mechanically and repeatedly muttering the same phrase. Loyalty to the Baron. Drake stepped forward and used a dagger to cut a bloody gash on the captive's arm. The opponent didn't even frown. His expression became extremely solemn. He leaned close to Lin's ear, lowering his voice, my lord, it's useless. Look at their eyes, this is the most obvious side effect of the loyalty potion. Realizing they might leak information after being captured, their will has been scrambled by the potion. They are now just two living corpses who will obey Barton's commands. Lin looked at those two soulless eyes and was silent for a moment. He didn't show any disappointment on his face even though he couldn't get any information out of them. Not being able to speak doesn't mean they are worthless. On the contrary, their very existence was the most valuable intelligence. Lin's eyes, instead, lit up with the fervent glow of a scientist seeing perfect experimental subjects. He turned to Drake, a faint curve on his lips, a curve that sent a chill down Drake's spine, straight to the back of his head, despite him being a top scout accustomed to life and death. Take them away and guard them strictly. Then, he added in a voice only the two of them could hear, a hint of coldness in it. Send them to Shaman Goblin. Tell him I've sent him 2 excellent research subjects. After sending off and dealing with the 2 soulless captives, Drake reappeared in the wooden hut. His expression was even more respectful than before, even carrying a hint of unconcealed confusion and dread. He reported in detail to Lin about the previous bizarre tracking operation. My lord, those undead, they really seem to have found the enemy. Drake struggled to organize his words. Although I found no traces, no scent, no footprints. But they were like reading a map we couldn't see, completing a perfect encirclement from 4 directions. He paused, describing what he had seen. But at the target location, there was nothing. In fact, his words also implied some doubt about the accuracy of the undead's tracking. Lin listened quietly, his fingers tapping silently on the wooden table, his expression unchanged. I understand. He merely responded calmly. As if such an event had long been within his expectations. This kind of composure, as if everything was under control, deepened Drake's awe. He became even more convinced that all the bizarre and inconceivable behaviors of these undead were either a test from the Lord or part of a grand scheme that he had long since seen through. He bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew. The door of the wooden hut closed, and Lin's gaze remained on the system interface, invisible to outsiders. On the player forum interface, the discussion thread about map bugs had already grown into a tall building, its popularity even surpassing the new dungeon. Damn, I ran into a ghost on patrol today. There was clearly a red dot on the map, and we almost ripped up all the grass in that area, but we couldn't even find a single hair. The poster was Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, his tone full of frustration. Brother Long, I was stunned on the spot. Does this game have ghost-like monsters? Seconded, I was there too. That red dot was just there, completely still, terribly eerie. Brother Ching Chun and I even flipped over a large rock, and there was nothing under it except a few bugs. Could it be burrowing rats or venomous insects? Too small to see. Handsome enough to kill people's reply quickly appeared. Players had also considered his guess at the time. This is possible, but I actually lean more towards the enemy possessing some high-level stealth or invisibility ability, similar to disappear or disguise skills in some games. Handsome enough to kill people posted a screenshot as evidence. Didn't everyone notice that our personal panel always shows martial arts side? I suspect there's much more to this content, but it's just not open to us yet. But the enemy might already have other types. Holy crap, isn't that invincible? How do we counter that? If we encounter it later, won't we be completely helpless against this kind of assassin, and even easily ambushed? Lin En, give me back my cotton gin, immediately followed up, already starting to worry about his gaming experience. What's there to be afraid of? Who cares about stealth? Once Big Mommy improves items like the fire oil bottle, we'll just unleash a sea of fire. I'd like to see how he hides when he's burned to ashes. The enemy's ability can't be divine might, can it? Youthful Pighead Youth said there was no need to worry. Lin's gaze lingered on the words fire oil bottle for a moment. Of course, he immediately ruled out the possibility of a problem with the system. Thinking in the worst case scenario, if it was an escaped scout, for example, a top secret agent under Baron Barton with some special high-level stealth ability. This meant that Baron Barton would soon receive some intelligence about them. However, according to Drake's description of the action, what the other party could bring back would probably only be some vague information full of unknowns, and the extent of intelligence leakage was within a controllable range. Having confirmed this, Lin's thoughts immediately turned to a more important question: how to counter such an enemy. Youthful pighead youth's crude words, however, flashed through his mind like lightning. Fire oil bottle, area attack. Lin murmured to himself. Targets that cannot be locked through conventional visual means are indeed tricky. But the system map's red dot wouldn't lie, it was like a perfect radar, capable of pinpointing a general area. But what if the area was too large for a fire oil bottle to cover? A precise targeting method was needed. In his mind, the image of One Punch Kills Minotaur's two-headed dog pup, currently dozing at the camp entrance, instantly appeared. Jiaozi and Kuati. Scent. A beast's sense of smell far surpasses that of humans, it's a natural weapon for tracking stealth users. A rudimentary tactical concept quickly formed in his mind. The system map provides a wide-range warning, locking onto the enemy's general area. Then, release pets with keen senses of smell, such as hunting dogs, for precise positioning. Once locked on, there's no need to even see the person, just use weapons like fire oil bottles or acid bottles for indiscriminate area coverage. The corners of Lin's mouth curved slightly, the player's ingenious ideas were always his most valuable source of inspiration. The terrifying aspect of this army was not only their immortality but also their wild and imaginative creativity from another world. Meanwhile, in the distant Blackstone territory, unlike the primitive camp in Blackwood Forest, here the defenses were formidable, and the castle was majestic. The night was deep, but Baron Barton's study was still brightly lit. Outside the window, a dark shadow flashed like a ghost under the cover of night, silently merging into the shadows of the porch. A moment later. Knock, knock knock, knock. A short and distinct knocking sound broke the silence of the study. Baron Barton looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Shadow to return so quickly after completing his reconnaissance. Truly the most elite scout, a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Come in. The door opened, and a figure completely shrouded in a black robe slid in, kneeling on one knee. It was Shadow. My lord, his voice was hoarse, as if abraded by sandpaper, I have confirmed that the enemies in Blackwood Forest are indeed not goblins. Captain Raymond's demise was due to another mysterious force. Their subordinates possess elusive tracking abilities, once locked on, they are like a festering bone, almost impossible to shake off. They also communicate in a language I have never heard before. Baron Barton's face grew darker with each word Shadow spoke. When he heard that Shadow had to abandon the 4 other elite scouts who went with him in order to escape, his fingers gripping the quill tightened abruptly, and the pen shaft let out a groan of protest. Bang! He slammed the ink bottle in his hand to the ground, black ink splattering and leaving ugly stains on his magnificent carpet. A suppressed rage churned in his chest, but his expression returned to icy calm the next moment. He ultimately restrained himself. Shadow was a special talent and had not taken the loyalty potion, he could be reprimanded, but not excessively so. Baron Barton paced back and forth in the study. After a long while, he stopped, the anger in his eyes having faded, replaced by a cold and inexplicable glint. Elusive tracking abilities, unfamiliar language. He muttered, chewing on these pieces of intelligence, his mind working rapidly. Not the private soldiers of any noble in the surrounding territories, could it be a hidden mercenary group? Or those legendary druids or ranger organizations that never interact with the secular world? Whatever it was, why would this force suddenly provoke him and cause him trouble? He returned to his desk and quickly wrote 2 secret letters. 1. He handed to his confidant outside the door. Immediately send someone to the royal capital, at all costs, with the fastest speed, to obtain the kingdom's official approval for the ownership of Clifton territory, and apply for reconstruction materials and armed support. I want to make my rule unimpeachable. The other, he carefully sealed with wax, with no words on the envelope, only an imprint branded with black wax, as if solidified from blood. He handed this letter to Shadow. Take this to where it needs to go. Shadow took the letter, and when he saw the imprint, his eyes hidden beneath the hood suddenly narrowed, but then quickly returned to calm. He didn't ask about the destination, nor about the recipient. He merely bowed, and his entire body transformed into a faint phantom, merging into the darkness outside the door, disappearing without a trace. In Blackstone territory, within Baron Barton's study, the atmosphere was as cold as iron. His gaze swept over the Blackwood Forest on the map, his knuckles slightly white from gripping it tightly. Until that place contacted by Shadow gave a clear response, he decided to continue using ordinary scouts for attrition-based probing. He needed more precise intelligence, even if it meant sacrificing lives. The intelligence Shadow brought back is too vague. Elusive tracking ability? An unfamiliar language? I need to see a body, or bring back a live one. This time, he specifically instructed that bringing back intelligence alive was more important than killing the enemy. At the same time, at Clifton Camp, Lin gained crucial inspiration from the heated discussions on the player forum. Area attack, precise enemy targeting. He looked at youthful pighead youth's line, if he's burned to ashes, how will he hide then, and his fingers quickly swiped across the light screen. He immediately issued 2 parallel quests. Series quest, Hound Plan. Quest description, the scent of beasts is the ultimate bane of assassins. Train your companions to become the territory's keenest eyes and noses. Quest requirements, all players with pets must immediately conduct targeted scent tracking training for their pets. Quest rewards, high merit points, awarded based on training progress and final combat effectiveness. Technological innovation 2, Reign of Destruction. Quest description: when enemies hide in the shadows, let fire purify everything. We need a more violent rain of destruction, one that can cover the battlefield. Quest requirements: based on existing fire oil bottles, develop a range-based destructive weapon with greater power, wider coverage, and lower production cost. Quest rewards: massive merit points, and special recipes awarded based on research results. The release of the two quests was like two depth charges, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire player community. Within the camp, a vigorous arms race thus began. One Punch Kill's Minotaur treasured Jiaozi and Qiwadi as if they were priceless. He had obtained a small fabric scrap from Drake, scraped from the clothes of the scout who had previously escaped, and held it in front of the two puppies, saying in a coaxing tone. Come, my sons, smell this. This is the smell of merit points, merit points. Learn this and you'll get extra food. The two little ones had gentle dispositions and quickly showed astonishing talent. After sniffing carefully, they almost immediately understood their owner's intention, and their training progressed by leaps and bounds. On the other side, youthful pighead youth and legendary pilot presented a completely different scene. The cubs they captured from the wild were untamed, and the training process was a chaotic mess. Hey! I told you to smell the cloth, not chase after the rock feather chicken. Damn it, don't dig holes in the camp. Those are the blackwood potatoes Big Mommy just planted. If you dig any more, I'll dig you up. These scenes became new sources of comedic material on the player forum, but they also highlighted, from a different angle, how superior the official Goblin Channel pets specifically, the two-headed dog that One Punch Kill's Minotaur traded from the shaman truly were. Subtly, this greatly stimulated players' enthusiasm for interacting with NPCs. Meanwhile, in the deepest tent on the outskirts of the camp, the shaman goblin's murky eyes gleamed with a crazy light. He looked at the two captives tied to a wooden stake as if they were two breathing experimental materials. A sharp small knife cut open skin, carefully observing the effects of the potion on the body, muttering to himself, recording something. Several new Barton scout teams departed in succession, each with 4 members, stealthily infiltrating Blackwood Forest like phantoms. The first team rushed far ahead, believing their concealment was flawless, their movements as light as falling leaves in the forest. But on the system map, their 4 bright red dots were already completely exposed, as conspicuous as searchlights in the dark night. So-Yoon led the elite patrol team into swift action. In the team were One Punch Kill's Minotaur and youthful pighead youth. Deep within a dense forest, the players discovered the enemy's tracks and quickly dispersed, silently circling from behind, like an invisible net, blocking all possible escape routes. Just as everyone was preparing to advance and crush them head-on with absolute strength, Jiaozi and Qiwadi by One Punch Kill's Minotaur's side suddenly lowered their bodies. The two puppies let out threatening growls from their throats, their fur slightly bristling, their lips curled upwards to reveal their tender but sharp teeth, staring intently behind a large rock not far away. One Punch Kill's Minotaur exchanged a glance with So-Yoon next to him, and the latter nodded slightly. No further instructions were needed, they understood instinctively. Youthful pighead youth's face broke into a strange and ferocious smile. Stealth, hey? Playing hide and seek, hey? I'll give you an open crotch barbecue right now, let you experience what hot pants are. He chuckled, pulling a brand new clay bottle from his backpack. This was precisely the first batch of finished fuel bottles that Big Mommy had immediately responded to and rushed to produce after the Lord issued the Rain of Destruction quest. He gathered all his strength, his arm muscles bulging, and threw it with all his might in the direction the two-headed dog had warned. Boom! The clay bottle exploded with a bang behind the hard rock. Sticky, pungent flames instantly ignited, like an orange-red flower of death, violently engulfing that area. Ah! A scream, so piercing it sounded inhuman, rang out. A scout, completely engulfed in flames, rushed out from behind the rock, his entire body like a burning torch. His eyes were filled with extreme terror and confusion, he couldn't understand why his flawless stealth had been instantly exposed, nor where these terrifying flames had come from. He rolled frantically, trying to extinguish the flames. He hadn't run 2 steps. So-Yoon's figure closed in like a ghost, in the firelight, his eyes were as cold as frost, a cold gleam flashed, precisely sealing his throat and ending his suffering. At the same time, the positions of the other 3 scouts were instantly illuminated by the sudden explosion of fire. Before the shock on their faces could dissipate, they were overwhelmed like wolves by the players who had long been poised for attack. Crescent Moon Bridge's figure was like a flash of lightning under a cold moon, her dagger carving an elegant and deadly arc, severing a scout's carotid artery the moment he turned, and she was already gone amidst the splashing blood. Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior, meanwhile, slammed the last enemy hard against a large tree, his giant axe following through, the dull thud of it embedding in bone clearly audible. From the ignition of the flames to the fall of the last enemy, it was only a matter of a few breaths. Clean, decisive. The player forum cheered not only for this near-perfect victory but also for the effectiveness of the new equipment and pets. Holy crap! The pet system isn't just for show. Minotaur Bros dogs are divine. These aren't just dogs, they're anti-sub sonar. Officially certified military dogs. Aria AOE is king. Who cares about stealth dogs, 1 bottle of fire oil and they're burned to ashes. Ching Chun Bro's throw was so satisfying. Mom no longer has to worry about me being ambushed by rogues. The one upstairs spoke the truth, Big Mommy is the real god. Please, Big Mommy, open a weapons shop, I want to order 100 fuel bottles. All sorts of posts emerged endlessly, with excitement overflowing in every line. Legendary pilot even edited the entire battle recording into an explosive video titled "You Can't See Me? Sorry, my dog can." Aria barbecue, kid. Lin watched the video on the system's light screen with great interest. "You can't see me? Sorry, my dog can." Aria barbecue, kid. Legendary pilot's editing style was as exaggerated as ever, yet it precisely captured all the highlights. The moment the Molotov cocktail exploded behind the rock, an orange-red flame burst forth, and viscous fuel adhered to everything, the intense visual impact almost spilling out of the screen. Following closely was that distorted, non-human shriek of agony, which became the most stimulating background sound in the video. Lin marveled at the player's creativity and execution, once again seeing his tactical vision brought to life in reality in the most perfect, even exceeding expectations, way. Just then, there was a knock on the wooden house door. Shaman Goblin hobbled in, his murky eyes filled with spider-web-like red bloodshot veins, looking utterly exhausted, as if his energy had been drained. But his expression held a hint of excitement. "Great God Lord," he bowed, his movements slightly trembling, and carefully held out a small crystal bottle from his embrace. The bottle contained half a bottle of murky, ominously grey-green potion, with fine sediment slowly floating within. "Following your command, I have tirelessly researched those two captives." Shaman Goblin's voice was hoarse. He raised the crystal bottle high, presenting it to Lin. "Using the existing materials in the camp, combined with the concentrated vein-stimulating original solution you bestowed, I have replicated a similar potion. Creatures that consume this potion will experience a significant increase in strength and stamina in a short period, their pain nerves will be numbed, their perception of pain will become extremely dull, turning them into fearless warriors." "But it is not complete." Shaman Goblin's expression suddenly turned serious, tinged with fear and unwillingness. "Its side effect is irreversible brain damage, the user's mind will completely collapse, becoming manic and chaotic, unable to distinguish friend from foe. It is merely a simple berserker potion." He paused, a flicker of confusion and fear, stemming from the knowledge barrier, crossing his murky eyes. "God Lord, I deduce that the true loyalty potion is far more than this. It should also incorporate some kind of ritual of mind control, or there exists a special medium for control. Otherwise, it would be impossible to so precisely implant an absolute and sole command like be loyal to Barren into the user. This already transcends the scope of mere alchemy." Lin took the murky potion, his fingertips feeling the coolness of the bottle. The temperature in his heart also sank with it. An alchemical and mind control composite weapon, wasn't this just a fantasy version of brainwashing plus stimulants? And it was targeted brainwashing that could precisely implant commands. This threat was even more troublesome and complex than he had initially anticipated. This meant that Baron Barton held in his hands an army that could be mass-produced, absolutely loyal and fearless of death. This was his true trump card, daring to invade the Clifton territory and aspiring to rule it long-term. He immediately adjusted his thinking, gently placing the crystal bottle on the table. Lin's command was clear and decisive. "From now on, your research has two feasible directions. First, improve your imitation potion. I want it more stable, with more controllable side effects. I will have some undead cooperate with your experiments, they should be very willing to dedicate themselves. Second, try to develop an antidote that can counteract the effects of this potion. The latter is the top priority. As you command, my great God Lord." Shaman Goblin immediately accepted the order, the fervent light in his eyes growing even brighter, as if he had received a new divine oracle, and he hurried away to continue his research. Lin then opened the player forum. A brand new pinned announcement was posted by him. Version 1.03 Event Commendation Announcement. In the recent Hound Project and Reign of Destruction series of quests, a group of highly creative and dedicated chosen ones emerged. Player 1 Punch Kills Minotaur and his pets Jiaozi and Kuati performed exceptionally in anti-submarine warfare, and are hereby awarded the title of Anti-Submarine Maverick and 300 merit points. The alchemy team led by player Gentle Mommy successfully developed and mass-produced Molotov cocktails, providing the territory with crucial area of effect weapons. They are hereby awarded the honorary title of War Preparedness Pioneer and a team reward of 500 merit points. Honorary titles are in trial operation, with limited acquisition methods, and can be worn and displayed in-game. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire forum instantly erupted. The enthusiasm for pets and life professions was completely ignited by these generous rewards. Holy crap! 500 merit points. Big Mommy is rich. Lincoln, give me back my cotton gin, shouted in the camp, his face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why her? I'm also very dedicated to logging. Why don't I get a logging champion title? A tumultuous beast-taming frenzy swept through the camp. Besides two-headed dogs and rock-feather chickens, any living creature became a target for the players. Wild boars, leopard cats, and some even teamed up to try and capture venomous spine vipers. The entire camp was in an uproar for a while, filled with all sorts of wails and howls. Youthful pighead youth was trying to pin a half-grown wild boar to the ground, shouting, "Be my mount, damn it! Hear me! Or I'll roast you!" As a result, he was gored by the wild boar and ended up with a mouthful of dirt. Legendary pilot was recording nearby and laughing wildly. "Brothers, we've got material for the latest episode of King Chun's Beast Taming Chronicles." Drake stood in the shadow of the wooden house, silently observing it all. He watched a player being gored and rolling on the ground by a wild boar, only to get up the next second and continue chasing excitedly. He watched another player almost getting bitten by a spine viper, although he knew the other party could revive, the scene still made his heart pound, and he silently moved away. Drake gradually understood. The behavior patterns of these undead could not be fathomed by any common sense he knew. Chaotic, insane, illogical, yet containing a terrifying vitality that made his heart tremble. He gradually gained a new realization. Perhaps, the Lord was not testing him at all. Instead, these undead, due to their uniqueness, were themselves an undefinable existence, outside the rules of the world. Drake thought he saw the full scope of the storm, but he didn't know that the ripples stirred up by the small camp had already crossed Blackwood Forest, causing waves on a larger chessboard. Meanwhile, in the distant Blackstone territory, Baron Barton's letter to the royal capital was prioritized and delivered to his liege, a viscount named Cole. In Viscount Cole's study, he was meticulously wiping a strangely shaped dagger with a piece of velvet. The dagger's hilt was a silver eagle with outstretched wings. He was an ambitious middle-aged nobleman, his gaze sweeping over the location of Blackwood Forest on the map. His vassal Barton's report of encountering a mysterious force in the borderlands made him detect an unusual scent. The corner of Viscount Cole's mouth curved into an amused arc. Interesting. That fool Barton finally did something interesting. He simultaneously ordered his subordinates to continue sending the application for ownership of the Clifton territory to the royal capital. Tell them that Baron Barton's territory suffered a brutal attack from an unknown force, resulting in heavy losses, and urgently needs the kingdom's support. At the same time, he made another decision. He would dispatch his most astute observer to personally visit the Blackstone territory. Go see what's hidden in that muddy water. If it's a fat enough fish, I don't mind personally stepping in and reeling it in. The dirt road leading to Blackstone territory was full of potholes, and an unassuming single-horse carriage was bumping along it, each jolt of the wheels like a silent sigh from the land. The driver was a middle-aged man, dressed in a somewhat faded, starched linen outfit, his face weathered, and the calluses on his hands were thick and precisely distributed where he held the whip and reins, making him look like a common merchant who had been traveling for years. He hummed an off-key country tune, his eyes subtly scanning every inch of withered grass and sparse trees along the roadside. This man, named Fabian, was an observer under Viscount Cole. His mission was simple yet complex, to assess Baron Barton and the little trouble occurring near his territory. Viscount Cole had no deep affection for Barton, his vassal. He was more concerned with the value of the land and whether Barton, as a manager, was still competent. A manager who failed to create value, constantly caused trouble, and might even damage the Viscount's reputation had no reason to exist. The carriage drove into a village, and an air mixed with animal waste and a faint smell of decay wafted into Fabian's nostrils. Fabian reined in the horse. The sight before him made him frown slightly. The village was small but lifeless. Most of the thatched roofs were missing thatch, revealing dark holes like the eye sockets of a skull. Several houses had even partially collapsed, with no one bothering to repair the crumbling walls. The fields were sparsely planted with malnourished crops, but more prevalent were the rampant weeds, brazenly proclaiming the absence of a master here. A few ragged villagers sat at their doorways, their eyes hollow as they watched the passing carriage, their faces the waxy yellow color of long-term malnutrition, their skin loose on their cheekbones. There were no children chasing and playing, no women chatting and laughing, the entire village was as quiet as a graveyard after a plague. Fabian jumped off the carriage and led the horse towards the village's only well. An old man who was drawing water saw him, and a strong flicker of wariness and deep-seated fear instantly crossed his cloudy eyes. His hand trembled, spilling most of the half-bucket of water he had just drawn, and he subconsciously clutched the dilapidated bucket tightly to his chest, as if it were some precious possession. "Old man, could you do me a favor and let my horse have some water?" Fabian had a friendly smile on his face as he pulled a copper coin from his pregnant and handed it over, the coin glinting invitingly in the dim light. "This is for the water. I'm just a passing merchant." Upon seeing the copper coin, the old man did not relax, instead, he recoiled as if seeing a red-hot branding iron, waving his hands frantically and shrinking back, muttering indistinct refusals. Fabian understood. It seemed Baron Barton's cronies had used such small favors to extract information, and these poor people had been utterly terrified. He withdrew the copper coin, a gesture that seemed to slightly relieve the old man. He simply led his horse to the trough, ladled water for himself, and casually chatted as if by accident, "Old man, don't be nervous. Your village, why does it look so lifeless? Is this year's tax too heavy?" Perhaps Fabian's withdrawal of the coin reassured him slightly. The old man's lips trembled, and he lowered his head, not daring to meet Fabian's eyes, only muttering vaguely, "It's all right, just like that. I see many fields are abandoned. Is there not enough labor?" Fabian pressed on, his tone gentle, like a true traveler concerned about the people's livelihood. At the mention of labor, the old man's body stiffened noticeably. A glimmer of moisture appeared in his cloudy eyes, and his voice trembled with hesitation. The men have all been conscripted by the Lord." "Conscription?" Fabian feigned surprise. "The kingdoms have been at peace for nearly 100 years. Why would there still be conscription?" The old man seemed to have been suppressing something for a long time and finally found someone he could talk to. He looked left and right, and finding no one around, he lowered his voice, almost whispering rapidly. "Before, the Baron said the territory was on the border and had to be prepared, so conscription has been constant. Recently, the Baron said there was a group of vicious bandits in Blackwood Forest who robbed his merchant caravans. Then he sent people to the village to conscript able-bodied men, saying it was to form a garrison. Even my grandson, who just came of age, was taken." The old man's voice was tearful, and he added a final warning. "If you're going that way, be careful not to run into bandits." Fabian's smile remained unchanged, but he was silently judging in his mind. Crude and inefficient, he thought. Viscount Cole often said that subjects were sheep to be shorn, not pigs to be butchered once. To drain the core labor force of his own territory? This was killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Without young men, who would cultivate the fields? Who would maintain the villages? If this year's harvest failed, what would the people eat next year? If they couldn't pay taxes, wouldn't Barton's purse also shrink? This method of governance was like a brainless butcher, only knowing how to cut meat from a pig but never thinking about feeding the pig. Unless Barton had other ideas, perhaps his actions had a deeper purpose. Fabian's gaze sharpened. It seemed he needed to thoroughly investigate the matter of Clifton. Seeing his horse finish drinking, he straightened up and gave a barely perceptible nod to the old man, who had already hidden in his dilapidated house and was peeking out from the door crack. "Thank you, old man." He got back into the carriage, said no more, cracked his whip, and left the desolate village. The carriage continued its journey, and along the way, the villages he saw were largely similar, almost all presenting the same scene. Fields lay waste, people's hearts were filled with fear of the nobility, and a trace of unspoken resentment, deeply suppressed, lay in their eyes. In the evening, the grey-black walls of Blackstone territory finally appeared on the horizon, like a giant beast crouching on a rock. Fabian narrowed his eyes, looking at the fortress. The intelligence Viscount Cole received mentioned that Baron Barton's elite guard unit was completely wiped out, and even the top spy named Shadow nearly perished there, bringing back vague information, only stating that the opponent had unknown tracking abilities and strange language. Now it seemed the root cause might not just be the mysterious enemy, but also that Barton himself had rotten his foundations. A lord who had lost the hearts of his people was like a hollowed-out dead tree, which a gust of wind could blow down. Let me see with my own eyes whether the fellow who messed up this territory is truly incompetent, or if he has other intentions. He murmured softly, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. A ripe, rotten apple is ready to be picked. Perhaps I can also take a look at those interesting bandits and see if they are a sharp enough knife to cut open the apple's skin. In stark contrast to the lifelessness within the Barton territory, Clifton Camp, deep in the Blackwood Forest, was currently bursting with a savage and vigorous vitality. Lin stood on a high ground, overlooking the entire camp. The air was filled with a peculiar scent, a mix of earth, sawdust, sweat, and pungent herbs, and waves of heat rose from this bustling construction site. Everywhere, there were clanging sounds of hammering, the players' full-throated shouts, and the goblins' hushed calls as they were herded. This wilderness, where he and butler Alfred had only briefly stayed during their escape, had now become a construction site of considerable scale. His gaze first fell upon the logging area on the west side of the camp. Drake stood there with his arms crossed, expressionless, like a cold statue of an overseer. Before him, hundreds of goblins were swinging axes, heaving and chopping down trees. These goblins' movements were still clumsy, but their efficiency had more than doubled compared to before. The axes in their hands were no longer the tattered ones with stones tied to them, but had been replaced with iron axes. Although the craftsmanship was not refined, being the first batch of products hastily made by Hanwoody and technician Lu Ban No. 7 and his team, for the goblins, these were already god-tier tools. Drake rarely spoke, he simply watched each goblin with his sharp eyes. If a goblin was slacking off or moving incorrectly, a glance from him would make that goblin shiver in fear, then exert all its strength to speed up. Occasionally, for those who were truly slow-witted, Drake would walk over, kick them in the butt, and then personally demonstrate the action with the simplest, most direct movements. The goblins both revered and feared this overseer. They feared Drake's icy face and his unforgiving kicks, but they respected even more the god lord behind him, who could feed them and bring them back from the dead. These days, under the shaman's fervent propaganda, working for the god lord was serving the gods, and Drake was an envoy appointed by the god lord. His commands were the god lord's will. These ideas had slowly seeped into the hearts of the common goblins. In another corner of the camp, it was separately cordoned off, serving as the exclusive workshop for the alchemy team led by Gentle Mommy. Several life skill players were busily working with great enthusiasm. Several large iron pots, confiscated from the caravan, were set over fires, boiling liquids of various colors, emitting strange herbal smells. On the long wooden tables nearby, the players had clear divisions of labor. Some were responsible for crushing herbs with mortars, some for carefully mixing ingredients according to recipes, and others for bottling the finished products into ceramic jars. Reduce the proportion of snake's tongue grass by another 3%. This pot's color is too green, the medicinal effect will be unstable. Hey! You over there, hand me 50 stoppers for the fire oil bottles. Make sure they're tight, the last one leaked. Report, Big Mommy. The latest batch of hemostatic paste is ready. Who can move it to the warehouse? Just as one player finished shouting, a puff of yellow smoke suddenly erupted from a nearby pot with a poof, making him cough repeatedly. Gentle Mommy was like a patient older sister. She first looked at the choked player with concern, then gently comforted him. Don't panic, that's a normal reaction for the stimulant. Just stay a little further away, it's fine. Everyone, you've worked hard. Our process is already very practiced, as long as we follow the steps and pay attention to safety, output and efficiency will naturally increase. Through this period of exploration, they had established a fairly mature assembly line operation model. The two most important strategic materials, fuel bottles and hemostatic paste, were being mass-produced at a visible rate, stacked in rows on nearby shelves. Meanwhile, in the central area of the camp, another, more intense debate was unfolding. Handsome enough to kill people was spreading out a camp planning map drawn on beast hide, passionately explaining his grand blueprint to several players. Look, Our current wall is only the first line of defense, too fragile. My plan is to expand 50 meters outwards from the existing camp as the core, and build a second line of defense. We need to use sharpened logs to build a wooden wall 1 zhang high. He gestured on the ground with a branch, emphasizing, then, this main road to the east is the most likely direction for enemy attacks. I've calculated that we must build a watchtower here, exactly at this spot. At least 3 stories high, with a field of vision that covers the entire 3-way intersection, to give us at least 15 minutes of warning time. I am really not passerby. A stroked his chin and raised a different opinion, build the watchtower at the intersection? Isn't that too conspicuous? Won't it become a live target? The aggro value is too high. I think it should be moved back a bit, built on that small hill, using the terrain for cover. I'd also feel more secure holding the front line. No. Handsome enough to kill people immediately retorted, building it on the hill provides cover, but you won't be able to see what's behind the intersection. The warning time will be shortened to less than 5 minutes, which is too passive. Our goal is faster warning, not a positional battle. We must discover the enemy at the first possible moment. What's there to be afraid of? Youthful pighead youth came over, axe on his shoulder, and bellowed, handsome guy is right. Fill the tower with archers, bury a circle of traps below, and dig a trench. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Let's just do it. We can even build a dueling arena below the tower for practice. Lin remained silent, listening with interest. He cleared his throat and walked over. The players' arguments abruptly ceased. Lord. Handsome enough to kill people immediately dropped his commanding demeanor and respectfully handed over the beast hide blueprint. My lord, we are currently discussing the camp expansion plan. This is the preliminary concept, please review it. Lin took the blueprint, glanced at it, then nodded and said in a deep voice, your idea is excellent. Building a second line of defense and a watchtower are the most urgent tasks right now. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the players present, finally settling on handsome enough to kill people's face. In the name of the Lord of Clifton, I officially issue the camp expansion series of quests. You shall serve as the chief planner, responsible for coordinating all construction tasks. He opened the system interface, quickly edited, and published the quests. Series Quest, Camp Expansion Phase 1. Quest 1, Bulwark Rebirth, build a second circular wooden wall, requiring a height of no less than 3 meters, and set up initial defensive structures such as abatis and trenches. Quest 2, Eagle Eye Outpost, build a 3-story watchtower next to the main road on the east side, ensuring an open field of vision that covers the main area ahead. Quest Rewards, based on contribution, reward a large amount of merit points and priority equipment exchange rights. As soon as the quests were published, all online players received a system notification. The camp, silent for less than a second, instantly erupted into a frenzy. Holy crap! New quests. And large-scale construction quests. Chief Planner Handsome Guy. Big Boss, carry me. I'm super good at moving bricks. Merit. Equipment. Your Liver King is back. Handsome enough to kill people's face turned red with excitement, he bowed deeply, please rest assured, my lord. I guarantee the completion of the quests. I guarantee I will build an impregnable military fortress for you. Lin nodded and turned to leave. He believed that before long, a true military fortress would rise from this wilderness. And he simply needed to wait quietly, watching his strength rapidly expand amidst the players' enthusiasm. On the eastern edge of the Blackwood Forest, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled light spots on the moss-covered ground. The air was still, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds. Hao Renyu Hao Bao crouched behind a thick oak tree, making a few simple gestures to his teammates. 300 meters ahead, there's a situation. 2-person teams, fan out and encircle. One Punch kills Minotaur, who was beside him, nodded knowingly and patted the 2-headed dog crouching at his feet. The pups, named Jiaozi and Qiwati, immediately lowered their bodies, emitting low, threatening growls from their throats, their 4 eyes vigilantly fixed in the same direction. Ever since One Punch Kills Minotaur had acquired these 2 little ones from the shaman, they had become the patrol team's darlings. The other 3 players in the team also immediately sprang into action, moving in 2-person groups, silently approaching the target area from both sides. Their movements were light, trying not to make a sound, their feet treading on the thick fallen leaves, only producing a faint rustling. After so many days of high-intensity patrol missions, the combat readiness and coordination of these first batch of players had significantly improved. They no longer made a fuss, learning silence, cooperation, and how to act like true hunters. Hao Renyu Hao Bao and One Punch Kills Minotaur remained in place, serving as the reserve team in command. Old New, how many people do you think there are? Hao Renyu Hao Bao asked in a low voice. One Punch Kills Minotaur stroked the 2-headed dog's head, feeling the tension in their muscles, and replied in a muffled voice, Jiaozi and the others aren't that tense, so there shouldn't be many people, 2 at most. Hao Renyu Hao Bao nodded, his gaze fixed on the forest ahead. Not long after, a voice came through the communication channel from a teammate, also very low, found him, 1 person, hiding in a bush, observing the direction of our camp. Move. Hao Renyu Hao Bao replied with just 2 words. The next second, a short gasp came from deep within the forest, followed by the crisp clang of weapons, and then everything returned to silence. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Soon, the 2 players responsible for the encirclement returned, dragging a corpse, and threw it on the ground. It was a man in leather armor, still clutching a half-broken sword in his hand. There was a deep wound on his throat, clearly a fatal blow. Same old, same old. Crescent Moon Bridge, the player who made the kill, wiped the blood from his dagger. The corpse on the ground was one of the scouts sent by Baron Barton. Hao Bao squatted down and carefully examined the body. Just like the scouts they had eliminated before, there was nothing on him to prove his identity except standard equipment and some dry rations, nor any valuable intelligence. Finished searching, dispose of the body. Hao Bao stood up, his tone flat. This was already the third scout their patrol team had dealt with this morning. Ever since encountering the first scout team 2 days ago, Baron Barton had been sending small groups of scouts to infiltrate the Blackwood Forest as if he had gone mad. At first, the players were excited, thinking it was free experience and merit. But gradually, they also started to feel a bit bored. What do you think Baron Barton is thinking? One Punch Kills Minotaur couldn't help but ask on the way back, what's the point of sending these people here, besides sending them to their deaths? They can't even get close to our camp. I feel like he's testing us. Hao Bao mused, he doesn't know how many people we have, nor where our defenses are. So he's using the lives of these scouts to probe, bit by bit, trying to uncover our true strength. Using lives to draw a map. Crescent Moon Bridge curled his lip, this noble NPC really doesn't value human lives. Regardless, our mission is to keep them out, not a single one can be allowed through. Hao Bao concluded, Lord Drake said that the camp's location must never be exposed. Everyone nodded. They might not understand Baron Barton's true intentions, but they were very clear about their responsibilities. They were the camp's first line of defense, the protectors of all logistics and construction players. Upon returning to the handover point at the edge of the camp, Hao Bao briefly briefed another team responsible for taking over their patrol, then led his team back to the camp for rest. Passing by the warehouse, he saw Drake walking out with a cold expression, holding a list of supplies. Drake merely nodded when he saw them, acknowledging their presence, then walked directly towards the logging camp. However, Hao Bao felt that Drake's gaze towards the players always carried a sense of scrutiny and awe. Though he found it a bit strange, he shook his head, unable to figure it out, he didn't dwell on it. For players, what NPCs thought wasn't important, what mattered was completing missions, getting rewards, and then becoming stronger. As for those scouts who kept coming like moths to a flame, they would kill as many as came. Until that Baron named Barton could no longer send anyone. Blackstone Castle, the Baron's study. Baron Barton felt like he was going crazy. Bang! An expensive porcelain wine glass was violently smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces, the crimson wine flowing down the stone wall. The servant standing by shivered in fright, kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Useless. All of you are useless. Barton's chest heaved violently, his handsome face contorted with rage. 3 days. 3 whole days. 5 scout teams, 15 men, sent out. They're like 15 pebbles thrown into the ocean, not even a ripple. The study door was pushed open, and the castle's captain of the guard walked in, steeling himself. He saw the mess on the floor and the kneeling servant, his heart sinking, but he still bowed respectfully. Baron. Speak. Barton spun around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Is there any news? Even one returning would be good. The captain of the guard swallowed hard and lowered his head, my lord, still no news. The 3rd team should have returned yesterday, and the 4th and 5th teams should have sent messengers back by noon today at the latest. But, there's nothing. Nothing at all, Barton murmured, repeating the 4 words, the muscles in his face twitching wildly. He slumped back into his high-backed chair, running his hands through his hair, gripping it tightly. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. The scouts he sent out, though not top-tier spies like Shadow, were all experienced veterans. More importantly, over half of them had taken loyalty potion. Those men were war machines who would not betray, would not flee, and would not fear death. Even if they encountered an irresistible enemy, even if they were discovered, they would use their lives to hold off the enemy, allowing hidden teammates to escape and bring back intelligence. But now, there was nothing. Dead silence, a complete dead silence. It was as if the Blackwood Forest had become a giant maw capable of devouring everything, no matter how many people he threw in, they would be silently digested, leaving not even bone fragments. This unknown, silent terror suffocated him more than a formal, brutal defeat. His mind was in a turmoil. Who exactly were they? How many people did they have? What method did they use to so easily eliminate all his sent-out eyes, like pulling weeds? Barton felt like a blindfolded boxer, only able to feel his opponent's fists constantly landing on him, yet unable to even see their shadow. Get out! All of you, get out! He suddenly roared hysterically. The captain of the guard and the servant, as if granted a great pardon, scrambled out of the study. Only Barton remained in the room, breathing heavily, the irritability and paranoia in his heart growing wildly like weeds. He began to suspect everyone around him. Was the captain of the guard hiding something? Could there be enemy spies among the castle servants? It was a pity there wasn't enough potion for everyone to take, otherwise, he would have ensured everyone's absolute loyalty. A gust of wind blew, and the window made a slight creaking sound. Barton, like a startled rabbit, sprang from his chair, his hand instantly gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, and he sharply demanded, "Who?" The only answer was the whistling wind outside the window. He stared intently at the window, his heart pounding, and after a long while, he slowly relaxed. Cold sweat had already soaked his back, He discovered that his prideful calm and caution were slowly being devoured by fear and anxiety. He didn't even dare to send anyone into that cursed forest anymore. He walked to his desk and looked at the 2 drafts of pleas for help he had personally written. 1. Sent to the royal capital, to his liege Viscount Cole, requesting his lordship to use his connections to secure official ownership papers for the Clifton territory and provide armed support. The other, personally delivered by Shadow, was sent to a mysterious place unknown even to Viscount Cole. This was his last card, and his last hope. Faster, a little faster, he whispered nervously, in a voice only he could hear, whoever you are, just come quickly. Now, he was like a gambler who had lost all his chips, desperately waiting for those 2 cards that might turn his luck around. Lin sat quietly in his wooden cabin, not looking at the system screen, but replaying the situation of the past few days. Baron Patton's piecemeal tactics, though foolish, were annoying like flies, keeping the pressure on the patrol team high. But from another perspective, these scouts who delivered themselves became stable experience monsters and merit packages for the players. There were pros and cons, but ultimately, it was a temporary solution, not a root cause. With such passive defense, the initiative was entirely in the enemy's hands. It's time to seize the initiative back. Lin's gaze sharpened, and he finally immersed himself in the system screen. In the upper right corner of the screen, a number was slowly flickering. Experience, 153. Looking at this number, Lin was in a rather good mood. Ever since Clifton Camp got on track and players started working efficiently, his experience points had begun a steady, continuous increase. Players were farming corpse rot rats in the abandoned mine, each giving 0.1 experience. Although small, and only suitable for early game players, there was no shortage of them. The patrol team killing scouts sent by Patton brought players several experience points each. As the camp's construction fully unfolded, the demand for various new skills also followed. To more efficiently chop wood, mine, forge, and sew, players spent merit and experience to learn new life skills. And whenever a player learned a new skill, Lin received a considerable tuition fee. Many a little makes a mickle, many grains of sand make a tower. Just now, as a player learned intermediate logging techniques, his experience points finally broke the 150-point mark. It's time, Lin opened his eyes, his gaze calm. According to the system's rules, his current rank allowed a summon limit of 50 people. With 35 players currently in Clifton Camp, he could summon 15 more. In previous summons, he had intentionally balanced the ratio of combat players to life players. But now, the situation was different. Clifton Camp's basic construction had been taken over by Drake and the Goblins, and life professions like alchemy, forging, and sewing had leaders like Gentle Mommy and Han Woody, forming a stable production system. The logistics framework was in place and could operate independently. The most urgent task now was to deal with Baron Patton's potential swift retaliation. He needed a sword, a sharp sword capable of taking the initiative and piercing the enemy's heart. More than 20 Undying the Chosen would form a fully staffed combat unit. This force would be enough to inflict devastating damage on Baron Patton's private army on the front lines. He took a deep breath, skillfully connected to Earth's network through the system, and opened the Chosen's official website backend. The official website was no longer the simple page it once was. With the sponsorship of the Sound of Waves remains the same and the meticulous design of handsome enough to kill people, the official website now had multiple sections such as forums, a database, and a video area, resembling a mature game community. Lin's gaze swept over the forum. The latest hot posts were almost all related to anti-scout combat and Clifton Camp construction, and players' enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. He didn't look further, directly entering the backend announcement publishing interface. He began typing on the keyboard, editing an announcement that would drive all Earth's cloud players wild. The Chosen 1.04 version update preview, the final wave of closed beta. Dear the Chosen. The wind of Blackwood Forest brings the roar of distant enemies. To protect the home we have built together, and to meet the challenges that are about to come, we have decided to once again open a new batch of non-wipe closed beta slots. This time, 15 new the Chosen will be recruited. They will be the last batch of warriors to set foot on Aria continent in the 1.0 version of the closed beta. At this point, the total number of the Chosen in Clifton Camp will reach the maximum of 50. Please note, the screening criteria for this batch will undergo significant adjustments. Given the severe military pressure currently facing the territory, we will prioritize applicants who meet the following conditions. 1. Those with real-world experience in combat, fighting, shooting, or related fields. 2. PvP players who have achieved top combat records in other high-intensity competitive virtual reality games. 3. Those with military service backgrounds. What we need are warriors. Fighters. Heroes who can bring us victory in trials of blood and fire. The application channel will open 24 hours after the announcement is published. Interested parties, please prepare your resumes and prove to us that you are the one we are looking for. Your lord, Lin Clifton. After typing the last word, Lin carefully checked it over. After finding no problems, he unhesitatingly clicked publish. Almost at the moment the announcement appeared, on Earth, the Chosen's official website and various related forums exploded like a depth charge had been dropped. Holy crap! Holy crap! It's here again. This batch only has 15 slots. 50-person limit. Is this to form a full squad to fight a world boss? Look at the screening criteria. This time they don't want life players. They specifically want those who can fight. The official announcement means war is coming. Ha ha ha. My chance has come. Former Sanda Club member here. My resume is my fists. I beg for a slot. CSGO Global Elite player applying for battle. My marksmanship is my resume. Although there are no guns in there, muscle memory techniques are transferable. A user with the ID Sergeant Major even directly posted a photo of himself in military uniform with medals pinned to his chest, face blurred, retired Marine, 5 years of service. Can fight, can shoot, can survive in the wild, can drive a tank. Lord, please give me a chance to serve you. Countless players who had previously been blocked because they did not meet the life skill requirements were now boiling with excitement. They rubbed their fists, immensely excited, as if they had already seen the dawn of entering that game world. And the old players already in the game also smelled something different from this announcement. Handsome enough to kill people immediately posted on the forum, the title concise, rational analysis, war is coming, everyone prepare. The post read, brothers, do you understand? The official specifically asks for combat personnel, which means those scouts we killed before were just appetizers, the real war is coming. Life profession players speed up production, all combat personnel, prepare your equipment and potions. This time, we're going to fight a tough battle. Lin looked at the thousands of replies instantly flooding the forum, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very good, let the storm rage even harder. He closed the network interface, feeling the 153 experience points within him. Summoning 15 people required 150 points, which was more than enough. This time, he didn't need ordinary soldiers, but monsters, madmen, those souls on earth who yearned for battle and glory. Then, let me see what kind of mad dogs I can summon this time. Wang Yuchen only felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. 1 second, he was still in his esports apartment in the demon capital, staring at the login screen of the Chosen in the virtual pod. The next, he opened his eyes and found himself in this bizarre world. As a former professional FPS player, he was known for his inhuman reaction speed and godlike precise marksmanship, once famous in the esports circle. But an unexpected tenosynovitis ended his professional career. After retiring, he tried many games, but all felt bland. It wasn't until the Chosen burst onto the scene that the 100% realism in the videos and the thrill of walking on the edge of life and death instantly captivated his heart. He unhesitatingly submitted his application, using his past achievements and competitive career as his resume. He didn't expect to actually be chosen. Wang Yuchen opened his eyes and found himself standing in an open space. He looked down at his hands, the texture of his skin, the curve of his nails, everything was incredibly real. He tried wiggling his fingers, and the stinging pain that had bothered him for so long was gone. Is this my new body in the game? He murmured to himself. Hey! Big brother! Are you new here too? A rough voice sounded beside him. Wang Yuchen turned his head and saw a burly man, half a head taller than him, curiously pinching his arm, the muscles on which were bulging and full of power. The burly man's ID was Demolition Team Deputy Leader, his real name Zhou Hu, and in reality, he was an engineer who led a group of brothers in demolishing buildings. He didn't play many games, but he loved fighting games that involved close quarters combat. Wang Yuchen nodded sparingly, his gaze already sweeping past Zhou Hu, quickly surveying the surrounding environment. They were inside a huge wooden fence. There were also a dozen other people, similarly looking around, who were likely new players like them. Not far away, a bonfire blazed, and some people wearing various armors pieced together from leather and metal plates were moving about. Further away, many short, scrawny green creatures could be seen grunting as they moved wood and stones. The air was a mixture of roasted meat aroma and the smell of sawdust. This was the world of the Chosen. Yo, ahem, new brothers, welcome to Clifton Camp. A somewhat mischievous-sounding voice came. The two looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a lanky player with the ID Lin En give me back my cotton gin walking towards them. He was one of the newbie guides assigned by Lin. My name is Cotton Machine, you can call me Brother Cotton Machine. Lin En give me back my cotton gin patted their shoulders familiarly, looking at you two, I can tell you just arrived. Come on, brother will take you two to experience this real world. Demolition Team Deputy Leader, Zhou Hu, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Alright, Brother Cotton Machine. This place looks good. Much more exciting than in the videos. His gaze fell on the wooden wall being built in the distance, a professional scrutiny and curiosity in his eyes. The structure of this wall is very interesting. Is it an emergency fortification built on site with the fastest speed? I see the load-bearing and connection methods. If mortise and tenon joints could be used and the foundation reinforced, the defense could be several times stronger. Do we have dedicated carpenters? I want to go and discuss with them. Dual-wielding Yan Feiying, Wang Yuchen, remained silent, simply following behind Lin En give me back my cotton gin, but his eyes constantly observed every corner of the camp. The position of the arrow towers, the patrol routes, the guard stances, even the traces of mud on the ground, he noted them all in his mind. As a top FPS player, the understanding of maps and the analysis of tactical positions were ingrained in his bones. Come, let me tell you about the rules here. Lin En give me back my cotton gin began his newbie training as he walked, first, and most importantly, the Lord, whom you can understand as the newbie village chief, basically pushes forward some quests and decisions. Also, if the Lord gives you a quest, I suggest you don't ask why, just do it. I'll tell you why later. Second, merit points are the most important. Resurrection, learning skills, changing equipment all require merit points. To earn merit points, you have to accept quests, work, kill monsters, and kill enemies. Third, don't treat NPCs as map backdrops. Every NPC here, from Supervisor Drake to the Goblin Shaman, has a favorability rating. High favorability brings surprises, low favorability, no one has tried it yet. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin led them through the bustling camp. Demolition Team Deputy Leader watched with surging excitement. He saw the sparks flying when Han Woody was bare-chested forging iron in the smithing area, and he saw Gentle Mommy calmly directing in the alchemy area. He felt like he had nowhere to expend all his energy. Brother Cotton Machine, is there any work I can do? Like building houses or smashing rocks? He was already impatient. Dual-wielding Yan Fei Ying, however, seemed much calmer. He suddenly stopped and pointed to a watchtower at the highest point of the camp, asking Lincoln give me back my cotton gin, is there anyone on that watchtower? Lincoln give me back my cotton gin was stunned for a moment, looking in the direction he pointed. No, it's not in use yet. Why? Not in use. Dual-wielding Yan Fei Ying was a bit puzzled. That position is very open, with an excellent view. Why wouldn't it be used? Is it just a background building in the game? Lincoln give me back my cotton gin didn't know how to respond for a moment. Demolition Team Deputy Leader also looked over curiously. Dual-wielding Yan Fei Ying continued to inquire, also, those Goblin Shaman patrol routes. I observed for a few minutes, and their routes and handover times are very regular. This regularity is useful in the early stages of defense to ensure coverage. But if the enemy is cunning enough, this regularity could become a weakness to be exploited. I wonder if we have backup random patrol plans, or targeted anti-ambush contingency plans. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin looked at this newcomer with the ID dual-wielding Yan Fei Ying, feeling a slight surprise. The recruitment standards for new players this time seem to have indeed attracted some truly remarkable professionals. Ahem, well, brother, your questions are very professional, very constructive. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin cleared his throat twice. To be honest, we hadn't thought so deeply about this part of the camp before. You can organize these ideas and post them on the forum, or submit them directly to the Lord. The Lord loves players with ideas like yours the most. Mainly, players gather in the camp, and they don't usually need those reconnaissance and patrols, those are for NPCs. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin explained some mechanisms, such as the map, to the two new players, while leading them towards the bonfire in the center of the camp. There, they would receive their first set of beginner's equipment and their first beginner's quest. But on the way, Demolition Team Deputy Leader's gaze was already drawn to the distant, clearly core architectural prototype of a tower being built, and he heard faint sounds of argument coming from that direction. Brother Cotton Machine, are they building a watchtower over there? I hear it sounds like they're arguing about the plan. Come on, let's go take a look first, this is my old profession. Saying that, he had already taken steps and excitedly walked towards the construction site. Dual-wielding Yan Fei Ying was also very interested in that highest point of the entire camp, so he followed. Lincoln give me back my cotton gin scratched his head helplessly. Well, it looks like the quest will have to wait. On the east side of Clifton Camp, construction of Watchtower No. 1 was in full swing. A dozen players and dozens of goblins mingled, forming a peculiar yet vibrant scene of labor. The players were responsible for the more technical aspects, such as surveying, cutting, and erecting frameworks, while the goblins, under Drake's supervision, handled the purely physical tasks of hauling timber and excavating foundations. However, at this moment, the atmosphere on the construction site was subtly stagnant. The new player, Demolition Team Deputy Leader, had his brows furrowed into a knot. He was not one to beat around the bush. He slapped his hand directly on the beast hide blueprint and said in a booming voice. Handsome enough to kill people, this blueprint of yours is beautiful, like something plucked from a textbook too meticulous. But meticulousness won't solve the immediate problem. I just took a round, and with only a few broken axes and those goblins who can't even understand what we're saying, do you expect them to build what's on this blueprint? Do we have the time for that? As the chief planner of the camp, Handsome enough to kill people had always been confident in his work. He had indeed put a great deal of effort into this blueprint, even researching a large amount of information on ancient military architecture from Earth Online within the game. Hearing the doubt, he explained, what we are building is not a temporary outpost, but a permanent fortress capable of withstanding powerful enemies in the future. The foundation, load-bearing capacity, and structural strength every step must be done to the best of our ability. This is being responsible for the lives of all our brothers. I understand, safety first, of course. The Demolition Team Deputy Leader nodded in agreement, but then he pointed to a complex mortise and tenon joint on the blueprint. Look here, this double-through angled tenon requires too much precision. With our current broken axes and the goblins' craftsmanship, we couldn't make one qualified piece in a week. And this foundation, it needs to be dug down to the hard soil layer and then compacted with crushed stone. With our current manpower, just digging this pit will take several days. Can we afford to wait? The Demolition Team Deputy Leader had dealt with engineering for half his life in reality, and he could see the idealism of this blueprint at a glance. It wasn't that the design was problematic, but rather that it was too advanced and severely out of touch with current productivity. The surrounding players also gathered around, discussing animatedly. Youthful Pighead Youth had the loudest voice. Oh, why make it so complicated? As long as people can stand on it and shoot arrows, isn't that enough? Let's get it built quickly, I'm waiting to go up the watchtower to show off. Next to him, Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao pondered, you can't say that. Handsome enough to kill people is considering long-term safety, enemies are getting stronger, and if the fortifications aren't sturdy, it will be a problem later. But what the captain says is also true, we really can't wait. Hearing everyone's discussion, handsome enough to kill people also realized the problem. He was a rational person and knew that the other party was speaking from a practical perspective, not being unreasonable. But he still insisted, we can take the time to train carpenters and improve tools. The construction period can be slow, but the standards cannot be lowered. Otherwise, if we cut corners now, it will be a huge safety hazard later. I'm not saying to lower standards, I'm saying can we first have a wartime simplified version? The demolition team deputy leader said eagerly, let's use simpler, faster methods to erect the main body of the tower, fulfilling basic warning and defensive functions. Then, when resources and manpower are abundant later, we can reinforce and upgrade it according to your perfect blueprint. We need to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Seeing that a theory-optimal faction and a practical efficiency faction had reached a stalemate, Lin walked over from nearby. He had actually been listening for a while. This dispute, far from annoying him, filled his heart with joy. This was exactly the situation he wanted. In a team, there needs to be a designer like handsome enough to kill people who looks to the future and pursues perfection, and also an engineer like the demolition team deputy leader who focuses on the present and solves practical problems. Only when these two mindsets collide can the optimal solution for the present be found. What's going on? As soon as Lin spoke, the construction site instantly fell silent. All the players consciously made way. My lord. Handsome enough to kill people and the demolition team deputy leader bowed simultaneously. My lord, we have different opinions on the construction plan for the watchtower. Handsome enough to kill people took the initiative to speak, concisely summarizing both sides' viewpoints. After listening, Lin picked up the beast-hide blueprint, its meticulous detail making him nod inwardly, then he looked at the demolition team deputy leader, his eyes filled with approval. He picked up the beast-hide blueprint, his fingertip gently tapping the most complex structure on it, and first said to handsome enough to kill people. This blueprint is the cornerstone of Clifton Camp's future. I will keep it safe and personally oversee it, ensuring that one day, our home will be exactly like it, or even grander. This is my promise to you. A flicker of joy and gratitude flashed in handsome enough to kill people's eyes. Then, Lin turned to the demolition team deputy leader. However, the demolition team deputy leader's concerns are also very realistic. Our enemies will not give us time to slowly lay foundations. Survival comes first. He paused, then made a decisive judgment in an unquestionable tone. Therefore, I have decided. For the construction of Watchtower No. 1, we will adopt the demolition team deputy leader's suggestion. Immediately formulate a wartime simplified plan, and you will serve as the chief engineer, responsible for completing it at the fastest speed while ensuring basic safety. Great ecstasy erupted on the demolition team deputy leader's face. Yes. My lord. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Lin then looked at handsome enough to kill people, whose expression was calm, seemingly waiting for what came next. Handsome enough to kill people. Lin called his name. Present, my lord. Your position remains unchanged, you are still the camp's chief planner. Lin said, your task is to cooperate with the demolition team deputy leader, complete the design of the simplified plan, and ensure it does not have fatal structural flaws. At the same time, this final blueprint of yours will serve as the standard for our camp's subsequent construction. Once we overcome the current crisis, all defensive fortifications must be upgraded and rebuilt according to your blueprint. Handsome enough to kill people suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with complete understanding and conviction. His lord did not deny his painstaking effort, instead, he elevated it to the height of a future standard while also solving the immediate urgent problem. He immediately understood Lin's intention. Yes. My lord. I understand. He responded loudly and sincerely. Lin nodded with satisfaction. All right, everyone get moving. Lin waved his hand. I need both of you to give me a new construction plan within 1 hour. Within 3 days, I want to see the foundation of this tower completed. With his command, the entire construction site once again erupted with astonishing vitality. Zhou and handsome enough to kill people exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent in each other's eyes. Zhou snatched a charred piece of charcoal and immediately began sketching on the ground. The foundation doesn't need to be dug so deep. Drive in crisscrossing wooden piles and lay beams on top, it'll be twice as fast. Handsome enough to kill people immediately squatted down, quickly gesturing with his finger beside it. No, the crossing angle needs to be adjusted by 30 degrees, otherwise lateral forces will cause problems, and the main load-bearing beams must use a triple-bound structure. Good idea. The two had already started communicating, one sentence after another, completely forgetting someone left in the crowd. Lin still had Cotton Machine feeling a bit confused. How did the cute newbie become the chief engineer in such a short time? So, was he still going to do his novice quest? Fabian settled into the best inn in Blackstone territory, the Blackstone Inn. He did not rush to seek an audience with Baron Barton, who was reportedly overwhelmed with problems. Instead, like the most experienced old hunter, he patiently observed everything around his prey. The Broken Axe Tavern at night was his favorite hunting ground, where information was more intoxicating than fine wine. Have you heard? The scout team sent into Blackwood Forest yesterday didn't return, a mercenary with a scarred face whispered to his companion, his expression solemn. Not a single one returned. Just like the previous scout teams. It's not just the scouts, another interjected, pointing to a team of guards hurrying past outside the window, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Look at the atmosphere in this town, it's getting tenser by the day. I heard from a relative who works in the castle that the Baron's temper has been terrifying lately, he's already smashed several antique vases. I bet he's run into some enormous trouble. These vague pieces of information, leaked from the mouths of castle servants and guards, fermented in the tavern, embellished and woven into various horror stories. Some said there were man-eating phantoms in the forest, silently devouring living people, without physical form, impervious to swords and blades. Upon hearing this, Fabian's hand, holding his wine glass, paused slightly, a constant smile on his lips, but his ears perked up like a cat's. In just 2 days, he pieced together the full picture of Blackstone Territory's recent situation from these fragments of words mixed with alcohol and fear. Captain Raymond's elite guard team and the entire caravan had vanished in Blackwood Forest. Enraged, the Baron had sent out scout teams, which disappeared one after another, with no news. The Baron's temper grew worse and worse. It was said that the day before yesterday, he had personally whipped a guard's face raw, simply because the guard hadn't brought the good news he wanted to hear. The defenses of the entire Blackstone territory grew stricter by the day, and the tension in the air was like a violin string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. A mess, internally and externally troubled, on the verge of collapse, Fabian sat in the darkest corner of the tavern, holding a glass of cheap ale, having already reached his conclusion. Barton was like a clumsy card player. He clearly had some good cards in his hand but played them terribly. Not only had he failed to resolve the trouble in Blackwood Forest, but he had also gotten himself into a complete mess, barely able to maintain internal stability within his territory. The time was ripe. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fabian changed into a proper silk outfit, meticulously groomed himself, and then, carrying a letter from the Ruby Gemstone Merchant Guild, went to Blackstone Manor to request an audience with Baron Barton. This was a real but moderately sized merchant guild whose business scope was not in the southern part of the kingdom, enough to fool the ill-informed Barton and not easily expose any flaws immediately. Unexpectedly, the process of requesting an audience went very smoothly. It seemed that anyone who might bring external help would be immediately led to the overwhelmed Baron. In the dark and oppressive reception hall, Fabian met Baron Barton. The man before him was much as he had imagined. Although he wore luxurious clothes and tried to maintain a noble demeanor, his bloodshot eyes, the overturned wine glass and congealed stains on the table, and the barely concealed anxiety and irritability in his eyes all completely betrayed his inner state. "You say you are a representative of the Ruby Gemstone Merchant Guild?" Barton sat at the head of the table, scrutinizing Fabian from above, his voice hoarse and full of suspicion. "Yes, esteemed Baron," Fabian bowed respectfully, neither servile nor overbearing, with the humble smile characteristic of a merchant. "Our guild has always been interested in opening up trade routes to the southern kingdom, and we heard that Blackstone territory is a vital transportation hub here, so we came to visit. However..." He paused at just the right moment, showing a hint of difficulty. "However, we have also heard some rumors about unrest in Blackwood Forest. This is not good news for us merchants." "Rumors?" Barton's face instantly darkened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "They are just some blind mountain bandits, and they will soon be crushed to dust by my army." "Oh? Is that so?" Fabian feigned surprise, then, as if having let something slip, sighed, "But the version I heard was that even your most elite guard captain, Sir Raymond, had met with misfortune." "Sir, if I may be so bold, to silently swallow a fully staffed elite caravan, that is not something ordinary mountain bandits can do." "Presumptuous." Barton slammed his hand on the table, making the silver dinner plates jump. "What are you trying to say? Are you mocking my incompetence?" His reaction was even more intense than Fabian had anticipated, which precisely proved his weakness. "Sir, please do not misunderstand me." Fabian quickly waved his hand, his smile becoming even more sincere, like a friend genuinely concerned for the other. "I am merely stating a fact. An unsafe trade route has no value. My guild very much hopes to cooperate with you, but the premise is that you can guarantee the safety of the trade route." He took a step forward, lowering his voice, which was filled with a captivating magic. "Of course, our Ruby Gemstone Merchant Guild is not a coward who only enjoys the fruits of others' labor. If you, sir, need some additional help in clearing out the bandits, such as funds, or some experts skilled in dealing with enemies in forested areas, our guild would be very happy to make the connections for you. After all, helping you is helping ourselves open up the trade route, isn't it?" These words were impeccably delivered. They both highlighted Barton's predicament and offered a bait he simply could not refuse: funds and mercenaries. Indeed, Barton's eyes changed. What did he lack most right now? It was usable strength. The reinforcements he had sought from the royal capital and the shadows didn't know when they would arrive. If he could get a group of people and money from this merchant guild, he could immediately organize a campaign. Cooperation. Barton mused, his tense body relaxing slightly as he leaned back in his chair. "What do you want?" "What we want is simple," Fabian smiled. "Once you have cleared Blackwood Forest, we need you to grant our guild exclusive trade rights in your territory, tax-free for 10 years. A bold demand. But this condition, for Barton in his current state, held a fatal attraction. It was exchanging future profits for immediate life-saving money. "I need to consider it." Barton did not immediately agree, the last vestiges of noble dignity prevented him from appearing too eager. "Of course, sir," Fabian bowed elegantly. "I am staying at the Blackstone Inn in town and await your good news at any time. But I must remind you that my patience and our guild's resources are limited. You are not the only lord on the southern border. I imagine they would be very interested in our establishment." With that, he turned and calmly left the reception hall. Stepping out of the castle, bathed in sunlight, Fabian's face revealed undisguised disdain. Barton, this man was no longer a qualified lord, he was more like a gambler who had lost his temper, clinging desperately to his territory, but had long since lost the ability and mindset to control it. Strong on the outside but hollow within, blinded by fear, easily tempted by profit. Such a manager was simply squandering a valuable asset. And a squandered asset's most suitable fate was to be liquidated and then acquired. A hunter's smile, seeing his prey fall into a trap, curved on Fabian's lips. He wondered when it would be just right for the Viscount's army to pass by and take over this chaotic land in the name of maintaining order. The player with the ID slacking off is the real business was walking with a disgruntled expression towards the foul-smelling tent in the corner of the camp. As he walked, he irritably scrolled through his status bar. It was densely packed with a long string of temporary DEBUFFs that hadn't faded yet, making him dizzy just looking at them. Persistent migraine, 8 hours remaining, it feels like 2 goblins are blacksmithing in your temples. Intermittent color blindness, 12 hours remaining, the world occasionally turns black and white, lasting 1 to 3 minutes. Olfactory dysfunction, 16 hours remaining, roasted meat smells foul to you, but a sewer smells sweet. Stiff joints, 4 hours remaining, your knees and elbows feel rusty, with a 5% chance of locking up when making large movements. Mild tinnitus, 2 hours remaining, there's always a mosquito buzzing in your ear, but you can never swat it. Taste disorder, 1 day remaining, everything tastes metallic, severely affecting your appetite. 2 days ago, he accepted this hidden quest with a reward of 500 merits and a fine tool. He thought it was a godsend, and indeed there was pie, but it was poisoned, subjecting him to 2 consecutive days of mental torture. These DEBUFFs weren't fatal, but they were extremely annoying, severely impacting his joy of chopping trees and MOU. He didn't directly post this on the forum. What if this Shannon quest was snatched by other life players? After completing it today and getting the reward, he could certainly show off. Last day, let's finish this quickly and go home. He cheered himself on, thinking of the 500 merits, and bit the bullet as he lifted the tent flap. Inside the tent, Lord Lin stood with the green-skinned shaman. The shaman was gesticulating wildly, excitedly spouting a string of googwa syllables, like a toad seeking a mate. Lin listened expressionlessly, occasionally replying in the same language that players couldn't understand at all. Seeing slacking off as the real business enter, Lin's gaze turned to him. Volunteer, this is the last test. Drink it, and the quest will be complete. The shaman also stepped forward, holding a clay bottle containing a cloudy yellow liquid that was still bubbling. Slacking off as the real business's heart sank, judging by this, today's potion would definitely be stronger than the past 2 days. But he had had enough of those annoying DEBUFFs and just wanted to get it over with quickly. Don't worry, Lord. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. He thumped his chest, righteously taking the clay bottle, and at the same time silently chanted, System, 100% pain suppression, sensory synchronization reduced to the minimum. Prompt, you have activated the highest level of sensory shielding. Ready. He pinched his nose, closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and gulped down the liquid that looked extremely sanity-draining. An indescribable taste exploded in his mouth, but MOU, whose senses were shielded by the system, felt nothing, even smacking his lips a few times. Lin and the shaman stared intently at him. 1 second, 2 seconds. Slacking off as the real business still stood there, even wanting to complain about the strong taste, but his body reacted before his consciousness. He suddenly stiffened, his eyes instantly rolled back, leaving only horrifying whites. Immediately after, he fell straight backward like a robot with its power unplugged, hitting the ground with a thud. Then, all his muscles began to twitch violently and erratically. His limbs twisted and jerked at unnatural angles, white foam gushed from his mouth, and his entire body thrashed wildly on the ground like a fish thrown ashore. This sight made the shaman next to him instinctively take a step back, his eyes filled with terror. However, from slacking off as the real business's own perspective, the world was peaceful. Only a translucent system panel was before his eyes, everything external became a silent, black and white movie. He was watching with interest the negative information frantically scrolling across his status bar. You have gained a new debuff, nervous system disorder, severe. You have gained a new debuff, muscle spasm, extreme. You have gained a new debuff, organ failure, moderate. You have gained a new debuff, systemic vascular rupture, mild. You have gained a new debuff, brain tissue boiling, fatal. Holy cow, awesome. His heart was calm, even a little excited. Brain tissue boiling came out. What's up with this debuff? Screenshot, I must screenshot. He skillfully took a screenshot, planning to post it on the forum later, already having a title in mind, the most bizarre death in the whole server, isn't it cool? Oh, my HP bar is dropping, and quite fast too. He looked at his rapidly decreasing health with a satisfied expression, hurry up, die faster, so I can log off and eat. 500 merits and my fine little axe are waving at me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You have died. You will revive at the camp's resurrection point in 24 hours. Everything went black, and the familiar death interface popped up. Done, mission accomplished. Slacking off as the real business hummed a little tune contentedly and chose to log off. Meanwhile, in the tent, from Lin's perspective, the twitching body, the moment its vital signs completely disappeared, triggered the rules belonging to the chosen, transforming into golden light particles dancing in the air, slowly dissipating. Only a dark, scorched-smelling mark remained on the ground. Yes, my lord. The shaman's voice was filled with unconcealed frustration and fear. He looked at the empty ground and muttered, it failed, it completely failed. The potion's energy explosion was too violent, like igniting a fireball inside the body. Lin remained silent, a hint of disappointment flashing across his brows. It was indeed a failure. It seemed that solving the control effect of the loyalty potion was not so simple, he couldn't rush it. However, just as he was about to have the shaman clear the scene. Wait. He looked at the scorched mark, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Although the potion just now couldn't remove the control effect of the loyalty potion, didn't it eliminate the person controlled by the loyalty potion? If you can't solve the problem, solve the person with the problem. This also seemed to be a solution. For players, this potion only meant a 24-hour resurrection CD and a bunch of debuffs. But what about Baron Barton's brainwashed soldiers? They wouldn't have a chance to revive. This is not a failed product at all, it's a perfect assassination weapon. Lin calmly assessed in his mind, if it could be made effective without oral administration. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upward, then returned to their usual calm. You're right, shaman. Lin's voice was devoid of emotion, as an inhibitory potion, it completely failed. Upon hearing this, the shaman's head drooped even lower. However, Lin changed the subject, as a game-changing weapon, it has great potential. Weapon. The shaman looked up in confusion. Record this formula and results in detail, and list it as a backup research direction. Lin issued new instructions, his tone brooking no argument, you can try to improve it, see if there's a way to make it effective without oral administration, and the more powerful, the better. After ensuring it's foolproof, then test its effects on captives who have truly taken the potion. Lin added. The patrol team occasionally caught 1 or 2 captives these days, but it certainly wasn't enough. Yes, my lord. The shaman somewhat understood and respectfully replied. But this is just a backup plan. Lin's tone became serious, your main task is still to develop an antidote that can remove the mental control of the loyalty potion. What I need is power that can be used for my own, not mere destruction. I understand, my lord. The shaman took his leave, leaving only Lin in the tent. He looked at the black mark, as if seeing Baron Barton's army of loyal soldiers with hollow eyes and no fear of death. Now, he held a trump card that could turn those loyal war machines into scorched flesh and blood. The official forum of the Chosen completely erupted due to a new post. Slacking off is the real business, with the title The Most Bizarre Death in the Entire Server, Mystery Quest Rewards 500 Merit Points Self-Selected Equipment Acquired, detailed his tragic experience as a Shenum testing medicine. The post was richly illustrated with images and text, making a strong impact. Poster, slacking off is the real business. Brothers, I'm back. No, to be precise, I'm alive again. A couple of days ago, I took on a hidden quest to test a new potion for the Lord, and the rewards were terrifyingly high, 500 merit points plus 1 self-selected excellent piece of equipment. At the time, I thought, isn't this just free stuff? It's just drinking medicine, how big of a deal could it be? Facts proved that I was still too young. The effects of the first 2 potions were like this. Screenshot 1, debuff list in the status bar, including migraines, color blindness, anosmia, etc. Can you imagine what it's like to feel nauseous smelling roast meat, but find the smell of a sewer sweet? I spent 2 whole days feeling like I was chewing wax. But that was nothing, the main event was today's final test. Screenshot 2, debuff list in the status bar, including severe nervous system disorder, extreme muscle spasms, moderate organ failure, mild systemic vascular rupture, and fatal brain tissue boiling. See that? People who don't know might think I went through some Qing dynasty torture. At that time, I had 100% pain suppression enabled, so I didn't feel anything, just watched my health bar drop rapidly, and then everything went black. When I came to, the quest already showed as completed. Screenshot 3, quest completion prompt, rewarding 500 merit points. Screenshot 4, self-selected a brand new excellent grade logging axe. Summary, a huge profit. Although the process was a bit sanity draining, the result was sweet. Brothers, if the Lord has such good things for me again, as long as the rewards are in place, I'll dare to drink any potion. As soon as the post was published, it instantly soared to the front page's hot topics. 2ND floor, legendary pilot. Sofa. Holy cow, MOU, my brother, you're awesome. He's practically financially free in the early game. Next time something good like this comes up, kick me. 3RD floor, youthful pighead youth. Damn it, 500 merit points. And an excellent axe. I wish I had gone too. It's just drinking medicine, I can drink 8 bottles a day. Lord, next time you have this quest, remember to find me. I'll turn on 100% pain suppression, guaranteeing I'll die even more peacefully than you. 4th floor, handsome enough to kill people. This has already exceeded the scope of normal potions. From the debuff description, this is a complex highly toxic substance targeting the nervous system and internal organs. Brain tissue boiling is likely a figurative description, representing destructive damage to the central nervous system. I suspect that what the Lord is researching is probably not some beneficial potion, but a biochemical weapon developed against enemies. 5th floor, how ren you how bao. Agreed, if this thing were used on enemies. I can't even imagine. For a time, speculation about what great treasure the Lord was researching ran rampant, with various imaginative theories emerging endlessly. Some guessed it was a ultimate weapon to deal with enemies, some guessed it was a powerful tool for future siege warfare, and even more believed it was a prerequisite quest for a hidden profession, the plague doctor. And the mastermind behind all this, Lin, was sitting in his tent, browsing the forum posts with great interest via his system panel. Lin sat in his wooden house, browsing the players' discussions with great interest. Biochemical weapon. Plague Doctor, he found it somewhat amusing, these players' imaginations truly ran wild. This post came at just the right time. First, it perfectly concealed the true purpose of this experiment in a way that players would accept, even with a hint of showing off. Now everyone thought this was a high-risk, high-reward Sheneng quest, no one would think in the direction of failed to develop an antidote. Secondly, it successfully rationalized and entertained the existence of this terrifying potion. In the eyes of players, this became a novel item in the game, a capital for bragging, rather than a dangerous item to be wary of. This greatly reduced the moral or psychological repulsion that might arise among the player community when using this weapon in the future, although they probably had no morals concerning NPCs anyway. Finally, the generous rewards also paved the way for subsequent experiments. As long as enough merit points were given, there would be volunteers unafraid of death queuing up to be guinea pigs. If you can't solve the problem, solve the people who have the problem. Lin's eyes deepened. This thing was a perfect match for Baron Barton's soldiers who had been brainwashed by the loyalty potion. They were fearless, but they were ultimately flesh and blood, not true undead. As long as it was a living creature, it would be impossible to resist this potent poison that detonated life functions from within. The only problem was that this potion could currently only be taken orally. It was obviously unrealistic to give every soldier in Barton's army a bottle. Poisoning? Too inefficient, and easy to expose. A non-oral delivery method must be researched, Lin decided in his heart. For example, vaporization. Transforming the potion into a toxic mist through some means and releasing it over a large area on the battlefield. Or, enchantment. Attaching the potion's toxicity to arrows or projectiles, forming poisoned weapons. He walked out of the wooden house, reminded the shaman again, and then strolled around the camp. Not far away, the bustling scene at the construction site of Watchtower No. 1 made him feel even more pleased. Zhou Hu, the burly man with the ID demolition team deputy leader, was bare-chested, loudly directing the goblins to hoist a huge main beam using newly crafted levers and pulley systems. 1, 2, 3. Pull. Yes. Just like that. Steady, slowly lower it. Beside him, handsome enough to kill people, was holding a charcoal pencil, rapidly calculating something on a planed wooden board, occasionally looking up at the angle of the crossbeam being installed, then shouting to Zhou Hu. Captain. Chisel the crossbeam's notch half an inch further in. I just calculated that under the current wind force model, the lateral stress at this height is 3% greater than expected. Without reinforcement, there will be risks later. Received. You little rascal, your calculations are damn accurate. The demolition team deputy leader roared back without turning his head, then yelled at the responsible carpenter player, did you hear that? Chisel it half an inch further in. One pursued extreme efficiency, the other pursued absolute safety. One possessed rich practical experience, the other commanded extensive theoretical knowledge. These two individuals, who were originally at odds, had, under Lin's mediation, surprisingly sparked an astonishing chemical reaction where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. With their concerted efforts, the foundation and main framework, originally estimated to take at least a week to complete, had already taken initial shape in just 2 days. Looking at all this thriving activity before him, Lin's heart was filled with the satisfaction of being in control of the overall situation. Players were the best tools, and he was the most brilliant craftsman. Just then, the vigilant player, Twin Guns Yan Fei Ying, walked over quickly. His expression was as calm as ever, but his tone carried an unusual gravity. Lord, 5 miles to the east, there's a situation. The royal capital, Tyrusfell. Another incompetent fool. Inside the royal archives, Cromwell snorted inwardly, tossing the report from the southern border onto the table, as if it weren't an urgent plea for help, but a mud-stained rag. He wore the black and gold-trimmed uniform of the kingdom's chief secretary, his hair graying, but his eyes sharp as a hawk. In this massive room, dominated by towering stacks of dossiers reaching the ceiling, he was the sole emperor. Sunlight was cut into narrow beams, and the air was thick with the scent of parchment mixed with old ink, a scent that itself represented power and history. The report was long, accompanied not only by Baron Barton's earnest, tearful plea for aid but also by recent chaotic tax statements from Blackstone territory and several surrounding domains. The deficits on them were as red as scars, shocking to behold. Cromwell's brows furrowed tightly, not out of sympathy, but from an innate sense of annoyance. His fingers tapped lightly on the massive oak desktop, making a dull thudding sound. He remembered the downfall of the Clifton family. It had been a messy affair from the start. Barton had been quite discreet in his actions recently, and the royal capital hadn't bothered to intervene. Since the deed was done, they simply turned a blind eye. After all, for the kingdom, replacing a declining and corrupt family with a young, capable vassal who could consistently pay taxes was a profitable transaction. But what about now? A bunch of mountain bandits whose identities aren't even clear. Cromwell's lips curled into an undisguised sneer. Could ordinary mountain bandits completely wipe out a fully staffed elite merchant caravan guard and still leave a lord like Barton in such a predicament? Was this fool Barton insulting his intelligence, or was he insulting the word noble? But he didn't care about the truth. Cromwell didn't care whether it was the remnants of Clifton seeking revenge in the Blackwood Forest or some new rising power emerging. He didn't care who was right or wrong, or who was who. He only cared about 2 things. First, the order in the kingdom's southern region must be stable and not affect the broader strategic layout. Second, and more importantly, these territories must be squeezed like lemons, extracting every drop of their essence, that is, taxes for the royal treasury, on time and in full. And now, Baron Barton, this new component he had once approved of, had botched both. He not only failed to resolve the trouble but allowed the chaos to escalate, even affecting tax revenues. The deficits on this report were irrefutable proof of his incompetence. Such a good-for-nothing, still dreaming of swindling even a single soldier from the royal capital? Utterly delusional. Cromwell picked up a new quill, dipped it in ink, and swiftly began writing on a royal-crested order. His handwriting was sharp and clear, just like his demeanor, without a single superfluous stroke or emotion. Barton wanted legal recognition of his ownership of the Clifton territory. He can have it, Cromwell sneered inwardly. Anyway, if Barton was truly behind it, the land deed had most likely already fallen into his hands. An order of recognition from the royal capital was nothing more than a piece of waste paper. But throwing this piece of waste paper could temporarily appease this barking dog, making him focus his energy on dealing with his own troubles instead of continuing to beg the royal capital. He wanted an army? Dream on. Since the agreement was signed, there had been long-standing peace between nations. The kingdom's threat no longer came from outside, instead, it had to be more mindful of the great nobles within. The standing legions were the kingdom's sharp blades, used to guard the royal capital and deter petty villains, not to act as nannies for these minor country nobles who couldn't even wipe their own bottoms. Every troop movement involved enormous military expenses and logistical costs. Barton? He wasn't worthy. After finishing, Cromwell didn't look at it again. He folded the order and sealed it with sealing wax. Without lifting his head, he handed the letter to his young assistant, who had been respectfully waiting by his side. Send it to Barton of Blackstone territory via the fastest postal route. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. The assistant took it with both hands, preparing to withdraw. Wait, Cromwell called him back. Sir, do you have any further instructions? Add an oral message from me. Cromwell finally looked up, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Tell Baron Barton that within a month, I want to see order restored in Blackstone territory, and the next quarter's taxes must return to previous year's levels, not a single copper coin less. He paused, his tone growing even more severe. Otherwise, His Majesty the King will be very happy to reconsider his ridiculous territorial ownership. Let alone the Clifton territory he just swallowed, even his original Blackstone territory isn't guaranteed to remain securely beneath his fat backside. Yes, sir. The assistant's heart tightened, feeling his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He dared not say more, quickly bowed in response, and hurried away. Watching the assistant's retreating back, Cromwell refocused his attention on the mountain of dossiers piled on his desk. He casually picked up the next one, an application regarding winter supplies for the Northern Army. The order he had just issued, capable of deciding the fate of a territory and a baron, was to him like flicking a speck of dust from the table, leaving no ripple in his heart. The vast kingdom was like a precise, ruthless machine. And he was one of the maintainers responsible for keeping this machine running smoothly. Inferior parts like Barton, if they couldn't repair themselves, would inevitably be discarded as trash and ruthlessly replaced. As for who would become the new part, Cromwell didn't care. As long as the new part could guarantee stability in the southern region and full tax revenues, that was enough. And that order, carrying Baron Barton's last hope yet also a cold death warrant, was now enclosed in a leather tube, carried by the fastest horse, like an arrow released from a bowstring, speeding south towards that land already rife with hidden currents. It would bring not a blessing, but a guillotine poised at Barton's neck. Blackstone territory, Broken Axe Tavern. Fabian was elegantly enjoying his second mug of ale. The air in the tavern was as murky as ever, a blend of sweat, cheap spirits, and inexpensive tobacco. The boasts of mercenaries, the curses of gamblers, and the clinking of glasses intertwined, forming a noisy yet vibrant tableau. Fabian liked it here very much. Because only in such chaotic and disorderly places could one most clearly hear the voices deep within people's hearts. He no longer went to the castle to gather information, nor did he anxiously await Barton's reply. He knew Barton would bite the bait he had thrown. A gambler who had lost his shirt wouldn't refuse any card that might turn the tide, even if he knew the thorny card might be poisoned. Barton's current reserve was merely the last, ridiculous fig leaf of a noble. He would send someone to find him eventually, it was only a matter of time. So, Fabian was not in a hurry at all. What he needed to do now was to lay some necessary groundwork for the arrival of the Viscount's army and, while he was at it, clear away some unnecessary obstacles before they arrived. Using his prestigious and convenient identity as a Ruby Merchant Guild representative, Fabian, like a venomous snake, silently slithered through the shadows of Blackstone territory, easily sniffing out those who harbored discontent towards Baron Barton. Inside the Broken Axe Tavern, his gaze fell upon the man at the neighboring table, Martin, a cloth merchant and one of the town's biggest fat sheep. He was dressed in respectable silk, but his cuffs were already frayed, and he was staring at the murky, inferior wine in his cup. Fabian picked up his own wine glass and approached, sitting down opposite Martin. Mr. Martin, he said, without unnecessary pleasantries, his voice as still as stagnant water, your troubles are written all over your face. Mr. Fabian. Martin's voice was hoarse with nervousness, and the hand holding his wine glass trembled uncontrollably, causing the wine to slosh. You are a man who has seen the world. Tell me, is there still any hope for these days? He almost wept as he lowered his voice, but the indignation and despair in his tone were as choking as cheap wine. The Lord has raised taxes for the third time this month. First, he levied a special military tax under the guise of bandit suppression, and then said he needed to reinforce the city defenses, collecting a city wall maintenance fee. My warehouse is full of fine linen, but the town's residents can barely afford black bread. Who can still afford new clothes? If this continues, I'll soon have to take my whole family to beg. Fabian wore a compassionate smile, listening patiently, even reaching out to gently pat Martin's shoulder, which trembled with emotion, and soothingly said, Mr. Martin, I deeply understand your predicament. The prosperity of commerce relies on a stable environment and the Lord's protection. Paying taxes is, of course, a given. His tone then shifted, his voice becoming meaningful, but have you ever considered that it's rumored Lord Barton's most elite guard unit was completely wiped out in the Blackwood Forest, leaving no trace? Do you think the taxes he's collecting now truly have the power to forge a strong shield to protect your property and lives? Or rather, are these heavy copper coins merely being thrown into a bottomless pit that can never be filled? He did not directly provide an answer. Martin's face instantly turned from indignation to ashen, and finally to a deathly grey. Fabian's words shattered the last shred of illusion in his heart. Indeed, how could a lord who couldn't even protect his own henchmen protect his people? The hard-earned money they handed over was probably already squandered by the Baron or used to fill his bottomless coffers. Watching Martin slump back into his seat, distraught, Fabian's gaze subtly swept across the room, taking in the changing expressions on the faces of the eavesdroppers at several surrounding tables. The seeds of fear and doubt had been sown. Just then, in the oppressive silence, a deafening crash suddenly echoed from the other end of the tavern as a ceramic mug was violently smashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. What the hell are you talking about? We risked our lives fighting beasts in the forest, and you old geezer dare to withhold our payment. At that table sat several burly, fierce-looking mercenaries, members of the Blood Axe mercenary group. The one-eyed captain, their leader, was grabbing the tavern owner's greasy collar, roaring menacingly. Fabian did not get up, he simply flicked a gold coin towards the bar. The coin arced through the air and landed precisely on the wooden table in front of the owner. Owner, don't panic. These brave men's tab is on me. Bring them another round of your best ale to calm their nerves. The one-eyed captain paused, releasing his grip. Fabian then slowly walked over, poured himself a glass, and filled the one-eyed captain's as well. He smiled and raised his glass, gesturing, I've heard of your experiences, and they are truly regrettable. To serve the Lord, to fight in bloody battles, one should receive glory and reward, yet to be treated like this. After 3 rounds of drinks, fueled by alcohol and Fabian's perfectly timed flattery, the one-eyed captain completely opened up, slamming his fist on the table, making the plates clatter. That damn scribe said we didn't complete the extermination mission and would only pay half. Damn it, we clearly killed 3 nests of rabid boars and brought back their ears as proof. Fabian swirled his wine glass, not responding to his words, but instead posed a more critical question. Have you ever considered why he wouldn't even pay that small amount? His voice was not loud, yet the entire tavern instantly fell silent. Because Barton's treasury is empty. Fabian watched the mercenaries' faces change dramatically, and continued to press his point. I heard that the royal capital's approval and reinforcements for the Baron have yet to even show a shadow. Meanwhile, the mountain bandits in the Blackwood Forest are growing stronger. The scouts sent out by the manor have died in droves, with none returning alive. He set his wine glass down with a crisp clink. Gentlemen, your money being withheld is just the beginning. With a lord who can barely protect himself, how long do you think this land of Blackstone territory can remain safe? Anger drained from the mercenaries' faces, replaced by a bone-deep fear. They were men who lived by the blade, most sensitive to the scent of death. With the lord losing power and the territory in turmoil, rootless mercenaries like them would be the first to suffer. But it's just a nest of mountain bandits, is Lord Barton really helpless? A young mercenary asked, trembling. Fabian did not answer. He simply stood up, drained the wine in his glass, and then turned to leave. The entire tavern was as silent as death. Rumors are the sharpest knife for dismantling morale. Fabian didn't need to wield the knife himself, he only needed to precisely locate the festering wounds within the territory and then, with a gentle verbal cut, pus and panic would naturally flow out, infecting everything around. That night, returning to the best suite in the Black Rock Inn, Fabian closed the door. The humility and geniality on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by the calm and sharp intensity of a hunter. He lit a candle, spread out a fine piece of parchment, and began to write a letter to his master Viscount Cole. He meticulously recorded all the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Baron Barton's weakness and incompetence, he was completely consumed by fear, having become a madman who only smashed things and whipped subordinates, his rule existing in name only. Widespread grievances within Blackstone territory, the merchant and mercenary classes were already disaffected, and the common people lived in dire straits, having lost all popular support, like a pile of dry kindling waiting to be ignited. Baron Barton's so-called bandit suppression operation was more like a joke. Aside from sending scouts to their deaths, there was no indication of any intention to venture deep into the Blackwood Forest. At the end of the letter, Fabian offered his carefully considered advice. My esteemed Viscount. Barton is at the end of his tether. Your subordinate believes we need not wait passively any longer. Barton's weakness provides us with an excellent opportunity to intervene. Your subordinate suggests that you immediately dispatch a small, elite advance party. A night squad would suffice. Under the high-sounding pretext of assisting Baron Barton in suppressing mountain bandits and maintaining stability in the southern border, they should proceed into the Blackwood Forest region. This action offers 2 major benefits. Firstly, we can legitimately establish our presence in that area, and once the time is ripe, we can smoothly take over Barton's armed forces and bring the defenses of Blackstone territory and its surroundings under our control. Secondly, and more importantly, we can use this opportunity to personally ascertain the true strength of the mysterious force within the Blackwood Forest. Any power that can leave Barton in such a predicament is certainly not simple. Please make your decision. Your loyal knight, Fabian. After writing, he carefully read it over, ensuring there were no omissions. Then, he sealed the letter with sealing wax, walked to the window, and let out a low bird call. A nimble night falcon silently descended from the night sky, landing on his arm. Fabian tied the letter to the night falcon's leg and gently stroked its dark feathers. Go, deliver my judgment to the Lord. The night falcon flapped its wings and instantly merged into the deep darkness of the night, soaring northward. The next morning, at the Blackstone Inn, Fabian was slowly polishing the ring on his finger with a piece of velvet silk. The signet ring, carved with a ruby and thorns, seemed not a symbol of power in his hand, but a killing tool that required meticulous care. Each polish made its cold gleam more intense. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the door, 3 light, steady knocks were heard. Polite, yet conveying an undeniable sense of demand. Fabian's movements didn't stop, he didn't even lift his head. He put the ring back on his index finger, adjusting its angle against the light streaming in from the window until the ruby refracted an eerie, deep blood-red glow, as if filled with blood about to spill. Enter. The door was pushed open, and Baron Barton's butler walked in. He looked as if he hadn't slept for several nights, with heavy bloodshot eyes, but his impeccably starched suit and meticulously styled hair maintained his last shred of dignity. He tilted his chin slightly, using a deliberately feigned composure to mask the unease and frenzy originating from his master. Mr. Fabian, the butler bowed slightly, his tone formally elegant. After careful consideration, his lordship believes that the cooperation you proposed will be greatly beneficial for maintaining the stability and prosperity of Blackstone territory. His lordship has agreed. Fabian slowly stood up, his face instantly forming a perfect expression of surprise and honor, as enthusiastic as if he had met a relative. It is the Ruby Merchant Guild's honor to share his lordship's worries. He took a heavy leather money pouch from his briefcase and placed it heavily on the table, emitting a dull thud as if striking one's heart. This is a small token of goodwill from the guild, to support his lordship's righteous actions. Please inform his lordship that we only hope for the trade routes to be safe again as soon as possible. The butler's gaze lingered on the money pouch for a moment, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing. Its heavy weight caused his tense shoulders to relax slightly. This bag of gold would at least silence his lordship's roar for one night. He quickly regained his composure, stepped forward, and elegantly picked up the money pouch, as if it were not life-saving gold, but merely an ordinary gift. Please rest assured, Mr. Fabian. His lordship will surely tear those damned bandits to shreds and restore road safety as soon as possible, allowing you to resume trade swiftly. He performed an impeccable noble's bow, then turned and departed with composure. As the door closed, the smile on Fabian's face instantly vanished. He walked to the window, watching the butler's perfectly straight but slightly stiff back due to excessive effort, and a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. A dog about to drown, still trying to maintain its posture from before falling into the water. Pathetic. That afternoon, at the Broken Axe Tavern. The tavern was filled with the sour smell of cheap ale and body odor. The one-eyed captain, a mercenary, was scraping his grimy fingernails with a small knife, cursing foully. Damn it, that old dog Barton, if he dares to short me even 1 copper coin next time, I'll beat the shit out of him. The tavern door was pushed open, and the Baron's butler walked in. Seeing that the newcomer was Barton's butler, the mercenary captain, who had just been cursing him, felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. The butler, however, walked directly to the Blood Axe mercenary group's table and threw a money pouch heavily onto the sticky table. This is the full payment for your last mission, not a single penny less. The one-eyed captain was stunned for a moment. He opened the money pouch suspiciously, and the glittering gold made him gasp. He grabbed a gold coin, bit it hard, and the clear teeth marks revealed a hint of greed on his face. At least he has some conscience, he mumbled. Furthermore, the butler looked around, his voice not loud but clearly reaching every mercenary in the tavern. His lordship has issued a new mission, requiring you to clear out those damned mountain bandits in Blackwood Forest. Before he finished speaking, the one-eyed captain burst into a harsh sneer. Ha! Clear out? Do you take us for fools? Raymond, his lordship Barton's most elite captain, along with his knight squad, all died in that forest, their bones scattered. And, of the scouts sent out recently, has even one returned alive. Exactly. That's a death trap. We won't go, no matter how much money. The surrounding mercenaries also booed mockingly. They were used to living by the sword, but not to going to their deaths. The butler's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. Raymond's death was due to his underestimation and rashness, falling into the enemy's trap. As for the scouts, their mission is inherently to exchange their lives for intelligence, so casualties are perfectly normal. He paused, his voice imbued with a persuasive power that swayed people. Precisely because those mountain bandits have some strength, his lordship is particularly cautious this time. He has decided to simultaneously hire the Blood Axe, Iron Fist, and Windwolf mercenary groups, and personally dispatch a 10-man night squad to lead them. He looked at the mercenaries' thoughtful expressions and threw out the core condition. This mission is not a decisive battle, it's just the first round of probing. Your task is to enter Blackwood Forest and ascertain the enemy's true strength. For this, Each mercenary group can receive an advance of 30 gold coins as fixed compensation. In battle, for every head you chop off, an additional 3 gold coins will be rewarded. The tavern instantly fell silent, with only heavy breathing and the sound of swallowing saliva. Fixed compensation, plus bounties per head, and it's only a probing mission? The risk seemed not so great anymore. The one-eyed captain exchanged glances with the other 2 mercenary leaders. They both saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. Baron Barton's ship was clearly about to sink, but before it did, they could still make a hefty sum. After this job, we'll leave Blackstone territory and go north, the one-eyed captain whispered to his deputy. Good. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and roared, his voice shaking dust from the rafters, we'll take this job. But it's for the gold, not for your stingy Lord Baron. For the gold. The mercenaries responded in unison, greed ultimately overcame fear. Soon, 3 mercenary teams, totaling about 45 people, and a squad of knights bearing the Blackstone territory emblem, assembled outside the town. This cobbled together punitive expedition of over 50 people, momentarily forgetting their fear in the glint of gold, marched aggressively towards Blackwood Forest, the outskirts of Blackwood Forest. The players, who were normally on patrol and strolling missions, were somewhat bored. Usually, by this time in the past few days, those scout experience packs should have arrived, but why were there still no signs of them? Just then, Lin En give me back my cotton gin suddenly exclaimed excitedly. They're here. They're here. It's my turn to get experience today. Nobody steal it. Yes, yes, we won't steal yours, a few surrounding players echoed with a smile, but then saw the excited expression on Cotton Machine's face suddenly freeze. Noticing something was amiss, the Minotaur asked, what's wrong, Cotton Machine? Lin En give me back my cotton gin looked at the dozens of red dots on the minimap with a hint of disbelief, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he said hesitantly. It seems, something's not right. Holy crap. Lin En give me back my cotton gin blurted out the expletive subconsciously, his voice changing pitch, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. Something seems off. He stared intently at the translucent minimap, visible only to players, his eyes wide as saucers. At the edge of the map, dense red dots, like a sharp arrowhead, were moving towards their direction at a steady pace. A rough count showed at least 40 to 50 of them. This wasn't the 2 or 3 person scout team from before. This was practically a small army. I am really not passerby, who was standing beside him, had been joking around, but his words got stuck halfway. He also saw the anomaly on the map, and the smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Cotton gin, I'm not seeing things, am I? Everyone, look at the map. Lin En give me back my cotton gin urgently shouted to the other members of the team. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the quiet forest, startling a few birds. Damn it. What's going on? So many enemies. 40, no, still increasing. Looks like over 50. They're advancing in a neat formation, this is definitely not a monster horde. Damn it, is this an expeditionary force sent by the enemy? Have they finally decided to go all out? The relaxed and pleasant patrol atmosphere vanished, replaced by a solemnity mixed with excitement and tension. Their 5-person patrol team, in front of this force, was like a few praying mantises blocking the road, while the other side was a heavily armored carriage rolling forward at full speed. Going head to head? That would be pure suicide, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. What should we do? Go up and fight. The last horse in the village subconsciously tightened his grip on his longsword, licked his dry lips, his eyes full of eager madness. For players like them, death was just a 24-hour cooldown, but an epic battle of outnumbered odds, that was something they could boast about on the forums for half a year. Fight my ass. Lin En give me back my cotton gin immediately cursed back, almost spitting, if the 5 of us charge up there, they'll chop us into mincemeat with one swing each. We won't even make a ripple. Then they'll just march straight in, what about the camp? These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering up the battle-crazed players. Yes, their deaths didn't matter, but if their recklessness led this large force directly to the camp gate, then that would be a huge problem. Most players were currently active in the wilderness. Although there were some players in the camp, most were life skill players like Gentle Mommy and craftsmen who were still building. If they were suddenly attacked by such an army, their painstakingly built home would surely suffer heavy losses. Then should we just retreat? I am really not passerby asked somewhat unwillingly. He had only just managed to get a patrol mission today, and he never expected to face such a large-scale scenario on his first time out. Retreat is definitely necessary, but we can't just run off like this. The calmest person in the team right now was the steady Minotaur brother. He immediately began to analyze, we can't engage them, but we also can't let them out of our sight. We'll stay on the very edge, trailing them from a distance, and report their position and movements to the camp in real time. As he spoke, he had already opened the in-game networking function and was typing rapidly in the player's internal chat channel. One punch kills Minotaur, at all members at command group emergency. East coordinates, XXX, large enemy force detected. Repeat, large enemy force. Estimated over 50 people. Advancing in a neat formation towards the camp. As soon as this message was sent, the internal channel, which had been full of idle chatter and sharing of daily gains, instantly exploded. Legendary pilot, holy crap. Over 50. Minotaur brother, don't joke around. Quickly send a screenshot. A screenshot was quickly sent. Gentle mommy, ah. So many enemies, what about our camp? Youthful pighead youth, 50 is nothing. The number is just right, brothers, grab your weapons, don't be cowards, charge with me, let's kick their asses. Handsome enough to kill people, at youthful pighead youth calm down first. Handsome enough to kill people, at one punch kills Minotaur. What is their composition? Mercenaries or regular army? Are there cavalry? What level of equipment are they estimated to have? How fast are they advancing? One punch kills Minotaur, too far, we haven't gotten close enough to know. But from their movement speed on the map, it's very steady, not like a forced march, more like they're searching as they advance. We are currently retreating, not exposed, maintaining a safe distance for surveillance. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao, excellent work. Minotaur team, continue to maintain surveillance, safety first, don't get exposed. All players outside, immediately abandon current tasks, return to camp in batches from the west and south sides, avoid grouping up to be discovered by the enemy. Absolutely do not engage proactively. At handsome enough to kill people, camp defense is entrusted to you, organize personnel to bring out all the Molotov cocktails and arrows. I will go report to the Lord now, everyone don't panic, follow instructions later. At once, the entire player community was fully mobilized. Players outside turned around, like a pack of wolves smelling blood, converging on the camp from all directions. Meanwhile, in the camp, players who were logging, mining, and building houses also stopped their work, opening the chat channel to follow the latest developments from the front line. A tense atmosphere of impending battle quickly spread among all players. Lin En give me back my Cotton Jin's team was now carefully moving through the forest, always maintaining a safe distance from the large force. They didn't dare to get too close, fearing being discovered by the enemy scouts, and could only judge the enemy's position by the conspicuous cluster of red dots on the minimap. They stopped, one punch kills Minotaur whispered, simultaneously making a quiet gesture to his pet, the two-headed dog. On the map, the red dots indeed stopped moving. What are they doing? Resting. Doesn't look like it, they might have found something. Everyone held their breath, their hearts involuntarily beating faster. Were they discovered? One punch kills Minotaur frowned, crouched low, and carefully parted the bushes in front of him, looking into the distance. Through the gaps in the trees, he could vaguely see moving figures. Those people had varied equipment, including both standard leather armor and rough studded leather armor, and their weapons were also diverse, including longswords, battle axes, and morning stars. The only consistent thing was the identical emblem they all wore on their chests. Their formation was not as strict as a regular army's, but more like a group of experienced veterans, seemingly loose, but in fact, responding to each other, exuding a fierce aura of battle-hardened experience. After about 10 minutes, the red dots slowly started moving again, but their direction had slightly deviated. They're clearing traps, one punch kills Minotaur quickly concluded, we set a lot of simple traps in the forest earlier to deal with scouts. They must have found them and are clearing them out. Damn it, these guys are pretty cautious, the last horse in the village spat. How can they not be cautious? So many scouts went in before and never came back, not even a ripple, they must know there's something fishy in this forest. Lin En give me back my Cotton Jin said, but this is good, it can slow them down and buy us more time. While monitoring, they continuously updated the enemy's movements in the channel. Meanwhile, Twin Guns Yan Feiying, who was in the camp, received the message from Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao because he was closest to Lin. He said nothing, turned directly, and rushed to Lin's wooden house at the fastest possible speed. He knocked twice quickly, and without waiting for Lin's response, he pushed open the wooden house door and walked in quickly, looking at Lin, who was sitting on a chair. His expression was as calm as ever, but his tone carried a hint of solemnity. Lord, there's a situation 5 li east. Lin looked up at Twin Guns Yan Feiying who had burst in. He was not an unfamiliar player, Twin Guns Yan Feiying was one of the professional talents recruited in the 4th batch. He was usually quiet, rarely interacting with anyone except when performing tasks, but his professionalism, whether on patrol, guard duty, or in combat, far exceeded that of ordinary people. For him to almost burst in and start with the words something happened, the matter was absolutely not trivial. Speak, Lin's voice was calm, without a ripple. An enemy main force has been spotted 5 li to the east, numbering over 50 people, and they are approaching our position. Twin Guns Yan Feiying spoke quickly, but every word was crystal clear. A patrol of players is monitoring them from a distance, the enemy is acting cautiously, seemingly checking for traps. Over 50 people? Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had no doubt about the authenticity of this intelligence. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system and opened the system map. The map's display range was quickly zoomed out, and the terrain of the entire eastern Blackwood forest was clearly presented before him. And about 5 li from the camp, there was indeed a dense cluster of red light dots, forming a unified formation, moving slowly and steadily. The number, there was no need to count carefully, one glance was enough to know that it definitely exceeded 50. Moreover, judging by the brightness of the light dots, at least 10 of them were noticeably brighter than the surrounding ones, which meant they were higher ranked, elite enemies. Had Baron Patton finally lost his patience and launched an attack? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin's mind in an instant. His previous strategy was to constantly whittle down the scout teams sent by Patton, creating a terrifying atmosphere of Blackwood Forest is extremely dangerous, all who enter will surely die, thereby buying time for him to develop and grow stronger. This strategy was very successful in the early stages. Patton was indeed scared, and dared not send out scouts anymore. But Lin also knew that this balance of terror could not be maintained forever. Once pressure accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably lead to the most violent outburst. Now, the outburst had arrived. Patton, that old fox, either had been pushed to the wall or had found new external aid, sending out such a force of 50 people at once. Although not an all-out assault, it was still a significant display, and it seemed he was determined to achieve some results. Well done, Lin looked at Twin Guns Yan Feiying and nodded approvingly. The player's reaction speed and intelligence transmission efficiency exceeded his expectations. He had already received precise intelligence when the enemy was still 5 li away. This was his greatest advantage, the information gap. What should we do now, Lord? Twin Guns Yan Feiying asked. Do we need to organize people to intercept them? Or should we first pull back our defenses and hold the camp? Lin's fingers tapped lightly on the wooden table, his brain working at high speed. Hold the camp? The thought flashed through Lin's mind for only an instant before he completely rejected it. The camp's defensive structures were still in their infancy, practically non-existent. More importantly, once the enemy arrived at their doorstep, even if they won, the exact location of the camp, its personnel composition, and its true strength would be completely exposed. If any enemies escaped and took the intelligence with them, by then, having lost his mystique and information advantage, he would face Baron Patton's true wrath and all-out assault. They absolutely must not be allowed to approach the camp a single step. More importantly, the camp was the foundation of his development and must not suffer any mishaps. Therefore, he must take the initiative to attack. He must completely eliminate them in the Blackwood Forest, far from the camp, before they reached it, without revealing any information about the camp. Intercept? No, not intercept, but total annihilation, Lin slowly spoke, his tone calm, but the content filled with killing intent. Pass on my order, issue an emergency mission. As he spoke, he had already begun to quickly edit the mission content through the system panel. Twin Guns Yan Feiying's pupils suddenly constricted. Total annihilation? The Lord wanted to use the 50 players in the camp to completely annihilate the opposing 50-plus strong expeditionary force? This sounded a bit crazy. Although the numbers were equal, the enemy wouldn't just stand there and not run away. But he did not question it, merely stood silently, awaiting orders. Soon, all online players received the system mission notification sound, and a light screen burst forth before all players' eyes. Emergency. Large-scale team mission, Bulwark's defense. Mission description: the claws of Blackstone territory have reached into our home. A formidable expeditionary force, estimated 53 people, sent by Baron Patton is attempting to destroy everything we have painstakingly built. Cowardly defense will only lead to destruction, proactive attack is the path to survival. The Chosen, take up your weapons, and before the enemy sets foot in our territory, let them feel the wrath from Blackwood Forest. Mission objective: annihilate all invading enemies, 0/53. Mission requirements: all players must immediately cease all current activities, proceed to the camp warehouse to collect combat supplies, and assemble in the camp's central plaza within 10 minutes. Mission rewards: divide 1000 base merits points based on combat contribution. Kill an enemy, an additional 50 merits points/person, kill an elite enemy, an additional 100 merits points/person. As soon as this mission popped up, after a brief silence, the entire player community instantly erupted. Holy crap! A large-scale team mission. Annihilation. The Lord is awesome. This is how we fight. A 1000 merits point pool. 100 merits for killing an elite. Brothers, the opportunity to get rich has arrived. Do this job, go home, and exchange for a full set of excellent equipment. The generous rewards instantly ignited the fighting passion of all players. Although this was not the first large-scale PvE team battle since the server opened, for more than half of the players, this was their first truly significant large-scale team battle. All lifestyle players, immediately go to the warehouse, take out all the oil bottles and hemostatic paste, and distribute them to the combat teams. Demolition Team Deputy Leader. Stop building. Call all your brothers, go to the armory and get axes, you are our Viking berserkers. All those with pets, bring your dogs, pigs, and everything else. Prepare for battle. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao and handsome enough to kill people, along with several other core players, almost immediately after the mission was released, began shouting commands in the channel, organizing the chaotic players. The entire camp instantly transformed from a bustling construction site into a noisy, boiling arsenal. Players poured into the warehouse from all directions, their faces showing undisguised excitement. Give me 5 oil bottles. I'm going to let them taste what veteran barbecue is like. Any hemostatic paste left? Give me a dozen. Never mind, I've saved enough merits points, I'll just trade my life for theirs. Damn it, my logging axe has been thirsting for battle for a long time. Looking at the green light dots on the system map, representing the players, converging rapidly towards the center of the camp, Lin's gaze was profound. Patton thought he was sending an iron fist capable of crushing everything. But he didn't know that he was about to face a group of lunatics who could not be understood by common sense. Drake, Lin walked out of the wooden house. Drake, who had been waiting outside, immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. My lord, what are your commands? After this period of interaction, Drake's reverence for Lin had deeply ingrained itself in his bones. Although he still didn't know what had suddenly happened, he could clearly feel the sudden surge of killing intent in the camp, and the light that burst forth from the eyes of those usually strange undead made his heart pound. That was not the fear of facing a powerful enemy, but the ecstasy and greed of seeing prey. Lin told Drake the situation, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Assemble the goblin warriors, select the 20 strongest, have them ride their two-headed dogs, and follow me. Lin's voice was cold. Today, I will let the people of Blackstone territory know whose territory Blackwood Forest is. Not only for this large wave of experience packages delivered to their doorstep, but also to completely annihilate the enemy in the Blackwood Forest. Drake's heart pounded, and a rush of hot blood surged to his head. He seemed to already see Baron Patton's subordinates crumbling before those mad undead. A chill, mixed with awe and exhilaration, rose from his spine. He looked up at Lin's calm but infinitely majestic back and responded heavily. Yes, my lord. Deep within the Blackwood Forest, a team of over 50 people was slowly advancing. The forest was eerily silent, not only were there no bird calls, but even the usual hum of insects had vanished without a trace. Only the rustle of heavy boots on decaying leaves filled the air, making the pervasive dampness feel particularly oppressive. Leading the way were 10 knights clad in chain mail, bearing the crest of Blackstone territory. They held long swords and kite shields, their steps steady, their eyes vigilantly scanning every inch of surrounding bush and shadow. The captain of the knights, Bernard, was a man in his 30s or 40s with a meticulously trimmed beard and a hint of arrogance on his face. Behind him were 3 distinct mercenary groups, totaling 45 men. One-eyed dragon of the Blood Axe mercenary group walked on the far left, his single eye glinting with greedy and watchful light, his other hand never leaving the war axe at his waist. The mercenaries around him were all burly and rough-faced, clearly hardened veterans accustomed to a life of violence. In the middle was the Iron Fist mercenary group, led by a stocky, bald man whose arms were thicker than an ordinary person's thighs. He carried a massive two-handed war hammer on his back. On the right was the Windwolf mercenary group, whose members appeared more agile, mostly using bows and short knives, moving with a blend of nimbleness and cunning. Boss, we've walked almost 10 miles into the forest, and we haven't seen a single ghost, a mercenary beside One-Eyed Dragon said in a low, impatient voice. Those scouts before, they didn't get lost and fall into a swamp to feed the beasts, did they? One-Eyed Dragon glared at his subordinate with his single eye and snorted, shut your stinking mouth. That old man Barton, stingy as he is, isn't so stupid as to spend hundreds of gold coins just for us to take a stroll in the forest. All of you, stay alert. Although he said that, he was also muttering to himself. It was too quiet. This Blackwood Forest was eerily quiet. They hadn't encountered any decent beasts on their journey, not even a startled rabbit. The air was thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves, and the sunlight, fragmented by the dense canopy, cast mottled shadows on the ground, making everything around them feel somewhat sinister. Captain Bernard, the bald leader of the Iron Fist mercenary group rumbled, if we keep moving this slowly, will we find the bandits' lair before dark? Knight Captain Bernard didn't turn his head, his voice carrying a subtle hint of disdain. Our mission is to probe, not to engage in a decisive battle, you fool. The Baron has ordered us to proceed with caution. Those previous scouts were too reckless, which is why they never returned and failed to provide any intelligence. His words made several mercenary leaders curl their lips, silently cursing him as an ostentatious egg-headed knight. Just then, one of the knights at the very front suddenly stopped and raised his hand. The entire team halted instantly, everyone gripping their weapons, nervously looking ahead. What is it? Bernard asked in a low voice. Captain, there seems to be a trap ahead, the knight said, pointing to a pile of fallen leaves not far in front. Bernard stepped forward and carefully pushed aside the leaves with his sword sheath, revealing a cleverly disguised noose trap. This type of trap was simple, once stepped on, the noose would quickly tighten, hanging a person upside down. While not lethal, it was enough to instantly incapacitate someone. Humph, Bernard sneered dismissively, signaling his men to destroy the trap. Along the way, they continued to discover several more types of traps. Some were vines designed to trip people, others were shallow pits covered with branches and fallen leaves. These traps were all crudely made, and for experienced veterans like them, they could be easily spotted and disarmed with a little attention. Boss, are these bandits playing mind games with us? The Blood Axe mercenary grinned, kicking aside a tripwire. Setting up so many things I stopped using when I was still in diapers, do they want to tell us they're numerous, or do they want to exhaust us to death? They're just a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. The surrounding mercenaries also burst into laughter. After disarming a dozen traps, the team's initial tension had significantly eased. In their eyes, this group of bandits was clearly an unorganized rabble. One-Eyed Dragon, however, did not laugh. His single eye narrowed dangerously into a slit. Something was wrong. Barton's elite scouts couldn't possibly have failed to discover these traps. Unless, these traps weren't meant for the scouts at all, or perhaps the scouts were dealt with elsewhere before they even had a chance to trigger these childish traps. Everyone, Titan formation. Archers, watch the flanks. One-Eyed Dragon roared in a low voice. His words made the other two mercenary leaders shed their complacency. They all knew One-Eyed Dragon and understood that, while greedy, his battlefield intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Knight Captain Bernard looked back at him. Though his face still held arrogance, he tacitly accepted One-Eyed Dragon's command and did not voice any objection. After all, the lives of these mercenaries were cheap, but the lives of his knights were precious. The team's speed slowed even further, and the atmosphere once again became heavy. They walked for about another mile, and the surrounding environment began to change. The trees grew taller, and the mist in the forest thickened. Just then, a scout from the Windwolf mercenary group suddenly pointed ahead and shouted in a hushed voice, "Someone's up ahead." Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Looking in the direction he pointed, they saw several shadowy figures standing under a large tree about 100 meters ahead. They seemed to have also noticed the team, and were looking in their direction, but without the slightest trace of panic on their faces. It's them. Bernard's eyes lit up. Finally found them. Prepare for battle. He drew his long sword and ordered loudly. The mercenaries also grew excited, drawing their weapons, their greedy gazes fixed on the figures. If it was just a few people, then in their eyes, these individuals were no longer living beings, but walking bags of gold coins. But just as they were about to charge, one-eyed dragon suddenly roared, "Wait! Something's wrong. It's a trap." Almost the instant his words fell, the figures standing under the tree suddenly moved. They didn't advance to fight, nor did they turn to flee. Instead, with astonishing speed, they darted into the dense woods on either side, disappearing instantly. Trying to run. Bernard's face showed a hunter's cold sneer. A bunch of cowardly rats. Pursue. The knight captain loudly gave the order, but he and his men remained motionless. Only after most of the mercenaries had been positioned in front of them did he wave his hand to his knights behind him, following in their wake. "Don't chase!" One-eyed dragon shouted urgently, "It's bait. They want to lure us in." However, most of the mercenaries, blinded by money and glory, paid no heed to his warnings. "Those afraid to die can stay here." Bernard looked at One-eyed Dragon with a sneer, then waved his hand. "Go on. Don't forget, each one captured is 3 gold coins. Many monks, little gruel, hurry up. Under heavy rewards, there are bound to be brave men." The mercenaries howled and chased in the direction where the figures had disappeared. One-eyed Dragon stood rooted, his face ashen, watching the crowd rush into the dense forest, and spat fiercely. "A bunch of fools. Boss, then we." One-eyed Dragon's mercenaries hesitated, clearly itching to join the chase. "Follow them. But don't charge at the front. Maintain distance, be ready to provide support, or to run." One-eyed Dragon said through gritted teeth. He knew he was caught up in this now, and it was impossible to extricate himself. He could only pray that his ominous premonition was wrong. However, as they cautiously followed the main group into the dense forest, One-eyed Dragon knew that his worst fears had come true. The surrounding mist, at some unknown point, had grown even thicker, like damp, cold grey walls, continuously dividing the team. Visibility steadily dropped to a dozen meters, and people far ahead or behind could only barely make out a blurry outline. Even more terrifying was the sound. The mercenaries' earlier excited shouts and heavy footsteps seemed to be absorbed by the thick fog, growing fainter and more distant, until they completely vanished. The few mercenaries who had chased ahead seemed to have been silently swallowed whole by this eerie forest. A chilling coldness shot from everyone's soles straight up to their scalps. "Boss, where are they?" A mercenary's voice asked with confusion. One-eyed Dragon's hand, gripping his war axe, was covered in cold sweat. Could there really be ghosts in this forest? "Where are they?" The voice of the knight captain, Bernard, echoed through the thick fog, laced with a barely suppressed mix of shock and anger. Just moments ago, they had clearly seen the silhouettes of the decoys flickering in the forest ahead, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not only the enemy decoys, but even the 2 fools from the Iron Fist mercenary group, whom he had urged to charge at the front with gold coins, had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no sound behind. The surrounding fog grew thicker and thicker, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. They could only barely make out figures within 10 meters. Tree shadows twisted and deformed in the fog, like monstrous specters with bared fangs and claws. A pungent smell, a mix of burning wet wood and grease, began to permeate the air. "Captain, something's wrong." A knight came closer, his voice tight. "This fog rose too quickly, it's not normal. And this smell, it's like someone is setting fires around us to create thick smoke." Bernard, of course, knew it wasn't normal. He was now grateful that he hadn't acted impulsively earlier, but had instead followed the Baron's orders and thrown those greedy mercenaries out as scouting stones. "Everyone, Titan formation. Form a defensive circle around me." Bernard commanded loudly and calmly, finally adding in a low voice, "Let those mercenaries hold the outer perimeter." His cold voice instantly gave his knights a backbone. The remaining knights immediately gathered around him, forming a tight inner circle, weapons pointed outwards, nervously staring at the swirling thick smoke. The mercenaries on the outer perimeter, however, huddled together in a messy cluster, becoming natural human shields for the knights. "Damn it, what in the world is this place?" The One-eyed Dragon cursed. He and his men were squeezed on the outside, and his ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. No one answered him. At this moment, everyone could only hear their own heavy breathing and pounding heartbeats. Within the thick smoke, there was a deathly silence, only a distant sizzling sound of burning, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. This unknown fear was more tormenting than facing the enemy directly. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from the thick smoke on the left. "Left! Be on guard!" Bernard roared, simultaneously shielding his left flank with his shield. His response was a whistling arrow. Clang! A mercenary standing on the outer perimeter fell to the ground. The arrow had accurately shot through a gap in his helmet, killing him instantly. Enemy attack! Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the left. However, almost at the same time, 3 dark figures suddenly darted out from the thick smoke on the right. Their speed was astonishingly fast, their footsteps silent on the decaying leaves, like 3 cheetahs that had emerged from hell. "Right! Be careful!" The two mercenaries on the right didn't even have time to turn around before they were tackled to the ground by the dark figures. One of the dark figures, her form like a ghost in the smoke, drew a cold arc with her short sword, precisely slitting the mercenary's throat. Another dark figure was even more direct, using his body to break through the opponent's guard and plunging his dagger into his heart. Without even a scream, both men died on the spot. Blood gushed out, staining the decaying leaves beneath them. This sudden attack instantly threw the outer perimeter mercenaries into chaos. Hold steady. Block them. Bernard saw the attackers. He recognized them at a glance. Those people were clearly wearing leather armor made in their territory. The attackers had strange paint on their faces, and there was no fear in their eyes, only a cold, predatory madness. Kill them. A knight seized the opportunity and thrust his sword sharply through a gap in the shield formation, accurately piercing an attacker. The attacker didn't dodge or evade, but actually charged directly into the sword. Pfft. The long sword pierced through his chest, and just as the knight's face showed a cruel grin, he was horrified to find that the opponent's face not only showed no pain but revealed a bizarre smile instead. Before dying, this player used all his strength to entangle the knight with his body, and fiercely plunged the short sword in his hand into the knight's unprotected abdomen. A life for a life. This insane fighting style, completely disregarding their own lives, stunned everyone. Idiot. Bernard cursed furiously, but another knight beside him was extremely experienced, smashing away another pouncing player with his shield, and with a backhand swing of his sword, he sliced off half of the opponent's head. The player's body fell limply, turning into specks of white light. This scene shocked several knights and mercenaries who were watching, but before they could cry out, the battle erupted instantly. The thick smoke became the attackers' best cover. They moved like ghosts, attacking from all directions, their target clear, the mercenaries on the outer perimeter. Sometimes an arrow would be shot, sometimes they would pounce in groups of 3 or 5, engaging in the most barbaric and direct hand-to-hand combat. The mercenaries were constantly being torn and bled, their screams rising and falling. Bernard's inner circle of knights, however, was like a hard reef, accurately and efficiently killing attackers who got too close each time, but occasionally a knight would also be dragged down in the chaos by fearless players exchanging injuries for injuries. Captain. We're surrounded. The mercenaries can't hold on much longer. Break out. We must break out. Bernard's heart was bleeding. His plan was disrupted, the enemies were more troublesome than he imagined, they didn't care about casualties at all, as if they were just here to wear them down. Everyone. Follow me. Break through in one direction. Bernard roared, choosing the direction with the fewest arrows, and led the charge of the night order. The remaining living mercenaries also clung on like a last straw, following closely behind them. However, they hadn't charged far when a line of figures appeared in the thick smoke ahead. These figures varied in height, weight, and build, holding a variety of weapons including longswords, battle axes, and some even carrying huge iron hammers. They just stood there silently, like a wall, blocking their path. The person leading them, he carried a huge two-handed axe, and he grinned, revealing a smile that sent shivers down Bernard's spine. Heh, welcome to Blackwood Forest. This road is closed. Hearing the human voice, Bernard's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. They had fallen into a trap. From the moment they stepped into this thick smoke, they had fallen into a carefully designed trap. The previous decoys, the sudden appearance of thick smoke, the elusive attackers, everything was designed to divide and wear them down, and finally lead them into this encirclement. Who exactly are you people? Bernard roared, his bravado masking his fear. The leader was youthful pighead youth, who, knowing there was a language barrier, did not answer the other party, but simply pointed his axe at them and shouted excitedly. Brothers! It's dinner time! The players behind him also let out a deafening roar at the same time, their voices filled with fanaticism and excitement. For merit! Yura! The next second, this group of madmen, like a tide, surged towards Bernard and his men. On the outer perimeter of the encirclement, the one-eyed dragon, with his few remaining subordinates, listened to the screams, the clang of weapons, and the frenzied shouts of those madmen coming from the thick smoke, his face deathly pale. Boss, we... A subordinate asked, trembling. Run. The one-eyed dragon practically squeezed the word through his teeth. He no longer hesitated, turning and sprinting back the way he came. He knew that if he didn't run now, he really wouldn't be able to escape. But he had only run a few steps when hurried footsteps came from behind him. He suddenly turned his head and saw several similarly dressed crazy enemies chasing out from the thick smoke, with playful smiles on their faces. Don't run, friend. Come play with us. The player, legendary pilot, chased while recording with his camera function, shouting excitedly. Friend, delicious. The several players following behind him also shouted. The one-eyed dragon's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He discovered that not only behind him, but to his left, right, and even in front, more and more figures began to appear. They appeared out of nowhere, silently, and had surrounded their small team as well. An invisible net had completely tightened. A feeling of unprecedented despair welled up in the one-eyed dragon's heart. It's over. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. One-eyed dragon, a veteran of countless battles, had faced the most ferocious beasts and countered the most cunning enemies, but everything before him now completely surpassed his understanding. These people emerging from the thick smoke wore playful yet cruel smiles. They showed none of the solemnity or killing intent that usually accompanied a tightening encirclement. Instead, they were like children who had discovered a new toy, their eyes gleaming with a pure, chilling curiosity and excitement. Boss, what do we do? The last subordinate's voice trembled, almost on the verge of tears, his sword-gripping hand shaking like a sieve. One-eyed dragon didn't answer. A ruthless glint, born from being pushed to the brink, flashed in his single eye. As a mercenary leader who had lived on the edge for over a decade, he knew that the more desperate the situation, the less one could show weakness to the enemy, a loss of morale would only hasten death. Damn it! Let's fight them. A young mercenary, his psychological defenses crumbling, had barely roared out half a sentence when one-eyed dragon backhanded him across the back of the head. Idiot! If you want to die, go do it yourself. One-eyed dragon snapped, his single eye bloodshot. Listen up, all of you. Scatter and break through. Every man for himself. That's an order. He knew that staying together would only result in them being chopped into mincemeat by these bizarre enemies. In this situation, the only chance for survival was for someone to get lucky and slip through a gap in the encirclement. No sooner had he spoken than he charged first towards a seemingly weak point on the left, where there appeared to be only two people. His battle axe, imbued with all his strength, cut a mournful whistling sound through the air, his years of training in power and skill on full display. He was absolutely confident that with one strike, he could cleave these two seemingly not so strong lunatics, flesh and bone, in two. Facing this deadly axe, the player on the left seemed to be scared witless, stumbling and exposing a huge opening. One-eyed dragon's heart leaped with joy, and his axe strike became even faster. However, just as the axe blade was about to connect, the player not only didn't dodge but actively thrust out his chest, spread his arms, and, in a posture of embracing death, directly collided with his whistling axe blade. Pfft! The battle axe, without suspense, bit into the player's shoulder, the immense force almost tearing half of his body off, the sound of shattering bones clearly audible. Yet, the player showed no sign of pain, instead, he grinned, revealing an incredibly brilliant smile, as if he had completed a great mission. Brothers! Come on! I've pinned this mini-boss. My mission is complete. He used his last ounce of strength, his arms like iron clamps, to tightly embrace one-eyed dragon's axe-wielding arm. What kind of madman was this? One-eyed dragon was both shocked and enraged. He tried to pull out the axe, but it was firmly stuck by the opponent's flesh and shattered bones, leaving him momentarily unable to move. In that fraction of a second of stagnation, the other player had already pounced from the side, a short dagger in his hand, a sneer on his face, unhesitatingly plunging it into one-eyed dragon's undefended flank. A sharp pain shot through him, and one-eyed dragon grunted, then elbowed the opponent hard in the face, sending blood gushing from his nose and knocking out two of his front teeth. But the opponent seemed to feel no pain, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam, and mumbled incoherently, "Damn! This boss is so fierce. Can't even see him, the damage is really high." Then he pulled out the knife and stabbed again. At the same time, one-eyed dragon's other subordinates also fell into the same hellish predicament. They were facing a group of monsters who completely defied conventional combat logic. "I'll tank. You go around for damage. Don't mind me, cut down the one with the shield. I'll be a good man again in 24 hours after I die. Get the repair fees reimbursed from logistics later." Did you record it? Legendary pilot. This highlight moment of my 1 for 3 must be recorded. I can brag about it for a year. These lunatics shouted gibberish that they couldn't understand at all, and their fighting style was unheard of. They would use their bodies to block blades, just to create an attack opportunity for their companions. They would ignore their gushing wounds, frantically trading blow for blow. They would even have excited smiles on their faces at the moment they were cut down, as if death to them was just an interesting game. A blood axe mercenary ran a player through with his sword, but the player, in the instant he fell, desperately grabbed his sword, allowing another player to seize the opportunity and cleanly chop off his head with an axe. Another mercenary was entangled by two players. He was experienced and parried left and right, not falling into a disadvantage for a time. But just as he parried a long sword and prepared to counterattack, a third player rushed up from behind, directly knocking him to the ground with a barbaric charge. The next second, 3 weapons simultaneously landed on him, accompanied by strange shouts of "Don't steal my kill." One-eyed dragon watched his subordinates fall one by one. Beside their bodies, something terrifying happened to the lunatics who had been cut down, something that made him momentarily freeze and gasp in horror. Their bodies didn't bleed, but instead twisted into soft white light particles, like fireflies on a summer night, and then, vanished into thin air. Vanished. One-eyed dragon's mind went blank, as if struck by a giant hammer. This was not magic. He had seen mages' fireballs and ice arrows. This was not an illusion. The sharp pain in his waist and the fading life force were so real. This was a bizarre phenomenon he had never seen and could not comprehend. Could it be, they didn't truly die? This realization, like a basin of ice water from the deepest abyss, extinguished the last flicker of resistance in his heart from head to toe. No wonder they were fearless in the face of death. No wonder they treated death as going home. How to fight? How could they possibly fight? Fight a group of unkillable monsters? Puff. Another knife plunged into his back, with such force that the tip even showed a glint of cold steel from his chest. One-eyed dragon's body swayed violently. He could feel his strength rapidly draining away. He stared intensely at the player in front of him, who was still grinning foolishly, holding onto his arm, his body already badly mangled. "You, what, are you?" He squeezed out this question, full of fear and confusion, from between his teeth with his last ounce of strength. His response, however, was legendary pilot's excited shout, "Brothers! This mini-boss has one last breath. I just got enough experience, so who wants to deliver the finishing blow? Me. I fought this boss for so long, it was all thanks to me that he was held back. Get lost. Let me do it. I'm just a little short on merits to get that fine longsword. Amidst a cacophony of squabbling, a longsword stabbed from his blind spot, precisely piercing his throat. One-eyed dragon's single eye widened, and his vision was rapidly swallowed by darkness. In the last moment before his consciousness dissipated, what he saw was those lunatics gathered together, excitedly discussing something, as if they had just worked together to stomp on a particularly tough ant. Haha, that old fool Barton, this time, he really bit off more than he could chew. Done. Let's pack up. Windblow's underwear Exclaim stepped on one-eyed dragon's corpse, raising his long sword high. Quick, see. What did this mini-boss drop? Anything good? Don't rush, I'll loot. Legendary pilot temporarily turned off the camera function and came closer. Let me see, an axe, this armor is so-so, not as good as the ones in the warehouse. And a few gold coins, that's it. Is that all? He's too poor. Alright, stop complaining, every little bit helps. Windblow's underwear Exclaim kicked the corpse. Quickly clean up the battlefield, Ren and Pighead are still ganging up on the big boss over there, we need to hurry back and support them. Lord said, for this mission, not a single one can be allowed to escape. Right, let's go back for a big feast. It seems those elite night monsters are the main prize. The players, laughing and joking, took their spoils of war, then without stopping, turned and ran towards the main battlefield deep within the thick fog. Leaving behind only a mess and a few gradually cooling corpses, proving that a brutal massacre had once taken place here. Steady. Everyone, hold your ground. Form a shield wall. Return fire with your bows, suppress them. In the thick fog, Bernard's voice was already hoarse with exertion. Another wave of enemies suddenly appeared from their left, right, and rear, cutting off their escape route. They were like a giant beast surrounded by countless piranhas, although each counterattack tore off a piece of flesh, their own bodies were being gnawed away bit by bit. The outer mercenary defense line had completely collapsed. No, it had completely evaporated. We can't hold them. There are too many of them. Devils. They are devils. I saw Afu cut off their heads, but the bodies turned into light and flew away. Run. If we don't run now, we're dead. The bald leader of the Iron Fist mercenary group now had no trace of his usual bravery on his face, only a pallor drenched in fear. Although his massive two-handed warhammer swung with fierce power, capable of smashing a player's bones to pieces with a single hit. But it was useless. The enemies dodged and weaved around him, as slippery as loaches. When he finally managed to seize an opportunity and smash one to death, two more would suddenly rush up recklessly, one grabbing his leg, the other hacking at his waist. What terrified him even more was the strange smile on the enemies' faces before they died, as if being smashed to death by him was some great honor, some joyful event. Lunatics. A bunch of utter lunatics. The bald leader cursed, retreating repeatedly. His mercenaries had long lost their formation, fighting individually, constantly being cut off and devoured by the elusive attackers. The Windwolf mercenary group fared slightly better, they were more agile, attempting to maintain distance with skirmishes and arrows. But in this dense fog with visibility less than 10 meters, the effectiveness of this tactic was reduced to its minimum. Their cold arrows were often shot out without hitting their targets, and then they themselves would have their throats slit by enemies who had ghosted up from their flanks or rear. Screams, curses, the clang of weapons, and the excited shouts of players mingled together, forming a chaotic and bloody symphony. Bernard's heart bled. Each of his knights was an elite warrior Lord Barton had spent a fortune to train. They were well equipped and well trained. On a regular battlefield, one knight could easily contend with 5 or 6 ordinary soldiers. But here, their advantages were infinitely diminished. A knight had just used his shield to knock away a player and precisely pierced the opponent's heart with a sword. But before he could pull out his longsword, the pierced player grinned menacingly, using his body to firmly jam his sword, while simultaneously plunging a dagger into the knight's armpit. That was the weakest joint of the chain mail. The knight let out a pained grunt, kicking away the corpse on him, but the dagger had already caused damage. He staggered backward, blood continuously gushing from the gaps in his armor. Damn it! These idiots! Bernard cursed aloud. He wasn't cursing the enemy, but the injured knight. In their elite military education, let alone a one-for-one trade, even exchanging their precious lives for 10 commoners was the most foolish act under the heavens. Yet the knights around him had no choice but to engage in such foolish exchanges again and again. Because the enemies simply didn't care about casualties. Captain! The right flank is about to be torn open. The Iron Fist guys ran away. A knight shouted anxiously. Bernard abruptly looked to his right, only to see the bald leader leading his last few subordinates, fleeing in one direction without looking back, exposing the entire flank's defense to the enemy. Cowards! Damned scoundrels! Bernard trembled with rage. He had long known these mercenaries were unreliable, but he never expected them to collapse so quickly, so completely. With the mercenaries fleeing, the knights immediately bore several times the pressure. Captain! We are surrounded. These enemies are too bizarre. We must break through. If this continues, we'll be bled dry here. Traces of panic also began to creep into the knights' voices. They weren't afraid of a fight to the death, but they feared this meaningless exchange of lives. One player after another charged forward fearlessly, assaulting the knights' shield formation in the most primitive, most barbaric way. Just then, an earth-shattering roar came. Yura! Youthful pig-head youth, wielding a two-handed axe, charged at the forefront like a wild bull. He locked onto a knight, completely ignoring the long sword thrusting at him, and simply took the blow with his shoulder. The immense impact made the knight stumble. Pfft! The long sword left a bone-deep wound on his shoulder. Damn it! My stats are low, that hurts a bit. Youthful pig-head youth grimaced in pain, but his actions didn't stop. He backhanded with his axe, bringing it down towards the opponent's head. The knight quickly raised his shield to block. Clang! With a loud crash, the knight was sent staggering back 2 steps by the immense force, his arm numb. Behind youthful pig-head youth, 2 players had already seized the opportunity to flank him from both sides. Youthful pig-head youth roared and lunged again, hugging the knight's shield tightly, using his own body to create an opening for his companions. The knight was both shocked and enraged. He tried to push the lunatic away, but the opponent clung to him like sticky candy. He watched helplessly as 2 long swords pierced through his blind spots, and finally, he closed his eyes in despair. The body fell, and youthful pig-head youth rubbed his still bleeding shoulder, grinning. Next. This scene clearly fell into Bernard's eyes. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. He finally understood that what he faced was not some mountain bandits, nor some rabble. This was an army armed with unknown power, fearless of death. Can't wait any longer. Bernard muttered to himself, his voice filled with bitterness and unwillingness. Probing? This was no probing, this was clearly walking into a tiger's den. He glanced around him. Of the original 10 knights, only 5 were still standing, and all were wounded. As for the mercenaries, their casualties were heavy, and the remaining few had lost their will to fight, merely waving their weapons in despair, barely holding on. Everyone! Rally around me! Bernard's voice was no longer high-pitched, but became unusually calm, terrifyingly calm, prepare to break through again. He knew that if they didn't leave now, none of them would make it out. He had to bring everything that happened here, all the intelligence on these strange lunatics, back to Blackstone territory, back to Lord Barton. Otherwise, Lord Barren, and even the entire Blackstone territory, would be damned forever under the shadow of these monsters. Breakthrough? Where to? A surviving mercenary captain shouted in despair. We're surrounded by enemies on all sides. Bernard ignored him, his sharp eyes quickly scanned the swirling dense fog, like a trapped beast searching for a way out. He was analyzing, judging. The direction of incoming arrows, the density of enemy charges, the source of shouts, all information was rapidly integrated in his mind. Soon, he found a point. In that direction, the enemy's attack frequency was noticeably sparser than elsewhere. Although there were still enemies, the sense of pressure there was the weakest for him. That was the path to survival. Everyone, obey my command. Bernard raised his long sword, its tip pointing in that direction, with me as the arrowhead, wedge formation. Charge. He glanced at the surrounding mercenaries, who were already terrified, and added coldly, those who want to live, stick close to us. Fall behind, and there's only death. The desire to survive once again overcame fear. The remaining dozen or so mercenaries, as if grasping at their last straw, frantically huddled around the knights, tightly protecting them in the center, while exposing themselves on the periphery. They used their last value to serve as human shields for the knights one last time. For Lord Barren! Bernard roared, leading the charge first. The remaining 4 knights followed closely, forming a solid arrowhead. This remnant force, consisting of 5 knights and a dozen mercenaries, launched their final, most desperate charge in their dire situation. Stop them! They're trying to escape. Ha Ren Yu Hao Bao immediately issued a warning in the player's command channel. As one of the temporary battlefield commanders, he had been monitoring the entire battle's movements through the system map. While the red dots representing the enemies were constantly being whittled down, a small group suddenly began moving at high speed in one direction, their intention very clear. Team 3, Team 4. Go to the left flank. Quick. Block the gap. Don't try to go head-on. Just try to stall them. In the channel, the players' shouts rose and fell. Responsible for defending that direction was a 5-person squad led by Crescent Moon Bridge. They had just dealt with a small group of scattered mercenaries and were regrouping. Be careful, they're already charging towards us. Crescent Moon Bridge warned the person next to her, watching the figures in the dense fog getting closer. Don't worry, Sister Chiao. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he wouldn't get past me. Cherry Gummy slammed his steel shield heavily into the ground, his legs sinking slightly, and assumed the most standard defensive posture. Before they finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly burst out of the dense fog. It was Bernard. His chainmail was covered in blood, whether from enemies or himself, and his meticulously trimmed beard was a mess, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He didn't hesitate, directly crashing into Cherry Gummy, who was blocking the front. Get out of my way. Bernard let out a beast-like roar, and the kite shield in his hand, carrying the full weight and momentum of his body, smashed down fiercely. Cherry Gummy didn't flinch. He roared, his muscled arms pressing tightly against the shield, trying to resist with brute force. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Cherry Gummy felt as if he hadn't been hit by a shield, but rather struck by a rampaging bull. An irresistible force came from his hands, sending his entire body, along with his shield, flying to the side, several meters away. Damn it! He struggled to get up, but felt his internal organs had shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bernard was also gasping for breath. He had clearly used a charge skill, which was equally exhausting, but this was the power of a high-ranking professional knight. In a frontal charge, the impact force unleashed by a fully armed, experienced knight was devastating. After breaking through the first obstacle, the 4 knights behind Bernard, as if copied and pasted, used their shields to lead the way and long swords at the ready, forming an unstoppable steel arrowhead. Crescent Moon Bridge reacted extremely quickly. The moment her companion was sent flying, she rolled on the ground, dodging the second knight's charge, and her short sword, like a venomous snake striking, aimed for the joint behind that knight's knee. However, that knight's combat experience far exceeded her imagination. Though a flicker of shock crossed his eyes, he calmly didn't look down. Instead, in the brief pause of his charge, he bent his calf, tensed his muscles, and with incredible precision, knocked backward with his iron-armored shin, deflecting the sword strike. Clang! Sparks flew, and Crescent Moon Bridge felt the recoil of iron colliding, her wrist going numb. So hard. So fast. Her heart leaped in alarm, and before she could make her next move, that knight had already rushed past her, not even glancing at her. Their objective was very clear to break through. Anything blocking their path was either knocked aside or ignored. They never lingered in battle, never stopped for any enemy. Don't let them form a charging formation again. Break them up. Crescent Moon Bridge shouted urgently. She herself lunged forward again, targeting the knight who was bringing up the rear. But the mercenaries swept along with Bernard's charge now played their part, perhaps for survival. They too unleashed impressive potential. They howled, wildly charging at Crescent Moon Bridge's squad with their weapons. Get lost. Another player in the squad cut down a mercenary with a sword, but immediately another mercenary from the side grabbed his leg. Seeing the knight about to charge past, he abandoned killing the mercenary and turned to pounce on the nearest knight, using his own body as a roadblock. Fall down, you bastard! The knight was startled, and he swung his long sword down several times, cutting the player, armor and all, into several pieces. But it was these few moments of delay that allowed 2 players who had dealt with mercenaries to arrive and hold him back. The entire battlefield had completely descended into chaos. The players wanted to block a few more, but the knight's charge was too resolute, too swift. The chaotic charges of the other mercenaries still held back the players. Can't stop them. They're too fierce. Damn it. These mercenaries are crazy too. Team 3 is on its way. Stall them for 10 more seconds. Just 10 seconds. Ha Ren Yu Hao Bao's voice rang in the channel, tinged with urgency. Crescent Moon Bridge gritted her teeth, watching the figures of the knights about to disappear into the other end of the dense fog. No. She couldn't let them escape so easily. She abruptly pulled a long spear from the corpse of a mercenary, a weapon dropped by some unfortunate soul earlier. She used all her strength to hurl the spear fiercely towards the back of the last knight running. Whoosh! The spear cut through the air, drawing a straight black line. The knight heard the whoosh and sensed the danger behind him, but he had no time to look back, nor could he dodge. Any superfluous movement would slow him and the others down. He could only use all his strength to raise the kite shield on his back even higher, while slightly lowering his body. Clang! The spear accurately struck the center of the shield, and the immense force made the knight stumble, almost falling. He grunted, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained internal injuries from the impact. But he stubbornly maintained his balance with astonishing agility and willpower, and continued to furiously charge forward with his team. Crescent Moon Bridge, meanwhile, was firmly entangled by 2 mercenaries fleeing in her direction, and could only watch helplessly as Bernard, with the last 2 knights and a few fast-running mercenaries, successfully tore through their defensive line, plunging into the deeper part of the dense forest, their figures quickly disappearing. Crescent Moon Bridge kicked aside a mercenary's corpse and fiercely plunged her short sword into the ground, her chest heaving with anger. They escaped. Damn it, they got away. The surrounding players also stopped their actions, looking in the direction where the enemies had vanished, their faces filled with annoyance and frustration. Sister Qiao, what should we do? A team member came over and asked. It's fine, they still can't escape. Though she said that, Crescent Moon Bridge pulled out her short sword and vented all her anger over the missed experience points on the remaining few mercenaries who were still stubbornly resisting. Don't just stand there. Clear out these scumbags, then go help the main force. In the dense fog, the sounds of battle continued. And at this moment, Bernard, who had broken out of the encirclement, was running frantically through the forest with his only remaining 2 knights and 3 mercenaries. He didn't even dare to look back, fearing he would see those undead monsters catching up. The wind whistled in his ears, and the cold air filled his lungs, burning painfully. But he dared not stop. He had to run out of this cursed forest, and go back to request Lord Barton to dispatch all his guards to completely annihilate this group of lunatics. After running for a while, the acrid smell of burning and blood in the air was finally diluted by the dampness of the forest, but the surrounding trees grew taller and more ominous. Bernard was panting heavily, his left arm had been severely struck by an axe during the recent breakthrough. Although the heavy armor had blocked the blade and prevented bone injury, the brutal impact had left his entire arm numb. Only 2 men remained behind him. 2 knights, equally disheveled and seemingly pulled from a pool of blood. Their armor was covered in dents and scratches, and one of them had even lost his helmet in the melee. He was now disheveled, his face caked with dried blood and dirt, looking like a ghoul freshly crawled out of a mass grave. As for the few mercenaries who had initially rushed out with them, they had long since fallen behind during their desperate flight. Perhaps they had collapsed from exhaustion in some corner, or perhaps they had run off in other directions in their panic, but Bernard had no time, nor the extra energy, to worry about them. Captain, are we really, rid of them? The knight without a helmet stammered, glancing nervously over his shoulder as he stumbled forward, his voice broken by heavy gasps. Shut up. Talk less, save your strength to run. Bernard growled without looking back. He dared not stop to confirm. He always felt as if countless cold eyes were fixed on them, as if those crazy oddities could silently emerge from behind any tree at any moment. The fear of being enveloped by the unknown and death clung to him like a maggot to bone, preventing him from relaxing for even a moment. They continued to run for an unknown duration and distance. The scenery in the forest seemed perpetually the same, tall trees, damp decaying leaves, and mottled, eerie light and shadow. Just as Bernard felt an intense soreness in his leg muscles, the other knight who had been running beside him suddenly paused, rubbed his eyes, and then pointed ahead, shouting in a tone mixed with disbelief and wild joy, "Captain! Look! There's light ahead! It's light!" Bernard abruptly looked up. Indeed, not far ahead, a gap appeared in the dense thicket, and rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, casting down bright patches of light. Though the light was not dazzling, in the oppressive and eerie forest, it felt like a guiding light to an exit from paradise. Light meant that the trees there were relatively sparse. This might mean they were close to escaping this accursed dense forest. Quick! Rush through! Like a parched person suddenly seeing a plum grove ahead, the desire and hope in his heart instantly overwhelmed his physical exhaustion. Bernard quickened his pace again, leading his last two subordinates, and charged towards the light. As they burst out of the dense forest and stepped into the sun-drenched clearing, all three felt their strength drain away. They simultaneously stopped, leaning on their knees, panting heavily. The sunlight on their bodies dispelled the bone-chilling dampness of the forest, finally allowing their long-tense nerves a moment of relief. Ha, ha, finally out. The helmetless knight could no longer stand and collapsed onto the ground, looking as if he had been pulled from water, sweat mixed with blood constantly streaming down his cheeks. The other knight also leaned against a tree, greedily breathing in the relatively fresh air of the clearing. Bernard looked around. It was a small clearing in the forest, still surrounded by tall trees in the distance, but at least the visibility was much better. He listened carefully, the surroundings were silent. Apart from their own panting and the rustling of wind through the leaves, he could hear no sign of pursuers. They seemed truly safe. Captain, what do we do now? The knight leaning against the tree unfastened his waterskin from his waist and offered it. Should we rest for a bit? I can barely run any more. Bernard took the waterskin but did not drink. He remained vigilant, his sharp gaze sweeping every shadow around the clearing. Years of military life had taught him that the most dangerous time is often when you feel safest. No rest, he shook his head, his voice hoarse, we must leave this forest as quickly as possible. We don't know when those strange people will catch up. But, Captain, our stamina is at its limit, the knight on the ground said with a bitter expression. If we keep running like this, we'll die of exhaustion before the enemy even catches us. Bernard fell silent. He knew his subordinate was telling the truth. He himself felt a stinging pain in his legs, every muscle protesting. Perhaps, a short rest to recover some strength would be a wiser choice. He unscrewed the waterskin, about to take a drink, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something moving in the shadow of a large tree on the opposite side of the clearing. Bernard's heart instantly leaped to his throat. Almost instinctively, he threw the waterskin away, simultaneously drawing the long sword sheathed at his waist, and assumed a defensive stance. Who's there? Get out! He roared sharply. The other two knights were also startled by his reaction. They quickly scrambled to their feet, gripping their weapons, and anxiously looked in that direction. The clearing was silent, only the wind whistling through the trees, making a mournful sound, as if mocking their sorry state. Captain, could it be, you saw wrong? The helmetless knight swallowed, his voice trembling slightly, he would rather it be so. Bernard did not speak. He stared intently at the shadow, cold sweat beading on his forehead, rolling down his brow bone and dripping into his eyes, causing a stinging sensation. He hoped so too. But just then, a calm voice emerged from that shadow. Captain, you must be exhausted after running for so long, aren't you? The voice was not loud and spoke the standard common language of the kingdom, but to Bernard and the other two knights, it was nothing short of a thunderclap. The three men's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Their worst fear had come true. The enemy had been waiting here all along. Had the glimmer of hope they fought so hard for ultimately been in vain? Come out! You cowardly rat! Bernard yelled, feigning bravery. As you wish. With the words, a young figure slowly emerged from the shadow behind the tree. He appeared to be around 20 years old, yet his eyes were unusually calm, so calm it was unsettling. He just stood there, as if not facing three knights who had just escaped a bloody battle, but rather admiring the forest scenery. Bernard's pupils instantly constricted. He quickly recognized that face. Although he had only seen him once or twice in person, and more often in portraits, he remembered very clearly. This was the missing remnant of the Clifton family. Lin Clifton. It's you. Bernard's voice was filled with an uncontrollable shock and absurdity. How could it be him? Surprised. Lin looked at him, the corner of his mouth curving slightly into a smile that sent shivers down Bernard's spine. Don't rush, there's more that will surprise you. As he spoke, he turned sideways. From the shadow behind him, another person emerged. That person, dressed in the lean leather armor of a scout, had an expression mixed with a hint of satisfaction and coldness, and was looking at him with a playful gaze. Was that Drake? one of Baron Barton's excellent scout squad leaders. He was actually standing with Clifton's remnant. Drake. You damned traitor. No wonder all the scouts sent out earlier vanished without a trace, you sold out the intelligence. The knight beside Bernard couldn't help but roar. Drake did not offer an explanation, though the main credit wasn't his, he had indeed provided some intelligence. He looked at Bernard and slowly spoke, Captain Bernard, long time no see. I just wonder if Baron is sleeping soundly these days. At this moment, Bernard understood completely. What probing, what breakthrough, what escape. From the moment they decided to step into Blackwood Forest, their fate was sealed. They had walked straight into a seamless, deadly trap set by an inside man and the enemy working together. They were like a group of monkeys being toyed with, thinking they were fighting for survival, but unaware that their destination was already destined to be death. Bernard was about to lead the two remaining knights in another direction, but the renewed disturbance in the woods froze him in place. Among the shifting shadows of the trees, more than 20 small but stout green figures, riding ferocious two-headed dogs, slowly emerged from all directions. They were goblins. No, they were goblin warrior cavalry. They were clad in crude leather armor, their weapons varied, scimitars, spears, and even sharpened animal bones. The two-headed dogs beneath them bared their massive, tooth-filled mouths, a deep, guttural growl rumbling in their throats, their scarlet eyes fixed on the three living men in the dim woods. 20 goblin cavalrymen simultaneously raised their weapons. Bernard exchanged a look with the knight beside him, the one who had lost his helmet. The latter immediately understood, a hint of desperation flashing in his eyes. Ah! The knight said no more, letting out a beast-like roar of a trapped animal, and abruptly turned towards a direction where the goblin cavalry were relatively sparse, attempting to tear open a gap with his life. But he had only charged 2 steps. Whoosh! 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 A series of sharp whistling sounds cut through the air. Several bone spears whizzed in from different angles, instantly piercing his fatigued body, and the immense force pinned him firmly to the ground. His body twitched twice, then fell silent. Seeing this, the last trace of color drained from the other knight's face. But he didn't collapse, instead, he let out a roar of anger, turned, and charged towards the nearest two-headed dog, raising his long sword high. However, he didn't even get to swing his sword before several two-headed dogs pounced at once, their 2 gaping maws instantly closing, biting down on his head and shoulder. Amidst the horrifying sound of shattering bones, his resistance abruptly ceased. In this clearing, Bernard was the only enemy left standing. A bleak smile appeared on Bernard's face. His gaze slowly swept over the drooling, growling two-headed dogs, then over the goblins whose eyes held nothing but bloodlust. He knew that today, he would not escape his fate. Was he to die shamefully under the claws of these filthy monsters? No. His gaze finally passed over the pack of beasts, looking towards Lin, the instigator, who stood at the edge of the shadows. Then he glanced at Drake beside Lin. The despair on Bernard's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold calm, the calm of one facing death. He was a knight. Since death was inevitable, he would at least choose a dignified way to die. To die at the hands of a man, to die in a duel. For the Baron. Bernard let out a hoarse roar of defiance. This declaration of loyalty was more like a rallying cry for his final dignity. He squeezed out the last ounce of strength from his body, raising his shield and long sword high, and launched his final, most hopeless, desperate charge towards Lin. Facing this desperate strike, Lin's expression remained unperturbed. He didn't even take half a step back, merely standing still. Drake. Lin spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching his subordinate's ears. Yes, my lord. Drake's figure flashed, already blocking in front of Lin. He held his dagger in a reverse grip, his body slightly lowered, adopting a standard assassination stance. He's yours, Lin said indifferently. As you command, my lord. Drake took a deep breath, and when he turned his head again, his gaze was cold and focused. By now, Bernard had charged close. Despite his exhaustion, an elite knight's dying counterattack still carried astonishing momentum. The long sword in his hand, accompanied by a heavy whooshing sound, cleaved directly towards Drake's face, his moves wide and sweeping, filled with the madness of taking his opponent down with him. Drake did not meet it head-on. He knew very well that he had no advantage in strength or experience. The moment the sword's edge reached him, he slid a step to the left, the blade almost grazing his leather armor as it swung past. At the same time, the dagger in his hand darted out, like a lurking viper, silently tracing up Bernard's sword-wielding arm. Clang! The tip of the dagger scraped against the iron rings of the chain mail, sparking a shower of tiny embers. Bernard's combat experience was incredibly rich. Missing his strike, he immediately changed his move. He lowered his wrist, sweeping his long sword horizontally, forcing Drake to retreat again. His left-hand kite shield then thrust forward, its edge slamming hard into Drake's chest. This series of moves flowed like water, combining offense and defense, showcasing his combat prowess as an elite knight. An ordinary scout facing this shield bash would be severely injured, if not killed. But Bernard's stamina was now insufficient, and Drake was no ordinary scout. He did not attempt to parry the shield. The instant the shield was about to hit him, he powerfully pushed off with his legs, and instead of retreating, he leaped backward and upward. He actually jumped towards the shield, using an incredible move to precisely step on the upper edge of the kite shield. Bernard was greatly shocked. Using the force of that step, Drake's figure spun in the air, light as if not of this world, instantly getting behind Bernard. Everything happened in a flash. Bernard only felt a malicious gust of wind from behind. He tried to turn, but his heavy armor and exhausted body made all his reactions half a beat too slow. Pfft! A muffled thud of a sharp weapon entering flesh. Drake's dagger, with deadly precision, plunged fiercely into the gap in Bernard's armor at the back of his neck. Ugh! Bernard's body suddenly stiffened, his forward momentum abruptly stopping. His long sword and shield clattered to the ground, and his hands desperately clutched his neck, warm blood gushing frantically through his fingers, staining his gauntlets red. He wanted to turn around, to see the face of the person who had dealt him the fatal blow. But his strength was rapidly fading with the loss of blood. Drake, having landed his strike, moved cleanly and swiftly retreated, without a moment's hesitation. Bernard staggered 2 steps forward, his knees no longer able to support his body's weight, and he fell heavily to his knees. Then, his entire body toppled forward onto the ground. His eyes, once filled with arrogance, were now wide and staring, frozen with unwillingness, shock, and a faint, almost imperceptible sense of relief. The battle was over. From Bernard's charge to his collapse and death, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Drake hadn't even let the goblin cavalry intervene. Lin watched all of this calmly, a satisfied expression on his face. Drake had not disappointed him. He possessed not only the resolve for revenge but also the matching calm mind and deadly skill. Well done. Lin stepped forward and patted Drake on the shoulder. Thank you for the praise, my lord. Drake sheathed his dagger and respectfully lowered his head. Clean up the battlefield. Lin gave the order. Search everything on their bodies, especially Bernard. Yes, my lord. Drake immediately stepped forward and began meticulously searching the bodies. A moment later, Drake returned with a few items. Lin took a look, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Let's go. It's time to check on our heroes. Lin waved his hand, leading Drake and the Goblin Wolf riders towards the main battlefield. When they returned to the ravaged battlefield, the fighting had completely ended. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood, mixed with the pungent odor of burning grease. The ground was littered with the bodies of mercenaries and knights, sprawled in various positions, each with a different death pose. Meanwhile, the players were gathered in small groups around the corpses, excitedly looting their bags. Damn it! Come look. This sword. Don't move. That chainmail is mine. I landed the last hit. Ha ha ha, we're rich, we're rich. We found so many gold coins. Brothers, gather all the equipment, don't hide anything. Handsome enough to kill people said he will distribute it uniformly later. The entire battlefield, rather than a brutal Shura field, was more like a large-scale outdoor loot box opening. The players' faces showed no sadness or fear, only the joy and excitement of their harvest. As they plundered the spoils, they bragged and chatted in the team channel. That knight captain was really fierce just now, he killed me in 3 strikes. Luckily, my brothers were strong and piled on him until he died. Don't even mention it, I was ganged up on by 3 mercenaries and almost bit the dust. Are the NPCs in this game too smart? Smart my ass. They were still overwhelmed by us, the 4th calamity. Human wave tactics, forever divine. Just as the players were discussing, Lin, accompanied by Drake and the Goblin Wolf riders, emerged from the thick fog. The Lord is here. Holy crap. What is that? Goblin cavalry? So cool. Are they goblins? They're riding 2-headed dogs. Are these our allies? New players who hadn't participated in the previous valley ambush were instantly drawn to the 20 goblin riders. They had occasionally seen 2-headed dogs and goblin warriors in the camp before, but this was their first time seeing them fully armed. They all gathered around, curiously examining these NPC units, and many even turned on their camera functions, snapping photos of the goblins and 2-headed dogs. The goblins seemed a bit nervous being surrounded by so many players, and the 2-headed dogs they rode began to growl uneasily. Quiet. Lin softly uttered 2 words. The noisy scene instantly quieted down, and all the players looked at Lin, their eyes filled with anticipation. This battle was incredibly satisfying. Although some players died, the experience of moving through the forest and fighting enemies that could appear from all directions was unparalleled by any other game. And the commander of it all was this young lord. How's the cleanup coming along? Lin's gaze swept across the field, finally resting on Hao Renyu Hao Bao and handsome enough to kill people, who had rushed over. Reporting, Lord. Handsome enough to kill people stepped forward. All enemies have been eliminated. The number of players needing resurrection, our side suffered a total of 23 deaths. Spoils of war are being tallied. Preliminary count shows 13 standard longswords, 7 sets of chainmail and kite shields, various mercenary weapons and equipment, and a total of 172 gold coins. He continued, glancing at Bernard and the 2 knight corpses, dragged over by goblins, behind Lin, adding, oh, now there are 10 sets of chainmail and kite shields. This was a huge harvest. With just this equipment, there was no need to worry about a shortage of gear for new players for a while, and the various mercenary equipment also provided more choices for players. Very good. Lin nodded, quite satisfied with the result. He looked at all the players and said loudly, everyone fought very well in this battle. You have proven with your actions that you are the bravest warriors of Clifton territory. All participating players, whether fallen or not, will receive a base reward of 100 merit points. Wow! A cheer erupted from the crowd. Individuals and teams who performed exceptionally well in battle will receive additional rewards. The specific list and reward details will be compiled by Handsome Enough to Kill People and announced on the notice board later. Most importantly, Lin emphasized, for all fallen players, the merit points required for this resurrection will be entirely borne by the territory. Furthermore, each person will receive an additional 50 merit points as compensation. Long live the Lord! Holy crap! The Lord is too generous. Not only do I not lose merit points when I die, but I also earn 50. Where can I find such a deal? Ha ha ha, if I had known, I would have charged even harder just now. The players were completely hyped. Some players who were initially downcast due to their deaths were now beaming with joy. This kind of NPC who cared for his subordinates and had clear rewards and punishments was every player's dream game. Lin watched the players' fervent reactions, his heart calm. To keep players participating in such collective actions, these measures were necessary. For him, merit points were just a number he could change at will. Exchanging these numbers for the players' loyalty, enthusiasm, and combat power was a completely risk-free deal, a sure profit. What he wanted was not a motley crew fighting only for profit, but a calamity army that truly obeyed his commands and fought for him. As for the spoils of war, Lin continued, all captured equipment will be uniformly stored in the territory's warehouse. Then, it will be prioritized for distribution based on each person's contribution in battle. You can exchange them using merit points, those with higher contributions will have higher priority and discounts. This system is fair. I agree. Whoever contributes more gets it first, no problem. Shuage, what's my contribution ranking? I want that knight's plate armor. This system of distribution based on merit was far more effective at stimulating their competitive spirit than simple roll points or DKP. Lin temporarily entrusted the subsequent statistics and distribution work entirely to Handsome enough to kill people in Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao, his core players. He himself walked over to the enemy corpses that had been gathered. Drake, confirm their identities. Yes, my lord. Drake knelt down and began carefully examining the corpses on the ground. He quickly confirmed their identities from the armor crests, sword styles, personal belongings, and the appearances of some individuals. My lord, it can be confirmed that all 10 of them are members of Baron Patton's Direct Night Guard, led by Captain Bernard. Additionally, judging by the tattoos and equipment of these mercenaries, they belong to the Blood Axe, Iron Fist, and Windwolf mercenary groups, Drake reported. 3 mercenary groups, Lin narrowed his eyes. Patton had truly gone all out. It seemed the recent disappearance of scouts without a trace had truly pushed him to the brink. Very good. Lin stood up, dusting off his hands. Their heads, never mind, too much trouble. Take Bernard's head, and bury the others on the spot. Don't let the scent of blood attract too many beasts. He didn't want the players to develop the bad habit of taking heads for merits, which was too barbaric and inefficient. After dealing with all this, Lin, accompanied by Drake and the Goblin Riders, returned to the camp first. On the way, Drake finally couldn't help but ask, my lord, those. The Chosen, can they really, resurrect infinitely? Although he had witnessed it more than once, he still couldn't comprehend this phenomenon that defied the common sense of life and death. Of course. Lin's answer was light. For them, death is merely returning to my side and setting off again. The cost is just some of my divine power. Drake fell silent. He looked at the young figure in front of him, his heart filled with awe. An army composed of undead. He couldn't imagine what kind of storm this army would stir up when it left Blackwood Forest and appeared on the battlefields of the Aria continent. He only knew that he had followed the right person. Baron Patton's doomsday was probably not far off. Lin, however, was thinking about something else at the moment. Although the players gained a lot of experience points by killing mercenaries and knights in this battle, not all of those experience points could be transferred to him. Moreover, the higher the player's level, the more experience points would be required for resurrection. Calculated this way, he actually couldn't accumulate experience points. No. Lin shook his head. He needed to devise more ways to harvest experience points from the players. At the same time, although this battle was won, strategically, because it was a passive defense, he didn't gain much beyond the scarce spoils from the enemies. He also had to bear the costs of traps and player resurrections. If it were on enemy territory, winning would allow him to plunder more resources. In his mind, not profiting felt like a loss. He couldn't do this again in the future. An idea gradually became clear in his mind. Perhaps, it was time to take the initiative. Post-war. The main battlefield in the forest had been thoroughly cleared, with corpses burned on the spot and buried deep in the earth. Only patches of scorched black land, charred by flames, and the lingering smell of burning in the air, silently spoke of the brutal slaughter that had taken place not long ago. Clifton Camp, Central Clearing. At this moment, it was enveloped in a fervent, boisterous excitement. Ha 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 ha. It's done. My chain mail. My chain mail. A player who had just joined the game, his face flushed with excitement, was caressing his brand new chain mail. His devoted gaze and gentle movements made it seem as if he were cradling his first love. Let me see, let me see. His companion immediately crowded over, eyes wide with envy, practically drooling. Damn, this texture. This weight. Although I can't see the specific attribute panel, I estimate its defense is more than 3 times higher than my tattered leather armor. A few inconspicuous small dents remained on the chain mail, battle scars left by its previous owner. But this did not diminish its value, instead, it added a touch of battle-hardened, iron-blooded flavor. Of course. This is the equipment of a Night Lord. What did you expect? The player, having donned his new gear, proudly puffed out his chest, the metal rings clinking together with a series of crisp, Pleasant sounds. Once I accumulate more merit points, I'll exchange them for the matching kite shield and standard longsword. By then, I'll be a knight too. Handsome. Handsome. Line me up. What's my contribution rank? Is that longsword with the carved hilt still available? My merit points, are definitely enough. Don't even think about it, that sword has already been reserved by Crescent Moon Bridge. She blocked a lot of people in the outer perimeter this time, so her contribution is huge. Damn, what a loss. I should have charged in more aggressively earlier. Dying only deducts a few merit points, and the Lord directly gave a 50 merit points, condolence payment. I actually made a profit. Where else can you find such a deal? In the center of the crowd, handsome enough to kill people in Haren Yu Haobao, along with a few others, were surrounded by a large group of players, overwhelmed with busyness. A huge animal hide was spread out before them, displaying all the spoils of war from this battle, neatly categorized. From a knight's full set of standard equipment to mercenaries' various weapons, a dazzling array gleamed with cold, alluring light under the firelight. Don't push. One by one. Handsome enough to kill people yelled, maintaining order. Exchange according to your contribution rank. Those with insufficient contribution, please stand aside and watch, don't block the way. If you want to cut in line, ask the person next to you if they agree first. Haha, old how, look at these guys, each one like a bumpkin who's never seen equipment before. Handsome enough to kill people wiped the sweat from his brow, taking a moment to quietly chuckle at Haren Yu Haobao beside him. The entire camp was immersed in an almost frenzied joy of harvest. It was noisy, chaotic, yet filled with a wild and vibrant vitality. Meanwhile, Lin, the creator of this carnival, was alone in his tent. Outside the tent, there were thunderous cheers, but inside, only silence. The battle was won, the enemy annihilated, and the spoils were immense. But for him personally, the gains from this battle were far less substantial than he had imagined. With over 50 enemies, including 10 bronze-tier knights, plus the experience commission accumulated from players' daily activities over the past few days, his system panel's experience points should have soared. However, the problem lay with the 23 fallen players. To maintain morale and solidify his image as a generous and benevolent lord, he had to pay out of his own pocket to cover everyone's resurrection fees. The cost of resurrecting high-level players was considerable. This back and forth, like a bucket of cold water, completely evaporated most of his experience gains from this battle. After the final settlement, despite his tireless efforts in planning a near-perfect intelligence and ambush battle, his experience point balance remained almost unchanged. This won't do. Lin leaned back in the wooden chair, the cold backrest slightly settling his scattered thoughts. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the rough wooden table, one tap after another. He knew perfectly well that players were his biggest trump card. Maintaining their morale and desire to fight was the cornerstone of all his strategies. Currently, with a small number of players, he could afford this resurrection cost, and he had to. In fact, for a long time to come, he would have to continue playing this generous role. But this also meant that relying solely on skill learning commissions and battle commissions to gain experience points was simply too inefficient. Winning a glorious major battle, only to not earn much himself. This kind of unprofitable venture, doing it once, was for winning people's hearts. He couldn't keep doing it. He had to find ways to increase income and reduce expenditure. Reducing expenditure meant lowering player casualties. But this couldn't be guaranteed in the high-intensity battles foreseen in the future. That left only increasing income. Besides skill learning, he had to develop more stable and more efficient channels for harvesting experience points. He had to make these energetic the chosen willingly, even joyfully, hand over the experience points they had painstakingly earned from monster grinding, leveling up, and questing. Isn't this just a game company's KPI? A self-mocking smile tugged at Lin's lips. As an ordinary player in his previous life, he had often cursed game companies on forums and social media for meticulously designing payment traps and finding various ways to extract money from players' pockets. He never expected the tables to turn. Today, he too began to ponder how to better and more effectively harvest the leaks. The only difference was that other companies harvested real money, while he harvested experience points. Once this thought opened up, it became unstoppable. Lin's spirits immediately lifted. He skillfully opened his system panel, and with a slight thought, he brought up the network interface, which only he could see, connected to Earth's network. The light in the tent seemed to dim a bit, with only the translucent light screen emitting a faint blue glow before his eyes, illuminating his obscure face. He didn't browse player forums but directly opened a search engine. Games, Krypton Gold, Pay to Win, Design. How to increase player willingness to pay. Analysis of the most successful in-game purchase cases in history. In-depth analysis of free-to-play game monetization models. He entered familiar keywords one by one. Soon, a dazzling array of analytical articles, industry jargon, and success stories filled the entire screen. First recharge gift packs, monthly card funds, battle pass systems, gacha draws, skin shops, limited time events, these terms, which he had deeply detested in his previous life but always couldn't resist splurging on, now appeared to him as glittering gold mines. Yes. These capitalists are truly geniuses when it comes to extracting user value. Lin clicked his tongue in wonder, his eyes sparkling with the light of discovery. Take, for example, this battle pass system. After purchasing it, players complete daily and weekly tasks to increase their battle pass level, unlocking corresponding rewards at each level. Isn't this just systematizing and long-termizing the scattered quests he currently gives out, with an added payment threshold? To get the advanced rewards later on, players would have to maintain extremely high activity, logging in daily to grind quests. And he, by only paying the experience cost of a battle pass, could firmly lock in player activity for a long time to come, while also guiding them to complete whatever he wanted them to do. This was simply a perfect open conspiracy. Of course, his game format was unique, without real top-up channels. To perfectly replicate this strategy, a detailed localization transformation would be needed. Additionally, there was the skin shop, or rather, the appearance system. This item adds no attributes whatsoever, it's purely for aesthetics and standing out. Yet, it's precisely this kind of item, which satisfies players' personalization and showing off desires, that forms the core and most profitable business of countless games. He could absolutely introduce equipment with special appearances. For example, Bernard's Chainmail, Commemorative Edition, or Blood Axe Mercenary Group Leader's Battle Axe, Replica Edition. No attribute increase, purely a gimmick, then put it in the warehouse to be exchanged for a high amount of merits, merit points, or even, an additional portion of experience points. He just wondered if any big suckers would be willing to pay. His thoughts continued to expand. Speaking of appearance, perhaps he could also try developing a character customization feature? Allowing players to spend experience points to transform themselves into their ideal handsome men and beautiful women? The more Lin thought, the brighter his eyes became. He realized his initial thinking was too limited. He had only considered harvesting experience from learning skills and improving strength, these rigid demands. But in fact, players' needs are diverse. Social needs, showing off needs, personalization needs, these seemingly insignificant soft demands can sometimes stimulate their consumption desires even more. It seems that in the future, the camp will need a dedicated fashion store and item shop. Lin stroked his chin, a smile he couldn't suppress curving his lips. He even felt that he probably wouldn't need to personally plan these things. With a little guidance, related business models and service personnel would naturally emerge within the player community. He was immersed in learning these advanced experiences, preparing to delve deeper into some of the more insane gacha models, when a video website push notification suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the light screen. It was the avatar of a upmaster he particularly followed. The sound of waves remains the same. He was also one of his minor players. The video's title was exceptionally striking, every word carrying a huge impact. The Chosen Ultimate Decryption. After several days, I finally cracked the NPC language. Real-time translation software revealed for the first time. The smile on Lin's face instantly froze. Cracked, the NPC language? He looked at the title, his eyes becoming a little strange. He had originally thought that Lu Tao's daily awkward chats with him, Drake, and the shaman goblin before going offline were purely pointless efforts. He never expected, he actually managed to produce something? A strong sense of curiosity overwhelmed everything else. Lin temporarily put down his great plan to harvest leaks, and with a slight movement of his finger, clicked on the video. The video began with the sound of waves remains the same's edited intro, featuring a montage of exciting and amusing gameplay clips from himself or others over the past few days, set to an epic BGM, creating a powerful atmosphere. Hello everyone, I am the sound of waves remains the same. Lu Tao's figure appeared on screen. This time, his background was no longer the familiar live broadcast room, but an office-like setting. Behind him, several bespectacled individuals, looking very scholarly, were busily operating computers. His expression was unusually serious, even showing a hint of fatigue, but his eyes were incredibly bright. I know many of you might still be reveling in the joy of the Blackwood Forest victory, cheering for the generosity of the Lord and the bravery of the players. But today, I want to discuss a deeper and more important topic with you all. What kind of game world are we truly in? The bullet comments immediately scrolled rapidly. Here it comes. Why is Brother Tao suddenly getting all philosophical? Brother Tao, stop teasing us, tell us what you found. Holy crap, that background. Brother Tao really set up a studio. Lu Tao ignored the interactive bullet comments and continued directly, from the first day I entered the Chosen, I've been pondering a question. There's an invisible wall between us and the NPC's language. They don't understand what we say. We don't understand what they say. We can only act like mutes, using gestures and actions to guess their intentions and complete the most basic interactions. I believe everyone has had the awkward experience of gesturing at an NPC for ages, only for them to show no reaction. To break down this wall, I assembled a team. Over the past few weeks, we've acted like the most primitive field researchers, finding Drake, the shaman, and other NPCs every night, trying to communicate with them in various ways. We'd hand him a piece of meat and record his vocalizations, we'd help him finish a task and record his reactions. We submitted thousands of such video clips to top linguistic experts in the country for analysis. The screen switched, and various complex spectrograms, data models, and dense handwritten notes flooded the entire screen. The process was difficult, but just last night, we finally made a breakthrough. Lu Tao's voice suddenly rose, his tone filled with an uncontrollable tremor and excitement. We discovered that the gibberish from the NPCs isn't randomly generated game sound effects at all. It has a rigorous grammatical structure and fixed pronunciation. It's a real, complete language. And we have successfully deciphered some of its basic vocabulary. He suddenly turned sideways, pointing to a huge screen behind him. On the screen, a gameplay recording began to play. The protagonist of the recording was a player conversing with the NPC Drake. The player made a completion gesture towards Drake, then pointed to the nearby logging camp. Immediately after, Drake spoke, uttering the familiar, unintelligible game language that players were used to. But this time, a software interface popped up at the bottom of the screen, displaying a line of Chinese subtitles in real time based on Drake's pronunciation. Subtitle, "Well done." Drake said something else, while pointing in the direction of the warehouse. Subtitle, "Go to the warehouse to collect your reward." Did you all see that? Lu Tao's voice was like a thunderclap exploding in every viewer's ear. This is the result of our team's research. A translation software developed based on our deciphered vocabulary. Although it's still very rudimentary now, and many words can't be translated, it proves that the language spoken by NPCs in the game can be learned and understood by us. The video paused for a moment here. This brief silence was deliberately left for the audience to digest this groundbreaking information. The entire bullet comment section, after a dead silence of 3 full seconds, completely erupted. Holy crap! Damn! Is this for real? I always thought Brother Tao was just doing actions to build rapport with NPCs, turns out he was deciphering a language. Oh my god! Brother Tao's team is awesome. Crazy. The game company is crazy. The players are crazy too. To play a game, they actually created a new language. This is what you call a hardcore player. I bow down to the master. Lu Tao looked at the bullet comments, which were almost boiling over on the screen, a smile playing on his lips, and continued, "Of course, our software is currently in a very preliminary stage, with a small vocabulary, only able to translate some daily conversations. For complex, emotionally charged, or specialized vocabulary, it cannot yet provide accurate translations. But this is already a breakthrough from 0 to 1. What does this mean? It means that in the future, we will potentially be able to truly hear and understand the language of this world. We can decipher ancient books, listen to the whispers of goblins, and truly, like a real person, integrate into this game world. And this software," he paused, dropping the final bombshell, "will be officially released to the public tomorrow. And it will be completely free." At the end of the video, Lu Tao concluded in a highly inflammatory tone. "Friends, we are witnessing history. The era of the chosen has just begun. And language is the first key for us to unlock this real world." The video ended, and the screen turned black. The intense earthquake it triggered had just begun. The official forum was instantly completely dominated by this topic. Pinned and featured, shocking. The sound of waves remains the same. Team successfully deciphers in-game language, real-time translation software coming soon. Below the post, the number of replies surpassed 10,000 within just a few minutes. I'm bowing down. I thought Brother Tao was making a mountain out of a molehill. I never expected him to actually pull it off. Is this the product of combining money, power and perseverance? Upstairs, this has something to do with money, but not much. This shows that the underlying logic of the chosen is truly amazing. It's not just simply simulating conversations with code, but actually building a complete language system. The sheer workload is unimaginable. I'm absolutely hyped. Before, in games, NPCs were just quest tools, but now, I have to consider how to get along with them, and even learn a foreign language. Learn a foreign language? No, 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 with Brother Tao's translation software, we're basically getting a god's eye view. We can know what whispers NPCs are saying to each other, and analyze the emotions in their language. This is simply a divine tool when doing quests and increasing favorability. Exactly. I just want to know now. I gave Drake a piece of pyrite before, and he nodded at me and mumbled something. Now that I think about it, he wasn't calling me an idiot, was he? Youthful pighead youth asked with some suspicion. Ha 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 ha, upstairs, you're killing me, it's very possible. What I'm more concerned about is, can this software accurately translate the language of the goblins later on? The shaman is always mumbling mysteriously, who knows what he's chanting, what if he's teaching some divine skill? With the translation software, wouldn't we be able to secretly learn it? Hiss, your line of thinking is very dangerous. I like it. The player's enthusiasm was completely ignited. If the previous networking feature broke down the barrier between the game and reality, allowing players to use real-world knowledge to transform the game world, then this translation software is a key. A key that can truly delve into the inner workings of the game world. It made NPCs more real and explorable than ever before. Every NPC transformed from a functional symbol into a potential, walking treasure. Every word they spoke, every phrase, could hide unknown information. Inside his tent, Lin finished watching the entire video and the players' fervent discussions on the forum. He closed the light screen, leaned back in his chair, and remained silent for a long time. The development of events had slightly exceeded his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Tao, this free laborer, would be so effective. Not only did he help Lin solve the player screening problem, but he also unearthed the language issue which Lin hadn't yet tackled himself and delved into it so deeply. A slight sense of tension flashed through his mind. The deciphering of the language meant that the information gap between players and NPCs was further narrowed. They would discover a more authentic side of the NPCs, and might also detect some irregularities from the NPCs' fragmented words. But the game was real, and such a matter was too shocking. Ordinary people generally wouldn't consider this aspect. Moreover, if handled properly, it might even be a good thing. What Lin feared was never players being too smart, but rather players lacking a desire for exploration and initiative. Now, Lu Tao's translation software perfectly solved this problem. It pushed the entire game's realism and immersion to an unprecedented new height. This would greatly enhance players' sense of belonging and stickiness. More importantly, it made the NPC resource more valuable. Previously, players might have just given gifts and chatted to increase favorability. Now, they might study an NPC's speaking habits and analyze his word choices just to extract a hidden message from his mouth. Interpersonal interaction itself is an extremely attractive and endlessly fun gameplay mechanic. And he, as the backend controller of all NPCs, naturally stood at the pinnacle of information. He didn't even need to bother concocting different hidden storylines and secrets for different NPCs. They already had stories of their own. Drake's hatred, the shaman's piety, the despair of the villagers oppressed by Baron Barden, every secret unearthed would stir up huge waves among the players, becoming another cornerstone of the Chosen's legend of authenticity. Lin's thoughts continued to wander. Could he, in this process, harvest players' merit points and experience by issuing guiding quests or directly selling key intelligence? Lu Tao, oh Lu Tao, you truly are my lucky star, Lin chuckled softly. This guy not only helped him hype up the game but also proactively helped him develop a potential new monetization point. Having confirmed that there would be no major immediate impact and having finalized his plans for a proactive offensive, Lin stretched and went to rest. Early the next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the Blackwood Forest's morning mist, casting a thin golden edge over the camp. Most players were still offline, and the entire camp seemed somewhat quiet. However, an announcement, personally edited by Lin last night, appeared punctually on the Chosen's official website. The Chosen version 1.10 update announcement: The Horn of the Expedition. Brave Chosen Ones. The victory in Blackwood Forest is our shared glory. But the vile creatures lurking nearby have not been completely eradicated. Baron Barden's minions may return at any time, launching an even more frenzied counterattack. We cannot forever passively wait for the enemy to come knocking. Instead of building defenses within our own homes, let us attempt to plunge our swords into the enemy's heart. From today onwards, the strategic focus of Clifton territory will shift from passive defense to proactive offense. To this end, we will inaugurate a brand new expedition mission system. Mission name: Deep Behind Enemy Lines. Mission objective: Infiltrate Blackstone territory in squad formations to conduct comprehensive harassment and sabotage against Baron Barden's military, economic, and logistical systems. Mission formats: Hunt operations: Attack enemy patrols and messengers, severing their eyes and ears. Raid operations: Burn enemy supply depots and granaries, paralyzing their logistics. Subversion operations: Destroy enemy production facilities, such as mines and logging camps, shaking their foundations. Decapitation operations: Assassinate important military officers and minions under Baron Barden. High risk, high reward. Special statement: all expeditionary actions must strictly adhere to one iron rule: strictly forbidden to harm any unarmed civilians. Our enemies are Baron Barden and his minions, not the villagers oppressed by him. Violators will face the most severe punishment. Exclusive benefits for expeditionary forces. Honorary titles: squads that successfully complete expedition missions will receive exclusive permanent titles such as Expedition Pioneer, based on their contribution. Merit point bonus: all merit points gained from completing missions within Blackstone territory will receive an additional 10% bonus. Loot autonomy: during expedition missions, all supplies, equipment, and gold coins seized by the squad do not need to be turned over to the territory's treasury and can be distributed internally by the squad. Expeditionary force selection requirements. To ensure the success rate of the missions, the first batch of expeditionary forces will adopt an elite selection model. Number limit: the first batch will form 5 squads, with 3 to 5 members per squad. Level requirement: all team members must reach bronze rank 4 or above. Equipment requirement: must be equipped with at least one full set of leather armor or higher grade armor, and wield fine iron weapons. Ability assessment: all applicants must participate in the first Clifton Cup player PvP selection tournament to be held tomorrow. We will select the best based on their performance in the competition. Background check, past team contribution, mission completion rate, and discipline will also serve as important reference standards. The horn has sounded, and the expedition is about to embark. Who will be the first sharp blade to penetrate deep behind enemy lines, carving the glorious name of the Chosen onto the lands of Blackstone territory? Lin, Lord of Clifton. The announcement was like a giant rock dropped into a calm lake. The earliest players preparing to log in clicked on the red dot on the official website almost the moment they saw it. The next second, the link was frantically forwarded in their friends lists and various player group chats. Holy shit! Proactive offense. Go raid Baron Barden's home. A player who had just logged in shouted in the camp, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Expedition missions. Sounds exciting. Go check the official website. Big version update. More people rushed to the official website, and the camp instantly erupted into a frenzy. Look at these benefits. Exclusive titles. Merit point bonuses. The most awesome thing is this: you keep the loot. No need to turn it in. This is like hitting the jackpot and getting rich directly from one raid. Get rich my ass. Did you see the selection requirements? Bronze rank 4. Damn it, I'm still half a rank away. PvP selection tournament. Ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Finally, I can fight fair and square. Pilot, come out and die. The entire Clifton camp gradually became noisy. All the players were running around, calling friends, and their excited discussions merged into a wave of enthusiasm. Lin stood at the entrance of his tent, watching all of this with a calm expression. A grand objective, an enticing set of rewards, and a competitive selection mechanism. The combination of these three could completely ignite the passion of these players. The iron rule of not harming civilians was a declaration of occupying the moral high ground. It bestowed upon the players a sense of honor and mission as a righteous army, allowing them to act with justified confidence when sabotaging behind enemy lines, and avoiding unnecessary trouble. As for loot autonomy, it was the most significant bait he had thrown out after careful consideration. The greatest benefit of bringing the war to the enemy's territory was to sustain the war through war. When players caused destruction in Blackstone territory, the captured supplies and equipment could directly replenish their own consumption, or even be surplus enough to be brought back to the camp for trade. This way, the logistical pressure of the expeditionary force was cleverly shifted from Lin to barren, the enemy. The harder the players fought in the expedition, the greater Barton's losses would be. The richer the players themselves would become. His camp's economy would also prosper as a result. This was simply killing multiple birds with one stone. The news of the expeditionary force tryouts completely ignited the players. Driven by Drake, the goblin laborers cleared the largest open space in the center of the camp with astonishing efficiency. In just one morning, logs were driven into the ground and connected with tough ropes, and a simple arena, full of primitive power, rose from the ground. Hao Bao, holding a piece of black charcoal, stood in front of a newly planed large wooden board and wrote down the rules Lin had informed him of. Rule 1. The use of large-scale destructive items like the unified fuel bottles distributed by the territory is strictly prohibited. We are sparring, not tearing down the house. Rule 2. The competition will use a best-of-1 double elimination system, and after the top 16 are decided, a single elimination tournament will be adopted. Rule 3. Stop at the appropriate time. If one side concedes or loses the ability to fight, the match ends immediately. Those who maliciously injure others will be directly disqualified and have 500 merit points deducted. The entire camp came alive. Players who deemed themselves not strong enough or didn't plan to participate voluntarily took on logistical work, or early on, secured advantageous positions around the arena, ready to act as cheerleaders. Everyone's face was filled with the excitement of participating in a grand festival, and the air was filled with restlessness and anticipation. Meanwhile, players preparing to compete were making their final preparations in various corners of the camp. Figures sparring in pairs were everywhere, and the clang of weapons resonated continuously. Damn your pig head! Stop just charging! Pay attention to blocking! Do you know how to block? Invincible Milk Dragon Warrior pressed a fine steel shield tightly in front of him, roaring at the charging youthful pig-head youth. Blocking my ass! Offense is the best defense. Watch my armor-piercing heavy strike! Youthful pig-head youth roared, and the long sword in his hand instantly glowed with a dazzling light. His muscles bulged, and power poured into the sword, striking heavily against the shield. Clang! A deafening crash exploded, sparks flying. The ground beneath them both trembled, and they were each forced back several steps by the immense recoil. On the other side, Crescent Moon Bridge was whispering with several players, conducting their final tactical drills. The most eye-catching, however, was So-Yoon. He didn't seek out anyone to spar with. He simply stood alone in the shadow of a large tree, eyes closed, motionless. The surrounding clamor and heat seemed to be isolated by an invisible wall, unable to disturb him in the slightest. All players who passed by him subconsciously lightened their steps and walked around him. An invisible pressure emanated from him. Everyone knew in their hearts that this person was the ultimate demon king of this tryout. He was the peak everyone longed to challenge, but also the opponent everyone least wanted to meet in the elimination rounds. I bet 50 cents that the champion will definitely be Lord So-Yoon. Nonsense, do you even need to bet on that? The question is, who can last more than a minute against him? It's hard to say. Sister Crescent Moon Bridge is also very fierce, and there's that tank, one punch kills Minotaur, who you can hit all day and he won't budge. Don't forget the newcomers from the 4th batch. I heard several of them are real-life combat masters, so we can't underestimate them. Players discussed animatedly, various speculations and bets circulating among the crowd, and the atmosphere was completely ignited even before the competition officially began. In the afternoon, the tryouts officially commenced. Lin and Drake sat on a makeshift platform made of wooden crates, looking down at the entire arena. Drake's expression was a little dazed. His gaze swept over the undead below the arena, eager for battle and flexing their muscles, then over the cheering spectators around them. A strong sense of unreality gripped him. 2 days ago, this place was a battlefield flowing with blood. They were still fighting for survival in the most primitive and brutal life and death struggle against their enemies. And now, they seemed to be celebrating some grand festival? Using a competition to decide who was qualified to infiltrate enemy territory, a competition where success was a long shot, as a festival celebration? One could only say that they were indeed undead, their way of thinking was truly incomprehensible to him as an ordinary person. The competition begins. First match. Legendary Pilot vs. I Am Really Not Passerby. Hao Bao's full-throated shout pulled Drake's thoughts back. 2 figures leaped onto the arena. Legendary Pilot was still as showy as ever, not forgetting to wave to the audience and strike a few poses he thought were cool before going on stage, immediately eliciting a burst of good-natured laughter. His opponent, I Am Really Not Passerby, was much calmer. He said nothing, silently raised his shield, and slightly lowered his body, adopting a standard defensive stance. Brother Lu Renji, apologies. Watch my ancestral mad dog sword art. Legendary Pilot let out a strange cry, transforming into a whirlwind and charging forward with his sword. His moves seemed chaotic, like a wild, unorganized hack and slash, but each sword strike contained a cunning intent, directly targeting the opponent's defensive blind spots and vital body parts. This was an aggressive fighting style that completely disregarded consequences, exchanging injuries for victory. I am really not passerby. A was clearly prepared for this. He remained unmoved, his body like a rock, steadily guarding himself with his shield, occasionally seizing gaps in the opponent's attacks to launch swift counterattacks with his short sword. The scene was somewhat dull for a while, the clash of spear and shield producing monotonous and dense collision sounds. Pilot, that guy, he's still the same. Below the main platform, handsome enough to kill people crossed his arms, calmly analyzing, his fighting style is too wild, relying entirely on brute force. It's hard to gain an advantage against a stable tank like Lu Renji. Lin just watched quietly. He wasn't looking at who won or lost, but at every detail the two revealed in battle. Legendary Pilot seemed reckless, but each of his seemingly ineffective attacks was actually probing the opponent's defensive limits, and he could always use some incredible body contortions to dodge fatal counterattacks. As for I am really not passerby. His shield blocks seemed clumsy, but the angle and timing of each parry were perfect, always deflecting the fiercest attacks with the smallest cost. Behind this was extremely high combat literacy and calm judgment. Both were promising talents. Lin silently evaluated in his mind. Ultimately, this spear and shield duel ended with Legendary Pilot, exhausted and breathing heavily, caught in a fatal opening, with the sword pressed against his throat. I surrender. Damn it, Lu Renji, you're too tenacious. Legendary Pilot panted heavily, raising his hand in frustration. Below the arena, applause thundered. The matches proceeded one after another. Players displayed a wide array of bizarre and varied fighting styles. There were berserker-style players like youthful Pighead Youth, who roared and charged from beginning to end, crushing everything with brute force. There were assassin-style players like Crescent Moon Bridge, whose movements were elusive and who pressed forward relentlessly, seeking opportunities for a one-hit kill while moving at high speed. There were also pure heavy armor tank players like One Punch Kills Minotaur, who, upon entering the stage, plunged their huge shield into the ground with a dull thud, then declared, "If anyone can break my defense, I lose." There were even a few life skill players, such as Gentle Mommy, who also signed up. Although her close combat ability was mediocre, her archery was superb, hitting targets 100 paces away. Several reckless new players who charged at her were thrown into disarray by her accurate arrows before they even reached her, almost turning into pincushions. Lin watched with great interest. These players were unpolished gems, full of infinite possibilities. Although they had learned the extraordinary combat skills and techniques of this world through the system, they were not constrained by the established combat patterns of this world. Their minds were still imaginative, always able to create some incredible and unexpected tactics. Putting this group of people in Blackstone territory would be like a pack of huskies rushing into a sheep pen. He himself was somewhat looking forward to what would happen next. The tryouts lasted a whole day, and finally, the 16 spots were settled. Top-tier players like Suyun, Crescent Moon Bridge, One Punch Kills Minotaur, and Twin Guns Yan Fei Ying were selected without suspense. There were also a few reckless individuals like youthful Pighead Youth, who, relying on a fearless and crazy drive, managed to trade injuries for victory and force their way into the top 16. And players like Legendary Pilot, who were not selected, also showed considerable strength. Lin had already decided that he would later have them join a certain squad to fill out the numbers. As night deepened and the offline time approached, the selected players, having formed 5 squads, were summoned to Lin's wooden house. Night fell. In Clifton Camp, a huge bonfire crackled, its orange-red flames licking the night sky, painting everything around with a flickering play of light and shadow. The daytime clamor and frenzy had faded. A dozen figures stood ramrod straight inside Lin's wooden house. They were the most skilled players, having fought their way through the PvP selection from 50 participants. They were also the vanguards who would be the first to explore the new map, and this sense of honor made them unconsciously straighten their chests. Lin's gaze swept over each of their faces. Since you have all formed your teams, next is a brief on this mission. He turned slightly, revealing Drake behind him. The former scout captain stepped forward, holding a large roll of animal hide map. Whoosh! The animal hide was unrolled on the open ground in front of everyone, with a broad map drawn on it using charcoal and different colored mineral powders. This is a rough topographical map of the entire Blackstone territory and its surroundings. Drake's voice was hoarse and low. He squatted down, pointed at the map, and began to explain in detail. Lin stood by, reluctantly playing the role of translator. This process made Lin's thoughts wander slightly. Once these expedition players set off, the camp would be a little less busy, and he had to find a suitable time to, under some pretext like system update or GM welfare, directly leak the common language dictionary data of the other world to the sound of waves remains the same. Although it was troublesome for him to transliterate words one by one like this. But rather than letting players expend effort to decipher it, it was better to actively feed it to them, allowing them to quickly perfect a real-time translation function, which would also benefit the players going on the expedition. Blackstone territory, centered around Baron Barton's Blackstone Castle, is divided into 4 regions. Drake's explanation brought Lin's thoughts back. To the east are the mines, guarded in rotation by his knights and guard squads. To the west are the farmlands and villages, the main source of tax revenue. To the south is the Blackwood Forest where we are located, which also serves as a hunting ground. And to the north is the main road leading to the royal capital, which is the most heavily guarded. Drake picked up a branch and heavily circled 5 circles marked with red mineral powder on the map. According to the Lord's instructions, I have planned 5 primary areas of operation for you. His branch first pointed to the northernmost point. Suyun's team. He looked up at the most silent figure in the crowd. Your target is here, the transportation line north of Blackstone Castle. This road is Barton's only connection to the outside world. His messengers, supplies, and even potential reinforcements he might invite from outside, such as soldiers from the royal capital or mercenary groups from other territories, must all pass through here. Your mission is to become ghosts and roadblocks on this path. Intercept all his messengers, cut off all his connections with the outside world. At the same time, scout any possible support forces in advance and report back to the rear. Suyun said nothing, only nodded slightly. In the firelight, a hint of understanding flashed deep within his calm eyes. This was a pure assassination and blockade mission. Drake's branch moved to the mining area on the east side of the map. Crescent Moon Bridge's team. The mines here are Barton's lifeline for forging weapons and equipment. But the miners are all his conscripted subjects, full of grievances, and already a volcano about to erupt. Your mission is to infiltrate the mining area and attempt subversive actions. A hint of cruelty emanated from Drake's voice. Destroy his mining tools, blow up his smelting furnaces, and even incite those miners to slow down work or riot. I want you to use every means possible to completely shut down his armory. Crescent Moon Bridge's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. This mission was full of challenges and immense operational space, far more interesting than simple hacking and slashing. Then, Drake's branch moved to the western farmland area, where several granary markers were drawn. Minotaur's team. This is Barton's granary. He has levied heavy taxes and hoarded a large amount of grain to feed his army. At this point, Drake hesitated a little. To destroy the granary, the simplest way for a few people was obviously to set it on fire. If the grain was burned, in a typical territory, the guards would very likely riot. But he knew about the loyalty potion and understood Barton even better. The knights and guards would not betray him, and without grain, he would only feel a little pain for a day or two, then forcibly collect from innocent subjects. It could be said that the impact on Barton would be minimal. Noticing Drake's pleading gaze, Lin thought for a moment and temporarily assigned the simple tasks of stealing and attacking the guards. He would make actual adjustments later based on the player's investigation. Drake continued to assign the remaining 2 teams the tasks of frontal harassment from the south and attacking enemy scouts and patrols. After the explanation, Drake stood up and stepped aside. Lin spoke in a deep voice, the intelligence and objectives are clear. Now, it's time for your pre-battle preparations. He waved his hand. Several goblins grunted and groaned as they carried several heavy wooden crates over, placing them heavily on the ground. The lids opened, revealing rows of neatly arranged alchemical tools gleaming dangerously in the firelight. Each team, for their first departure, will be freely issued 10 oil bottles, 5 paralyzing poisons, and enough hemostatic paste for 3 days of use. These were made by Gentle Mommy and her alchemy team a few days ago. For the rest, you're on your own. Lin's gaze turned to One Punch Kill's Minotaur and several other players who had tamed 2-headed dogs. Your 2-headed dogs will serve as your mobile radar during your operations. Their sense of smell, in terms of tracking and early warning, is sometimes more reliable than human eyes. He specifically emphasized this because when the players set off for Blackstone territory this time, it was a new, unexplored area on their map. For a short time, the previously infallible map would temporarily lose its function, awaiting illumination. At this time, the reconnaissance of the 2-headed dog became especially important. Remember, protect them well. Yes, Lord. One Punch Kill's Minotaur solemnly stroked the head of Jiao Ziyi at his feet. Guo Tai, the other head, seemed a little displeased at being neglected, shook its ears, and let out a low whimper. Finally, and most importantly, Lin's expression became completely serious. When on expedition, preserving yourselves is the highest principle. Remember, although you are undead, every death wastes precious travel time. I need you to be as cunning as wolves, as cautious as foxes. His voice was decisive. Achieve the greatest results with the smallest cost. The detailed arrangements made the players present feel a sense of importance they had never experienced before. This was not the cold mission text of a game. Every detail, every instruction, made them feel that they were no longer just players, but elite special forces truly entrusted with a heavy responsibility by their lord, about to delve deep behind enemy lines. Do you all understand? Lin asked. Understood. The 16 roared in unison, their voices shaking the night sky and startling the night birds in the forest into flight. Very good. Lin nodded. Now, go collect your equipment and get some good rest. Depart promptly at dawn tomorrow. Yes. The 16 collected their equipment and dispersed quickly but orderly. Inside the wooden house, only Lin and Drake remained, along with the still fiercely burning bonfire. As if seeing the others' thoughts, Lin smiled and said to the person in front of him, Drake, although the undead usually seem a bit erratic and make people very uneasy. But when it comes to missions, at critical moments, they are always surprisingly reliable. Drake was startled and fell silent for a moment. He recalled the scenes from previous battles that had made his scalp tingle. Lin stepped forward and gently patted Drake's shoulder, the steady strength transmitting through the leather armor. His tone was profound. You just need to believe that they can create any miracle you can't imagine. Lin withdrew his hand, his gaze cast towards the distant flickering lights of the players' gathering area, a deep curve forming at the corner of his mouth. What you need to do from now on is to prepare horses and men, ready at any time to go to the edge of the Blackwood Forest to welcome the triumphant heroes, and to receive the spoils of war. When Drake walked out of the wooden house, his steps were still a little unsteady. The Lord's last words still echoed in his mind. He instinctively turned back, looking at the lively figures of the undead in the distance. They were gathered around the bonfire, loudly discussing tomorrow's actions, showing no signs of pre-battle tension. Drake stood in the shadows, watching that light and clamor, silent for a long time. Eagle Fortress in the north. It stood under the night sky, 100 times more magnificent than Baron Barton's pitiful Blackstone Manor. Towering spires pierced the cold clouds, and every massive stone in the thick walls bore the marks of ages and wars. Moonlight flowed over it, outlining a silent behemoth, wordlessly recounting the family's heritage, far older than their neighbors, and their even more overwhelming power. Inside the study, the fireplace blazed. The orange-red glow dispelled the chill of the stone room, making the entire space warm and bright. Viscount Cole, a man nearing 50, leaned back in a large armchair. He was exceptionally well preserved, his face showed little sign of age, only a few lines edged around the corners of his eyes. Between his fingers was a thin letter. It was the secret message Fabian had sent 2 days prior. He had finished reading the letter. Cole's face showed no particular expression, neither surprise nor anger. Only his bony fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the chair, producing a steady thump, thump. The room was utterly silent. Only the occasional crackle of wood in the flames and the seemingly death knell-like tapping of his knuckles. Somewhat interesting. After a long pause, Viscount Cole finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed through the spacious study, carrying the playful tone of a hunter discovering new quarry. A barony plagued by internal and external strife, on the verge of collapse. A mysterious force capable of annihilating his elite guard. Fabian's descriptions are becoming more and more intriguing. He stood up and walked to the large bay window. Outside the window lay his territory. Vast, fertile plains stretched out under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the hilly, barren woodlands of Blackstone territory and Clifton territory. The current output from those lands might not even cover his castle's expenses for a month. Yet, he remained interested in that region. For no other reason. But because that region bordered the kingdom and its neighboring country. The special nature of this location was insignificant in peacetime, but once truly useless. Viscount Cole commented softly, his tone devoid of anger, only pure, undisguised contempt. But he didn't actually care about that idiot Barton's life or death. What he truly cared about were the other 2 things Fabian mentioned in his letter. First, that mysterious force. To be able to so efficiently and covertly wipe out Barton's elite guard of over 40 men, including a high-ranking bronze knight captain. These were definitely not mountain bandits. This force was a knife that had suddenly appeared on his southern flank, a knife whose wielder remained unknown. This made him sense an opportunity. Second, there were the recent rumors circulating on the border about war possibly reigniting. Once war with the southern nation broke out again, the strategic value of the vital transport routes in Blackstone territory and Blackwood Forest would instantly increase several-fold. He had to plan ahead. Thinking this, Viscount Cole no longer hesitated. Fabian's suggestion suited him perfectly. Dispatch a small, elite force for armed reconnaissance. This would both probe the true strength of that mysterious force and avoid revealing his full intentions too early. Although, to people of their standing, such actions had an obvious meaning, it was also a temporary, unspoken understanding between them. Someone. He turned around, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching beyond the study door. A knight in full armor entered in response, moving swiftly and silently. The moment he knelt, the metal plates of his armor clinked softly. My lord, what are your commands? Relay my orders. Viscount Cole's voice echoed in the study, calm yet filled with undeniable resolve. Mobilize the 3rd Knight Squad, led by Captain Gareth. The kneeling knight's body imperceptibly stiffened. The 3rd Knight Squad. That was no ordinary patrol unit, but the sharpest sword in the Viscount's hand. Every member was a battle-hardened, high-ranking bronze warrior, specialized in handling the most difficult, unsavory tasks. Furthermore, Viscount Cole continued, his tone becoming meaningful, have Elwyn and Leah accompany them. Tell them this mission's objective is very special. I need a mage's eyes to discern the truth and the holy light's blessing to face the unknown. The knight's heart tightened abruptly. Lord Elwyn. The most favored disciple of the Viscount's chief court mage, a true master of the elements, rumored to be infinitely close to the transcendent silver rank. And Lady Leah, she was a true silver-ranked priestess, raised by Eagle Fortress, then sent to the Holy Light Church for advanced study, and finally stationed back. Her healing divine arts were said to be able to pull a dying person with 1 foot in the underworld back to the living. A full-strength elite knight squad. Plus a quasi-silver-ranked mage and a true silver-ranked priestess. This was no longer reconnaissance. This was practically a small, fully equipped war-clearing unit. Such a force would be enough to easily wipe out a barony without city defenses in the wilderness. Tell Gareth, Viscount Cole added finally, their mission is to go to Blackwood Forest, find Fabian and figure out the true nature of the mountain bandits there. I grant him complete autonomy of action. Whether by capture, interrogation, or complete eradication. I only want results. Yes, my lord. The knight didn't ask another word, accepted the order, and departed, his heavy footsteps rapidly fading down the corridor. Moments later, inside the castle's towering mage tower. The knight found Elwyn meditating. The young mage opened his eyes, and a restless flame dancing on his fingertip extinguished, leaving a lingering scent of sulfur and ozone in the air. After hearing the command, he raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of confusion. Mountain bandits. A sneering curve formed on his lips, but considering it was the Viscount's command, he didn't ask further, merely thinking idly to himself that he hoped this outing wouldn't bore him too much. Meanwhile, on another side of the castle, in the tranquil prayer room, Priestess Leah was quietly wiping a silver scepter, a symbol of the holy light, with a clean white cloth. A gentle and serene aura emanated from her, as if she were condensed moonlight. After hearing the knight's message, she merely nodded slightly, speaking softly in a voice that seemed to cleanse the soul. May the holy light guide us. And have mercy on those lost lambs who are about to be purified. Back in the study, Viscount Cole sat down in his chair again. He picked up the cup of cold black tea, drank it in one gulp, and the icy liquid sliding down his throat made the light in his eyes deepen even further. He greatly anticipated what kind of spectacular drama would unfold when his professional team of hunters encountered that mysterious group of local snakes in Blackwood Forest. Blackstone Castle, study. Lord Barton felt like he was going crazy. 2 days had already passed. A full 2 days. The punitive expedition he sent out, led by Knight Bernard and comprising 3 elite mercenary groups and 10 knights, was like a stone thrown into a deep pond. It vanished without a trace, not even a ripple seen. No messenger returned with news of victory, nor did any deserters return with news of defeat. Nothing at all. This silence was more tormenting than direct news of defeat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lord Barton paced restlessly in the room, the expensive carpet beneath his feet becoming disheveled. He muttered repeatedly, trying to convince himself. That was over 50 men. Bernard was leading them. He is one of the most reliable knights under my command. And those guys from the 3 great mercenary groups who live by the sword. How could there be no movement at all? He recalled the pride he felt 2 days ago, standing on the manor's terrace, watching that formidable force march into Blackwood Forest. He had almost seen those damned fellows annihilated, their heads hanging from flagpoles. But now? The air in the study was suffocatingly heavy. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, yet Lord Barton felt a chill run through him, an icy sensation creeping from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. My lord, you should have dinner. The old butler, carrying a tray, cautiously pushed open the door, his voice trembling slightly. He looked at his master's bloodshot eyes and haggard expression, a wave of panic rising in his heart. Get out! Lord Barton spun around abruptly, letting out a furious roar. Clang! He swept a wine glass off the table, the wine spilling onto the floor like congealed blood. Eat? Eat what? My army. My knights. My money. All of it is trapped in that damned forest, and you still expect me to eat. The old butler flinched in fear, immediately kneeling to the ground, trembling as he cleaned up the mess. My lord, calm your anger, please. Perhaps Lord Bernard and his men just pursued too deeply into the forest and couldn't establish contact for a while. Such words of comfort, which even he didn't believe, were like adding fuel to the fire in Lord Barton's ears. Couldn't establish contact? They brought several messenger ravens. Even if everyone died, what about the ravens before they died? Were they shot down and roasted by those fellows? The more Lord Barton thought, the more afraid he became, the more afraid, the angrier he grew. He had considered sending out scouts again. But, he didn't dare. If the scouts he sent returned with good news, then it wouldn't matter whether he sent them or not, Bernard would send someone back sooner or later. But what if those 50+ men were truly all gone? This thought, once it surfaced, sent a chill through Lord Barton. If that were truly the case, what good would sending a few more scouts do? Send them to their deaths? He now had very few troops he could freely deploy, castle defense, mining outpost garrison, and farm suppression all required manpower. He couldn't spare any more men to throw away in Blackwood Forest. This feeling of being completely cut off from information made him feel like a blind man with his eyes covered, only hearing rustling sounds around him, but not knowing when danger would pounce from which direction. Useless. A bunch of useless people. He kicked over a nearby chair, the loud crash of wood echoing in the empty study. That old Cromwell is pressuring me, that bastard Viscount Cole is laughing at me, and now even a bunch of nobodies from who knows where want to ride on my neck and shit. His chest heaved violently, fear and anger intertwined, almost consuming his reason. He felt like a trapped beast in a cage, raging impotently, yet finding no exit. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, there was a soft knock on the study door. Who? Lord Barton's voice was hoarse and irritable. My lord, the butler's trembling voice came from outside the door. It's Fabian. He says he has urgent matters to discuss. Fabian? He remembered that merchant who always wore a gentle smile but was impossible to see through. Lord Barton panted, a thought flashing through his chaotic mind. Perhaps he had a solution? Let him. Cough, let him in. Lord Barton steadied himself by holding onto the table, forcing himself to stand, and tried to tidy his disheveled collar. When Fabian entered the study, this was the scene he beheld. Lord Barton's face was haggard, his eye sockets sunken, his hair disheveled. He had lost all semblance of aristocratic bearing, looking more like a gambler who had lost his entire fortune. Greetings, Lord Barton. Fabian bowed slightly, a hint of concern on his face, ignoring the mess in the room. Don't bother with pleasantries. Lord Barton didn't wait for him to finish his bow, rushing over impatiently, grabbing his arm, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Do you have any news? Does the merchant guild behind you have any solutions? Fabian's arm was tightly gripped, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. He allowed Lord Barton to hold him, his tone still gentle. My lord, please calm down. I have just received some news, which is why I rushed here immediately to report to you. Upon hearing the word news, Lord Barton's eyes lit up, like a drowning man grasping at a final straw. What news? Speak quickly. Fabian sighed softly, gently pulled away from Lord Barton's hand, and slowly walked to the window, looking at the grey sky outside. I'm afraid, it's not the good news you're hoping for. His voice was soft, yet it struck Lord Barton's heart like a heavy hammer. Lord Barton's body swayed, his face instantly turning pale. He leaned on the table to keep from falling, his lips trembling. What do you mean? Don't tell me. Some of my informants stationed at the edge of Blackwood Forest haven't sent back any messages for several days. Fabian turned around, his gaze calmly fixed on Lord Barton. Moreover, just this morning, the men I sent to contact them reported that they spotted signs of a struggle from a distance at the forest's edge, and also, signs of fire. Fire. Lord Barton's voice was trembling. Yes, my lord, Fabian's tone was grave. My men also didn't dare to get close to confirm, but the concentrated burning marks were very obvious. He paused, observing Lord Barton's reaction, before continuing. I have to make a pessimistic deduction, my lord. Your punitive expedition has most likely met with misfortune. Boom. Lord Barton's vision went black. It's over. It's truly over. How could this happen? He collapsed onto the chair, distraught, muttering to himself. Fabian did not speak immediately, he gave Lord Barton enough time to digest this terrible truth. When Lord Barton's breathing had somewhat calmed, he slowly began to speak, his voice like the whisper of a demon. My lord, this is no time for sorrow. You must make a decision immediately. A decision? What decision can I make? Lord Barton suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with despair. My remaining troops cannot be easily deployed. What do I have to fight them with? Are they going to run into our territory and let us attack them? Have you considered, Fabian ignored his roar and instead asked suggestively, why these fellows are doing this? They cleanly devoured 2 of your forces, yet they haven't rushed to attack your castle, nor have they plundered indiscriminately. What does this indicate? Lord Barton was stunned, led by Fabian's line of thought. Indicate what? It indicates that their appetite might be far greater than we imagine. Fabian's eyes deepened. They are not after wealth, nor temporary victory. They are clearing out all your forces in Blackwood Forest, they are slowly encroaching on your territory. Their goal, perhaps, is not merely to occupy the roads and rob your caravans, but to replace you. Replace you. These 4 words struck Lord Barton's mind like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, my lord, don't forget the deadline the royal capital gave you. Fabian's voice was unhurried, yet every word cut deep. To restore order and tax revenue in your territory within a month. But now, not only have you failed to do so, you have lost almost all of your mobile forces. Do you think, a month from now, what will you tell Lord Cromwell? Lord Barton's cold sweat instantly broke out. He seemed to see Cromwell's emotionless face and hear his cold voice pronouncing the stripping of his territory and title. No. I cannot lose my territory. This is mine. Lord Barton shouted agitatedly. Therefore, you need help, my lord. Fabian finally revealed his true intentions. A powerful external force, strong enough to crush these fellows. Lord Barton gasped, staring intently at Fabian, his eyes filled with suspicion and a final glimmer of hope. External force? Do your Ruby Merchant Guild secretly maintain an army? Merchants pursue profit, they might keep some guards, but it's impossible for them to possess an armed force capable of contending with a regular army. We never meddle in military matters, my lord. But our business spans the kingdom, and we know many people. Fabian smiled, that smile carrying a subtle hint of superiority. In the north, there is a mercenary group called Griffin's Claw. They are well equipped and formidable in battle, but their prices are extremely high, and they rarely venture south. Our guild happens to have some acquaintance with their leader. Mercenaries. A spark of hope rekindled in Lord Barton's eyes, but then quickly faded. But where do I have so many gold coins to hire them now? Gold coins are never an issue, my lord. Fabian's words were full of temptation. As long as you are willing to pay the price, our guild can vouch for you and prepay the entire commission. Let them enter Blackstone territory as hired mercenaries to eliminate these troubles for you. Then, you only need to report to the royal capital that you successfully hired powerful mercenaries and pacified the bandits within your territory. These words sounded reasonable and full of allure. For Lord Barton, who was already at his wit's end, this was undoubtedly the only way out. He had no idea that the so-called Griffin's Claw was merely the codename for Viscount Cole's night order. Every one of Fabian's proposals was dragging him deeper into the quagmire laid by Viscount Cole. Accepting this hiring meant inviting wolves into the house. Good. Lord Barton barely hesitated. He grabbed at it like a drowning man, standing up abruptly. I agree. I need them. Whatever trade conditions your guild proposes, I will agree. As long as you can help me through this difficulty. Looking at Lord Barton's face, distorted with excitement, the corners of Fabian's mouth almost couldn't help but turn up. He slowly took a money bag from his embrace and placed it on the table, emitting a dull thud. This is a portion of the funds advanced by the guild for you, my lord. You can use it to calm the populace and regroup. After all, before Griffin's Claw arrives, we can't let the enemy take your castle, can we? Lord Barton snatched the money bag, its heavy weight giving him a long-lost sense of security. The next day, early morning. The bonfires at Clifton Camp had died down, with only a few wisps of smoke swirling and dissipating in the cool air. Over a dozen players stood energetically in front of Lin's wooden cabin. They had changed into the best equipment they could muster, their leather armor straps were tightly cinched, and their blades reflected the faint glow of the morning sun. Anticipation and excitement mixed on each person's face, their eyes burning. After a night of tactical discussion and material preparation, they were filled with absolute confidence in this expedition mission. In their view, this was the first large-scale regional exploration activity since the game began, undoubtedly the best opportunity to demonstrate their strength, acquire generous rewards, and seize the initiative. The door of the wooden cabin opened, and Lin walked out. He did not give any lengthy pre-battle motivational speech. He simply looked at the group of the chosen before him and then, in an unquestionable tone, simply spoke 6 words. Go, make the enemies remember you. With that, he turned and returned to the wooden cabin, leaving behind a profound and unfathomable silhouette. The door gently closed. But in that instant, the players were completely ignited. Holy cow! Lord Lin is too cool. The swagger, it's maxed out. Even movie lines aren't this impactful. Did anyone record that? This clip will definitely explode. What are we waiting for? Let's go. After a brief clamor, the highly action-oriented players immediately sprang into action. Several small teams, totaling over a dozen people, quickly split up after walking a certain distance. Suyun, Crescent Moon Bridge, and One Punch Kills Minotaur each led 3 elite squads. Following the secret paths Drake had mentioned last night, they silently merged into the shadows of the forest, heading towards strategic targets in the north, east, and west directions respectively. Their mission involved critical strategic strikes, requiring extreme stealth to avoid premature exposure. The remaining 2 squads, totaling 8 people, formed the Southern Frontal Harassment Force. Their captains were the Berserker Youthful Pighead Youth and the Shield Warrior I Am Really Not Passerby. These 2 mixed squads had a diverse professional setup, with archers and assassins readily available, and even a player who had recently emerged in the 4th batch of players and successfully tamed a 2-headed dog. Their mission objective was clear and direct: infiltrate from the southern part of Blackwood Forest, eliminate all scouts and outposts Baron Barton had placed on the periphery, create chaos, and firmly draw the enemy's attention to themselves. Brothers, let's go, let's go. We are the vanguard of the vanguards, we can't let Lord Lin down. Youthful Pighead Youth hoisted a massive battle axe onto his shoulder, shouting spiritedly in the team channel. Our mission is to cause trouble. The bigger, the better. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see those NPCs getting played by us like fools. The assassin player, Reaper of Kidneys, chuckled softly. Everyone be careful, don't get too reckless. Lord Lin said that dying, resurrecting, and traveling takes a long time. I am really not passerby. A's voice sounded in the channel, his naturally steady tone slightly cooled down the overly active atmosphere in the team. What's there to be afraid of? We've dealt with them so many times, they're just beginner level. Youthful Pighead Youth waved his hand indifferently. Exactly, exactly, I am really not passerby. Don't be so nervous. It's just a game, having fun and being happy is most important. Another archer player, Kite Flying Expert, chimed in. The 8-person squad moved quickly through the forest, the atmosphere so relaxed it hardly seemed like they were on a dangerous military mission. As they traveled, they chatted and joked in the team channel, excitedly discussing how they would deal with the enemies and how they would roll for the loot. The player who had tamed the 2-headed dog had the ID Dog Man Never a Slave. He had successfully tamed 2 2-headed dogs by himself. One was currently trotting closely by his feet, panting with its tongue out, while the other was more lively, running back and forth in the forest, occasionally stopping to vigorously sniff the ground and tree roots with its nose. Old dog, are your dogs reliable? Don't lead us astray. Youthful Pighead Youth, unable to stay still, reached out to tease the head of the dog trotting beside him. Don't worry, my 2-headed dogs are professionals. Dogman Never a Slave proudly patted his chest. Their sense of smell is almost as good as a radar, they can warn us immediately if anything happens. They followed the route Drake had marked on the map, heading south. The vegetation underfoot gradually thinned, and the light overhead grew brighter. They had reached the edge of Blackwood Forest. After about 3 hours of travel, the 2-headed dog at the front of the team, responsible for scouting, suddenly stopped. It let out a suppressed, low whine from its throat, and the fur on the back of its neck stood on end. Stop! Dogman Never a Slave reacted extremely quickly, immediately letting out a low shout in the channel, while simultaneously raising a clenched fist to give a tactical hand signal. The team instantly switched from outing mode to combat mode. The other 7 people almost simultaneously crouched down, each finding trees and bushes for cover, their weapons tightly gripped, their breathing hushed. What's wrong? I am really not passerby. Lowered his voice and leaned closer to Dogman Never a Slave. Something's up. Dogman Never a Slave squatted down, gently comforting his restless dogs. They smell humans, and it's not from our camp, it's very unfamiliar, just a short distance ahead. He extended his finger, pointing towards a particularly dense thicket ahead. Youthful Pighead Youth licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We're getting started so soon? Looks like our luck is good. I am really not passerby, however, was more cautious. He wasn't carried away by the impending battle. Instead, he used the team channel to give instructions to Reaper of Kidneys, telling him to sneak over and scout the situation. The others remained in place, maintaining maximum vigilance. Reaper of Kidneys nodded silently, his body slightly bowed. He seemed to transform into a phantom, silently blending into the surrounding environment as he moved forward. Time passed by minute. A few minutes later, the assassin's voice sounded in the channel, carrying a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Captain, target spotted. It's an enemy outpost. Wooden, not tall, with 2 people on top and 2 more patrolling below. They look very lax. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the team's breathing quickened. The first mission objective had appeared right before their eyes. Youthful Pighead Youth's great axe was already thirsting for action. He turned to look at I am really not passerby, his eyes asking, the meaning obvious, can we charge now? I am really not passerby did not immediately give the order. He carefully observed the surrounding terrain, quickly formulating a surprise attack strategy in his mind. He lowered his voice and calmly said in the channel, don't rush. Observe first, figure out their patrol routes and shift change times. Lord Lin's requirement is to achieve the greatest results with the smallest cost. If we're going to fight, we need to fight beautifully, so beautifully that they can't even raise an alarm. 8 players lay prone in the bushes 100 meters from the outpost, their outlines blending with the dappled shadows of the forest. The outpost was built on a gentle slope, offering a relatively open view. A wooden tower, 5 or 6 meters high, was loosely encircled by a half-human height wooden fence. On the tower, the figures of 2 sentries were clearly visible, they leaned lazily against the railing, pointing and gesturing at the distant sky. Below the tower, 2 other guards patrolled along the fence with dragging steps. The team channel was silent, save for faint breathing sounds. Kiter, report auditory information. I am really not passerby's voice rang out calmly. The archer player, Kiter, focused all his attention on his ears. He had learned a basic skill to enhance his senses, making his hearing far superior to ordinary people's for a short period. I can't understand what gibberish they're saying. He lowered his voice. But judging from their tones, all 4 the ones on the tower and on the ground are complaining, very irritable, and not very vigilant. Wait. His voice paused. The older one on the tower has a very strange pattern. Every now and then, he turns his head to look east, and then a very short, stern syllable pops out of his mouth. As soon as the younger one hears it, his body instinctively tenses up and he immediately stands straight. What syllable? I can't quite hear it, it's just a gurgle, very short. But the frequency is very fixed, I counted, it's about once every 10 minutes. Each time it happens, the younger one gets nervous for about 10 seconds, then relaxes again. In the team channel, Youthful Pighead Youth let out a suppressed chuckle. Ha ha ha, are these NPCs slacking off and getting timed check-ins? Don't be careless. I am really not passerby interrupted him. Reaper of the Kidney, you stealth over and observe the ground from extreme range, paying attention to their footprints and the surrounding environment. Don't alert anyone. Received. The assassin player, Reaper of the Kidney, in the team, flickered slightly, and his entire person vanished from his original spot. A few minutes later, his voice sounded in the channel. Captain, the ground around the outpost is very messy, full of the footprints of those 4. But to the east, there's a small path that's been repeatedly trodden down, and it has a very distinctive footprint that looks like it has a notch in the heel. He added. These footprints only follow a single back and forth route, they don't linger around the outpost. They're completely different from the footprints of the 2 on patrol. I am really not passerby's mind raced. All the clues linked together, pointing to a clear conclusion. It really might be as Pighead said, there's an inspector. He made his assessment in the channel. An officer or veteran who doesn't belong to this outpost comes to check periodically, which is why these people get nervous in a regular pattern. We must clear this place before that inspector arrives next time. Not only that, we also need to go ahead and wait for him to walk into our trap. Just what I wanted. Youthful Pighead Youth licked his lips, his great axe, resting on his shoulder, trembling slightly with excitement. No problem. A series of low responses echoed in the channel. A simple plan quickly took shape. I am really not passerby issued commands in the team channel using the most concise language. Reaper of the Kidney, the ground is yours first, you must kill with one blow, without making any sound. Kiter, you are responsible for the tower. Once he makes his move, immediately shoot and kill. Pighead and I will be ready to finish them off at any moment. Wong people never be slaves, you and your dog are responsible for outer perimeter alert, especially to the east. If there's any disturbance, give immediate warning. Understood. The commands were distributed. The few adjusted their breathing, muscles tensed, awaiting the moment of the fatal strike. Time flowed slowly. On the ground, the 2 patrolling guards yawned once more and entered the visual blind spot on the northeast side of the tower. Let's rest for a bit, my feet are numb. One of the guards leaned against the fence and unfastened the water skin from his waist. The other also stopped, just about to agree. But his words would never be spoken. A dark shadow erupted from the bushes behind him, moving so fast it left only a blurred afterimage in the air. It was Reaper of the Kidney. His left hand, like an iron vice, firmly covered the guard's mouth, stifling the impending cry of alarm in his throat. The short blade in his right hand showed no hesitation, carrying a cold gust of wind as it plunged viciously into his lower back. Pfft! The sound of a sharp blade piercing through leather armor and flesh rang out. The guard's pupils suddenly dilated, his body stiffened abruptly, and his life force rapidly drained away with the gushing blood, before he collapsed limply into Reaper of the Kidney's arms. On the other side, the guard who was about to drink water noticed the commotion and turned his head in horror. What he saw was the silent falling back of his companion, and another figure rushing towards him. A single syllable had just squeezed out of his throat. I am really not passerby. A's short sword had already cut an icy arc from bottom to top, precisely slitting his throat. Blood gushed out, blocking all his shouts. The entire process happened in a single breath, silently and cleanly. Just as the two on the ground fell, on top of the tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! One was an arrow, already locked onto its target, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, bursting forth from the woods. The arrow precisely pierced the young guard's neck. The other was a massive axe, carrying a dull whoosh of wind, striking the old guard squarely between the eyebrows, erupting in a spray of blood mist. The expressions on their faces were still frozen in the previous second's laziness and disdain, as their bodies lost all strength, slumping softly onto the tower, making two dull thuds. Quadra kill. From the start to the finish, the actions were almost simultaneous. Beautiful. Youthful pighead youth roared excitedly in the channel, his knuckles, gripping the battle axe, turning white from exertion. Clear the scene. Quick. Drag the bodies into the bushes. I am really not passerby. A's command was calm and swift. The players immediately sprang into action. In pairs, they swiftly dragged the four still warm bodies deep into the nearby bushes, making not a single superfluous sound throughout the process. Reaper of the Kidney, meanwhile, quickly dealt with the bloodstains on the ground, grabbing soil and fallen leaves to cover them, his movements highly skilled. Everything was orderly and terrifyingly efficient. Done. Good as new. Youthful pighead youth clapped the dust from his hands, looking at the outpost which seemed to have returned to peace, a satisfied smile on his face. They were just about to move forward to loot the spoils from the bodies when, in the team channel, an urgent warning suddenly came from Wong. People never be slaves. Wait. Don't move. My two-headed dog is reacting. Everyone's movements instantly froze, almost instinctively, they immediately crouched down, vigilantly looking towards the surrounding woods. In the distance, the two-headed dogs at Wong. People never be slaves' feet were staring intently in the eastern direction. They let out threatening growls from deep in their throats, the fur on the back of their necks bristled, and they adopted an attacking posture. Their demeanor, as if facing a formidable enemy, was completely different from the previous calm. Wong. People never be slaves' voice became incredibly serious, exploding in everyone's ears. Someone's coming. There's definitely more than one person. And they're moving very fast. They're rushing towards us. More than one? Very fast. I am really not passerby. A thought for a moment, then decided to hide first. His voice in the team channel was low and fast. Everyone, take cover. Don't you dare go up the watchtower, hide behind the bushes. The half-second of pride that had just arisen from the perfect assassination instantly vanished. The players didn't even have time to reply with a roger. Their bodies moved faster than their minds. 8 figures instantly scattered, like pebbles tossed into the grass, each disappearing into the shadows of trees and bushes, holding their breath. Youthful pighead youth crouched behind a large tree that would take 3 people to encircle, his eyes, through a gap in the leaves, fixed on the east. Damn it, just in time. Those 4 earlier were like bots, not even enough for us to share. Quiet down. I am really not passerby. A's voice was devoid of any ripple. He had already placed his kite shield in front of him, hunkering down behind a patch of ferns. This wave shouldn't be that easy. Only act on my command. Silence in the forest. The rustling of leaves in the wind became the only background sound. Soon, a rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The crunch of dry leaves being stepped on precisely tapped on everyone's heartbeats. A group of 5 appeared in their line of sight. The man leading them was burly, his chainmail glinting coldly in the light and shadow. He walked with steady steps, his gaze as sharp as a blade, constantly scanning the surroundings. The 4 guards behind him advanced in a diamond formation, their vision covering all sectors. This group is clearly different. The professional archer specializing in kiting whispered in the channel. Hey! Youthful pighead youth, looking at his panel, suddenly said, I just realized after checking the prompt, those few just now. He didn't continue, because the guard captain suddenly made a move. The guard captain, 20 meters from the outpost, raised his hand into a fist. The 5-man squad instantly froze in place. He looked at the empty watchtower, his brows tightly furrowed. The conscripted militiamen would indeed try to slack off and escape in the first few days, often disappearing, but after being caught and punished a few times, it almost never happened again. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. He let out a short shout in all directions. Obviously, there was no response. Captain, something's not right. One of his subordinates lowered his voice, his hand already on the alarm horn at his waist. The guard captain's eyes sharpened. He brought his right hand fingers together like a blade, swung it sharply forward, giving the standard hand signal for an intrusive reconnaissance. Yes. 2 guards didn't hesitate, one left and one right, providing alternating cover, sneaking along the fence. Every step they took was on a tactical point, their long swords held horizontally across their chests. However, the outpost was empty. Report. No one. One guard turned back, reporting with mouth movements and hand gestures. The ominous premonition in the guard captain's heart reached its peak. He drew his long sword and made a follow-me gesture to his remaining subordinates. Maintain formation. The 5 men tightened into a dense diamond defensive formation, checking their surroundings. Just as they all entered the fence, their attention drawn to the empty watchtower. Attack! I am really not passerby, roared in the channel. The killing intent, already accumulated to its peak, erupted simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows, tipped with paralyzing poison, shot from 3 tricky angles, forming a pin shape, towards the guard at the end of the formation. The guard only had time to let out a short cry of surprise. His back, neck, and thigh were simultaneously hit by arrows. His body stiffened, and he fell straight down. Enemy attack! Disperse! The guard captain roared, and without turning his head, he swung his sword backward, precisely deflecting another cold arrow aimed at the back of his head. Too late. For the tribe, for the liege lord. Youthful pighead youth let out a furious roar, lunging from behind the big tree, his feet digging a shallow pit in the ground. The great axe arced heavily through the air, carrying wind pressure, and cleaved down towards the guard captain. The guard captain's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He could only channel all his strength into his arms, blocking with his sword held horizontally. Clang! A deafening crash, sparks flying. The guard captain felt a massive force that shattered the tiger's mouth grip on his sword, sending him uncontrollably staggering back 2 steps. What immense strength! But it wasn't over yet. The moment he retreated, a ghostly figure darted out from the side bushes. A poisoned dagger, gleaming with a sinister green light, stabbed directly at the exposed armor gap beneath his ribs, which was revealed by his blocking posture. At the same time, I am really not passerby, roared, raising his shield, charging like a wild bull towards the other 2 stunned guards. A standard shield bash. The heavy shield surface slammed into one man's chest. Amidst the dull thud of shattering bones, that guard was sent flying off the ground, incidentally knocking down his companion. The battle escalated to a fever pitch within a second. The guards, who hadn't encountered an attack in the territory for a long time and initially thought it was wild beasts, were unprepared. Suddenly facing a group of enemies superior in both strength and numbers, they instantly became flustered. Youthful pighead youth's attacks were wide and powerful, each axe swing forcing the guard captain to take the blow head on, his arm muscles aching to the point of tearing. And Reaper of the Kidneys attacks were insidious and vicious, each move aimed at a vital point. Pfft! In a moment of carelessness, his arm was sliced open by the poisoned dagger, leaving a deep wound. The wound instantly turned black, and a strong sense of paralysis rapidly spread. Despicable! The guard captain's heart sank, and his movements slowed by half a beat. Now! Youthful pighead youth seized the opportunity, roaring again, a faint light flashing on the axe blade of his great axe. Armor-piercing heavy strike. The great axe, empowered by the skill, slammed heavily into the guard captain's breastplate. Crack! The chainmail shattered with a resounding crack, the axe blade deeply embedded in bone. The guard captain spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but youthful pighead youth had already rushed in front of him, raising his blood-stained great axe high. Next life, be smarter. Youthful pighead youth grinned, his teeth stark white. The axe fell, and the head flew. The battle ended. The entire process took less than a minute. Oh yeah. Big drop. Seeing that the others were not under pressure, youthful pighead youth immediately began appraising the equipment next to the corpse. After all, the rewards from this mission could all be freely dealt with. Upon seeing that it was decent iron-grade equipment, even though he was wearing better gear himself, youthful pighead youth still cheered excitedly. The other players also quickly dealt with the remaining enemies and began to clean up the battlefield. Ha ha ha, these guards' equipment are all pretty good. I found 5 gold coins. I'm rich. Quick, screenshot and post it on the forum. Shocking. Novice squad speedruns elite patrol in 1 minute. The players looted and boasted in the channel and on the forum, the atmosphere was jubilant. Just then, Wong people never be slaves, who had been responsible for perimeter security, suddenly interrupted everyone in the channel with an extremely serious tone. Everyone shut the hell up. Look at your maps. Everyone froze, instinctively opening their system maps. On the map interface, in the direction of their previous hiding spot, where they had just scouted, a large cluster of dense red dots suddenly lit up. Those red dots were rushing towards their direction at an extremely fast speed. A quick glance estimated the number to be at least 30 or more. Holy crap! Where did so many people come from? Youthful pighead youth cried out in alarm. Did we just poke a hornet's nest? Lin sat in the wooden cabin, the firelight from the fireplace flickering, casting his serene profile in shifting light and shadow. Before him, a translucent system light screen floated, displaying the official forum for the Chosen. At this moment, the hottest section of the forum was almost entirely taken over by youthful pighead youth, one of the leaders of the Southern Harassment Squad. Brothers, a great start in the south. The first outpost, 4 guards, and they were gone before they could even sound the alarm. I took them out one by one with my axe, like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Below the post, an arrogant screenshot was highly upvoted. In the image, youthful pighead youth held a captured great axe, his foot on a fallen guard's body, striking a pose he considered incredibly cool. The forum immediately erupted. Holy cow, pighead bro is awesome. He got it done so fast. Is it that smooth in the south? We're taking the northern detour and are still fighting mosquitoes on the way. A sharp-eyed player spotted a crucial detail. The guard in the screenshot is wearing such shabby gear, isn't he? He looks almost like the goblin laborers in our camp. Youthful pighead youth, somehow, replied almost instantly, a new post popping up right after. More than just shabby. I'm telling you, these sentries are incredibly weak, the experience points they give are only 2 decimal places. The system told me they were just ordinary people. I seriously suspect Baron Barton has run out of men, and these are all conscripted civilians just to make up the numbers. The players' enthusiasm was completely ignited, various speculations ran wild, and the mainstream opinion quickly unified. Baron Barton was at his wits' end, unable to even field regular soldiers, and the novice village storyline was probably nearing its conclusion. Lin pondered these discussions. No men left? No. He knew very well that Baron Barton couldn't possibly be truly out of men. Those sent to guard the remote outposts were, in all likelihood, the conscripted villagers who had received little to no training. They were barely even cannon fodder, merely disposable alarms used by Baron Barton to patrol the vast perimeter of Blackwood Forest. However, this also precisely indicated Barton's predicament and caution. He had to use such inexpensive methods to consolidate his few elite forces, using layers of inferior outer shells to protect his truly important core areas. And the player's task was to find a way to unearth these core areas one by one. Then, they would leverage their expertise in causing destruction to create trouble for the enemy. Lin's gaze continued to move downwards, and before long, youthful pighead youth updated his status again. Second objective achieved. A 5-person patrol, we took them all out in one go. I am really not passerby-A's command was spot on, the 8 of us against their 5, and not a single one of us even got hurt. This time, he included a short video, about 10 seconds long. Lin clicked on the video, the footage was a bit shaky, but the content was perfectly clear. This time, he attached a carefully edited short video, about 10 seconds long. The video began with I am really not passerby-A's suppressed growl in the team channel. Move. Before he finished speaking, the screen instantly spun wildly. The camera, from youthful pighead youth's first-person perspective, suddenly burst out from behind a tree. Viewers could clearly see 3 poisoned arrows piercing through the air from different directions, accurately embedding themselves into the back and neck of the guard at the end of the line, causing him to stiffen and fall without even a whimper. Immediately following, the center of the screen was filled with the glinting blade of a great axe, which heavily collided with the guard captain's longsword, sending out dazzling sparks. The camera shifted, and Reaper of the Kidney charged in from the flank, his poisoned dagger aimed directly at the captain's ribs. On the other side, I am really not passerby-A's shield bash had already sent 2 guards sprawling. The final scene of the video showed the great axe glowing with the faint light of armor-piercing heavy strike, savagely cleaving through chain mail, and the battle abruptly ended. The entire process was breathtakingly fast, showcasing a perfect ambush with utmost precision. Holy crap, that coordination! I am really not passerby-A is truly a master, forged in PvP tournaments, his commanding ability is too strong. Pighead Bro is the heaviest axe, chopping wherever he's told. The forum was filled with praise, and the success of the southern squad greatly stimulated the team still fumbling in other directions. Lin nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Through the PvP qualifiers, he not only screened out the strongest players but, more importantly, identified individuals like I am really not passerby-A who possessed commanding talent. These players were the key to truly uniting the terrifying combat power of the 4th Calamity. However, the change in the battle situation came much faster than imagined. Youthful Pighead Youth's next post had a noticeably more urgent tone. Youthful Pighead Youth's next post had a noticeably more urgent tone, with an undertone of panic in every word. Damn it, we stirred up a hornet's nest. Just finished off the patrol, and suddenly a large cluster of red dots appeared on the map, at least 30 of them. They're rushing towards us. A screenshot of the system map was attached. Behind the 8 green dots representing the players, a dense cluster of red dots was rapidly approaching, forming a large, shrinking encirclement. The forum's atmosphere instantly solidified. Some armchair players, as if experiencing it firsthand, were even more anxious than the actual players. Holy crap! Over 30? They reacted that fast. Pighead Bro, run. If you get surrounded, it's over. Don't engage head-on, find a place to hide quickly. Lin's expression also grew serious. Over 30 people? How could there still be so many people? Could they have encountered enemies who were already prepared for their next move? At this moment, an emergency mission template automatically popped up on the system interface. Lin made a few modifications and then published it. Emergency mission, Jungle Gorilla. Mission description, your actions have alerted the enemy. A force far larger than yours is pursuing you. Your mission is no longer to eliminate strongholds, but to survive and harass. Mission objective, utilize the complex terrain of Blackwood Forest to engage the enemy, delaying them as much as possible to create opportunities for friendly forces in other directions. Mission rewards, commendation points will be awarded based on the duration of the delay and the degree of disruption caused to the enemy. Special note, avoid direct conflict. Preserving your forces is the top priority. Remember, you are hunters, not cornered beasts. As the mission was published, Lin's fingertip lightly swiped across the light screen, bringing up another interface. He selected a special ID. The sound of waves remains the same. A document he had stayed up late to compile was sent directly via network private message. The file was small, containing a phonetic transcription comparison table of Aria continent's common language, which included hundreds of frequently used words and basic grammar, all organized by him. I hope it's fast, the players will probably be able to use it very soon, Lin murmured to himself. He knew that Lu Tao's team had been investing time and effort, attempting to reverse engineer the game's language system. Instead of letting them fumble around like headless chickens, spending a lot of time and energy to slowly figure things out, it was better for him to proactively feed them some basic data. This would not only significantly accelerate the development of translation software, allowing players to integrate faster and deeper into this real world. More importantly, this kind of timely and appropriate assistance from the official source would once again deepen Lu Tao's perception of his identity as a game GM, making him work even harder for him in the future. Having completed all this, Lin's gaze returned to the forum. He believed that the peculiar squad in the south, composed of a calm commander and a mad dog assault player, would not disappoint him. In the southern part of Blackstone territory, the dense jungle was fragmented into countless dappled shards of light and shadow. 8 figures moved swiftly through a rugged pile of rocks, each step accompanied by heavy gasps and the scattering of pebbles and grass. Sweat soaked their damaged leather armor, leaving dark marks on their backs, and their lungs burned as if scorched by fire. Brother Wang, how are your two-headed dogs doing? Can they still smell those enemies? Youthful pig-head youth braced himself on a half-human-sized rock, leaping over it with a movement whose whoosh couldn't conceal the urgency in his voice. At the end of the line, Wang people never be slaves stopped, patting the two-headed dogs beside him, who were panting heavily with their long tongues hanging out. Dogs' sense of smell is far more acute than humans, but their stamina is undoubtedly inferior. Prolonged pursuit and dashing took a heavy toll on them as well. Don't worry, brother pighead. Wang people never be slaves' voice exuded confidence. My darlings' noses are sharp. The stench on those guys, I bet it could reach them from a mile away. We just turned a few corners and have already shaken them off a bit, we're temporarily safe. These words were like a shot in the arm, instantly relaxing the team's tense nerves. The captain, I am really not passerby, quickly scanned his surroundings, found a hidden rock crevice naturally formed by several boulders, and raised his hand to make a concise and powerful tactical gesture, signaling everyone to stop and rest in place. Everyone immediately found a spot to sit down, almost greedily twisting open their waterskins and pouring fresh water down their parched throats. The cool liquid slid down their throats, taking away some of the burning sensation, but it couldn't calm the violent pounding in their chests. That desperate flight just now had been truly heart-stopping. If it weren't for Wang people never be slaves as two-headed dogs always sniffing out danger before the enemies could encircle them, leading them through the most difficult and least traveled paths, these 8 people would probably have been surrounded and made into jiaozi by the more than 30 red dots behind them. Damn it! Youthful pighead youth took a large gulp of water, roughly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, threw his water skin to the ground, and angrily kicked away a small stone. We should have listened to me earlier and turned back to fight them. I saw clearly that many of those pursuers were dressed as shabbily as the sentries we killed before, they were definitely just there to make up numbers. He was still resentful about not getting to fight, and a surge of frustration churned in his chest. Why are you so impatient? Over 30 people, even if half of them are just cannon fodder, that still leaves 15 regular soldiers. There are only 8 of us, and we're at a disadvantage in terms of equipment and stamina. How can we fight them head-on? Can you guarantee there aren't a few high-level elites hidden among them? Have you forgotten that night captain from the ambush last time? Bernard. As soon as this name appeared, youthful pighead youth was instantly choked, left speechless. In the Blackwood Forest ambush, that night captain, encased in plate armor, left an indelible impression on everyone who experienced it. A single charge from him tore through their carefully arranged formation. If it weren't for the player's fearless, life for injury, insane fighting style, sacrificing lives to wear him down to half crippled, it would have been impossible. Even though it was ultimately a plot kill by the Lord, they still had a third of the credit. That faint feeling of powerlessness when facing a high-level NPC was still fresh in their memories. Captain, I am really not passerby is right. Reaper of the Kidney, standing nearby, also spoke, his voice always low. The NPCs in this game have shockingly high AI. Who knows if they're deliberately using those cannon fodder as bait to lure us in, with the real elites hidden behind, ready to counterattack. We can't fall for that. Exactly. Exactly, the kite-flying specialist echoed, better safe than sorry. The emergency mission just issued by the Lord also told us to delay and distract, not to go to our deaths. Everyone chimed in, refuting youthful pighead youth's impulsive suggestion. Youthful pighead youth irritably scratched his head, he also knew he was thinking too simply. He was just a fighter, when it came to tactics, he really wasn't as good as his teammates. Alright, I was wrong, okay. He grumbled, his tone softening. So what do we do now? We can't just keep running with them on our tails, can we? This is too damn frustrating. Of course, we can't keep running. I am really not passerby was very calm, he opened the system map and pointed to an area on it. We are here now, and the enemies are behind us. A head-on clash is definitely out, but we can try a different approach. His gaze shifted from the map to Reaper of the Kidney and Wang people never be slaves. Reaper, your stealth is the strongest in the team. Wang Ren, your dogs are our mobile radar. You two can break away from the main group and try to flank them, trailing far behind. I don't care what method you use, but find their resting or supply points. He paused, then continued. Since we can't beat them head-on, we'll cut off their supplies and burn their camps. We'll make sure they don't have a moment's peace. At this suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. Holy crap, that's a great idea. Youthful pighead youth slapped his thigh. Let them taste what it's like to be harassed. We'll fight guerrilla warfare with them like this. The kite-flying specialist also said excitedly. Reaper of the Kidney and Wang people never be slaves exchanged glances, almost without hesitation, and both nodded heavily. No problem, leave it to us. Reaper of the Kidney's reply was concise. My dogs will find their lair. Wang people never be slaves was also full of confidence, reaching out to rub the two-headed dog's head. Good. I am really not passerby. A made the final decision. You two act immediately. The rest of us will continue to circle around here, drawing all their attention to create an opportunity for you. Remember, safety first, and report any discoveries in the team channel immediately. Understood. With the order given, Reaper of the Kidney and Wang people never be slaves did not delay in the slightest. The two men crouched low, like two ghosts, one merged into the shadows of the rocks, the other, leading his hounds, slipped into the depths of the dense forest, quickly disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, far away at Clifton Camp, the sound of waves remains the same was leading several life players to gather herbs on a tranquil grassy slope outside the camp. He was somewhat bored, repeating the mechanical actions of bending down, gathering, and placing items in his backpack, when a pop-up message box from the chat software, indicating an important message, made him freeze. You have received an encrypted file from Lin. Do you wish to accept? The sound of waves remains the same. Stood still. Official personnel? Sending a file, specifically to me? His heart gave a sudden leap, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. His first reaction was whether he had done something wrong and been caught by a GM. Was it that time he complained on the forum about the NPC walking models being a bit stiff, or when he accidentally exploited a bug? He quickly reviewed his recent in-game behavior in his mind, confirming that he had always been well-behaved, doing nothing out of line except posting videos and sharing some game observations on the forums. That hint of unease gradually gave way to immense curiosity. With a touch of apprehension, he reached out a finger and lightly tapped the translucent light screen. Accept. He opened the file. The moment he clearly saw the file's content, the sound of waves remains the same. Breathing hitched. He froze in place, as if under a stasis spell, completely unaware that the herbs he had just picked had slipped from his hand to the ground. It was a language comparison table. Neatly formatted, incredibly clear. On the left, the precise phonetic transcription of the Aria continent common language. On the right, the corresponding Earth Chinese and clear definitions. Food, water, weapon, enemy, danger, ally, row after row, column after column, densely packed. Hundreds of common words, and even at the end of the file, there were several brief analyses of basic grammatical structures. This is. The sound of waves remains the same. His heart pounded wildly, and a surge of immense ecstasy instantly rushed to his head. His real-life team, that luxurious lineup of linguistics PhDs, AI experts, and top programmers, had been researching day and night for so long, and although he hadn't provided many sample data, through model inference and data comparison, they had only just barely deciphered a few dozen of the most basic words. But now, the game's official team, so casually, had thrown a part of a standard answer directly in his face. I'm rich. I'm rich. This time, I'm really rich. The sound of waves remains the same was trembling with excitement, so much so that he overlooked the fact that the language was fabricated by the officials, and if they intended to give it to him, why didn't they send the complete content? He almost frantically turned around and shouted at the players still engrossed in gathering nearby. Brothers, I have an urgent matter, I need to go offline for a bit, you guys keep gathering. After saying that, he completely disregarded the other players' astonished looks, rushed directly into a dense patch of grass nearby, lay down, and unhesitatingly chose log out. In the eyes of his teammates, he simply collapsed stiffly into the grass. No, what's wrong with Brother Tao? He looks like he's possessed. One player straightened up and asked, puzzled. Who knows, another player shrugged and casually guessed, maybe, his wife is giving birth in real life. Meanwhile, Lu Tao, who had returned to the real world, after emerging from the virtual pod, frantically fumbled for his phone nearby and dialed his team leader's number. The call was answered almost instantly. A young male voice, tinged with a bit of sleepiness and confusion, came through the earpiece. Hello? Brother Tao? It's so late, aren't you at work? What happened? Lu Tao gave the other party no chance to ask questions or exchange pleasantries, using all his strength to roar into the phone. Xiao Wang. This thunderous roar made Xiao Wang on the other end of the line jolt, instantly wide awake. Drop everything you are doing. Immediately gather everyone for a meeting. Now. Right now. I've got an incredible treasure. Our translation software is about to get a major update. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. A few seconds later, Xiao Wang's voice, filled with bewilderment and stupefaction, slowly came through. Hey. Xiao Wang, who received the call, was dumbfounded. Seriously, it's happened several times already, why is the boss like this again? Night gradually enveloped Blackwood Forest, and a hint of coolness in the forest wind rustled the leaves. Reaper of the Kidney and Wang people never be slaves had been separated from the main group for over an hour. One after another, they moved through the dim forest, their movements as light as two hunting cheetahs. Reaper of the Kidney was in front, his grey-black armor almost blending with the surrounding shadows. Each step he took was silent. He was like a true ghost, constantly utilizing the shadows of trees and rocks to plan the most concealed route forward. Wang people never be slaves, meanwhile, led his two-headed dog, lagging a few steps behind. He didn't pursue extreme stealth like Reaper of the Kidney, but instead focused more of his attention on the two mobile radars beside him. Sniff quickly, he whispered, gently patting the heads of the two dogs. The two-headed dog immediately lowered their heads, their four noses sniffing intently at the ground and in the air. They let out low, rumbling growls from their throats, and their tails wagged rhythmically, showing they were working diligently. How is it? Which way did those guys go? Wong people never be slaves asked softly. Although the dogs couldn't understand such complex words, they understood their master's intentions. One of the two-headed dog raised a head and let out a low bark towards the northeast, while the other head vigilantly scanned its surroundings. Over there. Wong people never be slaves gestured to Reaper of the Kidneys back in front of him. Reaper of the Kidney looked back, nodded, and without a word, adjusted his direction and continued to stealthily move northeast. Their current mission was to circle behind the 30-plus pursuers and then search for their previous gathering point. This sounded simple, but executing it was full of risks. Blackwood Forest's terrain was complex, visibility was limited, and they had to remain vigilant at all times, avoiding any potential sentries while ensuring they weren't discovered by the enemy. Fortunately, their two-person team was perfect. Reaper of the Kidney was a top assassin who had emerged from the PvP selection competition. His stealth skills and intuition for danger were the strongest in the entire team. He was responsible for scouting and avoiding risks, always precisely finding a safe path through the complex jungle. And Wong people never be slaves and his two-headed dog were his navigation system. The two-headed dog's sense of smell, far superior to humans, could detect the enemy's scent and general direction in advance, allowing them to keep their distance from the enemy while trying to find the source. Stop! Reaper of the Kidney, who was in front, suddenly raised his hand, and his entire body instantly pressed against the back of a large tree, merging with the shadows. Wong people never be slaves immediately pulled on the leash, squatted down, and prepared to cover the mouths of the two dogs, only to realize he didn't have enough hands, stiffening for a moment. Fortunately, the two-headed dog were very intelligent, they just let out a few suppressed growls from their throats and then quieted down. What's wrong? Wong people never be slaves asked in a hushed voice. There's a fire ahead, and I hear people talking. Reaper of the Kidney's voice came from behind the tree, as low as the wind in the forest. They exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. They found it. They found the enemy's foothold so quickly? You wait here, I'll go take a look. After Reaper of the Kidney finished speaking, he crouched down and silently moved towards the direction of the fire. His movements were extremely fast, and in a few flashes, he disappeared into the dense undergrowth. Wong people never be slaves remained in place, both soothing the somewhat restless two-headed dog and vigilantly observing his surroundings. He knew that this was the most critical moment and absolutely no mistakes could be made. Time passed by second, each second feeling stretched out. Just as Wong people never be slaves felt his heartbeat was almost synchronized with the chirping insects in the forest, Reaper of the Kidney's figure reappeared beside him like a ghost. How is it? Wong people never be slaves asked eagerly. A temporary camp, with about 7 or 8 people guarding it. Reaper of the Kidney's voice carried a hint of coldness. There are a lot of things piled up next to the bonfire. It looks like their supply point. Most of them should still be ahead, chasing passerby and the others. Supply point. Hearing those 3 words, Wong people never be slaves' eyes instantly lit up. Captain, I am really not passerby's tactics were indeed correct. If you can't beat them head on, hit their logistics. You want to chase? You want to make us run? I'll just pull the rug out from under you. Should we do it? Wong people never be slaves licked his somewhat chapped lips, his tone filled with eager anticipation. Do it. Reaper of the Kidney's answer was concise and without the slightest hesitation. But we can't charge in directly. Among those 7 or 8 people, 2 are wearing chainmail like the previous patrol, so they should be regular soldiers. Although the others are poorly dressed, they all have weapons. If we fight head-on, the 2 of us won't have an advantage. Then what should we do? Do you have a plan? Wong people never be slaves knew that at times like this, he should listen to the professional. Reaper of the Kidney pulled 2 dark clay pots from his backpack, these were the oil bombs mass-produced by Gentle Mommy's alchemy team. He handed one to Wong people never be slaves. We'll approach from 2 directions. Later, listen for my signal, and we'll both throw these things onto their piled supplies. Reaper of the Kidney pointed towards the supply point. As soon as the fire starts, they'll definitely be in chaos. Once they're in chaos, we'll have an opportunity. Is that all? Wong people never be slaves felt the plan was a bit too crude. That's all. Reaper of the Kidney looked at him. Our mission is to harass and destroy, not to annihilate them. Create chaos, burn their supplies, and then immediately retreat. The core of the mission is guerrilla warfare, not a death match. Wong people never be slaves suddenly understood. Understood. He nodded heavily, gripping the oil bomb in his hand. I'll follow your command. Good. Reaper of the Kidney pointed to the left side of the camp. You go around that way and find a good position. Remember, throw it and run, don't get bogged down in a fight. We'll meet behind the waterfall we passed earlier. No problem. Without further words, the 2 split up again. Wong people never be slaves, leading his dogs, carefully moved around the perimeter of the camp. He tried to step on soft decaying leaves to avoid making any sound. The 2-headed dog also seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, following him quietly, only their noses still twitching incessantly. Soon, he found an excellent position. It was a small mound, hidden by dense bushes, from which he could clearly see the temporary camp below, and the distance was just within his throwing range. He lay behind the bushes, parting the leaves in front of him, carefully observing the situation below. In the camp, the bonfire was burning brightly. 7 guards sat around the fire, all appearing somewhat tired and sluggish. 2 of the chain-armored guards leaned against tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed, while the other 5, dressed in tattered leather armor, were conversing in low voices, occasionally complaining. Not far behind them, a dozen large and small burlap sacks and several wooden crates were stacked, seemingly filled with grain and some military supplies. If all of this burned, wouldn't those pursuers go hungry? Wong people never be slaves felt a surge of secret delight. He could already imagine the wonderful expressions on youthful pighead youth's group when they returned from their exhaustive chase, only to find their home base stolen and no food to eat. He took a deep breath, pulled another oil bomb's fuse cloth strip from his backpack, carefully tied it to the bottle's mouth, then took out a flint, preparing to light it at any moment. Now, he just waited for Reaper of the Kidney's signal. He could feel his heart accelerating, and sweat beaded on his palms. This thrill of infiltrating enemy lines and about to pull off something big was much more exhilarating than simply fighting monsters head-on. Just then, he saw something move in the shadows on the other side of the camp. It's Brother Reaper. He immediately became fully alert, bringing the flint closer to the fuse cloth. Whoosh! An extremely faint whooshing sound broke the air. In the camp, a complaining sentry suddenly stiffened, a strange gurgling sound escaping his throat, and then he fell straight down. A poison-throwing knife was embedded in his neck. Now! Almost simultaneously, Reaper of the Kidney's suppressed growl came from the other direction. This roar was like a signal, instantly shattering the camp's tranquility. The remaining 6 guards abruptly jumped up from the ground, looking around in panic. Now's the time. Wong people never be slaves struck the flint without hesitation, and with a flick, the fuse cloth instantly ignited. He suddenly stood up from the mound, using all his strength, and hurled the burning oil bomb fiercely towards the pile of supplies. Say goodbye to your provisions. A black pottery jar arced through the air, burning, and with the roar of Wong people never be slaves, it accurately smashed into the pile of burlap sacks. Bang! The pottery jar shattered, and the viscous grease inside instantly splattered out. The flame at the mouth of the jar acted like a fuse, igniting the entire patch of grease in an instant. Whoosh! The orange-red flames shot up more than 2 meters high, greedily devouring the dry burlap sacks and the grain within. The sky was ablaze, illuminating the entire camp as bright as day, and reflecting the terrified faces of the guards. Almost simultaneously, on the other side of the camp, a second burning pottery jar whistled through the air, smashing into a nearby wooden crate. The second fireball exploded, and the 2 fires merged into one, forming an insurmountable wall of flame. Fire! Put out the fire! The 2 chain-armored veterans, who had been resting with their eyes closed, reacted the fastest. One of them roared, while the other instinctively drew his long sword, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. But the remaining 5 conscripted strongmen, who were just there to make up the numbers, were completely thrown into disarray at this moment. Where had they ever seen such a spectacle? One second they were complaining about bad food, the next second their home base was set on fire. The immense panic made them lose their basic judgment. Some tried to put out the fire but were forced back by the scorching heat, some tried to find water but found their water skins were already empty, others, like headless flies, stood in place, weapons in hand, not knowing where the enemy was. Damn it! Forget the fire. The enemy is in the woods. Form up! Form up! The chain-armored veteran roared in exasperation, trying to reorganize the scattered team. But it was already too late. Just as they were in a state of chaos, in the darkness, the scythe of death swung down once more. Swish! Swish! 2 poison-throwing knives silently shot out from the shadows, accurately embedding themselves in the backs of 2 strong men who were still spinning in place. The 2 didn't even grunt before collapsing softly to the ground. This silent slaughter became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ghosts. There are ghosts. A strongman whose psychological defenses had completely collapsed threw down his spear, let out a piercing scream, and turned to run desperately into the darkness away from the firelight. Come back! Idiot! The chain-armored veteran's eyes were bloodshot with rage, but he was powerless to stop him. And this kind of panic was contagious. The remaining 2 strong men, seeing their companion flee, instantly lost all will to fight and scrambled away into the depths of the jungle. In a flash, only the 2 chain-armored veterans remained in the camp. They stood back to back, gripping their long swords, their faces covered in cold sweat as they stared at the constantly swaying shadows of the trees around them. The roaring flames danced behind them, stretching their shadows long and thin, wildly swaying on the ground, as if countless specters were lurking all around. They knew the enemy was in the darkness, like a venomous snake, waiting for them to show a weakness. Come out! You rats hiding in the dark! If you have the guts, come out and fight this old man with real swords and spears, one of the veterans shouted boldly, trying to dispel the fear in his heart with his voice. However, the only response he received was the crackling of the burning flames and the rustling of the wind in the forest. The enemy simply wasn't falling for it. Just then, a series of barks suddenly echoed from the woods to their side and rear, growing louder and closer, moving extremely fast. Over there! The 2 veterans' spirits lifted. They immediately turned, raising their shields in front of them, staring intently in the direction of the sound. However, this was exactly what the Reaper of the Kidney and Wong people never be slaves wanted. The moment the 2 veterans' attention was completely drawn by the dog barks, a dark figure, like a ghost, slid out from behind a tree on their original backside, which was the other side of the camp. The Reaper of the Kidney moved. His footsteps made no sound, as if he were gliding along the ground. In the firelight, the dagger in his hand gleamed with a cold, eerie green light, a deadly poison that sealed the throat upon contact with blood. He covered the short distance of a dozen meters in less than 2 seconds. While the two veterans were still fully focused on the direction of the dogs barking, the Reaper of the Kidney had already silently arrived behind them. Pfft! The cold dagger pierced unimpeded through the gap in the armor at the back of a veteran's neck, precisely severing his carotid artery. The veteran's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how he had been attacked. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only hot blood gushed out. "Watch your back!" His companion finally reacted, letting out a terrified scream, and spun around sharply. But all he saw was the slowly collapsing body of his companion, and a dark shadow moving with extreme speed. The Reaper of the Kidney, having struck successfully, did not linger in battle, not even glancing at the dead guard. He retreated, immediately creating distance. "Ah! I'll fight you to the death." The sole remaining veteran completely lost his mind. The tragic death of his companion and the fear of the unknown stripped him of his reason. He let out a beast-like roar, brandishing his longsword, and blindly charged in the direction where the Reaper of the Kidney had disappeared. However, as soon as he charged 2 steps, his feet suddenly tightened. At some point, a thick vine had been quietly laid across his path. He stumbled, falling forward. Just as he hit the ground, 2 ferocious hounds suddenly sprang out from a nearby thicket. Woof! The 2 hounds pounced, their sharp fangs savagely biting his sword-wielding arm and shoulder. "Get off me! Beasts!" The veteran screamed, desperately pounding the dogs' heads with his other hand, but the 2 hounds had astonishing biting power and held on tightly. At this moment, a figure quietly dropped from a tree behind him. Wong people never be slaves, holding a captured short axe, showed no mercy in his eyes. He swung it down hard onto the veteran's undefended back of the head. Thud. After a dull thud, the world fell silent. Wong people never be slaves panted, looking at the corpse at his feet, then at the fiercely burning supplies nearby. A surge of exhilaration from releasing violence and destruction filled his heart. Well done. He gave a thumbs up to the Reaper of the Kidney, who had reappeared not far away. The Reaper of the Kidney merely nodded, his voice still calm. "Let's clear the battlefield first, then retreat quickly. Those deserters will definitely go report, and the pursuers, seeing fewer people ahead, have probably already noticed something is wrong and are preparing to return." Understood. The 2 quickly got to work. They didn't search the bodies, only retrieving the usable throwing knives. Before leaving, Wong people never be slaves pulled out his last Molotov cocktail from his backpack, lit it, and threw it into the bonfire, adding more fuel to the blaze. Having done all this, the 2 no longer lingered. Leading their dogs, they quickly vanished into the vast night. Meanwhile, in a jungle several kilometers away. "Captain, look!" The guard captain in charge of the pursuit suddenly stopped, pointing to the sky in the southeast. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, only to see a section of the distant night sky glowing red, the firelight clearly visible even from this distance. "That's the direction of the temporary camp," the vice captain exclaimed. The guard captain's face instantly turned ashen. He wasn't a fool, he immediately understood. Damn it! It was a trap. Luring the tiger out of its mountain lair. He slammed his fist hard against a nearby tree trunk, and the bark cracked in response. Their group of over 30 men had been played for fools by just a few enemies. The enemy had deliberately exposed their tracks, luring them deep into the jungle, while their main force had circled behind them and directly raided their supply point. "Everyone! Return to camp immediately," the guard captain roared, his voice filled with regret and fury. "These damned rats! Where did they come from?" This pursuit force, consisting of over 30 soldiers, immediately turned around and frantically rushed back towards the camp. The frustration and rage in their hearts had reached their peak. However, they did not know that a more deadly surprise awaited them on their inevitable return path. Time rewound to a short while ago. Under the cover of night, Blackwood Forest was so quiet you could hear the sound of leaves falling. "Everyone be careful and stick to the plan. I am really not passerby," voice echoed in the team channel, as steady as ever. "Don't worry, Captain, I'm a pro at walking the dog." Youthful Pighead Youth vigorously patted his chest, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement and eagerness. He felt this expedition mission was far more interesting than all previous activities combined. "Oh, please, don't get too carried away and get yourself lost." "Wind blows underwear," Exclaimed retorted mercilessly from beside him. No sooner had he spoken than... whoosh! An arrow flew past Youthful Pighead Youth's earlobe, embedding itself in the tree trunk in front of him, its fletching buzzing. Youthful Pighead Youth recoiled, a layer of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. "Holy crap! That fast!" Wind blows underwear, Exclaimed yelped, instinctively ducking his body. "The enemy is catching up. Scatter and run." "I am really not passerby," roar followed closely. He didn't even need to remind them, deep within the forest, the light of torches merged into a continuous glow, and the clamor of footsteps and shouts grew closer, breaking the forest's tranquility. "Over there! I see them! Shoot! Don't let them escape! Kill these damned rats!" In the darkness, the sound of bowstrings tightening rang out one after another. The next second, a dense volley of arrows, like a summer downpour, rained down on them. The four-player group immediately took off, their figures awkwardly dodging and weaving among the crisscrossing tree shadows. At first, they indeed felt immense pressure. There were too many enemies, at least 30-odd people, who formed a huge arc-shaped encirclement in the forest, constantly tightening. And they were experienced, working in perfect coordination, with arrows landing in incredibly tricky spots, always blocking their most comfortable escape routes. The whistling of arrows flying past their scalps made their skin crawl. A few times, kiting professional's back was grazed by arrows, drawing a string of blood beads, making him grimace in pain. Damn it, these NPCs are too accurate with their bows. Wind blows underwear exclaimed exclaimed as he ran. He had just tripped over a tree root, almost falling, and an arrow grazed his buttock before embedding itself in the ground. But fortunately, the players all knew that the worst outcome was merely lying dead for 24 hours. This confidence allowed them to dance on the edge of a knife, to perform dangerous actions that normal people would never dare, always escaping without serious harm. Captain, where are we running to? I feel like we're about to be surrounded for Jiaozi. Wind blows underwear exclaimed looked at the constantly approaching red dots on the system map, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Don't panic, follow me, keep your distance. I am really not passerby. A's voice remained calm. As he ran, his gaze never left the system map in the upper right corner of his retina. As they moved, the illuminated area on the map grew larger and larger, like ink spreading rapidly on rice paper. Trees, gullies, paths, shrubbery for hiding, even which rock could be used to break line of sight. More critically, the 30+ red dots representing enemies had nowhere to hide on the map. Their real-time positions, their directions of movement, the weak points of their encirclement, and even their tactical intentions for each attempted pincer movement were all laid bare. I am really not passerby. A felt as if he had activated a god's eye view. The situation needed to change. He abruptly changed direction, leading the team into a dense thicket that seemed to offer no way through. The pursuers rushed past, cursing and swearing, completely unaware that their prey was just a few meters away at their feet. Once the enemies had run far enough, the four silently emerged and continued in a different direction. The chase continued, but the dynamic of offense and defense had quietly reversed. What was initially a desperate escape had transformed into an orderly stroll. I am really not passerby. A was like a top-tier tour guide, always finding the optimal route for his teammates, and at the moment the encirclement was about to close, slipping out through the most unexpected gaps. The pressure significantly decreased, and the atmosphere within the team became lively again. Youthful Pighead Youth's restless heart began to stir once more. Hey, watch my moves. He chuckled in the team channel, then abruptly stopped at a corner. He turned back towards the panting, cursing pursuers dozens of meters away, and vigorously, rhythmically, patted his butt. The action was full of silent mockery. Then, before the enemies could furiously knock their arrows, he let out a strange laugh and vanished into the trees. Ha 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 ha, Zhu you, Pighead, you're too much. Aren't you afraid they'll focus fire and instantly kill you? Wind blows underwear exclaimed laughed so hard he almost choked, unable to run anymore. Afraid of what? After 24 hours of death, I'll be a good man again. Drive these turtle sons crazy. Youthful Pighead Youth's voice was full of triumph. Captain, these rats, something's not right. A guard approached his captain, leaning on his knees, speaking breathlessly. The guard captain's chest heaved violently, like a worn-out bellows, his face flushed crimson. Of course, he knew something was wrong. These few people were as slippery as loaches in the forest, running with too much method. Every time they thought they were catching up, the other side always found a gap to slip away. Every time they thought they had formed an encirclement, the other side would pop up in another direction, even daring to stop and provoke them. This was nothing like a panicked, desperate escape. It was more like walking a dog. That earlier gesture of turning back and patting his butt, although he couldn't clearly see the face, that annoying arrogance could be felt from afar. A surge of wicked anger shot from his soles straight to his crown, making his temples throb. He began to feel that something was amiss. If the other party could easily shake them off, why didn't they just leave? What exactly did these few people want by circling around here? To stall for time? Why would they stall for time? There was nothing but trees and rocks here, what was worth stalling for? Just as he was utterly baffled and frustrated enough to kill, a sharp-eyed guard suddenly pointed a trembling finger to the southeast. Captain! Look at the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up in unison. They saw the distant night sky, dyed crimson by a massive, flickering blaze. The fire shot skyward, like a ferocious beast choosing its prey, opening its gaping maw in the darkness. The black column of thick smoke was clearly visible, even from several kilometers away. That's the direction of the temporary camp. The vice-captain's voice changed, trembling with a hint of disbelief. The guard captain's mind buzzed, as if struck hard by a heavy hammer. All the clues instantly connected at this moment. Bait. Circling around. Stalling for time. Luring the tiger out of its mountain lair. Damn it. We fell for it. He slammed his fist against a nearby tree trunk, the hard bark cracked in response, wood chips flying, his knuckles a bloody mess, but he felt no pain. Boundless rage and regret overwhelmed him. These damned rats. They had been played. He, a battle-hardened guard captain, with over 30 subordinates, had been made to run in circles by a mere handful of people. Everyone. Returned to camp immediately. The guard captain let out a beastly roar, his voice filled with regret and endless killing intent. Over 30 soldiers immediately changed direction, no longer concerned about their stamina, and charged frantically towards the camp. However, even in his fury, the guard captain's mind was racing. These few rats were bait, so where was the main force attacking the camp? How many of them were there? Where were they? On the inevitable path back to the camp, he suddenly raised his hand, ordering the team to stop. He crouched down, pushing aside an inconspicuous patch of grass by the roadside. A few recently cut saplings, their cuts still fresh, with moist wood chips. He walked a few more steps forward and in a sheltered hollow, he found a pile of recently extinguished campfire ashes. He poked the ashes with his sword sheath, there was still residual warmth inside. He even found a lost, crudely made stone axe wedged in a rock crevice. These traces were all very subtle, normally, he might have overlooked them. But at this moment, his mind was as sharp as a needle, and not a single clue escaped his eyes. The guard captain slowly stood up, the light in his eyes growing brighter. He felt like he had grasped the tale of the truth. Here. A large number of enemies had gathered here. From the size of the campfire and the cutting marks, the number of people was definitely not small. They prepared here, then sent a small team as bait to draw away his main pursuit force. Then, their main force took advantage of the void and set the camp on fire. A complete picture instantly formed in his mind. The sole purpose of those few rats desperately circling in the forest was to prevent him from getting close to this place and discovering their lair. The guard captain thought more and more that this was indeed the case. His team continued forward, and soon, a narrow canyon appeared ahead. At the entrance to the canyon, some traces pointing inward, more obvious than before, appeared, such as broken branches and scattered footprints on the ground. The guard captain stopped, staring intently at the deep, dark canyon entrance, as if staring at the mouth of a giant beast. The terrain was treacherous, easy to defend, difficult to attack. If that group of rats truly had a large force, this was absolutely the best hiding place. His mind raced. Now, the enemies must think he was rushing back to the burned-out camp, making their lair the safest place. Perhaps they were inside celebrating victory, dividing the supplies stolen from the camp. Go back? How could he explain to the Baron if he went back? Supplies burned, soldiers lost, and not even a single hair of the enemy caught? He knew the Baron's temper too well, what awaited him was definitely not a good outcome. Then he was doomed. Rather than going back to be punished and await death, why not? A fierce, desperate glint flashed in the guard captain's eyes, the madness of a gambler staking everything. Fight fire with fire. Charge into their lair and wipe out these damned rats in one fell swoop. This was a huge merit. Enough to offset all mistakes, and even earn generous rewards. Everyone, conceal your presence, lighten your footsteps, and break into smaller groups. He lowered his voice, giving orders to his subordinates behind him. We're entering the canyon. The guard captain led his team, like a venomous snake seeking prey, silently slipping into the depths of the dark canyon. They did not know. On the cliff edge, 100 meters above the canyon, 4 pairs of eyes were coldly watching everything unfold. I am really not passerby watched as the 30+ red dots representing enemies on the system map entered the preset encirclement one by one, and the cold curve of his lips slowly widened. Captain is awesome. Youthful pighead youth lowered his voice, excitedly pounding the ground. These idiots actually came in. Time to close the net. I am really not passerby's voice was exceptionally clear in the night wind. Leave no one alive. The guard captain felt he had grasped the tale of the truth. He led his team, each step taken extremely lightly, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, avoiding any clanging sounds. The light in his eyes was the madness of a gambler staking everything. He firmly believed that the enemy's lair was deep within this canyon. He firmly believed that a glorious victory awaited him ahead. He firmly believed that he would step over the corpses of these rats and return before the Baron, to receive a generous reward that would offset all his mistakes. He did not know. Above them, on the edge of the cliff nearly 100 meters high, 4 pairs of cold eyes silently watched their team. On the system map, over 30 red dots representing enemies, one after another, orderly entered the preset death zone. I am really not passerby watched this scene, the cold curve of his lips slowly widening. He only uttered 2 words in the team channel. Do it. Above the canyon, on the side of an inconspicuous giant rock, youthful pighead youth bared a ferocious smile. He gripped the heavy steel hand axe tightly with both hands, his arm muscles bulging, veins throbbing. Die for me. A suppressed growl squeezed from his throat. Armor-piercing heavy strike. The glowing axe blade, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, fiercely struck the weakest point where the giant rock connected to the cliff face. Crack. A shattering sound rang out. Almost at the same instant, on the other side, kiting professional released his bowstring. An arrow precisely embedded itself into a pre-dug groove beneath another overhanging rock. The groove was stuffed with a small packet of player-made mixture containing sulfur and fuel. Boom. A dull explosion. That overhanging rock violently shook and broke away from the cliff face. The first domino was pushed over. The guard captain suddenly looked up. He saw a sight he would never forget. The sky had vanished. In its place was a constantly expanding black shadow that obscured all light. Countless boulders, broken rock, and earth, carrying the aura of death, rained down from above. That wasn't falling rocks. That was a landslide. No. A heartbreaking roar burst from his throat. The sound had barely escaped when it was completely swallowed by the thunderous collapse of the entire world. Smoke and dust filled the air. The choking smell of dust and earth, mixed with the scent of blood, lingered in the narrow canyon. The world was deathly silent. Cough, cough cough. With a violent cough, the guard captain struggled to poke half his body out from a crevice in a boulder. His face was covered in blood, and his armor was riddled with cracks. He had miraculously survived. He looked around. The elite team of over 30 men was no longer in existence. The canyon was completely blocked. Massive rocks were piled together, forming an insurmountable precipice. On this side of the precipice were he and a dozen other survivors, equally covered in blood and looking dazed. And on the other side of that precipice, there was no sound. His dozen or so subordinates, along with all their hopes, were forever buried beneath it. The guard captain stared blankly at everything. Rage, regret, humiliation, and a trace of icy chill seeping from his bones, wildly intertwined in his chest. He had been played. From beginning to end, he was like a fool led by the nose. His self-proclaimed counter-strategy was nothing more than walking willingly into a tomb carefully prepared for him by the enemy. But he couldn't understand. These damned rats, how did they do it? A trap of this scale, such precise timing. Ah ah ah! The guard captain let out a beast-like roar, drawing his long sword with his intact right hand and wildly hacking at the boulders beside him. Sparks flew, and the blade curled. Archers! His bloodshot eyes suddenly turned to the cliff top. Shoot them! Shoot them down for me! The few surviving archers, as if waking from a dream, frantically raised their longbows and haphazardly shot arrows towards the cliff top, where the dust had not yet cleared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Arrows flew sparsely into the high sky, then fell weakly, most not even touching the cliff face. Just then, a figure voluntarily emerged from the dust on the cliff top. It was the berserker with the giant axe, youthful pighead youth. He stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at them from above, making various mocking gestures and shouting. That's it! His arrogant voice echoed through the canyon. Didn't eat? Try harder! Kill him! The guard captain, like a madman, shrieked, pointing at the figure. Infected by this madness, the archers gritted their teeth and exerted all their might. The density of arrows instantly increased several-fold. Youthful pighead youth jumped left and right in the rain of arrows, nimbly dodging most of them. But two stray arrows, with two thuds, struck his shoulder and thigh. He stumbled. A hint of joy had just appeared in the eyes of the soldiers below. But the next second, their expressions froze. They saw the man look down at the arrows embedded in his body, and instead of groaning in pain, he grinned, smiling even more broadly. He reached out and grasped the shaft of the arrow in his shoulder. Then, in front of everyone, inch by inch, he forcefully pulled the barbed arrow out of his flesh. Rib. Flesh was torn open, and blood gushed out. Yet he didn't even frown, as if it wasn't his own body. He held up the bloody arrow, showing it to the people below. Then casually tossed it aside. Next, he bent down and, in the same manner, pulled out the other arrow from his thigh. Throughout the entire process, the smile on his face did not change in the slightest. Below the canyon, the surviving soldiers' hands and feet began to go numb. Their bow-holding hands trembled uncontrollably. Fear, like an icy tide, submerged their hearts. What was that? What kind of monster was that? Captain! A soldier's voice was tearful. We should leave quickly. Just then, youthful pighead youth moved. With a few leaps and slides, he descended from the cliff tens of meters high. He stepped on the protruding rocks and the freshly fallen rubble, rapidly plummeting with agile movements, finally landing heavily in front of two already terrified soldiers. Hi! He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The next second, the giant axe swept horizontally. Two heads flew into the sky. Zhu Tiou, retreat! I am really not passerby-A's voice rang out in the channel, with a hint of urgency. Mission accomplished, don't waste time. TCH, boring. Youthful pighead youth pouted, then made a throat-slitting gesture towards the pale-faced guard captain. Then, he turned around, and with a few leaps, reclimbed the rock pile to rejoin his teammates above, disappearing into the dark dense forest in the blink of an eye. In the canyon, only deathly silence remained. And the 7 or 8 trembling survivors. The guard captain stood frozen like a stone statue. After a long time, he found his voice, hoarse like a broken bellows. We climb up. Pursue. Tear them, to pieces. His voice echoed in the empty canyon, yet it sounded so hollow, so outwardly fierce but inwardly timid. The soldiers looked at the almost vertical, slippery cliff face, then at the warm corpses of their comrades on the ground, and not a single one moved. The eastern mining area of Blackstone territory. Unlike the deep tranquility of Blackwood Forest, this place was filled with a suppressive and dull atmosphere. The air was thick with rock dust and the acrid smell of sweat, and the clanging sounds of hammers came from the bottomless mine shafts, continuous and seemingly endless. At the entrance of the mine, several overseers, whips in hand and faces scarred, leaned lazily against the rock wall, chatting idly while vigilantly watching the distance. The miners, backs hunched, their faces so smeared with dust that their age was indistinguishable, had eyes that were hollow, as if their souls had been emptied. The 4 players of the East Road expedition team, like 4 shadows out of place with their surroundings, huddled in a corner of the mine tunnel. Damn, this is too miserable, isn't it? Legendary pilot lowered his voice, his tone full of shock. He was constantly observing the scene in the nearby mine. A scrawny youth, exhausted, fell to the ground, the oar in his hand rolling away. An overseer immediately rushed over like a hyena spotting its prey, his leather whip mercilessly lashing the youth's back, producing crisp thuds. The youth curled up on the ground, letting out pained wails, but the overseer seemed not to hear, continuing to lash him while cursing with foul language. The surrounding miners watched the scene numbly, no one dared to step forward and stop him. Their eyes were hollow, as if they had long grown accustomed to such a daily occurrence. This Baron Barton is simply inhuman. He's treating people like livestock. Legendary pilot gritted his teeth in anger, and from a distance, he could vaguely hear a few overseers chatting. One overseer spat on the ground, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this god-forsaken place is not for humans. Listening to the clanging all day, my ears are going deaf. Another overseer glanced at him, sneering. Be content. At least we're idle here, unlike these lone souls below, who will have no one to collect their bodies when they die, yet still have to keep mining. Isn't it all to collect that damned heavy tax? I heard the capital is pressing hard, if the master can't pay up again, his title will be in jeopardy. That's why we have to squeeze them to death. It won't be long, another half a month, once we've collected enough, we can also rest. The overseer's conversation, translated by the software, intermittently revealed a few words, but the amount of information was significant. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao's eyes darted around, and he exchanged a look with legendary pilot beside him. Players didn't have a god's eye view, their understanding of Baron Barton was limited to the evil villain designation given by Captain Lin. Now it seemed that this villain's life wasn't so good either. Being pressed for taxes by the kingdom, internal exploitation, isn't this the typical demise of a feudal lord? Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao stroked his chin, adopting the air of a seasoned strategist. But that has nothing to do with us, our mission is to cause destruction. Crescent Moon Bridge's gaze shifted from the overseers to a player in their team. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior. He hadn't said much since joining the team, always leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp as a newly honed blade, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. At this moment, he was intently staring at a miner's back, seemingly calculating how much force would be needed for a fatal blow. Crescent Moon Bridge rubbed her temples. These later players were all exceptionally talented. There are only 4 of us, and over 100 people here, including miners and overseers. Charging in is suicide. Crescent Moon Bridge analyzed calmly. We need to find a way. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao chuckled, patting his chest. Captain, I have an immature little suggestion. Everyone's gaze focused on him. Let's tackle this from 2 fronts. He held up 2 fingers. On one hand, physical weakening. On the other hand, ideological defection. Speak plainly. Crescent Moon Bridge said succinctly. It means causing destruction and winning hearts. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao explained. Legendary pilot and I will approach these miners. They've been oppressed so badly, they must be angry. What we need to do is find those among them who have prestige, or are the most unwilling, and give them a little hope. Hope. Yes, hope. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao explained, for example, tell them that people outside are already resisting Baron Barton's tyranny. Let them know that we are here to rescue them. In short, trick them however we can, the goal is to shake their beliefs and plant a seed of resistance in their hearts. Crescent Moon Bridge and Legendary Pilot exchanged glances, both showing an I understand expression. Isn't this just ideological work, developing subordinates? They were quite suited for the job, as it were. But will it work? Crescent Moon Bridge's eyes held a hint of suspicion. How will you communicate with them? Just with that unreliable translation software. I have my own brilliant plan. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao smiled mysteriously, then looked at Crescent Moon Bridge and the silent 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior. You and this warrior brother will be responsible for the physical aspect. For example, giving the overseers diarrhea, or having their weapons accidentally break. In short, first weaken their combat effectiveness. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior finally reacted, nodding expressionlessly. Understood. Where is the armory? His voice was very flat. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Don't make too much noise. Remember, safety first. Crescent Moon Bridge's mouth twitched, and she added. Scout first, don't act rashly. Our goal is to create chaos, not to fight a war of annihilation. Hao Ren, is your half-baked translation software really reliable? Don't end up talking past each other and getting caught as spies, be careful yourself. She paused. In short, first find a breakthrough among the miners, for the rest, act according to the situation. In 2 hours, regardless of success, we will regroup here. Crescent Moon Bridge issued the final command. The plan was set. Understood. The 4-person team immediately split up. Crescent Moon Bridge and 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior, like 2 ghosts, quietly moved around, using the terrain and shadows of the mining area. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao and Legendary Pilot also hunched over, took off their equipment, and rolled around on the ground a few times to get their clothes and faces covered in dirt and dust, then tore their clothes a bit. Now, they looked no different from those numb miners. Captain, did you start recording? Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao asked in a low voice as he walked. Of course. Full HD recording. Legendary Pilot said excitedly, I've even thought of the title, shocking. Otherworld foreman exploits workers so much, divine emissaries descend to deliver justice and spread red will. It's definitely going to be a hit. Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao sighed, feeling that what he was about to face might test his psychological endurance more than a direct charge. He called out to Legendary Pilot ahead and whispered a few words. Legendary Pilot was initially a bit confused, but the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became, and he finally nodded. After a while, the two quietly blended into the deeper parts of the mining area. After searching for a long time, they finally found a few panting miners in a corner. They looked more exhausted than the others, their bodies trembling slightly. Hey, brother, are you alright? Ren Bao walked over, combining the phonetic transcriptions from the translation software, and asked haltingly. However, what the miners heard was, hey, buddy, are you dead, or not? The miners looked up, seeing two strangers, their bloodshot eyes filled with vigilance. They looked at Ren Bao, and their eyes became confused again. What the hell, one miner muttered softly. Legendary pilot also leaned in, wanting to help explain. He gestured wildly, pointing to himself, then to the miner, making some indistinct sounds with his mouth. The miners instinctively recoiled. They exchanged glances, and their trembling became more pronounced. These two are probably crazy, another miner whispered. They looked at Ren Bao and Legendary Pilot as if they were watching two strangely behaving idiots. Ren Bao quickly pulled out a piece of clean jerky and a waterskin of clear water from his backpack and handed them over. He gestured while trying hard to organize his words, and the translation software also worked diligently. Meat, water, we, allies, not enemies. Seeing the food and water, the miner's vigilance finally lessened a bit. He hesitated, but still took the jerky and began to devour it ravenously. Seeing an opening, Legendary Pilot immediately came closer and began his performance. He pointed to himself, then to the sky, then adopted a sacred and solemn expression, muttering, "We, sky, command, save, you." The miner, still gnawing on the jerky, looked at him with an increasingly idiotic expression. Ren Bao covered his face, feeling like the cracks in the ground weren't big enough for him to crawl into. Couldn't Captain see the situation? What was he still pretending for? This wasn't a divine emissary at all, it looked more like two idiots who had escaped from a mental asylum. Just then, a tall figure walked over. He was burly, with rugged facial features, vigilant eyes, and held a sharp-edged stone shard in his hand. "You two, sneaking around, what do you want?" His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Ren Bao and Legendary Pilot's bodies instantly tensed up. This middle-aged miner was clearly no ordinary character. Remember this site's domain wdkan.com super thoughtful. Ren Bao even felt he was stronger than most of the overseers outside. "We." Ren Bao was about to explain. The middle-aged miner's eyes narrowed. He looked at Ren Bao and Legendary Pilot, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. A new trick sent by the overseers? Want to see how we old bones struggle? He gripped the stone shard, his knuckles making a slight cracking sound. "I'm telling you, don't even think about finding entertainment from us." The air instantly solidified. The surrounding miners also stopped their work, their gazes focusing on them. Ren Bao's eyes flickered rapidly. He knew that if he couldn't break the deadlock immediately, this middle-aged miner would likely report them directly to the overseers. At that point, their plan would be completely ruined. He stared intently into the middle-aged miner's eyes. In those bloodshot eyes, besides vigilance and anger, there was also a trace of despair hidden deep within. It was this trace of despair. Ren Bao took a deep breath, deciding to go straight to the point, abandoning any complex explanations. "Barren. Barden, bad, die." He spoke each word distinctly. These few simple words, like a clap of thunder, exploded in the middle-aged miner's ears. His body trembled violently, revealing a look of astonishment. In this mining area, Baron Barton's name was a taboo. The overseers absolutely forbade any miner from mentioning it, nor would they discuss it in front of the miners. Miners usually only dared to curse him in their hearts. Who exactly were these two people? His bloodshot eyes instantly widened, and the hand holding the stone shard hung in midair, motionless. The other miners around them also looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Inside the mine, there was dead silence. Only heavy breathing and the distant, monotonous sound of hammering remained. "Who, exactly are you?" The middle-aged miner's voice was hoarse as he questioned, "Why do you say such things?" He stared intently at Ren Bao, his vigilance undiminished, but now with an added layer of deep confusion. Ren Bao's heart tightened. He knew that words had reached their limit. This middle-aged man seemed to have an inherent stubbornness in his bones, relying solely on a few broken words would never completely shake his resolve. However, Ren Bao hadn't intended to rely solely on that. He quickly blinked, giving Legendary Pilot a meaningful look. Legendary Pilot understood immediately. His facial muscles tensed, and his eyes revealed a look of grim determination, ready to face death. He suddenly stood ramrod straight, his arms crossed over his chest, his voice filled with a stirring and tragic fervor, "Brothers. For the cause of liberation. I'll go first. If this video goes viral, remember to burn paper offerings for me." After roaring these words, he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. The blade flashed with a cold gleam in the dim light of the mine. The middle-aged miner's eyes were fixed on the dagger, his muscles instantly tightening, wanting to step forward and stop him, yet he was frozen in place by the bizarre scene before him. Legendary Pilot did not hesitate in the slightest. He flicked his wrist, and the dagger accurately plunged into his chest. With a soft puff sound, blood instantly gushed from the wound. Legendary Pilot's body trembled violently, his mouth opened, emitting a short, muffled groan. Immediately, his body began to tremble violently, and a faint white light appeared on the surface of his skin. The light grew brighter and more dazzling. The middle-aged miner's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that legendary pilot's body did not fall like an ordinary person's, but began to decompose. Countless tiny white specks of light peeled away from his body, drifting upwards like fireflies. Then, those light specks converged in the air, forming a blurry human silhouette. Next, the human silhouette slowly transformed into scattered fragments, completely dissipating into the air, leaving only a faint, almost invisible halo in its place. The mine was utterly silent. All the miners' mouths were agape, their jaws slack, their eyes wide as saucers, their faces drained of color, replaced by an extreme shock that transcended fear. Their bodies were stiff, motionless, as if time had completely frozen at this moment. The middle-aged miner's breathing became heavy, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat. His body trembled, and he moved with difficulty, step by step, to the spot where legendary pilot had disappeared. He stretched out his rough hands, his fingertips trembling, carefully touching the empty air. He touched nothing, except for a faint coolness from his fingertips. His body suddenly shook, and it was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in his brain. Hao watched this scene, knowing the time was right. He took a deep breath, his voice filled with an undeniable solemnity, and with his broken accent, he clearly shouted each word, regardless of how much these people could understand. We are under the great lord of Clifton. Protected by the gods. The Undead Legion. His voice echoed through the mine, every word like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the miners. Death cannot bind us. We are here for only one purpose. To liberate you. To overthrow Barton's tyranny. He extended his hand and pointed at the few miners who were looking at him. Their bodies, from initial stiffness to violent trembling now, no longer held numbness or despair in their eyes, but a glimmer of hope. The middle-aged miner suddenly looked up, he stared at Hao, his lips trembling as if to speak, but no sound came out. Hao looked at him, a smile playing on his lips. When we make our move, you follow me. Charge out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mine, Crescent Moon Bridge and 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior, after a search, successfully found the overseer's mess hall. The two silently infiltrated it. It looked like a mess hall, but it was empty. Crescent Moon Bridge's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. She pulled out a small bottle from her pregnant, containing a highly concentrated potent poison. She carefully drew a drop with a slender tube, then walked to a table where several half-empty cups of ale sat. She precisely dropped the poison into the ale. The ale in the cup instantly became cloudy, its color changing from a clear ember to a nauseating dark green. Crescent Moon Bridge's brow furrowed slightly, she looked at 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior, her voice very low. No, it's too obvious, let's change the plan. The two tried again and found that adding paralyzing powder and laxatives was indeed very difficult to detect. Crescent Moon Bridge then carefully put away the doctored ale, leaving no traces. The two began to act separately. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior carefully wandered around and successfully located the kitchen. His gaze quickly moved around the kitchen. At the stove in the kitchen, there was a person dressed as a chef. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior quietly approached the stove. The chef was stirring a large pot of soup, his back to him, busily. The soup pot was steaming, emitting a rich aroma of meat. Taking advantage of the chef turning to grab seasonings, 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior flicked his wrist, and a small packet of colorless, odorless powder was precisely sprinkled into the soup pot. The powder instantly melted and disappeared into the thick broth, without causing the slightest ripple. On the other side, Crescent Moon Bridge targeted the large wooden barrel in the center of the mess hall. The barrel was open, filled with frothy ale. She quickly approached, pulled a transparent glass bottle from her pregnant, which contained a milky white liquid. A handwritten label was stuck to the bottle, with a few crooked words on it, Toilet War God Happy Water. Crescent Moon Bridge did not hesitate, she unscrewed the cap and poured the entire bottle of happy water into the barrel in one go. The milky white liquid quickly spread in the golden ale, soon blending with it completely, leaving no trace. The two exchanged glances, a hint of relief at a mission accomplished flashing in their eyes. Just as they had arrived, they silently withdrew from the mess hall, leaving no trace. After some time, night fell. Fires blazed in the overseer's mess hall, and a group of overseers sat around a long table, laughing loudly. The table was laden with abundant food and drink. A burly overseer chief's jowls quivered, and his mouth stretched into a rough laugh. He took a tankard of frothy ale, freshly drawn from the barrel, from someone else's hand. The ale shimmered invitingly in the candlelight. He raised his tankard high and shouted to the crowd, "Come, brothers. Drink this cup. Tonight, we'll go and properly educate those lowly wretches." He brought the tankard to his lips, the rich aroma of ale, mixed with a subtle, almost imperceptible strange odor, entered his nostrils. He didn't pay attention, assuming the ale had been out for a while and was a bit stale. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he was about to down it in one gulp. He didn't pay it any mind, assuming the ale had been out for a while and was a bit stale. His Adam's apple bobbed as he was about to down it. But as it reached his lips, the foreman leader lowered the hand he had raised, and swirled the ale against the lamplight. The liquid was cloudy, and seemed to have some fine, unidentifiable bits of herb sediment at the bottom. He frowned and brought it to his nose again. Besides the rich malty aroma, there was indeed a faint earthy smell, mixed with the green, unripe scent of some crushed plant roots. "Cook, did you mix dirt into the ale?" you bastard! He roared in a rough voice. A greasy-faced fat man scurried over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Boss, this is a new batch of ale. They say it uses some new brewing method, unique flavor. The foreman leader was half skeptical, but the thirst in his mouth made him too lazy to ask more questions. He tilted his head back and drained the ale in his cup. Gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, and the unique flavor exploded on his tongue, a hot current rushing straight to his stomach. It was a bit astringent, a bit strong, with a hint of earthy fragrance in the aftertaste. He twitched his brows and smacked his lips. Surprisingly, that peculiar earthy smell, after going down his throat, wasn't as unpleasant as he'd imagined. Instead, it transformed into a strangely sweet and refreshing taste, suppressing the inherent tartness of the ale, and leaving a hint of coolness in the aftertaste. Ha! This batch of ale isn't bad at all. The foreman leader wiped the foam from his lips, slammed the mug heavily onto the table, and let out a satisfied sigh. Don't just stand there staring, all of you, come drink. This new ale tastes good, everyone try some. His voice was booming, and with that shout, the dozen or so other foremans on break in the mess hall immediately gathered around. Boss, really? Can that old geezer still come up with new tricks? Here, fill me up, I want to taste how potent it is. Cups clinked, and boisterous laughter rose and fell. Hey, it's really good, much better than before, those old ones tasted like horse piss. Right? I told you the cook skills have improved. Come on, let's drink up. The foremans praised loudly, and in the lively atmosphere, no one noticed that the fat cook, responsible for odd jobs in the corner, was constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Good times didn't last long. About a quarter of an hour later, the foreman leader, who had been boasting about how he had whipped a disobedient miner yesterday, suddenly froze, the flush on his face fading. His complexion visibly changed from the ruddy glow of drink to a strange purplish blue. He felt as if a giant dragon had awakened in his stomach. No, it was a whole group. They were churning his internal organs, twisting his intestines into a knot, and a surging, unstoppable force was rapidly advancing along a specific channel towards the final exit. He instinctively tightened all his muscles, pressed his legs together, and tensed his buttocks like iron. Boss, what's wrong? Why is your face green? Another foreman asked from beside him. The foreman leader opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Because he was terrified that any extra movement might suddenly cause the dam to burst. He hadn't even had time to react. Pfft. A muffled, prolonged sound, impossible to suppress, came from beneath a foreman sitting next to him. The burly man, whose face was flushed from drinking, now hooped and stood up. He clamped his legs tightly together, clutching his lower back with both hands, and charged towards the latrine outside the mess hall in an extremely awkward posture. Latrine. His speed was 3 times faster than when he was chasing escaped miners. This seemed to be the first domino to fall. Bang. Clang. Inside the mess hall, suppressed groans and the sound of chairs being knocked over rose and fell. 1. 2. 3. More and more burly men, usually fierce and intimidating, were now clutching their stomachs, their faces purple, enacting a thrilling 100-meter dash. I can't hold it anymore. Me too. Get out of the way. All of you, get out of my way. Oh my god. It's coming out. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. They scrambled towards the sole refuge, even knocking over several companions on the way. The comical and disheveled scene left several foremans, whose symptoms hadn't yet manifested, dumbfounded. Outside the mining area, behind a hidden rock, Crescent Moon Bridge, Haoren Haobao, and 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior were quietly lying in wait. They watched the comical scene of chaos in the foreman camp, where burly men, like startled wild dogs, scrambled towards the sole latrine. This is too spectacular. Haoren Haobao watched the sprinting figures, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Crescent Moon Bridge's expression was also a bit strange. As she watched the comical scene, a thought flashed through her mind. If legendary pilot were still here, he'd definitely be recording this once-in-a-lifetime scene with his camera, adding an exciting BGM and silly commentary, ready to go back and edit a video for millions of views. Just as she thought this, the corner of her eye caught Haoren Haobao beside her, behaving somewhat strangely. He was half crouching, one hand raised, index finger and thumb forming a frame, constantly adjusting the angle towards the distant chaotic scene, muttering to himself. That posture, that focused expression. Crescent Moon Bridge's eyelid twitched. Isn't this legendary pilot's standard starting pose when he records videos? What are you doing? She couldn't help but ask. Haoren Haobao lowered his hand, sighed, and without turning his head, his tone carried a hint of profound solemnity. Didn't Captain make such a great sacrifice precisely for this moment? Before he left, he entrusted me to fully record this great moment. This is his inherited will. Crescent Moon Bridge. The brief banter was interrupted by a faint voice. The commotion has been going on for a while. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the rock face, his gaze piercing through the night towards the direction of the mine shaft. Still no movement from the miners. His words made the atmosphere heavy again. Haoren Haobao put down his viewfinder, his playful smile gone, and stroked his chin, analyzing in a low voice. Perhaps those miners have been oppressed for too long, their spirits have been broken. Even if I convinced Cass, the middle-aged miner leader, this little bit of chaos isn't enough to make them gather the courage to pick up weapons. Fear is contagious. But apathy is harder to cure than fear. Crescent Moon Bridge's eyes sharpened, her voice resolute. If they don't dare to shed the first drop of blood, we'll help them shed it. She chose not to attack the foremans near the latrine who had already lost their combat effectiveness. Her gaze was fixed on the dark and deep entrance to the mine shaft. Let's go, to the mine shaft. There's another half of them there who haven't been poisoned. The three exchanged glances, their figures flashed, and they disappeared into the shadows of the rocks. Inside the mine shaft, it was cold and damp, with only sporadic torches burning on the walls, casting distorted and eerie shadows. The clanging of tools came from afar, along with faint noises from outside. The foremans guarding inside the cave had clearly heard the commotion outside. What's going on outside? All that shouting and wailing, like their fathers died. A foreman leader on patrol spat impatiently. I don't know, sounds like it's from the mess hall. Damn it, you, go out and see. A foreman leader assigned two of his subordinates. The two foremans acknowledged, picked up their weapons, and grumbled as they walked towards the mine exit. Just as they rounded a bend, three figures collided with them in the dark tunnel. The two foremans hadn't even had time to clearly see the faces of the newcomers. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior's figure had already pressed close, he made no superfluous movements, and the dagger in his hand flashed under the torchlight. Pfft! One of the supervisor's necks was instantly slit, blood spurting high. On the other side, Crescent Moon Bridge's movements were equally swift, her short sword piercing precisely into the throat of the other foreman, then twisting sharply. Pfft! Aga! Two short, shrill screams, only half uttered, were choked back by the gushing blood, abruptly ceasing. But the sound still penetrated the clanging noise and carried deeper into the mine shaft. The screams alerted everyone deep inside the mine shaft. Enemies! Over there! Kill them! A dozen or so foremans, armed with swords and long whips, their faces ferocious, surged out of the darkness like a disturbed swarm of bees. They looked at the two still twitching bodies on the ground, then at the three strangely dressed miners before them, the torchlight in their hands illuminating their distorted faces. The path of the three players was completely blocked. At the same time, behind them, in the deeper mine tunnels, Cass heard the scream that didn't belong to his companions. He knew that those who claimed to be from Clifton territory, who had come to rescue them, had made their move. He stopped his work and gripped the heavy mining pick. The pickaxe tip gleamed coldly under the dim oil lamp. He turned around, facing the nearly 100 pairs of numb, empty, yet slightly trembling eyes behind him. He waved his hands, using all his strength. Don't wait any longer. Charge with us. Do you want to be their dogs your whole lives, allowing them to exploit you? However, what answered him was only a dead silence. After a long while, only a scattered dozen or so people, trembling, picked up their tools. Chapter 102 Blood and Flying Hymn of Freedom. On the other side, the players were in a bad situation. The shield in Crescent Moon Bridge's left hand was already covered in cracks, each block made her arm ache more, and the web of her hand had long since split open, blood dripping along the edge of the shield. The narrow passage became the foreman's best hunting ground. Here, there was no space to maneuver or pull back. A dozen well-trained foremans formed a tight formation. Shields and sabers in the front row, swords and whips in the back. Crescent Moon Bridge alone bore the pressure of three broadswords at the very front. Behind her, 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior and Haren Bao were tightly entangled by foremans on both sides. Pfft! A long sword cunningly pierced through a gap in the shield, striking sparks from Crescent Moon Bridge's shoulder plate, and the gust of wind from its tip stung her cheek. She let out a muffled groan and retreated half a step. It was this half step that caused the entire defensive line to loosen. She can't hold on. Kill these three scoundrels. A foreman leader, his face ferocious, brought his long saber down over her head. Crescent Moon Bridge gritted her teeth and raised her shield to meet the blow. Clang! The immense impact made her whole body sink half a foot, and the muscles in her legs screamed in protest. At the same time, a long whip, like a venomous snake, bypassed the front-line battle and accurately lashed out at Haren Bao's ankle. Haren Bao was dodging a horizontal sweep and had no time to react. His ankle tightened, and he instantly lost his balance, falling towards the ground. Die! The foreman next to him, his eyes shining with malice, mercilessly thrust his saber towards his back. In the nick of time, a black shadow flashed. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior abandoned his opponent, forcefully twisted his body, and parried the fatal blow with his dagger. But he himself was left wide open, taking a solid kick to the back, and he stumbled forward, crashing into Haren Bao. The two rolled into a heap, looking utterly disheveled. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Just then, behind the foremans, a commotion and cries of alarm broke out. You, what do you wretched wretches want to do? Put down your weapons. Are you crazy? The foreman leader abruptly turned his head. He saw a sight he would never believe in his life. Cass, the miner leader who was usually quite submissive, now had bloodshot eyes, like a demon that had crawled out of hell. The heavy pickaxe in his hand was raised high, whistling through the air, and slammed fiercely into the back of a foreman. That foreman had not expected these beasts to dare to resist. Just as he turned around, the pickaxe had already arrived. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was so clear it made one's teeth ache. The foreman's body slumped softly, and at the back of his head was a deep, sunken bloody hole, from which red and white matter slowly oozed. The dozen or so miners following Cass also went mad, using their only weapons, those heavy tools, to smash the oppressors nearest to them. This bloody scene was like a spark thrown into boiling oil. It gradually ignited the madness in the eyes of the dozens of watching miners behind them. They watched their companions fall in pools of blood, watched the foremen's ferocious faces, watched the splattering blood. The hatred and fear suppressed in their bones were completely detonated at this moment. Ah! A young miner let out a beastly roar. He threw away the tool in his hand and lunged directly at a foreman, opening his mouth and biting fiercely into the other's neck. Kill them. Fight them to the death. I'll fight you to the death. The crowd exploded. Nearly 100 miners, like a bursting flood, surged from deeper within the mine shaft. They had no weapons, so they used their teeth. They had no armor, so they used their flesh and blood. They had only one thought. To tear these foremans, who usually looked down on them and treated them like livestock, into shreds. The foremans were attacked from front and back, and their formation fell into disarray. They couldn't understand how these slaves, who usually didn't even dare to look them in the eye, could suddenly erupt with such terrifying courage. Hold steady. Everyone, hold steady. They're just a bunch of commoners. The foreman leader roared with a stern voice, slicing down a lunging miner with his saber. But his voice already carried a tremor he hadn't even noticed himself. Just then, urgent footsteps came from the direction of the cave entrance. 7 or 8 foreman reinforcements finally arrived. Their faces were pale, their lips blue, and their steps were still a bit unsteady, clearly having just endured a fierce battle in the latrine. What's going on? Damn it, these miners have revolted. The foreman leader in the mine felt a little more at ease when he saw the reinforcements. You've come at the right time. Kill them for me. Slaughter all these wretched wretches. Although weakened, the addition of these 7 or 8 fresh forces instantly stabilized the foreman's collapsing front line. They were experienced and ruthless, immediately causing massive casualties among the chaotic miners. A newly arrived reinforcement, wielding a long whip, was about to strike a miner to the ground. He made a violent movement, his waist and abdomen suddenly exerting force. And then, the expression on his face froze. An irresistible, surging force, from deep within his body, brazenly broke through the last barrier. Pfft! A long, muffled, and wet-sounding noise echoed clearly throughout the chaotic battlefield. Immediately after, an indescribably rich and unbearable stench, like a tangible shockwave, instantly swept through the entire mine shaft. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Whether it was the frenzied miners or the ferocious foremans, everyone's movements paused for a moment. Everyone's nasal passages were completely overwhelmed by this incredibly domineering smell. The scent was as if it had mixed salted fish that had rotted for 10 days with sauerkraut that had fermented for half a year. Ugh! The nearest miner immediately bent over, dry heaving violently. This seemed to be a signal. The entire mine became a bloody and foul-smelling hellscape. Oh my god! Hao Renyu Hao Bao's face also turned green, he felt his stomach churning. Quick! All factory shield! Quick! He practically screamed. A faint light flashed, and the world instantly became fresh. Although the unspeakable filth was still visible, at least the soul-attacking smell had disappeared. Crescent Moon Bridge and 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior also turned off their sense of smell immediately. Heaven helps me! Hao Renyu Hao Bao let out a cheer, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The foremans had completely collapsed. They not only had to face the fearless miners in front of them but also endure the horrifying, indiscriminate biochemical attack all around them. Several reinforcements, due to overly large movements, also followed in their comrades' footsteps. For a time, farts sounded everywhere, and the stench filled the air. The player trio became the only clear-headed ones in this hell. Crescent Moon Bridge roared, her shield slamming forward, making the dazed foreman in front of her stumble. The short sword in her hand was unhesitatingly plunged into the other's heart. 3,000 monthly salary demon-slaying warrior's figure, meanwhile, completely merged into the shadows. He was like an elegant dancer of death, each flash of the dagger in his hand took a life. The foreman's defensive line completely crumbled. As for the miners, after a brief moment of nausea, they were replaced by an even more furious rage. They had completely turned into beasts. There was no longer any skill in the fighting. It was just the most primitive biting, punching, and crashing. Flesh flew, and screams were incessant. One foreman was tackled to the ground by 4 or 5 miners, countless punches and kicks landed on him, and he soon fell silent. The foreman leader wielded his long saber, like a madman, but for every miner he killed, more miners swarmed him. His stamina was rapidly draining, and the wounds on his body grew more numerous. Finally, he slipped, stepping on some viscous substance. He fell backward, landing on his back. The next second, countless feet, countless faces, engulfed him. It's unknown how much time passed. The mine finally fell silent. The air was mixed with a heavy smell of blood and that lingering odor of filth. On the ground, bodies lay scattered, blood and filth mixed together, forming a hellish tableau. The surviving miners were all covered in blood, gasping for breath. Many knelt on the ground, either violently vomiting or clutching their heads, letting out suppressed sobs. Cass stood among the piles of bodies, he was also covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it was his own or the enemy's. He leaned on his pickaxe, his body swaying precariously. He slowly turned around, his gaze searching the crowd, finally landing on Hao Renyu Hao Bao. He walked over, step by step, with difficulty. This tough man, who had been full of vigilance towards the players not long ago, now had an extremely complex gaze. Shock, confusion, gratitude, and a hint of awe. He walked up to Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao and, to the other's astonished gaze, used his last ounce of strength to kneel on one knee. His head was deeply bowed, his voice hoarse and trembling. Are we free? The mission complete prompt popped up in a corner of Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao's retina. The generous rewards made his breathing quicken for a moment. But he looked at the hellish scene before him, looked at the miners whose eyes had changed from numb to frantic, and now were lost in a daze. He raised his hand and silently turned off the still recording video. The excitement of completing the mission, for some reason, vanished without a trace. He looked at Cass, kneeling on one knee, and at the surrounding miners, who had survived the ordeal and were at a loss. These people, in his initial thoughts, were also part of the mission reward, NPCs that could be brought back to expand the camp's population. But at this moment, Hao Ren Yu Hao Bao, by some strange impulse, asked a question that even surprised himself. Where do you want to go next? This novel is actively ongoing. I will wait for this to stack up before posting the next chapters. Latest chapter 102.